Zuzi, your mother wants to beg you for something. Niu Honghua's voice trembled. She stood beside the Khan, face pale, eyes swollen from crying. Even her breathing sounded unsteady. Can you stop going to school? On the other end of the Khan, old Lu sat hunched over, gripping a pipe stuffed not with tobacco but crushed mulberry leaves. The harsh smell filled the room, bitter enough to sting the nose. His weathered face was full of guilt and helplessness. Lu Erju had just woken up. His temples throbbed faintly. School? I'm nearly 70. Why on earth would I still be going to school? And this little earthen Khan, this drafty thatched hut, what kind of place was this? He had only had a few extra drinks because he was worried about his grandson buying a house. What on earth did you drink me into? He shook his head, trying to clear the fog in his mind. But Niu Honghua misunderstood. She burst into tears again. Zuzi, I know you love studying, I know you do, but we really, truly can't afford it anymore. Your dad works day and night, and even so, we still owe the team 30 work points. Now he's broken his leg, he won't be able to work for who knows how long. Your older brother and sister-in-law are already worn out raising those 2 children. Even if they worked themselves to death, they still couldn't support all of us. Her tears fell faster, voice cracking. Zuzi, please, please don't go to school. What's the use of studying? Her wailing hit him like thunder. Lu Erju looked up, stunned, staring at the woman begging in front of him. A dark, weathered face. Wrinkled skin. Hair half-white from malnutrition and exhaustion. A face he would never forget. Mother. Niu Honghua. He turned, taking in the cracked walls, the shabby Khan, the worn-out man beside her. And the truth slammed into him. He had gone back. Back to 1960. Sent flying straight into the past like riding a high-speed train. This day, he remembered it far too clearly. His father had broken his leg while working for the production team. His mother had called him back from the county town, crying and begging him to quit junior high school and go earn work points. In that era of famine, a rural child finishing junior high was already a miracle. To farmers, sons were laborers. Studying didn't fill stomachs. But in his previous life, Lu Erju had refused. He clung to his studies, convinced knowledge was his only path out of poverty. His father finally gave in and let him return to school. And yet, he had been wrong. He did escape the countryside. He even went to university in Beijing, but it destroyed his family. His father, with his leg that never healed, worked himself to death in the fields. His mother hid the truth until he finished college. His older brother shouldered everything and eventually collapsed repairing the reservoir his body never found. 2 small children in the family, one died of illness, one of starvation. His sister-in-law and mother-in-law, driven to despair, stole rat poison and ended their lives. And what about him? Despite a university degree, no one dared hire the son of former landlords. He worked as a laborer his entire life. No promotions, no raises, no housing. He married late, raised a family in hardship, and died exhausted after drinking too much. He thought studying would save him. Instead, it destroyed everything. Enough crying. Old Lu suddenly slammed his pipe down. So what if I broke my leg? I didn't bow my head even when our house was ransacked back then. I can still work. He tried stepping off the Kong. The moment his injured leg touched the floor, he nearly collapsed, his face draining of color. Dad! Niu Honghua rushed to hold him up. Watching this, Lu Erju's heart twisted painfully. Without thinking, he slapped himself hard. The loud crack startled his parents. They stared at him in confusion. Father, mother, don't worry. I'm not going to school anymore. He stood and carefully helped his father back onto the Kong. Niu Honghua froze. Then relief washed over her face, followed quickly by fresh tears. Zuzi, mother is so sorry. Old Lu opened his mouth, wanting to speak, to persuade him to go back to school, but the pain in his leg told him he no longer had the right to. His voice trembled. Zuzi, it's your worthless father who's dragging you down. Hearing their apologies only made his guilt heavier. How selfish I was in my past life. Why had he clung so stubbornly to schooling? Whether he studied or not, life had beaten him the same. Worse, his studies came at the cost of his entire family. I'm not hungry, Lu Erju said softly when his mother brought in a bowl of dark green porridge. A bowl is enough. It was wild vegetable porridge, thin, bitter, barely food. But he forced himself to drink it in one gulp. When he lowered the bowl, he saw his father quietly swallow back a mouthful of saliva. Only then did he realize. His father was starving. And this was all the food they had left. Lu Erju took the bowl and went to the place where the wild vegetables were stored to take a look. Sure enough, the wild vegetables were gone. Looking at Niu Honghua who had followed him out, Lu Erju sadly raised his bowl. Mother, is this the last bit of food in the house? Yes. Niu Honghua forced a smile, but it's alright, mother will go up the mountain to dig up some more wild vegetables later. Lu Erju looked at his mother. It was already late autumn, but she was still wearing a simple coarse cloth jacket full of patches. She was skin and bones, and you could see the protruding tendons and bones. He felt extremely heartbroken. So the family had already fallen into this state? He understood that if there were still wild vegetables to keep him alive, his mother wouldn't be begging him to come back to work. It's actually normal. These are famine years, and people are starving. Almost everyone is digging for wild vegetables. Even though this place is near the mountains and there are plenty of wild vegetables, it can't withstand so many people digging it up every day. Moreover, it's already late autumn, the weather is cold, and wild vegetables won't grow anymore. There wasn't enough food in the fields, and even the wild vegetables were gone. Lu Erju felt he should think of a way to support his family first. At least, I can't let my parents die a tragic death like they did in my previous life. How about we go fishing? Forget it, I don't have the tools or the ability. The drought is so severe that many rivers have dried up. Where can we get fish? Going hunting in the mountains? Lu Erju looked at his own skinny muscles and chose to give up. If he were to actually go hunting, I really don't know whether he would be hunting animals or just feeding them. Rather than letting those wild boars and wolves in the mountains benefit from my efforts, I'd rather chop myself up and feed my parents. Doing business? Let's not be reckless. Those guys are truly ruthless and heartless. Looking at the mottled and worn porcelain bowl in his hand, Lu Erju felt a chill in his heart. These damn times, they don't give ordinary people any way to survive. Suddenly, Lu Erju, who was staring at the porcelain bowl, felt a blur before his eyes and found that a vast world had appeared in front of him. This world is brightly lit even without the sun, and its vast expanse stretches to the horizon. The ground is incredibly fertile black soil, and a river that seems to have no end flows slowly through it. Good heavens, a cheat code? Although Lu Erju was already 68 in his previous life, he still had quite a few fun activities. I occasionally read novels about rural romance and lovemaking, and I really admire the protagonist's special abilities. Unexpectedly, my benefits arrived as soon as I transmigrated. Lu Erju couldn't help but smile. When Neo Hunghwa saw her son first looking worried in front of his rice bowl, and now grinning foolishly, her heart tightened. Could my son be possessed by an evil spirit? He must be possessed by an evil spirit, otherwise, how could someone who studies so diligently agree to skip school so readily? Neo Hunghwa was extremely flustered. Suddenly, she remembered what the old folks in the village had said: little devils are afraid of evil people. If someone is possessed by an evil spirit, you should curse them loudly, perhaps you can drive them away. If that doesn't work, this evil spirit is most afraid of filth. Pour a ladle of excrement into the patient's mouth and wrap it up. Neo Hunghwa immediately shouted into the house, "Dad, hurry up and take a dump, I need it urgently." These days, even excrement and urine are considered valuable. They're all sent to the fields, so there's hardly anything fresh to be had for a while. Then, Neo Hunghwa glared at Lu Erju and cursed, "You son of a bitch, get out of here right now, or my man will take a dump. I'm warning you, his poop stinks so badly you won't even be able to find your own grave." Just as Lu Erju had figured out how to use the space, he heard this harsh curse as he exited the space and looked bewildered. "Mom, why are you cursing me?" Neo Erwa stared wide-eyed as she said, "I'm warning you, don't pretend to be my son. My Zuzi is very smart, don't let me stump you." "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Lu Erju asked, looking completely bewildered. "I ask you, what does 1 + 1 equal?" Neo Hunghwa shouted out her highest level of knowledge. 2, Lu Erju answered instinctively. "It's definitely my son." Neo Hunghwa's fierce demeanor vanished instantly, and she shouted into the house, "His father, did he poop out?" Immediately from inside came Lu Fusion's annoyed voice, "No, my asshole isn't buttoned up, how could it be so fast?" "That's good, it saves you from having to eat when you're hungry." Neo Hunghwa was even more relieved. Lu Erju was speechless. He quickly handed the rice bowl to his mother and went out. He just discovered that his space has 3 major abilities. One function is storage, which allows you to put things in and take them out using your mind. Secondly, it can grow crops and accelerate their ripening. Finally, there is the stillness of spacetime, where anything stored within it will be preserved in a state where time has stopped forever. If we plant wild vegetables here, then our family will have endless suffering. Lu Erju shook off the stupid thoughts in his head and started thinking about where to find some seeds. Forget about going to the brigade's granary. If he dares to take even a single grain of rice from there, it would be a grave crime of undermining socialism. If I had come back earlier and gone to work in the fields with them, I might have been able to secretly keep a few seeds. Now the crops in the fields have all been harvested, and people have picked them cleaner than they can carry in their pockets, and they've all been handed over to the warehouse. What a bunch of naive and honest people. Lu Erju was squatting at the door, looking worried, when he heard a timid voice calling out, "Uncle, Mother said to bring you some cornbread." He turned his head and saw that it was his older brother's daughter, Lu Yunning. His older brother specially went to the county town to ask Lu Erju to give him this name. He's said to be the most cultured person in the surrounding villages, so his name must sound nice. Lu Erzha gave him this formal name, and then his older brother gave him the nickname Nizai. At this moment, the little girl was dressed in patched homespun clothes, looking like a little beggar. She was calling out uncle but not looking at Lu Erzha. Her eyes were fixed on the cornbread she was holding, and she kept swallowing. Little girl, come here and let your uncle take a look. Lu Erzha waved his hand with great joy. In his previous life, he was always away studying and working, and he could only see her a few times a year. Later, this girl died young due to illness, and he never saw her again. Seeing this girl again now, he felt only joy and happiness. Unexpectedly, after the little girl came over, she burst into tears. Uncle, please don't hit me. I was really too hungry, that's why I stole the food. When I grow up, can I pay you back with a steamed bun? Lu Erzha was taken aback, and then looked at the cornbread in the little girl's hand, and found that a piece the size of a fingernail was missing from the bottom. You can clearly see several small teeth marks on it. Seeing the little girl crying so hard she could barely breathe, Lu Erzha felt a pang of heartache and picked her up in his arms. Then, he was shocked. How can this girl be so light? Lu Erzha quickly and carefully examined the little person in his arms. This little girl is already 6 years old this year. She is actually very pretty, with an oval face, big eyes, a high nose and a small mouth. She is definitely a beauty in the making. However, due to long-term malnutrition, his hair became dry and yellow, he was half a head shorter than his peers, and his arms and legs were so thin that they looked like withered sticks. From a distance, its small body looked like a small watermelon attached to a few sticks, and it felt incredibly light when held in one's arms. This won't do. Don't cry, your uncle won't hit you. Eat up. Lu Erzha coaxed gently. The little girl sobbed, her body heaving, but she still held up the cornbread and said, my mother said, this is for my uncle, she won't let me eat it. Alright, uncle will take it. Lu Erzha took the cornbread from the little girl's reluctant gaze, then handed it back. Uncle is giving you a cornbread, do you want some? If Lu Erzha used this tactic of using someone else's flowers to present a Buddha on an adult, he would definitely be roasted. But the little girl was completely bewildered. She forgot to cry and stared blankly at Lu Erzha, her little head spinning, unable to understand the logic behind it all. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, cornbread tastes good. Watching the little girl hug the steamed bun like a precious treasure, taking small bites and looking completely satisfied, Lu Erzha found her both adorable and heartbreaking. Several times he subconsciously reached into his pocket, wanting to grab a piece of candy or 10 yuan to coax the little girl into smiling. But I found myself penniless, and even looking at a cornbread bun made my stomach rumble. A bowl of wild vegetable porridge is definitely not enough to fill you up. Hearing Lu Erzha's stomach rumble, the little girl was startled, then reluctantly held the cornbread to Lu Erzha's mouth. Uncle, you eat. Go find your grandparents to eat, I'll go find your dad. Lu Erzha was also a little embarrassed, so he quickly put the little girl down and left. The little girl was still behind, reminding me in a very soft voice, Uncle, don't tell Mom I ate cornbread, she'll beat me, and those shoes Soleil really hurt when they hit my bottom. Don't worry, Uncle will definitely not leak anything, Lu Erzha said with a smile as he turned around. The little girl smiled sweetly. Uncle is so good. When I grow up, I'll give you 2 big cornbreads to eat. In this girl's little worldview, 2 big cornbread buns were the most delicious thing in the world, and her uncle had to eat such good food every day. Lu Erzha strode over to his elder brother's house. In the courtyard, the eldest brother, Lu Daliang, was squatting shirtless, guarding a pile of wood, seemingly doing carpentry. Speaking of which, Lu Erzha seemed to have heard his mother say in his previous life that his eldest brother was determined to learn a trade and then go to the county town to earn more money. But he had to do farm work, and being an apprentice didn't pay, so he continued to study on his own. Lu Erzha didn't know whether his elder brother had finally mastered the skill, but it was highly likely that he hadn't. Big brother, Lu Erzha called out. Lu Daliang turned around abruptly and saw that it was his younger brother. His expression became complicated. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then stopped himself. Lu Erzha understood what he meant and laughed. I'm not leaving. I'll stay home and work. Hearing this, Lu Daliang subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, but then realized it wasn't right and quickly explained, well, I didn't mean anything by it. Actually, you can go to school, it's just. Because these words were so insincere, the usually honest and simple Lu Daliang didn't know how to continue making up stories. Seeing his elder brother's face turn red, Lu Erzha couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, why are we brothers still doing all that formality? Seeing his younger brother's cheerful demeanor, Lu Daliang knew that he genuinely didn't mind staying behind, and he felt even more relaxed, blurting out, it was you who always acted like a pretentious scholar before, and you even called me pretentious. Lu Erzha thought about it carefully, and it really was true. Previously, I considered myself a scholar who would go to university and have a government job, so I looked down on these rural people. No matter who I'm talking to, I always act like I'm some kind of cultured idiot. He always acts all polite and obsequious to his family, which makes them have to be careful what they say to him. Lu Daliang complained about his younger brother, but the easygoing man immediately forgot all the previous unpleasantness and resentment towards his brother. He even grabbed his brother and happily walked over to the woodworking he had made, saying, "This is the chair I made, what do you think?" Lu Erju looked at the indescribable chair in front of him, thought for a moment, and then gave a thumbs up, "Pretty good." "Really?" Lu Daliang exclaimed in surprise, "Our parents and your sister-in-law all said this chair is worthless, but I didn't expect you to say it's good. Do city people like this kind of thing? Tell me quickly what's so good about it." "Brother, I'm not bragging, but if you send this chair to the police station as a torture device, no matter how fierce the criminal is, they'll have to confess as soon as they sit on it," Lu Erju said with a smile. Lu Daliang was stunned. "Why does this sound like something I'm saying? What about a normal person sitting in it?" "A normal person sitting here? That's terrible, there will be one more criminal in society," Lu Erju said. "Ha ha ha, Erjuze, you truly are a scholar, you're killing me with laughter." A burst of laughter came from inside the house. It was his sister-in-law, Li Qiqi. Hearing his wife's laughter, Lu Daliang immediately understood. His face darkened, and he kicked Lu Erju in the backside. "You little rascal, so you were making fun of me?" Lu Erju chuckled and walked towards the house, wanting to thank his sister-in-law for bringing him cornbread. Unexpectedly, Lu Daliang grabbed him and said, "Your sister-in-law's pants are torn." "Are your pants torn? What happened?" Lu Erju didn't react for a moment, but then Li Qiqi's somewhat embarrassed voice came from inside the house. "Zuzi, come over again tomorrow, and your sister-in-law will cook you a dish and let you two have a drink." Upon hearing this, Lu Erju slapped his forehead and realized what was happening. These days, people are poor and can't afford clothes, or even fabric. Many little boys, even at 7 or 8 years old, still run around the village with their bottoms naked. Most adults only have one set of clothes, and it's common for them to wear the same clothes for more than 10 years, patching and mending them. When we can no longer wear them, we'll pass them on to our children. Li Qiqi's pants were torn, and she probably couldn't get out of bed right now, so it was naturally inappropriate for her to let Lu Erju in. "Then I won't go in." "Thank you for the cornbread you just gave me, sister-in-law," Lu Erju quickly said. Lu Daliang kicked him in the buttocks again. "I just told you you're weak, and here you go again? We're family, no need for thanks." "Brother, I'm all grown up now, can you please stop kicking me all the time?" Lu Erju said helplessly. "So what if you're grown up? Even if you're 100 years old, I'm still your brother. Can't I kick your butt? So what if I catch you lazy bones?" Lu Daliang said, and actually reached out to grab him. Lu Erju was so frightened that he hurriedly took 2 steps back. He was no match for his older brother, so he could only quickly say, "Brother, I have something else to ask. We have some kind of seed at home." "Wah!" Before Lu Erju could finish speaking, his older brother covered his mouth. Then, Lu Daliang, looking like a thief, glanced outside a few times to make sure no one was around before muttering under his breath, "In this day and age, who would dare to hoard seeds? If the guys in the team found out, wouldn't they hang you up and beat you? And they'd whip you without even pulling down your pants, you hear me?" The deep-rooted thrift among rural people makes them feel that having their pants ripped is more painful than a sore bottom. "I just need a few seeds, any kind will do," Lu Erju explained. "There's nothing here." Lu Daliang waved his hand, but then felt that this wasn't quite right, and asked hesitantly, "How about saplings? I can dig up a couple of those for you. You can continue studying torture instruments. Those things are everywhere. I don't need you anymore." Lu Erju turned and left in annoyance. He had only taken a couple of steps when he heard Li Qiqi's uncertain voice from inside the house. "Zuzi, I have a few corn kernels here, would you mind?" Lu Daliang's face changed, and he hurriedly ran over to close the courtyard gate. He then rushed into the house and, suppressing his anger, cursed, "Where did you get these corn kernels, you spendthrift woman?" I picked it up from the cornstalk pile when I was feeding the cows, thinking I'd cook it for Nizai to enjoy. I promise no one saw me." Li Qiqi's voice was a little weak. You, I really want to beat you to death," Lu Daliang said angrily. "Even if those corn kernels are from the cornstalk pile, they're for the cows to eat, so we can't touch them." Upon hearing this, Lu Erju's expression became incredibly complicated. These days, livestock are more valuable than people. Inside the house, Lu Daliang gave Li Qiqi another severe dressing down, making her cry. Only then did he come out with a livid face, clutching a few corn kernels tightly in his hand. Lu Erju sighed, "Brother, why bother? It's just a few kernels of corn." Lu Daliang's dark face was serious, his eyes wide like copper bells. "This is what we think, but what about outsiders? To put it mildly, your sister-in-law was found. To put it bluntly, she stole state property. If someone reports it, your sister-in-law won't just get a scolding." Seeing that he had just finished scolding his wife, he was about to scold her as well. Lu Erju quickly said, Okay, you're right, give me the corn kernels now." Seeing his younger brother's impatience, Lu Daliang didn't scold him too much and handed him the corn kernels. Go back and cook them and eat them to satisfy your craving. Looking at the 3 corn kernels in his palm, Lu Erzha shook his head helplessly, said goodbye, and left. After he left, Lu Daliang remained silent for a while, then sighed and went back into the house. The room was small and had very little furniture, but it was kept very clean and tidy. Li Qiqi was sitting on the con, a heated brick bed, covered with a tattered blanket full of patches, wiping away tears. Honey, I was too anxious just now. I was afraid you'd be reported, Lu Daliang coaxed gently. I'm not angry that you scolded me, I'm just heartbroken. Ever since you told me that corn can be boiled, Nizai has been asking me what it tastes like. Actually, I didn't pick up these corn kernels, I searched through the whole corn stockpile to find them. It's also because of these pants that they got ruined. I was planning to cook this for Nizai tonight to satisfy her craving, but now it's all gone to your little brother. I don't resent your brother. After all, it was me who gave him the money. He was forced to not go to school and had to come back to support the family, which is really unfair to him. I feel, when will these miserable days ever end? Li Qiqi kept covering her mouth and trembling as she cried, but she dared not wail loudly, because that would be too physically demanding and would make you hungry easily. Lu Daliang, a tough man who could work for 3 days straight without sleep to rush the harvest, couldn't help but tear up when he heard his wife sobbing. He hated himself for being so useless, unable to even feed his family, and not even knowing how to comfort people. Lu Daliang stood by the con, a heated brick bed, for a long time, his lips moving, before finally managing to utter only one sentence: you rest first, I'll go study some carpentry. With skills, it will be easier to support a family. In Lu Daliang's view, farmers are worthless, but workers are highly sought after and can make a living from them for a lifetime. If Lu Erzha heard this, he would only get a big eye roll in return. Who knows how many workers will sell their blood or bodies in the future? Forget it, I shouldn't say anything that could be detrimental to unity. After leaving his elder brother's house, Lu Erzha found a secluded corner and, with a thought, sent the corn kernels into his spatial storage. Once you're in the space, it's easy to operate. He casually scattered the corn kernels on the ground, and they flew into the black soil on their own, burying themselves in a hole. Then, Lu Erzha used his mind to draw some river water and poured it onto that land. 5 minutes later, the corn kernels sprouted. Although he knew the space was powerful, Lu Erzha was still overjoyed. He was also very glad that his sister-in-law hadn't cooked the corn kernels yet, otherwise they would have been useless no matter where they were planted. Continue to draw water from the river and continue irrigating. Lu Erzha watched as the corn seedlings grew little by little, sprouting ears of corn, and finally ripening into large, thick ears of corn, a truly delightful sight. He quickly used his mind to break off an ear of corn, peeled it open, and took a look. The corn kernels stand neatly on the cob, each one plump and golden, making you want to take a bite. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Erzha plucked the corn kernels and replanted them. 3 ears of corn are not enough, he wants to keep planting more. Lu Erzha drew in river water, letting it irrigate the cornfield on its own, and then temporarily withdrew from the mental space. As soon as he came out, he felt dizzy and almost fainted. He leaned against the wall for a while before he recovered. Damn it, this mental space is really brain-taxing, Lu Erzha cursed, but then he heard his stomach rumbling loudly. Damn, it was because he was hungry. That's true. Although the school provides subsidies, the school is also short of food. It's good if they can eat a cornbread a day. They usually rely on corn porridge to get by, and sometimes they haven't seen any oil or fat for 3 or 4 months. That sudden dizziness was purely due to low blood sugar and low blood lipids. Without thinking too much, Lu Erzha quickly produced 2 tender ears of corn from his mental space and began to gnaw on them. Because the corn is not yet ripe and is at its most tender, it not only doesn't have a bitter taste when eaten raw, but also has a very fresh and tender texture, almost like eating small grapes. With each bite, the mouth is filled with a satisfying crunch and a burst of sweet juice. After devouring 5 tender ears of corn in one go, Lu Erzha finally felt a bit full and wasn't so dizzy anymore. But he knew very well that eating only corn wasn't enough, he also lacked oil and nutrients. With salt and oil, people have the strength to do more things. Lu Erzha turned his gaze to the distant mountains. Although you can't go up the mountain to hunt, there are plenty of birds there, so you can still catch a few. He immediately ran back to his home, grabbed the wooden basin used for washing clothes, and ran to the foot of the mountain. It's already late autumn, and many leaves have turned yellow and withered with the wind. As the wind blows, yellow leaves fall like snowflakes, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds on the mountain, creating an incredibly beautiful scene. If those valiant young lovers of later generations saw this, they would definitely get aroused and go up the mountain to make love until the earth shook. Unfortunately, Lu Erzha didn't have time to appreciate it. All he wanted to do was to eat his fill. Lu Erzha found a short wooden stick and then tied a long willow branch to the middle of the stick. Then, turn the wash basin upside down at a 45-degree angle to the ground, scatter a handful of corn kernels inside, and use a wooden stick to prop up the inside of the basin. The willow branch on the stick is then extended behind a tree. Lu Erzhu squatted behind the tree, waiting patiently. When he was a child, he saw other classmates use this method to catch birds, but he had never used it himself. Because there was no food to use as bait, he is not short of food now. There are many birds on the mountain, and this kind of food is one of their favorites, so it quickly attracted 5 sparrows. Upon seeing this, Lu Erzhu couldn't help but smile. In his past life, he was fortunate enough to eat sparrows cooked by his classmate. Actually, these things don't have much meat and don't taste very good. But even in those famine years, it was still a rare delicacy that he could never forget for many years in his previous life. Later, when he had another chance to catch sparrows and wanted to relive the experience, he discovered that they were now protected animals. Just as the 5 sparrows had entered the trap, Lu Erzhu was about to close the net when he suddenly saw a 7-colored pheasant wandering over from afar. Lu Erzhu's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a rainbow pheasant, also known as a ring-necked pheasant. Although they will be protected animals in a few decades, they are not now. Moreover, it is as oily and juicy as a sparrow, and it also has a lot of meat. Lu Erzhu immediately abandoned his plan to catch the sparrow and stared intently at the plump pheasant. It's likely that many villagers go up the mountain to hunt, which has made these pheasants wary. The pheasant first carefully looked around before slowly walking towards the wooden basin. When it reached the wooden basin, it didn't go in completely, only half of its body was sticking out. It stretched its neck and pecked at a corn kernel. Once it confirmed that it was food and that it was very fresh, the pheasant instantly lost all its wariness and went over to start feasting. Lu Erzhu suddenly pulled on the willow branch, the wooden stick fell down, and the wooden basin covered the pheasant. Ha, a chicken is a chicken after all. Give it a little benefit and it'll let you do whatever you want, without caring about the future at all. Chirp chirp chirp. The pheasant frantically thrashed about in the wooden tub, screeching incessantly, trying to escape. Lu Erzhu immediately rushed over, lifted the wooden basin slightly, reached in, and without thinking twice, put whatever he touched into his mental space. Once there was no more movement under the wooden basin, he glanced at his mental space. Besides a pile of dirt and grass, there was a motionless pheasant and 2 sparrows. Hey, there's an unexpected bonus. Lu Erzhu was very happy, not only because he had food, but also because it proved that his method of catching animals was feasible. Then let's continue. After all, 1 chicken isn't enough for the whole family. He didn't just want to feed himself, he wanted to support his parents and repay his elder brother. After all, his older brother played a crucial role in enabling him to attend school peacefully in his previous life. My sister-in-law is also a good person. She is virtuous and capable, which goes without saying. More importantly, she is also very good to her own family. Because she was actually quite good-looking, but after her older brother died in her previous life, she refused to remarry. If it weren't for the death of her child that made her despair, she probably could have held on until she saw her mother off on her deathbed. Even now, they risk getting a few corn kernels and are willing to give them to themselves. Lu Erzhu reset the trap and returned to the tree to wait. After waiting for a whole afternoon, Lu Erzhu caught 5 pheasants and 35 sparrows. Actually, a rabbit visited the trap along the way, but it wasn't interested in the corn kernels and didn't fall for it. But that's enough. Looking at the already dark sky, Lu Erzhu walked home with a smile. Once he got back to his front door, he found a secluded, shady spot, took out all the pheasants, tied their feet with willow branches, and carried them inside. There was no other way. If anyone else saw Lu Erzhu carrying meat these days, he would definitely be questioned. If someone can't explain it clearly, not only will the person be severely punished, but the chicken will also be confiscated and end up in the dog's stomach. It's already lunchtime, and everyone's chimneys are billowing smoke. Regardless of whether there's food or not, you have to fill your stomach with water, even if it's just to boil some. Otherwise, you really can't sleep. But when Lu Erzhu entered the house, he found that there was no one in the yard and the stove was cold. There were a few people inside the house, and the sound of crying could be faintly heard. It was my own mother and sister-in-law crying. Lu Erzhu thought something had happened to his father again, and rushed into the house anxiously. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you crying, Mom? What happened? The room fell silent instantly. The 2 women stopped crying and turned to look at Lu Erzhu. The 2 men were also stunned, forgetting to smoke their pipes and letting them burn on their own. Only little Lu Yunning cried out, "Uncle's back. Uncle didn't run away because of me. Wah-ah-ah." Hearing the crying, the people in the house finally came to their senses. Lu Daliang suddenly stood up and asked in surprise, "Zuzi, you didn't go back to school?" "Go back to school? What would I do back at school? Didn't we all say we weren't going to study anymore?" Lu Erzhu was completely bewildered. "Well, it's because you didn't come back all afternoon. We thought you were just fooling us this morning and actually ran away quietly," Lu Daliang explained somewhat awkwardly. The little girl wiped away her tears and said, "Uncle, I won't fight you for cornbread anymore. I'll give you 3 cornbreads when I grow up. Please don't leave, okay? I don't want Grandma and Mom to cry anymore." The girl thought that she had eaten her uncle's cornbread, and that he was so angry that he didn't come home all afternoon, which had terrified him. Upon hearing this, Li Qiqi, the eldest sister-in-law, immediately hugged her daughter and wiped away her tears with her rough hands, feeling extremely distressed. All right, everyone's back now, why are you still crying? You're so annoying. Damn it, hurry up and cook. I'm starving. Old man Lu Fuxian cursed impatiently and chased them away, but then turned away to wipe his tears. Upon hearing her husband's words, Niu Honghua quickly agreed. Actually, she felt guilty too. It's bad enough that they've forced their son to stop studying, but now they're thinking such bad things about him. But that's how rural parents are, an apology is out of the question. They can only make up for it with good food. So Niu Honghua got up and walked out. Zuzi, you must be exhausted after being out all afternoon. Sit down and rest for a while. I'll go to the village to borrow some cornmeal and make you some cornbread. Helplessly, Lu Erzha blocked his mother's way and held up the pheasants he was carrying. Mom, look what this is. This is the haul I got this afternoon. The group was so excited about Lu Erzha's return that they hadn't really noticed the pheasants, but now they all stared wide-eyed at them. Seeing it up close, Niu Honghua was even more shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness." Li Qiqi also jumped up suddenly, overjoyed. Chicken. Liangzi. Mother. It's a chicken. Hearing the two women so excited they could barely speak, Lu Erzha immediately laughed. But when he looked at his father and elder brother, he found that they didn't seem happy at all. Instead, they looked quite flustered. Lu Fuxian sat up abruptly and muttered, "What are you two idiots yelling about? You'll call the security team soon." The two women quickly covered their mouths tightly. Lu Dalian hurried over, grabbed his younger brother's hand, and asked nervously, "Zuzi, where did you get the chicken? You didn't steal it, did you?" "Brother, this thing is a pheasant, not a domestic chicken. Where are we going to steal it? I caught these with a trap. Remember those corn kernels you gave me? I used them to make a trap." Lu Erzha explained in an annoyed tone. Lu Daliang looked surprised. "So you didn't ask me for those few corn kernels at noon just to satisfy your craving?" Then, he couldn't help but get excited. "My brother is so smart, I never thought he could do that. He's a cultured man. I was overthinking it. How could a cultured man do something as bad as stealing?" Lu Erzha really wanted to tell his older brother, "You're wrong. Cultured people can be more ruthless than anyone else when they turn bad." But to avoid misunderstandings with family members, it's best not to say anything more. Everyone was overjoyed to see the chickens, except for the little girl, who looked bewildered and curiously tugged at the pants her mother had just sewn. "Mom, are those colorful things chickens too? Can we eat them?" Upon hearing this, the people in the room fell silent again. "Is it edible?" "Chicken is definitely edible. It was really delicious." However, these were caught by Lu Erzha, and whether they could eat them or not was up to Lu Erzha. The room fell silent for a moment because of the little girl's innocent question. Li Qiqi picked up her daughter first, lowered her head and said, "Liangzi, Nizai is a little sleepy, I'll take Nizai home first." In these days, no family has any surplus grain, especially since it's such delicious, no one would share it. So Li Qiqi was too embarrassed to ask Lu Erzha for food, and even more afraid that she would be ashamed if she showed her craving, so she decided to go home first. The clueless little girl, unaware of what was happening, heard Li Qiqi say she was sleepy and immediately cried out, "Mommy, I'm not sleepy." "Wah!" Li Qiqi quickly covered the little girl's mouth and hurriedly walked away, not daring to look at the pheasant, afraid that tears would flow from her mouth. Lu Daliang scratched his head and walked out in silence, too embarrassed to eat the chicken his younger brother had caught. The reason for calling his younger brother back is that he, as the older brother, is useless and can't support his parents. If he were to steal food from his younger brother and parents now, wouldn't he have no shame? Lu Erzha quickly stopped the two of them, glaring at them. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to cook. Our whole family will eat later." This sentence left the whole family completely bewildered. Li Qiqi couldn't believe that Lu Erzha was willing to give meat to her family. Lu Daliang and his parents couldn't believe that Lu Erzha could cook. After all, Lu Erzha wouldn't say he was completely pampered, but he certainly never lifted a finger. "When did you learn to cook?" Niu Honghua looked at Lu Erzha with a suspicious gaze. His behavior was very strange all day. One minute he promises he won't study anymore, the next he catches a pheasant, and now he can even cook. This doesn't seem like the youngest son she knew at all. Possessed by evil spirits, it must be possession. It seems the scolding at noon didn't work, so they really had to force-feed him shit? Lu Fuxian, as the father, thought more deeply and suspected that his son might have been bullied at school and forced to serve others all day, which is why he learned to cook. Lu Erzha felt incredibly frustrated seeing his family looking at him with suspicion. Who told him to be so useless before? Believe it or not, I'm going to cook now. Tonight, our whole family will have meat. Lu Erzha turned and went into the yard with a dark face. "Meat?" The little girl's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Oh, meat! Mom, Uncle said we can eat meat. Liangzi, what should we do?" Li Qiqi asked her husband in a low voice, her big, watery eyes filled with tension and a hint of anticipation. Seeing his happy daughter and his wife constantly swallowing her saliva, Lu Daliang made up his mind, I'll go help start the fire. Forget about saving face today, let's get a meal from my younger brother first. Li Qiqi's face lit up with joy. She quickly handed her daughter to Lu Daliang and said happily, how can a man do this? I'll go and start a fire for Zuzi. Then what should I do? Lu Daliang hurriedly shouted. You and your stupid mother go kill a chicken. Lu Fuxian glared and cursed, what a bunch of good-for-nothings. They're so greedy for meat they're like idiots, slurping away. As Lu Fuxian was speaking, he inadvertently drooled, and was immediately extremely embarrassed. Lu Daliang immediately laughed, Dad, you're the one who's talking about me. You were drooling more than Nizai. The little girl giggled incessantly, stroking her cheeks repeatedly with her hands. Grandpa's drooling, Grandpa's embarrassed. Hearing his granddaughter making fun of him, Lu Fuxian couldn't hold back anymore and laughed and cursed, damn it, I'm a good-for-nothing too. Our family is full of gluttons. Seeing that the three of them were still smiling, Niu Honghua said irritably, you three are really silly and greedy. Don't you think something's wrong with Zhu Ziyi? Why is he acting like this today, like this? Mother, are you saying that Zuzi is more sensible than before? Lu Daliang asked. Niu Honghua meant this, but saying it out loud always made her younger brother seem ignorant. Now that her eldest son had pointed it out, she pinched Lu Daliang somewhat unhappily, you little rascal, how can you say your younger brother is ignorant? Lu Daliang said aggrievedly, Mom, that's exactly what you meant. I'm just understanding the spirit of the words. Get out of here. I'm going to tell your father. Niu Honghua couldn't argue with her eldest son, so she simply kicked him out. Okay, all done. Lu Daliang left happily. He couldn't wait to go out and help his younger brother start a fire and cook. Just thinking about the smell of stewed chicken made his mouth water. Looking at her simple-minded son, Niu Honghua sighed and looked at her husband. Father, do you think Zuzi is possessed by an evil spirit? I think you're possessed. Lu Fuxian glared and cursed, my son is old enough to be filial to his parents, is that not enough? What, does he have to die before that brat grows up to be my age before he understands anything? Niu Honghua was scolded so badly she couldn't retaliate, but she actually felt relieved. She trusted no one but her own man in this life. Because Lu Fuxian was the young master of a landlord's family, he had no worries about food and clothing since childhood and was taught by a private tutor. Later, when people started playing cards, Lu Fuxian originally wanted to escape, but he was tricked by his own family and didn't have time to escape. In order to save his life, he pretended to be generous and handed over all his belongings. Those who didn't know the inside story praised him, which saved him and allowed him to be identified as a poor peasant. In the courtyard, Lu Daliang ran out of the house, only to bump into Li Qiqi running in a panic. What's wrong with you? Why are you in such a panic? Zhu is just butchering a chicken, why do you act like you're the one who's going to be slaughtered? Lu Daliang teased his wife. My God, that pillar is practically trying to kill me. Li Qiqi was so anxious that she couldn't even speak. Surely not? We were just asking for a free meal. If he didn't want to, he could just kick us out. Why would he go to such lengths to rip us off? Lu Daliang said incredulously. Li Qiqi couldn't explain it, and in her anxiety, she stamped her feet. She simply pushed her husband out and said, see for yourself. Lu Daliang glanced at it curiously. In the courtyard, Lu Erzha was squatting on the ground, holding a chicken's neck in one hand and a knife in the other. His posture was reliable and his knife skills were superb. The little girl squatted down to the side, looking quite serious, but she didn't dare to look. She covered her eyes with her two little hands, swallowed her saliva, and whispered that the chicks were so pitiful. No problem. As Lu Daliang was pondering this, he discovered that after his younger brother killed the first chicken, he actually wanted to kill a second one. He immediately understood what his wife meant and hurriedly shouted, Zhu Ziyi, spare his life, oh no, spare the chicken. Lu Erzha knew that his elder brother and sister-in-law were thinking the same thing, killing a chicken and eating it together as a family. He even believed that these people would dare to eat that one chicken for 10 days or half a month. But the family of 7, including 5 adults, had been going hungry and lacking in nutrients for a long time, and had been working hard all the time, so their bodies were already depleted. Pheasants aren't very oily, and if we stew all 5 of them, who knows how much of the nutrients we'll get? Lu Erzha naturally showed no mercy. Brother Chicken, dedicate yourself to the great working people. Lu Daliang ran over to stop him very quickly. Unfortunately, Lu Erzha had no interest in women, and his swordsmanship was incredibly fast. All 5 chickens had their throats slit, and they clucked incessantly in Lu Erzha's arms. Lu Erzha looked up and saw Lu Daliang's dumbfounded expression. He said helplessly, brother, stop staring at me like that. It'll be a waste if you don't help us out. Lu Daliang sighed, squatted down to help hold the chickens down, and let their blood flow into the wooden basin. In the future, this chicken blood will become a part of the glorious working people. Since the chicken had already been killed, it would be a waste not to process it, so Lu Daliang simply helped with the slaughtering. The main reason is that he genuinely felt sorry for his younger brother when he saw him working. Of course, it's the chickens that feel sorry for us. Those chicken feathers are such good things. They can be given to the production team to exchange for work points, and they can be put in clothes to keep warm in winter. My own brother actually wants to scald them with boiling water. After that, they can't be used. And chicken butts, such a delicious and fragrant thing, and my spendthrift younger brother actually cut them off and threw them away. Li Qiqi then brought her mother-in-law out of the house, and both women were heartbroken. It would be good to keep the pheasant to lay eggs, but since they had already killed him, the two of them helped clean up the mess. The three of them carefully and gently plucked the chicken's feathers, and after each feather was plucked, they thoughtfully smoothed it out and placed it aside. After plucking the chicken feathers, he took out the chicken heart, liver, gizzard, and intestines and cleaned them. On the other side, while the others weren't paying attention, Lu Erja secretly used the space to harvest some corn and made some of it into cornmeal. In those famine years, people would crush whole ears of corn in order to eat more food. All the corn kernels and husks, corn cobs, were crushed together and mixed into the flour. Flour made this way is hard and difficult to digest, often causing constipation, and some people have even experienced intestinal obstruction. Lu Erja naturally wouldn't let his family eat that kind of thing again, so he made the purest, finest cornmeal. While his family wasn't looking, he secretly took out the cornmeal, put it into the grain bag at home, and then took out half a basin of cornmeal from the grain bag to start making pancakes. Niu Honghua turned her head unintentionally and saw her son kneading dough. Her eyes widened immediately. Corn flour? Zuzi, where did you get this? Her voice was trembling, she was terrified. The pheasant could be said to have been caught in the mountains. Surely this cornmeal couldn't have been caught from the mountains, could it? Lu Daliang and his wife also turned around and stared intently at the bag of flour that looked like golden particles. They had never seen such good cornmeal in their entire lives. Even when they were eating communal meals in the production team, Li Qiqi had secretly peeked at the white flour in the canteen and felt that it didn't look as tempting as this cornmeal. Lu Erju had already prepared an excuse and calmly said, "I earned this by cooking for my classmates at school. They said I cook well, so this is my salary. I forgot to take it out before." The people around clearly didn't believe it. Don't believe me? Just watch my cooking. Lu Erja deftly grabbed a few pheasants and quickly chopped them into pieces. Then I took out the last half scallion, a small piece of ginger the size of a finger, and half a head of garlic and processed them all. Niu Honghua was somewhat surprised by his beautiful knife skills as he processed the materials. She hadn't expected her son to actually be able to cook, but then she felt a pang of heartache. Those seasonings should have lasted her 3 months. How come she used them all up in one meal? Lu Daliang didn't care about any of that. He had never seen a chef in the countryside, so when he saw Lu Erju's knife skills, he couldn't help but applaud and cheer as if he were watching a circus act. Li Qiqi muttered to herself, "This is the first time a man has ever been better at chopping vegetables than a woman." Only the little girl was staring intently at the chicken, her mouth watering. Heat the pan, add the last bit of oil you have at home, stir-fry the seasonings until fragrant, then add the chicken pieces and stir-fry until slightly golden brown. Unfortunately, soy sauce these days is too basic. There's no distinction between light and dark soy sauce, but it's enough for coloring. After the chicken was cooked, water was added. Lu Erja took out coarse salt from the jar, ground it into a fine powder, and added it to the pot while sighing. Actually, he wanted to make a stew in an iron pot, but unfortunately he didn't have hazel mushrooms or dried green beans, let alone potatoes or carrots. Vermicelli? Don't even dream about it. Without these ingredients, the stew in the iron pot won't be authentic, and the taste will be much worse. The most important thing is that there is no cooking wine. Fortunately, we still had some dried chili peppers at home, which helped a little. Finally, Lu Erja cut 5 ears of corn into sections and threw them in, just to get a semblance of flavor. After everything was done, Lu Erja turned to the group and asked, "How was it? My skills are pretty good, right? Looks like I could give my classmates some private lessons, right?" The group nodded repeatedly, completely believing it, and then they all ran over to start examining the cornmeal. Lu Daliang subconsciously reached into the bag and touched it, and was immediately overjoyed. "Mom, this stuff is so smooth, even smoother than Kui's face when she was 17. You idiot, what nonsense are you talking about?" Li Qiqi blushed a little when she heard this comment. Lu Erja kindly reminded her, "Sister-in-law, did my brother mean that your face isn't smooth anymore?" Li Qiqi was stunned for a moment, then angrily pinched Lu Daliang's waist. "You heartless fool, I've worked so hard to raise your children, tend to the crops during the day, and take care of you when I get home, and now you're complaining that I'm not slippery enough? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wife, I didn't mean it that way." Lu Daliang cried out as his wife pinched him. Seeing that she didn't let go, he immediately pleaded with Niu Honghua, "Mother, please tell your daughter-in-law, I'm being strangled to death." Unexpectedly, Niu Hunghua also reached out and pinched him hard, cursing, "Pinch you? Why don't you just strangle you to death? Your hands are covered in chicken feathers and blood, how dare you touch such a clean stick?" It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. When Li Qiqi saw the cornmeal that Lu Daliang had dirted, she became even more furious, and the soft flesh around her waist turned 360 degrees. Lu Daliang's dark face turned purple with pain, and he quickly fled to a distance to escape the clutches of the two women. But the two women weren't going to give up and kept chasing after him to teach him a lesson. Seeing his older brother jumping around and yelling, Lu Erju couldn't help but laugh. Although it might seem like I'm sabotaging my brother, it's really entertaining to see others get beaten up. The little girl next to him was clearly worried about her dad, and kept shouting in her sweet little voice, "Go, Dad. Dad will win." These words enraged Li Qiqi, who rushed over to pinch the little girl's ear. "You brat, have I spoiled you for nothing? How dare you cheer for your father?" The little girl quickly ran away. Lu Erja tried to hug and protect the girl, but the little girl bypassed him and darted into the house with her short legs. "Grandpa, help! My mom wants to eat your girl." Lu Erju's smile froze slightly. He was right beside her, but the girl ran off to somewhere else, which clearly meant she wasn't close to him. He longed to be close to everyone in his family, so the little girl's instinctive reaction left him somewhat disappointed. "That's normal, though. You've been studying away from home all this time. How could you possibly reconcile with your family over just one meal, or even before you've had one? We still need to work harder." This family war ended with Lu Daliang feeling sorry for his wife and mother who were running around breathlessly, and he stopped and voluntarily accepted the punishment. While waiting, Lu Erju had already placed several cornbreads on the side of the pot, and a fragrant aroma was wafting out from it. Niu Hunghua, Li Qiqi, and Lu Daliang didn't care about anything else. They squatted around the stove, greedily inhaling the aroma of meat, their faces full of satisfaction. The villagers were all poor, and it was normal for them to go a whole year without seeing meat, so they didn't even have the chance to smell it. Even the little girl peeked out from inside the house, wanting to come over but afraid of being beaten by Li Qiqi. Lu Erja stood to the side watching the group, feeling a sense of warmth and comfort. He hadn't felt this warm feeling of his family being together for decades. "Although I had a wife, children, and even grandchildren in my previous life. But he felt like he was always focused on making money for himself, for his wife, for his children, and for his grandson. Warmth and happiness? Perhaps it happened. But looking back, all I can think of is exhaustion and pain. He didn't want to live like that again." The rice was finally cooked, and Lu Erja lifted the lid to take a look. The dark brown broth in the iron pot was thick and fragrant, bubbling away, while the delicious chicken inside tumbled around, its aroma making one's mouth water. And the cornbread stuck to the side of the pot, each one was golden brown and incredibly crispy when pressed with your hand. Seeing his mother bring over a small bowl to serve the meat, he was both amused and annoyed. "Mom, why didn't you bring a teacup? What's the point of this bowl?" Niu Hunghua patiently coaxed. "We don't have any teacups at home. Besides, Zuza, these days it's good enough to be able to eat meat. Just give each person a bite to taste, that's enough. Do you really expect to be full?" Lu Daliang and his wife nodded repeatedly in agreement. Only the little girl shook her head repeatedly, then was glared at by Li Qiqi, and hurriedly switched to nodding, with a fawning smile on her face. "Mom, look how good I am, can I skip that beating just now?" Li Qiqi ignored the silly girl, because she had almost forgotten about her if she didn't mention it. Lu Erju ignored his mother's nagging and went to get the bowls and chopsticks. He served everyone a large bowl, then put the golden flatbread on a plate and brought them to the table. Looking at the table full of meat, Niu Hunghua was still rambling on. "It's not that using so much oil in cooking is wasteful, it's just that nobody eats meat like that." She planned to feed her youngest son first, and then find a way to store the rest of the meat, which would be enough for a year's worth of oil and fat. Even Lu Daliang and Li Qiqi, who had been craving it just moments before, dared not sit down and stood far away. If you give them a piece or two to try, they'll shamelessly eat it. But now that a big bowl is placed in front of them, they are really stunned. Who would freeload off someone and end up bankrupt? Lu Erja tried to persuade them twice, but they still refused to eat. Seeing that persuasion was useless, he first picked up a bowl of chicken and placed it on his father's bedside. He waved to the little girl again. "Little girl, your grandma and your parents are crazy. They won't eat meat even when they see it. Come here, let's eat some meat, okay?" The young girl instinctively glanced at Li Qiqi, wanting to go over, but not daring to. Li Qiqi wanted to say something, but Lu Erja didn't give her a chance. He went forward, picked up the little girl, sat her down at the table, and used his chopsticks to put a small piece of meat into her mouth. Nizai was still too young to resist the fragrant meat, so she timidly opened her little mouth and took a small bite. This made her incredibly happy, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. "Is it good?" Lu Erju asked with a smile. The little girl didn't dare to speak, afraid that the meat would grow legs and run away from her mouth, so she nodded emphatically to show that she was very happy. Seeing that the girl was so beautiful that her eyes were sparkling, Lu Erzha was also very happy and brought his chopsticks closer. The little girl finally swallowed the meat she had been reluctant to eat, and then happily ate the whole piece. Meanwhile, the little girl secretly thought to herself, "My uncle is so good to me, giving me meat to eat. I promise I'll make sure he eats cornbread every day from now on, and he absolutely must have meat at least once a year." The young girl was determined. She was even going to arrange for all the meat to be given to her uncle. Then, Lu Erzha also picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. While chewing, he said, "Girl, don't worry, there's plenty of meat today. There are also 3 people standing guard for us, so I guarantee no one will dare to steal it." Niu Honghua and the other 2 standing in the distance were also so hungry they could hardly stand still, and they were amused by what they heard. Lu Daliang decided to set a bad example, so he dragged Li Qiqi to the table and said loudly, "Wife, eat. Zhu Ziyi made me get pinched by you and mother, so I have to eat a bowl of meat to make up for it." Li Qiqi rolled her eyes at her husband, and even though the chopsticks were shoved into her hand, she still subconsciously looked at Niu Honghua. Niu Honghua could only sigh and walk over to sit down. Eat up, eat up. Since it was Zhu Ziyi who brought it, let him do whatever he wants with it. Hey, that's right. Lu Erzha nodded repeatedly. I caught the chicken, I cooked the food, and I told you to eat it, so what's there to be afraid of? Right, Dad? Lu Fuxian had just picked up his chopsticks when he heard this and couldn't help but sigh. Zuzi, you've grown up. Zhu Ziyi is really capable. I've never heard of anyone being able to get so much meat. Li Qiqi quickly chimed in with praise. After all, she felt obligated to help him. Lu Daliang had already started eating, his eyes shining. Wife, you have to try this chicken, it smells so good. Li Qiqi couldn't help but roll her eyes at this simpleton. What's wrong with saying something nice when you're eating someone else's food? However, after taking a bite of the chicken, she was immediately surprised. A few years ago, when she was still eating in the cafeteria, she also ate stewed chicken, but the chicken meat was very tough and hard to chew. But at this moment, the chicken was incredibly tender, and every bite was bursting with flavor, requiring absolutely no effort. And those corn tortillas, with their golden brown, crispy crust that makes a crunching sound when you bite into them, are incredibly soft and delicious inside. The whole family of 4 was so happy they almost cried. Except for Lu Fuxian when he was a child, none of the others had ever eaten such a good thing in their lives. But while he could eat, Lu Erzha was the only one who truly ate to his heart's content. Li Qiqi would take a few bites and then stop for a while, feeling embarrassed to eat more. Lu Daliang claimed to be shameless, but he only ate 2 pieces of meat. Then he took the bones that Li Qiqi and Xiao Nizai couldn't eat, chewed them up, and ate them with gusto. He was still very pleased with himself. Niu Honghua was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore. Before she knew it, she had eaten a few extra pieces. She regretted it terribly and secretly slapped her hand several times, blaming herself for being a glutton. Looking at this family, Lu Erzha felt both heartbroken and distressed. But he didn't try to persuade them any further. After all, they had lived such frugal lives for so many years, it was impossible to expect them to suddenly eat as freely as people in later generations. He could only feed the little girl until she was full, and even let her eat most of a boiled corn. The little girl was so happy that she didn't feel like a stranger to him anymore. Ignoring the oil on her mouth, she hugged him and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. This made Lu Erzha very happy. He subconsciously reached into his pocket, wanting to give Nizai 2 pieces of candy and let her kiss him a couple of times. He reached out and found nothing again. Damn it, I have to go buy a bunch of candy and put it in my pocket later. After finishing their meal, Lu Daliang and Li Qiqi were barely full. Niu Honghua ate until she was about 70 to 80% full, but then, for some reason, she started wiping away tears again. However, seeing the occasional relieved smile on her face, it was clear that she was happy. When Lu Erzha went to take Lu Fuxian's bowl, he found that there was more than half a bowl of minced meat left. That clearly means they removed all the bones and ate them, leaving only the meat. Seeing that Lu Erzha was a little angry, Lu Fuxian laughed and said, "You little brat, are you trying to rebel? You dare to give me attitude? Besides, you know, you are what you eat. I get better faster from eating bones and legs. What do you know?" Lu Erzha was both annoyed and amused, so he could only helplessly put the bowl on the table. After dinner, the family sat on the stools, and no one wanted to get up and move around. It would be so uncomfortable to digest something so good all at once. The little girl was burping from her full meal. She wanted to run around and play, but her mother glared at her, and she obediently sat down to the side. After he had almost finished digesting, Lu Erzha wanted to clear the dishes, but his mother and Li Qiqi pushed him aside. Li Qiqi, unusually, glared at Lu Erzha and scolded him, "You silly boy, what kind of man does this kind of work? When you get married in the future, don't be like the landlord's silly son, spoiling his wife so much that she can't do anything right." In this day and age, any wife who dares to say that she makes her husband cook and wash dishes at home would be laughed at to death. Even other women wouldn't envy her, they would look down on her instead. It's as if the most normal situation is that a man wouldn't even bother to pick up a spilled soy sauce bottle at home. If Lu Erzhou hadn't insisted on showing off his cooking skills, even as the eldest sister-in-law, she wouldn't have dared to let him do such a job. Otherwise, she would definitely have been pointed at and gossiped about as a shrew who bullied her in-laws. Lu Daliang, who was listening nearby, felt something was off. QI, you can say whatever you want, but why are you talking about the landlord's stupid son? Isn't that insulting our father? Li QI was speechless. She looked at her parents, then at her husband, and finally blushed deeply. She pinched Lu Daliang hard a few times and said, "You think you're so smart? My brother lets me eat meat until I'm full, and I still scold my father-in-law. Am I even a human being? Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Mother, look at your daughter-in-law." Lu Daliang cried out as he complained. Niu Honghua ignored him and glared at him, saying, "Serves you right. QI, put in some effort." "Okay, mother." Li QI resolutely carried out her mother-in-law's order, pinching Lu Daliang so he could escape out the door. The little girl giggled nonstop while watching and wanted to go out and play too. Lu Erzhou simply carried her outside, where he saw his older brother carefully lighting his pipe. From a great distance, he could smell the pungent odor and instinctively waved his hand, asking, "Brother, what kind of smoke is that? Why is it so pungent?" "Hee, what do you know, you silly zoo? This is a great thing to relieve fatigue and boost your strength." Lu Daliang chuckled and handed over his pipe. "Want a puff?" Lu Erzhou quickly stepped back, about to refuse. The little girl immediately covered his mouth, shaking her head like a rattle drum. "Dad, Uncle doesn't smoke, his breath stinks after he smokes." Lu Daliang glared at her. "You brat, who said smoking makes your mouth smell bad?" "That's true. Every time you kiss me, Dad, your mouth smells bad. And your beard is prickly," the little girl said angrily. "I'll kiss you, I'll prick you." Lu Daliang was also happy today, and deliberately buried his face in his daughter's arms. The little girl cried out in surprise and, like a little roe deer, buried herself in Lu Erzhou's arms, hugging her face tightly, leaving only her little bottom exposed to her father. Lu Daliang didn't mind and affectionately bit the little girl's bottom, making her laugh non-stop. Lu Erzhou watched with a smile, only holding the little girl to prevent her from falling, without stopping the two. However, the smoke from the pipe next to him was making him a little hungry. He wished he could have one right now. After all, he had a hard life in his previous life, which led to a significant smoking addiction. In his past life, his wife and daughter-in-law always disliked his smoking and tried to control him on many occasions. Little did he know that even this small cigarette could help him catch his breath. After the two women finished cleaning up the dishes, Lu Daliang's family prepared to go home. Lu Erzhou knew it would be difficult to get them to come over for dinner tomorrow, so he quickly filled a large bowl with meat and grabbed a few cornbread cakes. "Brother, take the meat with you." "No way, no way. What kind of behavior is it to eat and take things at the same time?" Lu Daliang glared at him. "It's not for you to eat, it's for Xiaohu. If you have time, take it to Xiaohu." Lu Erzhou shoved the bowl into his older brother's hands without saying a word. Lu Daliang's family has two children. Nizai is the second daughter, and the eldest son is named Lu Xiaohu, who was sent to work as an apprentice when he was just 10 years old. Although it was called being an apprentice, it was really no different from being a servant. You didn't learn anything every day, and you were constantly being beaten and scolded. Before dinner, Lu Erzhou wanted his older brother to call Huzi back, but his brother refused, saying that last time the child missed home and they brought him back to stay for one night, but Huzi was thought by his master to be lazy and was whipped 5 times. Since then, he has not dared to call people back casually. Lu Erzhou was both angry and heartbroken, but after all, he was just a nephew, not a son, and it was not appropriate for him to interfere with his elder brother's family's decision. So he didn't force Hu Ziyi to come back earlier. Now, he could at least deliver a bowl of meat, right? Upon hearing Lu Erzhou's words, Li Qiui's eyes immediately reddened, and she burst into tears. Actually, she felt sorry for her son who didn't get to eat meat while she was eating. She thought of secretly hiding 2 pieces to send to him, but Lu Daliang kicked her quietly and she didn't dare to do it. She didn't expect that her brother-in-law would still remember his nephew and wanted to send him a bowl of chicken. But Lu Daliang still felt bad and didn't want it. Lu Erzhou simply shoved the rice bowl into Xiao Enai's hands. "Here you go." The little girl was barely taller than a person's calf, and she was holding a bowl that was bigger than her face, looking somewhat apprehensive. Lu Daliang was worried that his daughter would break the bowl, so he wanted to take it from her but felt embarrassed. Niu Honghua took charge, glaring at Lu Daliang. "You two good-for-nothings, is this for you?" This is Zhu Ziyi's way of showing affection to his nephew and niece. "If you two dare to steal it when you get back, I'll break your legs." Upon hearing this, Lu Daliang hurriedly took the bowl from his daughter's hand, then patted Lu Erzhou's shoulder, his eyes red, unable to speak. Hurry up and send it to Xiaohu, it won't taste good if it gets cold." Lu Erzhou urged with a smile. The family of 3 then carried their bowls outside. After they left, Li Qiqi was still crying, sobbing as she said, Liangzi, how come Zuzi is so good? How come I'm so lucky to have such a good man like you, and such a good brother-in-law? Why hee, in my dad's words, it's because his seed is good. Don't worry, my offspring are good too. I guarantee that Xiaohe will be just as successful as his uncle in the future. Lu Daliang chuckled sheepishly. These words amused Li Qiqi, who wiped away her tears and said, please, give me a break. I'll be grateful if Xiaohe grows up to be half as smart as his uncle. Mom, what about me? The little girl jumped up and down on the ground, constantly trying to get her mother's attention. Li Qiqi was afraid that she would get hungry from jumping around, so she quickly picked her up and laughed. You? Just like your father, you're as simple-minded as a fool. No, you're a little fool. The little girl was too young to understand what it meant, but seeing her mother speaking with a smile, she took it as a compliment and clapped her hands happily. Dad is a simpleton, and I'm a little simpleton. Mom, aren't you happy that we have two simpletons in our family? Li Qiqi was laughing so hard she could hardly breathe, bending over backwards. Ha ha ha, happy, why wouldn't I be happy? Oh my silly daughter, you're making your mother laugh to death. Seeing her mother happy, the little girl cheered even more, no longer calling for her father, and directly shouted at Lu Daliang, big fool, it's me, little fool. Lu Daliang's face darkened, and he glared at his daughter with annoyance. I wonder who this silly girl took after. After seeing off my eldest brother's family, Lu Erju and his family of 3 then went to sleep on the khan, a heated brick bed. His family only had one room, which is the legendary 1 bedroom and 0 living room, so the 3 of them squeezed onto one khan, a heated brick bed. It was late at night, and Lu Erju couldn't fall asleep. He was waiting for the right time. His father wasn't asleep either. On the other side of the khan, a heated brick bed, someone kept gasping for air and making gritting noises. After all, Lu Fuxian had broken his leg. Although he had received some treatment, his family had no money, so they could only ask a barefoot doctor to help set the bone back in place and use some herbs to relieve the pain. Now that the effects of the herbs have worn off, it's starting to hurt. Lu Fuxian was afraid of disturbing the mother and son's sleep, so he kept enduring it, gritting his teeth until his cheeks ached. Lu Erju felt sorry for him. He guessed that most of the villagers were asleep, so he got up and whispered, Dad, I'm going to go find my classmate. He has some herbs to treat leg pain. Lu Fuxian quickly said, Zuzi, don't go, Dad doesn't care. Dad, that classmate still owes me money for 3 meals. I have to get it back, and besides, his house isn't far away. Lu Erju could only tell a small lie. Then you should go again tomorrow. Zuzi, Lu Fuxian called out several times, but his son didn't turn around. His eyes were filled with loneliness and guilt. He felt that he was really old and useless. It's so late, and you still want your son to go out to find medicine? What if he gets into some trouble? Lu Erju went out the door and headed straight for the house of the village's big-tongued man. Big Tongue was the village's barefoot doctor. People would go to him for treatment when they had an illness they couldn't handle. Lu Fuxian had previously broken his leg, and it was he who gave him some basic treatment. The treatment was simply to realign the bones and give them a bowl of homemade pain-relieving herbs. Knock knock knock. Lu Erju gently knocked on the door of the man with a speech impediment. The man with a lisp, who was diligently studying a barefoot doctor's manual inside, was puzzled by the knocking. Who is it, coming so late at night? His wife, who was already huddled under the covers on the khan, heated brick bed, pouted and said, Who else could be coming to see you this late at night? It must be Fuxian's family. Big Tongue patted his bald head. That's right, the effects of that painkiller should have worn off by now, and it must be hurting right now. Seeing the man with a lisp about to leave, his wife glared at him and said, What are you going to do? I'm going to take a piss. The man with the lisp felt a little guilty and quickly lied. The woman said irritably, Do you think I'm stupid? You're going to get medicine for Lu Fuxian, right? I know you're kind and honest, but you didn't charge him for setting his bones and even gave him a free bowl of herbal soup, which is already more than enough. You always say that doctors have the heart of parents, but think about our family. The medicine is rationed by the higher authorities. If you run out of medicine and don't pay the money, not only will you lose your job as a doctor, but you'll also be sent to a labor camp. How are we, a widow and orphan, supposed to survive? Looking at his youngest son and daughter, who were fast asleep on the khan, a heated brick bed, and then thinking of his eldest son's family of 4 living in the next courtyard, he sighed heavily and said, I understand. Knock knock knock. Just then, the knocking sounded again. Big Tongue felt inexplicably irritated. He slammed the book shut, his face dark, and strode out. Seeing this, his wife couldn't help but curse. She quickly got up and dressed, muttering as she did so, What a temper. I didn't ask you to deliver the medicine for free, I didn't ask you to go and fight with someone. The man with the list strode to the courtyard gate, opened it with a look of annoyance, and then softened his expression when he saw who was in front of him. Oh, it's Zhu Zi. When did you get back? Never scold a filial son, never laugh at a disabled person. Lu Erzha came late at night to ask for medicine for his father. Although Dashi was unhappy, he couldn't just confront him directly. "Uncle, my father's leg is in terrible pain. I'd like to trade some grain for some medicine from you," Lu Erzha explained, picking up a bag of cornmeal. He used his mental space to crush the cornmeal, deliberately without removing the husks, and simply omitted the corn cobs. After all, pure cornmeal is very rare in rural areas. It's fine for Lu Erzha's family to eat it, but if outsiders find out, it will inevitably cause trouble. The man with the thick tongue, who was already thinking about how to refuse Lu Erzha's offer to buy on credit, was stunned when he saw the cornmeal. "Uncle? Uncle?" Lu Erzha looked at the dumbfounded Dali and shook him with his hand. Startled awake, Big Tongue grabbed Lu Erzha and dragged him into the courtyard, locking the gate behind him. He then hissed, "Where did you get this food, you brat?" "It's the leftover grain from my family's past." Lu Erzha lied without batting an eye. "Bullshit." Big Tongue was furious. "Your dad said half a month ago that there was no food at home and that we were surviving on wild vegetables. Besides, with your mom's doting attitude towards her husband, if there was any surplus food at home, she would have already traded it with me. I'm warning you, you little brat. You only took the food to exchange for medicine because your father was injured. Now, return it to where you took it from, and I'll pretend I don't know anything about it. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Your father sent you to school, not so you could learn to steal chickens and dogs." Just then, the woman came out of the house and saw the man with a lisp pointing at Lu Erzha and muttering under his breath, which didn't seem like he was saying anything nice. She immediately went over and pinched her husband. "You old fool, what kind of airs are you putting on with the child? Can't you talk to him properly? You have no idea how infuriating this little brat is. Hey, stop pinching him, just look for yourself." The man with the lisp wanted to explain, but as soon as he cursed the little brat, his wife pinched him several times, so he could only grab the grain and show it to his wife. The woman was startled when she saw that the bag of flour weighed at least 10 pounds. She stared wide-eyed at Lu Erzha and asked, "Where did this come from?" Lu Erzha had been trying to interject, but the man with the lisp spoke too fast and didn't give him a chance. Now that the woman with the lisp had spoken, Lu Erzha finally had a chance to interrupt her. He quickly explained, "Uncle with the lisp, and Zyulian, please don't be angry. I did lie. This grain doesn't belong to my family. I earned it by helping my classmates copy their homework when I was in school. Damn it, how can you lie at home and then lie again outside? You can make money by copying homework?" And Zyulian looked incredulous. The man with the big tongue looked skeptical. "It's true, when I was training at the county hospital, some classmates asked me to write cheat sheets for them to pass exams or help them copy homework to appease the teachers. They all paid me, but we only got a cigarette or two. How did you manage to get so much grain?" Lu Erzha breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was someone who had gone to school, it would be fine. He immediately laughed and said, "Students don't smoke, and they don't have any money on them. They can use the grain their families give them as wages. This is what I've saved up for a semester. Besides, in our village, whether it's an individual or the production team's warehouse, everyone values grain more than their own life. Where am I supposed to steal it?" These words softened the expressions of the elderly couple in front of him, and they clearly believed him. After all, food was life itself in those days, and every household hid their food very well to prevent it from being stolen or robbed. Lu Erzha was away studying all year round and didn't know much about the village, so even if he wanted to steal, it wouldn't be easy for him. Having figured this out, Big Tongue opened the grain bag again and took another look, swallowing hard. His family had some surplus grain, but not much. This 10 jin of cornmeal, mixed with wild vegetable porridge, will sustain his family for 2 months. "Uncle, stop looking, hurry up and get me the medicine," Lu Erzha urged. "Okay, sure." The man with the lisp quickly went to get the medicine. He didn't take the government-issued medicine, as that cost money, so he only took the herbal medicine he had prepared himself. When he came running back with a large pile of medicine, he said to Lu Erzha with a slightly embarrassed expression, "This is a family recipe passed down through generations. It is very effective in treating broken hands and feet, and it can also reduce inflammation and relieve pain. The instructions for taking it are written on it. Also, remember this, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone. During this time, don't let your dad walk or do any work, or his leg will be ruined." Lu Erzha agreed and turned to leave. But the man with the lisp grabbed him again, saying irritably, "You little rascal, are these herbs made of gold? Are they worth 10 pounds of cornmeal? The Supply and Marketing Cooperative sells cornmeal for 11 cents, but it's unavailable. Cornmeal costs $1 or $2 on the black market, which I can't afford. Even if I have to lose face, I'll compromise and charge them 50 cents per pound. 10 pounds of cornmeal would still cost $5. The man with the lisp, working as a barefoot doctor, earned less than 3 yuan a month, including subsidies and work points. As for the pile of medicine in Lu Erzha's arms, even if Tashita gave him the full amount, it would only be worth $1 and 1 jiao. While doing mental calculations, the man with the lisp explained to Lu Erzhu how valuable the grain he had brought was. Hearing about the prices, Lu Erzhu felt sorry for Dashi and laughed. You're still short several yuan. How are you going to make up the difference? Consider this a loan of grain, okay? Big Tongue shook his head. How shameless of him to borrow so much grain in these times. Aunt Ziyulian was also full of worry, wanting food but feeling ashamed. Suddenly, the two spoke at the same time. Zhu Ziyi, how about I find you a wife? Zhu Ziyi, kowtow to me. Lu Erzhu looked at the old couple as if they were crazy. Aunt Ziyulian chuckled, you're old enough, yet so educated and good-looking. I guarantee I'll find you a good wife. Get out of here. The man with the lisp shooed him away impatiently, then said to Lu Erzhu, kowtowing to me is my way of becoming your master. From today onwards, you'll learn healing from me. These days, there's no saying that persuading someone to study medicine will result in being struck by lightning. Being a doctor is a highly coveted profession. Don't underestimate him just because he's a barefoot doctor. Many people want to become his apprentices. But people with lisps are arrogant and look down on ordinary people. Lu Erzhu, a young man who had attended junior high school, was not bad-looking and was generous, had taken a liking to him and decided to take him on as an apprentice. Lu Erzhu was naturally tempted to become a doctor, but thinking about how many doctors had fallen on hard times in a few years, he shook his head and said, Uncle, can you wait until I get home and ask my dad? Seeing Lu Erzhu's perfunctory attitude, Dashi was a little unhappy. Don't look down on me. My family has been practicing medicine for 5 generations. My ancestors were all imperial physicians. It's just that our family has declined a bit in my generation, but our family skills are still quite good. As long as you study hard, not only will you be able to come to the county town in the future, but even the big shots in the city will be trying to curry favor with you. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he liked Lu Erzhu and that the kid was quite capable of getting so much grain, Dashi would never have been willing to take on an apprentice so easily. But the kid actually did. Lu Erzhu's heart also stirred. He only knew that the little girl would die of illness, but he really didn't know how she would die. If we could learn some medical skills, perhaps we could discover something wrong with my little niece's health in advance, and also help take care of my parents so they can live to be 100 years old. Thinking this, Lu Erzhu's eyes became more sincere. Uncle, then I'll go back and talk to my dad. Go ahead, the lisp waved. Lu Erzhu immediately took a pile of medicinal herbs and went home. After returning home, he first brewed a bowl of painkiller medicine for his father. Lu Fuxian was somewhat surprised to see Lu Erzhu return so quickly, and that he had actually brought back herbs. Zuzi, where is your classmate from? I'm from a nearby village. You're sweating all over from the pain, so drink up. Lu Erzhu casually brushed it off. After drinking a bowl of medicinal soup, it took effect in no time, and Lu Fuxian felt that the pain in his legs was not so bad. He let out a long sigh, lay quietly on the soaked, worn-out pillow for a while, and then suddenly asked, Son, are you asleep? Lu Erzhu was just thinking about what to do tomorrow when he casually said, I haven't slept yet. Yes, once Dad feels better in a few days, you can go back to your studies. Lu Fuxian's tone was firm. Dad, I don't want to go to school anymore, Lu Erzhu said, shaking his head. Is someone bullying you at school? Lu Fuxian thought about how his son had to cook for others and felt that he was being bullied, so he got a little angry. Why doesn't this brat say anything when he's being bullied? No, I just feel that I'm already 15 years old and it's time to support my family, Lu Erzhu said earnestly. Support my family my ass, your dad's not dead yet. Besides, I think you're a smart guy. You can even earn food while you're in school. It would be a waste for someone with a brain like that to be a farmer. Back then, I was just like you. I also had the opportunity to study. Your great-grandfather told me that I should go abroad to study so that I could have a real way to make a living in the future. But I was too lazy to stay at home and play. I felt that we had more money than we could spend in several lifetimes, so why should I get involved with those foreign devils? And what was the result? If I had been willing to study abroad and see real big cities, I would have taken you and your brother to the city long ago. Why would we have to suffer like peasants? So, son, do you think I sent you to school so you could read those lousy books? Or that I didn't want you to farm? I send you to school so that you can learn advanced knowledge and one day go out and broaden your horizons. As long as you have a broad enough horizon, even if you don't have any skills, you will still have a bright future. Lu Fuxian said earnestly. Lu Erzhu was deeply shaken. No wonder that no matter how much his mother and father argued throughout his life, he always listened to his father when it came to matters. Even decades or centuries from now, my father's words will still be relevant. As expected, the old fox is still cunning. Sigh, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. If it were his previous life, Lu Erzhu might have listened to his father. Unfortunately, he had already attended school once, and even had decades of life experience and knowledge, so he probably knew more than his junior and senior high school teachers. Going to school is no longer of much use to him. His top priority now is to ensure that his family can live a good life. However, Lu Erja knew how stubborn his father was, and he would have to come up with a good explanation to change his mind. Suddenly, Lu Erja remembered what Dashi had said and asked in a deep voice, "Dad, do you think it's okay for me to learn medicine from Dashi?" Ha! Lu Fuxian was a little surprised. "You're planning to become Big Tongue's apprentice? That old guy's 5 generations of family medical skills are indeed remarkable." He said he was going to the county town for training, but it was just a formality. The person who trained him didn't have as much experience as him. However, although it's a good way out, there's just, "I can't help you." Lu Fuxian's voice grew softer and softer as he spoke, clearly embarrassed. Lu Erja hurriedly said, "Dad, don't worry. I just used my classmate's grain to exchange for medicine with Big Tongue. He said he saw that I've been to school and am smart, so he's willing to take me on as an apprentice." "Is there really such a good thing?" Lu Fuxian exclaimed in surprise. "I said I would come back and ask you. He should come to our house tomorrow to ask what we think. Then you will know." "It's really too late today, Dad. I'm going to sleep now." Lu Erja was thinking about what he should do in the future. He wanted to be alone, so he told his father to go to sleep to shut him up. Having just gone through so much trouble, and with the effects of the medicine kicking in, Lu Fuxian was also very sleepy, so he fell asleep with great anticipation. In his dream, his son became an apprentice to a lisp, and after completing his apprenticeship, he became a great doctor in the county town. Eventually, he went to an international metropolis, where foreigners flocked to him for treatment. He earned bundles and bundles of dollars, and Lu Fuxian was so happy that he could barely snore anymore, and instead, he would occasionally let out a silly laugh. I got up early the next day. When Lu Erja got up, he found that his mother was no longer at home. She had obviously gone up the mountain with the villagers to look for wild vegetables again. Even though we have food at home, people who are careful with their money always feel anxious if they don't prepare more. Especially with winter approaching, finding food will become even more difficult. Last winter, we heard news of people starving to death every day, which terrified everyone. So whenever we had a spare moment, we would think about where to get some food and store it. Lu Erja glanced at the cold pot and stove and knew that his mother must not have eaten breakfast. He shook his head helplessly. It's autumn now, so things are a bit better. People can still afford to eat a couple of meals. When winter comes, it's good to have a bowl of wild vegetable porridge every day. Lu Erja first took 2 large pieces of stewed chicken, which had turned into a paste, from the basin and put them into the pot. He then heated up 6 cornbreads. I made so many cornbreads yesterday, but the family only ate a few. Lu Fuxian was lying on the con, a heated brick bed, when he smelled the aroma of meat and couldn't help but curse, "You glutton. Your mother went up the mountain to dig for wild vegetables and went hungry, but you, with just the 2 of us at home, are eating meat." "Dad, do you know why people say that a half-grown boy can eat his father to death? It's because I'm still growing at this age and need nutrition. Think about it, if I don't eat meat, I won't get enough nutrition, and I won't develop properly. Even if I get married, I'll just be a useless person who can't grow anything. Don't you think you'll regret it then?" Lu Erja came in with a grin, carrying in the heated meat and cornbread. One sentence from him left his father speechless. At his age, he can disregard everything else, but he cannot live without his grandchildren. Sending his eldest grandson to work as an apprentice was enough to make him feel resentful. If his youngest son can't have a baby, he really won't be able to survive. Lu Fuxian was speechless for a long time. Seeing his son smilingly handing him a bowl of meat, he couldn't help but laugh and scold, "You're so damn right. Why didn't we name you Righteous before?" "Yes, Dad, you're called No Reason, and I'm called Reasonable," Lu Erja laughed. Unexpectedly, Lu Fu got so angry that he slapped him on the head. "You little brat, do you think you're on the same generation as me?" Lu Erja was taken aback for a moment, then realized what was happening. One is named Yali, meaning reasonable, and the other is named Meili, meaning unreasonable. They are both from the reasonable generation, so aren't they brothers? He quickly smiled apologetically. "I misspoke, Dad, please eat first." After stuffing the meat and cornbread into his father's hands, Lu Erja grabbed the bowl and ran out, ignoring the angry old man behind him. After leaving the house, Lu Erja skillfully squatted down in the yard to eat meat, his face still showing lingering embarrassment. It's not that he's disrespectful, the main reason is that in his previous life, he was already several decades old. At his age, no matter who he joked with, even if the joke was excessive, the other person had to listen. Otherwise, if he got angry and lay on the ground, even a courtyard house wouldn't be enough to compensate him. So, he blurted out his words to his father without thinking. Lu Erja was eating when he heard footsteps outside the door. "Is Fuxian home? It's the lisp here." With a satisfied look on his face, the man with the big tongue strode in with smug steps. For more than a month, he has only eaten 2 meals a day, and he doesn't even dare to eat his fill. With the food from last night, he had a hearty meal this morning. My stingy wife put an ounce of cornmeal into the wild vegetable porridge. 1 ounce. My goodness, that's almost as much as eating dry food. My 2 little rascals ate with great relish, devouring the bowl of wild vegetable porridge like little pigs in just a few gulps. Now, the man with a lisp feels energetic and can plow 2 acres of land with a plow. Just then, Big Tongue entered the courtyard and saw Lu Urja squatting at the door eating. He laughed and said, "Didn't you go up the mountain to pick wild herbs? You're waiting for me. Zuzu, what are you eating?" "Wild pheasant meat, caught on the mountain yesterday." Lu Urja didn't bother to hide it when he realized he had been discovered. "Anyway, my stuff came from legitimate sources." The man with the list stared at the bowl full of food, completely dumbfounded. "That was a bowl, my dear father and great-grandmother. That's a bowl of meat." The man with the big tongue turned green with envy and almost lunged to snatch it. He hasn't seen meat in 6 months. No wonder Lu Urja was so generous, taking out 10 caddies of cornmeal to his home to exchange for medicine. It turns out that even their own family is eating meat. He felt aggrieved when he thought about how he had been smug about eating breakfast earlier. Comparisons are odious. Gurgle. The man with the lisp unconsciously swallowed, knowing he couldn't stay any longer. He forced himself to look away from the bowl of meat and said, "Well, you eat first, I'll go inside and talk to your dad." "No, I can't watch anymore. If I keep watching, he'll really pounce on a little kid and steal his food." After saying that, the man with the lisp slipped into the house, wanting to have a chat with Lu Fuxian. "I almost fell over from the stench as soon as I went in. It doesn't smell bad, it smells good." Lu Fuxian was actually eating a bowl of meat too. When Lu Urju eats outside, the aroma is more evenly distributed, so he can tolerate it. The aroma in the room couldn't escape, it was truly tempting. Big Tongue's eyes turned red with jealousy, and he couldn't help but curse, "Lu Fuxian, you old bastard, are you trying to ruin your life? It's one thing for the kids to eat that meat, but you're holding a bowl and eating it too." Lu Fuxian chuckled from inside the house, "Call me brother, and I'll give you a piece of meat. Go to hell. I'm a descendant of a royal physician, do you think I'd be short of your flesh?" The lisp said angrily. Calling someone brother is nothing, but the feeling of begging for food is just too degrading. "You rich landlord." When Lu Fuxian heard that she was unwilling, he immediately started eating meat in the house, and even deliberately smacked his lips. When the man with the lisp heard the smacking sounds coming from inside, he knew they were deliberately trying to annoy him, and to his surprise, he actually got angry. Just hearing the sound wasn't so bad, but the smell of meat kept wafting into his nose, and he couldn't help but crave it. He was so hungry that he couldn't stand it, and the thought of being able to smell it but not be able to eat it made him very angry. "Wait, who said I can't have it? If I become Zhu Ziai's master, then I'll be half a father to him. This kid should at least be filial to me, right?" Da Shelley originally had a lukewarm attitude towards taking Lu Urju as his apprentice. They're now determined to recruit Lu Urju. He even grabbed a piece of meat directly from Lu Urju's bowl, put it in his mouth, and ate it. "Kid, consider this piece of meat your apprenticeship gift. From today onwards, you're my disciple, and there's no point in saying anything more," the lisp said smugly. Lu Urju looked speechless, shook his head, put down the bowl, and went inside. The man with the lisp was a little annoyed. "What are you running around for? I'm teaching you medicine, so what if I eat a piece of your meat? Besides, even if you're angry, you still have to take this half bowl of meat inside. What if some animal comes along and ruins it?" At this moment, Lu Urja came out carrying a bowl of meat and flatbread that had been heated up earlier, and handed it to Dashi. "I acknowledge you as my master, but a piece of meat is not appropriate as a gift for becoming a disciple. Please eat this bowl of rice first, and I will get you a proper gift for becoming a disciple later." The man with the lisp, who had just been a little angry at Lu Urju's attitude, was stunned when he saw the big bowl full of meat. Lu Urju gave out this bowl of meat not to show off. Firstly, he was never stingy. Besides, he could tell that this guy with the lisp was really capable. "My dad drank the medicine he prescribed last night and hasn't complained of any pain since. Of course, it won't be cured with just one dose, but the pain-relieving effect is truly amazing. Even so, people still complain that the man with the lisp isn't a very good doctor, not as good as his father. This gives you an idea of just how amazing the medical skills passed down in the Big Tongue family really are." Lu Urja knew that people with such a lineage were usually very proud. Even if they had fallen on hard times, it was still a bit shabby to offer a piece of meat or even a bowl of meat as a token of respect. He would have to get something better to make the big-tongued man truly acknowledge him. After all, the master-disciple relationship in those days was not like the casual talk of later generations. It was a true master for a day and a father for life. During holidays and festivals, apprentices are expected to give gifts to their masters and even help them in their old age. The man with the lisp completely ignored everything else, staring at the bowl of meat but hesitating to reach for it. "I asked for those 10 pounds of grain last night because I had no other choice. If I didn't take it, my family would definitely run out of food in the winter, and one of my 2 children would definitely not survive the winter. But meat is different. Even if it's not a year of famine, he's lucky if he can eat it 2 or 3 times a year. Moreover, for those 2 or 3 meals of meat, I didn't dare to make such a full bowl like Lu Urja did." Lu Urja saw through Dashi's thoughts and forcefully shoved the bowl into his hand, saying, "Master, if you really feel embarrassed, then hand over your family's true skills to me. Don't try to fool me with the barefoot doctor's manual you got from the county hospital. Do you really think your family's skills aren't worth a bowl of meat? Hey, what are you saying? My family's medical skills are so advanced that I could buy you a bowl of meat with them. Once, a landlord even offered my grandfather 100 taels of silver for a single prescription. You're quite discerning, kid. The barefoot doctor's manual is actually a very advanced thing for many people. It can help people quickly learn how to treat diseases, but it can only treat minor ailments like headaches and fevers. If you learn my family's medical skills, I can't guarantee you can bring the dead back to life, but you'll definitely be a big shot in our city's medical circle. But these days, a bowl of meat is no small amount, it's more precious than a bowl of gold. I can't take advantage of you. The man with the lisp became proud as he talked about his family's traditional medical skills, and even gave a thumbs up at the end. But he still swallowed hard, wanting to return the bowl of meat. Lu Erzha frowned, thinking of ways to get the big tongue to accept it. Suddenly, Lu Fuxian's voice came from inside the house. Hey, my son gave you a bowl of meat, why are you being so coy? If you really can't stand it, why don't you become sworn brothers with him? I don't mind having another son. Big Tongue's face flushed red, and he trembled with anger. You Lu Fuxian, I'll accept this bowl of meat today. From today onwards, Zhu Ziyi, you are my apprentice. Disciple, I'll keep this bowl of meat for you. I guarantee I'll train you to be a master within 10 years. After you've eaten your fill, come study at my place. Lu Fuxian, you better remember this, I'm practically Zuza's father now. Don't you dare mess around with me anymore. If my seniority drops, you'll lose face too. After saying this, the man with the lisp immediately left. He was afraid that Lu Fuxian might say something else that would upset him. However, despite the circumstances, the man with the lisp would never admit that he was afraid. In his words, we disdain associating with the sons of landlords and rich men. Watching the man with the lisp walk away, Lu Erzha gave a thumbs up to the house. Dad, you're really resourceful. You got the man with the lisp to take the meat away with just a few words. That's right, I grew up with him, dealing with him is easy for me. Lu Fuxian had a smug smile on his face, but suddenly realized something was wrong and started cursing. Who are you calling Big Tongue? From now on, you'll have to call him Master. Let me tell you, this old fellow has some impressive family skills that even your great-grandfather admired. From now on, when you enter someone's home, you must treat them as your master and show them respect. If they hit you or scold you, fine, you can avoid them, but you cannot disrespect them, understand? Lu Fuxian earnestly reminded Lu Erzha, fearing that he might look down on people with speech impediments because of his status as a middle school student. Lu Erzha agreed, quickly finished his meal, and went out. He didn't go directly to the man with the lisp's house, guessing that his cheap master was probably at home eating meat right now, and that showing up now would be awkward for him. Taking advantage of this time, he wanted to go up the mountain to see if there was any other wild game. He couldn't just settle for this one meal and call it a day. On the other side, as soon as Big Tongue got home, he saw his wife returning with a dejected look on her face. Knowing that she must not have found any wild vegetables, he immediately handed her the bowl with a smile. Old woman, look what this is. The aroma of meat was so enticing that Aunt Ziyulian jumped up from her chair in surprise. My goodness, meat. This meat doesn't belong to your heavenly grandfather, it belongs to your pillar grandfather. Bah! It's all your fault for being so dramatic, you've confused me. This was given by Zhu Ziyi. He said that the 10 caddies of cornmeal he had given as an apprenticeship gift wasn't enough, so he gave him a bowl of meat as well. When Zuza comes to our house in the future, don't be so startled, or you'll make me, his master, lose all face. The man with the lisp cursed with a dark expression. He was actually quite excited, so he was a little incoherent, but he didn't want to show it in front of his wife, so he could only shift the blame onto her. Aunt Ziyulian was extremely excited, but also felt a little guilty. Father, it's just a matter of becoming a disciple. Why are we asking for so much grain and a bowl of meat? Isn't that a bit excessive? The man with the lisp sighed. Sigh, the whole family, young and old, hasn't seen any meat for over a year. Even if I get scolded for being unkind, I'll accept it. At worst, I'll just teach this kid the family's traditional skills. Alright, forget about that old 3-year service thing, just pass on your skills directly, Aunt Ziyulian said, grateful to Lu Erzha. The man with the big tongue was actually hesitant about whether serving for 3 years was too much, but when he heard his wife's words, he instinctively glared at her. Damn it, who are you? My family's skills are so precious, testing him for 10 years wouldn't be too much, and you just ruined our ancestral rules with a single sentence. Aunt Ziyulian immediately put her hands on her hips and said angrily, you old hag, you can't even afford to eat, what are you putting on airs for? Don't think that just because many people outside want to become your apprentice, you're so great. Ask around, who would be willing to give you 10 caddies of cornmeal and a big bowl of meat to become their apprentice? They're already being generous by not eating and drinking at your house, what are you acting like? The man with the lisp widened his eyes, utterly exasperated. It's one thing to be scolded by your apprentice's father at his home. I was thinking of bringing back a bowl of meat, hoping this woman would flatter me. Unexpectedly, I was scolded like a grandson, and now I'm caught in the middle." Aunt Zayulian glared at Dashi and snatched the bowl of meat away. "What? Am I wrong? Look at the grease on your mouth, you must have been sneaking some at Zhu Ziai's house. They fed you until you were full, and then brought you another bowl to treat your family to some meat. I'm telling you to teach people real skills, and you're still glaring at me? Are you a dog, baring your teeth after you've eaten your fill?" Seeing that her words were getting increasingly offensive, the man with the list said angrily, "I never said I wouldn't teach him. I'm telling you right now, as long as he comes, I'll teach him everything he can. Is that alright?" "Alright, I guess you're a decent person." Aunt Zayulian nodded. The man with the big tongue nodded in satisfaction and strode out. "That's more like it. I'll go call the kids back for dinner." "Wait, what do you mean by consider someone?" "I am someone." Finally realizing his mistake, the lisp glared angrily at his wife, only to find that she ignored him and had already gone to start a fire to boil water. She planned to give half of this bowl of meat to her eldest son's family, and the remaining half, if properly prepared, would last them a long time. Many people were walking down the mountain, clearly because they hadn't found any wild vegetables. Lu Erzha didn't want to attract too much attention, so he found a spot in the sun to sit, planning to wait until everyone had left before going up the mountain. He had only been sitting for a short while when he heard a cheerful, bell-like laugh behind him, along with a little girl's crisp, noisy voice. "Mommy, can I go play with Uncle now? Do you think Uncle is awake yet? Can Uncle play with me?" Then came Li Qiuai's irritated voice, so noisy. "Your uncle will never play with a talkative ugly girl like you. Don't go and annoy him." "Wah!" The little girl burst into tears. "Mommy, you're lying. Uncle said I'm pretty, Uncle likes me so much, he even fed me." "Wah!" The little girl almost blurted out the word meat, but Li Qiuai covered her mouth. People around them looked at them with expressions that suggested they were used to it. These days, everyone hides their food, afraid that someone will borrow it. If someone from your village comes to you for help, it would be wrong not to lend them money, but if you do, you'll have to cut back on your own living expenses. Therefore, many adults warn their children not to tell them what they ate when they go out to play, or they will break their legs and teeth. Lu Erzha got up when he heard the little girl making a fuss. Seeing her sister-in-law covering Nizai's mouth while looking around like a thief, she couldn't help but laugh and quickly went to rescue the little girl, whose face was already red from holding her mouth. When the little girl saw her uncle, she immediately burst into tears and asked, "Uncle, mother said I'm an ugly girl, and that you don't like me." "Your mother is lying to you," Lu Erzha teased the little girl deliberately. "Actually, your uncle just likes ugly girls." The little girl hadn't realized the problem yet, and looked at Li Qiuai with a smug look. "Did you hear that, Mom? My uncle likes ugly girls." Li Qiuai rolled her eyes. "Just as stupid as your father." "Mom, you're talking nonsense. My dad isn't stupid, he's a complete idiot," the little girl said fiercely, hands on her hips, loudly defending her father. The people around immediately burst into good-natured laughter. Children will speak without restraint. But Li Qiuai was furious. It was one thing to say such things at home, but how could a daughter run around in the street calling her father a fool? Wouldn't that be a joke? She reached out to take off her shoes, intending to spank the little girl's bottom. Seeing that things were not going well, Lu Erzha quickly grabbed Nizai and ran away, saying, "Sister-in-law, I'll take care of the child for you. I'll bring you lunch home later." Seeing that someone was backing her up, the little girl, with her infuriatingly shrewish spirit, actually leaned on Lu Erzha's shoulder and made faces at her mother, completely forgetting the painful fact that she had to go home at noon. Lu Erzha had originally planned to venture deeper into the mountains today to see if he could find any rabbit burrows or wild boar burrows. Now that I'm holding the little girl, I have no choice but to abandon my original plan. As for whether there are these caves on the outskirts of the mountain, yes, but they were definitely all taken. The saying "those who live near mountains live off the mountains, and those who live near water live off the water" still holds true in this day and age. The villagers aren't stupid. Even if they don't dare use guns for fear of alerting the village officials, they can still dig a trap or something. "Uncle, are we going to catch those pretty chickens from yesterday?" the little girl asked excitedly, blinking her big eyes. "Let's see, we'll catch them if we can," Lu Erzha replied, his eyes still darting around. "There are many traps on the mountain, and they are all marked to prevent people from falling in. Anyway, the animals can't understand what those labels mean." Lu Erzha looked at the traps. Some were exquisite, some were crude, but they all had one thing in common. There was no bait at all. Why make a trap like this? Why not just put a pot here and wait for the wild boar to bleed and shed its hair, then clean its internal organs, plunge its head into the pot and stew itself, while giving you a bowl of hot spicy blood curd? Lu Erzha knew that the people were poor and were reluctant to sacrifice even a little bit of their food, but sometimes you really can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. After searching for a while, Lu Erzha spotted a hole that was neither too big nor too small. As soon as they got close, they smelled a foul odor, which made the little girl cover her nose and exclaim, "Uncle, it stinks." She didn't want to talk much because of the stench, so the sentence was punctuated as if she were saying Lu Erzha smelled bad. Lu Erzha found a tree branch, put the little girl on it first so she could hold onto it, and then he leaned over to take a look at the cave entrance. The burrow was quite large, and contained a lot of dried dung, as well as nut shells and berry pits, all things wild boars love to eat. It seems this used to be a wild boar's den, but judging from the marks, it has been abandoned and wild boars haven't been here for a long time. There are quite a few handprints and footprints around the entrance of the cave, indicating that this cave has been discovered by many people. That's probably why the wild boars were so frightened they moved away. After a moment's thought, Lu Erzha immediately used his spatial storage to get a bowl of cornmeal, poured in the spring water, then found some stones on the mountain to build a simple stove, lit some dry branches, put the bowl of cornmeal on top, and let it simmer to its heart's content. The little girl, perched on a tree, saw Lu Erzha cooking porridge and immediately cried out, "Uncle, uncle, please put me down. I want to eat porridge too." "Greedy girl, we won't drink porridge, we'll eat meat." Lu Erzha knew that the little girl must not have eaten breakfast, so he took out the sparrow he caught yesterday, processed it, and started roasting the bird. Before long, the birds were ripe, and the corn porridge was cooked too. The aroma was so enticing that the little girl's mouth watered so much that it drooled from the tree to the ground. Lu Erzha put the corn porridge into the hole, letting it waft its aroma, and then handed the roasted sparrow to Xiao Nizai. Although it has no salt, no oil, and no other seasonings, it only has a meaty flavor. But the little girl still ate with great relish, her eyes crinkling into crescents with happiness. Her adorable, beaming expression was truly endearing. She didn't forget to tear off a large piece of meat and stuff it into Lu Erzha's mouth. Although she's greedy, this little girl isn't stingy. Lu Erzha initially disliked the tasteless meat, but considering that it was rare for the little girl to feed him, he forced himself to eat it. The meat had just been swallowed when a grunting sound came from afar. Lu Erzha quickly picked up the little girl and hid behind a tree in the distance, gesturing for her to be quiet. The little girl didn't see the wild boar and thought her uncle was going to play hide-and-seek with her, so she quickly squatted behind a tree, took a bite of meat, covered her mouth with her little hand, and chewed quietly, not daring to make a sound. Lu Erzha peeked out from behind the tree and saw several fat and strong wild boars swaying over, sniffing around as they walked. They took the bait so quickly? It seems these animals are also short of food. Lu Erzha watched as the wild boars mindlessly burrowed into the ground and began slurping down their corn porridge, and immediately ran over. He squatted down next to the entrance of the hole and threw in a stick that was still glowing with embers. The wild boars were immediately startled, and without even eating, they rushed out of their burrows, howling. The entrance to the hole is small, allowing only one pig to pass through at a time. Lu Erzha squatted at the entrance of the hole. When a pig came out, he slapped it and put it into his mental space. Finally, using this method, they managed to capture all 5 wild boars. Looking at the several large black pigs that were motionless in his mental space, Lu Erzha was overjoyed. That was over 1,000 pounds of meat. These days, people dare to sell meat for 7 or 8 yuan a pound on the black market. If you sell all of that, you can make several thousand yuan. In an era when the average wage is only 20 or 30 yuan, what does several thousand yuan mean? Lu Erzha carried the little girl and happily walked down the mountain, all the while thinking about how to exchange the wild boar meat for money. As soon as he returned to the village, he saw an old man and a young man in Zhongshan suits pushing bicycles in the distance, their faces glowing, and they were burping as they walked. The burly production brigade leader stood beside him, bowing and scraping, occasionally saying something. The old man and the young man patted him on the shoulder occasionally, seemingly to encourage him, and after saying a few words, they got on their bikes and rode away. The captain bowed and scraped as he watched the 2 men walk away. Only after they had gone some distance did he slowly straighten up and spit on the ground with a disdainful look. Lu Erzha happened to walk behind the brigade leader and heard him cursing. "You son of a bitch, what a despicable character. You want to promote me? We're starving, what the hell are you talking about?" Lu Erzha couldn't help but laugh, and while holding the little girl, he deliberately scolded, "Uncle Hai, mind your manners." Captain Lu Hai was startled and quickly turned around, bowing and scraping with a fawning smile. Yes, my attitude was not right. I will definitely reflect deeply on it and learn from Lei. Hey, you little brat, you deserve a beating." When Lu Hai saw Lu Erzha trying not to laugh, he was so angry that his face turned black and he kicked him. Lu Erzha quickly dodged, and at the same time asked with a smile, "Uncle Hai, your ancestral home is in Sichuan, right?" "Ha, what do you mean?" Lu Hai asked curiously, forgetting all about kicking the man. "There's a traditional Sichuan opera called Face Changing, and you've imitated it so well," Lu Erzha said, giving a thumbs up. Lu Hai had never left his village in his entire life and didn't know what face-changing opera was, but he knew it was a joke about him, and he immediately wanted to get angry. But the little girl didn't understand what it meant, she just went along with her uncle's words, so she quickly clapped her hands and said, "Grandpa Hai is amazing." The uncle and nephew were so angry that he laughed and scolded, "Erzhuza, you're a middle school student who's always so unruly. This little girl will be corrupted by you sooner or later." She even dares to laugh at your Uncle Hai." As he spoke, Lu Hai became melancholy again, and took out a medicine bottle and a piece of paper from his pocket. After opening the medicine bottle, I found tobacco leaves inside. I poured them onto a strip of paper, spread them out with my fingers, and twisted them into a cigarette in a few quick movements. I tore off one end, lit it with a match, and took a deep drag. The process sounded complicated, but Lu Erja was quite envious of Lu Hai's skillful technique. "Don't think Uncle Hai doesn't know. Some people in the village are secretly saying that I'm a lackey who only knows how to flatter the leaders. If I don't curry favor, will they give us grain? They might just say a few words and give us less seed, and then our whole village, young and old, will starve." Lu Hai took another deep drag, venting all his frustration with the people in the commune through his cigarette. Lu Erja watched Lu Hai puffing out cigarettes with obvious envy and subconsciously said, "Uncle Hai, do you have any more cigarettes? Can I have one?" Just as he was lamenting and smugly shaving his bangs, he suddenly burst out laughing. "You little brat, instead of going to school, you've learned to smoke?" Lu Erja was a little embarrassed. "I only smoke one occasionally, to keep myself alert." "Stop talking nonsense." Lu Hai cursed, but he also took out the medicine bottle again and rolled up a cigarette. Lu Erja quickly put the little girl on the ground, took the cigarette with both hands, and looked longingly at Lu Hai. Lu Hai was taken aback, then laughed and cursed, "You little bastard, no cigarettes, or lighter? Just trying to freeload? Those who have no cigarettes or lighters are at the very bottom of the smoking circle." Lu Erja understands this principle. He is also embarrassed. While taking the half cigarette that Lu Hai handed him and lighting his own cigarette, he said, "Well, I'll give you a pack of Zonghua cigarettes later. You little rascal, you're even better at making empty promises than those bastards from the commune. You still want Zonghua cigarettes? Just focus on your studies and don't forget the village when you become successful." Lu Hai smiled non-committally, patted Lu Erja's head, and strode away. "Those two grandsons from the commune still have some leftover vegetables. Take them to the communal canteen, add 2 buckets of water, and invite everyone in the village to come for lunch so they can all have a good meal." Lu Erja ignored his bangs, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and then coughed violently. "What kind of tobacco is this? It's so pungent." Having grown accustomed to the cigarettes of later generations, Lu Erja simply couldn't stand the taste of cigarettes. Lu Hai, who hadn't gone far, heard the noise, turned around, saw his disheveled appearance, and burst into laughter. "Silly boy, you're trying to smoke like that." Lu Erja really wanted to throw away the cigarette in his hand, but considering that there was nowhere to buy good cigarettes for the time being, he could only adapt little by little. "It took me half a puff to get used to the strength of the cigarette." But before he could even begin to enjoy the cigarette, the little girl, who had been squatting on the ground playing, looked up unintentionally and suddenly burst into tears. Just as Lu Erja was about to take another bite, his hand suddenly trembled, and he quickly looked down. "What's wrong? Did a bug bite you?" The little girl looked up and kept crying, "Uncle's mouth is smoking. Uncle's mouth is going to stink." Lu Erja felt somewhat helpless, knowing that the child disliked the smell of smoke. In particular, her older brother often teased the girl after smoking, and his unshaven beard left a considerable shadow on the little girl, making her hesitant to let her father hold her. However, Lu Erja, who had experience in coaxing sons and grandsons in his previous life, immediately squatted down and said to the little girl, "Little girl, do you think it's more uncomfortable to kiss you when your mouth is smoking or when your beard is stubble?" Hearing that there was only one option, the little girl was indeed fooled. After hesitating for a moment, she tearfully chose the second option. "Daddy's beard is so prickly. It's the worst to be kissed by his beard. Look, your uncle only smokes, but doesn't grow a beard. Aren't you happy?" Lu Erja laughed. The little girl was completely confused. She looked at Lu Erja with her big, blank eyes, blinked several times, and then suddenly laughed. "I'm so happy. Uncle is the best. He doesn't have a beard, and he doesn't prick me. Hey, that's right." Lu Erja chuckled and picked up Nizai. Unexpectedly, after hugging his neck, Nizai immediately said, "Daddy has a beard, Daddy is bad." Lu Erja's face stiffened. He hadn't expected that his elder brother would be made the scapegoat. "Forget it, I'll carry it. My brother is broad-shouldered and burly, carrying 1 or 2 pots is no big deal for him." After finishing his cigarette, Lu Erja first took Nizai home, and then strolled over to Deshitu's house. Big Tongue is currently arranging herbs in the yard, while Aunt Zayulian is washing clothes. "Master, mistress," Lu Erja greeted them respectfully as he entered the room. Upon seeing Lu Erja arrive, the man with the thick tongue immediately adopted the stern demeanor of a master, abandoning his work and sitting down on a small stool, puffing on his pipe. "Hey kid, go and organize the herbs for me." "Oh, Zuza's here. Come sit here for a while, Aunt Zayulian." "Oh right, it's Master's wife. Master's wife, let me pour you a bowl of water." When Aunt Zayulian, who was Master's wife, saw Lu Erja, she treated him like her own son. She shook the water off her hands and pulled Lu Erja into the house to sit down, and even poured him a bowl of water. The man with the lisp was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. "No, What is this silly woman doing? I knew my apprentice had arrived. Anyone who didn't know better would think my dad had come. Seeing the two chatting animatedly inside, Big Tongue got angrier and angrier. He rushed into the room, grabbed Lu Urja by the ear, and scolded him, "You don't know any better. You think you can just sit down just because I told you to? Go out and do some work." These days, most teachers like to do this, believing that strict teachers produce outstanding students. The apprentice is disobedient? Hit him. The apprentice isn't working hard enough? Beat him. The apprentice can't learn? Beat him. Anyway, the master is not wrong, the disciple is the only one who is wrong. Although Lu Urja gave Deshitioyu many benefits and Deshitioyu was very touched, he had been beaten into this way back then, and subconsciously taught Lu Urja the same old methods. Unfortunately, he forgot that there was a mountain guarding tiger nearby. "You old bastard, let go of me!" Ma Xiaolian roared, scaring Deshi-Tung so much that his soul almost jumped out of his body. He hurriedly let go and turned to look at his wife. Ma Xiaolian walked over angrily and pinched Deshi's waist repeatedly. "You old bastard, why are your hands so ungrateful? Ha! How can you be so immoral? What did that Zhu Ziyi do to you? He gave you so much food and gave you a bowl of water from your house and you're not happy about it?" Lu Urja quickly stood up to dissuade him. "Master's wife, that's not what my master meant. Zhu Ziyi, don't blame him, this old bastard just needs to be taught a lesson, he can't tell the difference between the big and small kings." Ma Xiaolian cursed. The man with the lisp was incredibly frustrated. "What do you mean you can't distinguish between the kings? I'm the master, I should at least be a king, right?" Ma Xiaolian scoffed. "Still calling yourself the king? Even if you call yourself an old turtle today, it won't do you any good. Zhu Ziyi is such a good kid, if you dare to lay a hand on him again, I won't let you off." Upon hearing this, Lu Urja found it both amusing and touching. Who wouldn't want to be protected or favored? The man with the lisp became even more humiliated. "What kind of turtle is that? It's awful to hear, especially in front of your apprentice. Besides, that's how everyone teaches their apprentices. I got beaten up a lot back in the day. Teaching a disciple means beating him? How much skill did you learn from all those beatings you took?" Ma Xiaolian asked with a sneer. The man with the lisp was speechless. He didn't even learn a single skill from his own father. Ma Xiaolian said smugly, "Speak up, why aren't you saying anything? You've been beaten so many times and haven't learned anything, which proves that your tricks don't work. Besides, Zhu Ziyi is a middle school student, and he's much smarter than you. What if you break him?" The man with the lisp was rendered speechless by the rebuke, and with his ear still in his wife's hands, he could only keep giving Lu Urja meaningful glances, begging him to save his life. After watching the show for a while, Lu Urja finally spoke up. "Master's wife, please spare master." "No, Zhu Ziyi, don't worry about him. We have to teach him a lesson today." Ma Xiaolian still pinched Tongue's ear and wouldn't let go. "The main thing is, if you pull my master's ears too big, it will be embarrassing for people to say I have a master with pig ears." Lu Urja could only plead in another way. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaolian looked at her husband's ears and saw that they were indeed stretched long, like pig ears. She burst into laughter and lost all strength in her hands. Big Tongue hurriedly broke free and pulled Lu Urja into the yard. He glanced back to see if his wife had followed him out, then kicked Lu Urja in the backside. "You little rascal, I asked you to plead for me, why are you calling me a pig?" "Master, that's so unreasonable of you. If I didn't say that, your ear would still be being pulled." Lu Urja spread his hands. "Stop talking nonsense and get to work." The lisp was about to kick again when he turned his head and saw his wife coming out, glaring at him. He quickly changed his words and said, "Apprentice, do you think master's shoes are nice?" Ma Xiaolian rolled her eyes at him. "So what if it looks good? Are you going to give it to Zhu Ziyi?" The man with the lisp smiled ingratiatingly. "I only have this one pair of shoes, how can I give them to you?" Lu Urja was used to the relaxed atmosphere and laughed. "The key is that I don't want it either. Master, your smelly feet are famous in our village. You're known as the donkey who can smells out. Ha ha ha, oh my god, Zhu Ziyi is truly a scholar, even his nicknames are so clever. From now on, don't call your master Big Tongue anymore, just call him Mute Donkey instead, it's hilarious." Ma Xiaolian laughed so hard she almost fell over, tears streaming down her face. The man with the lisp was a little embarrassed, mainly because the nickname wasn't something Lu Urja had given him randomly. Once, after a day of farm work, he was on night duty watching over the production team's donkeys. As soon as he took off his shoes, the donkeys started braying loudly from the stench. The villagers were so frightened that they thought someone was stealing the donkeys and rushed over to see what was going on. In the end, they found out that it was the donkey's smelly feet that were causing the problem. The story then spread throughout the village. But it's normal for men to have smelly feet. At most, his feet might be particularly smelly, but people will laugh about it for a couple of days and then it'll be over. But now that this nickname has spread, Big Tongue is 100% sure that the villagers will call him Mute Donkey from now on, and some even more despicable ones will call him Old Mute or Old Donkey. The man with the lisp glared at his wife. Don't go around telling everyone about this, or your husband will be laughed at to death. After laughing enough, Ma Xiaolian said, all right, look at how petty you are. You'd better treat Zuzi better from now on, and I promise I won't tell anyone. I'll definitely treat Zuzi well. I'll love Zuzi like my own son, right, Zuzi? Big Tongue gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Erju. Lu Erju coughed lightly, fearing retaliation, and quickly changed the subject. Master, where shall we begin? Big Tongue didn't dare to order Lu Erju to work anymore. He could only lead him to the racks used for drying herbs and point to each herb on the medicine tray, introducing its name and effects. Lu Erju knew this was the basics and the most important thing, so he tried his best to memorize it. The man with the lisp introduced the dozen or so herbs on the shelf. Seeing Lu Erju muttering to himself and trying to memorize them, he chuckled, silly boy, I just wanted you to familiarize yourself with them. You really thought you could remember them after just one explanation? But I really remembered it, Lu Erju said earnestly. I don't know if it's because of the rebirth or because of that mental space. Lu Erju discovered that he had an exceptionally good memory. He actually memorized everything in just one reading. Big Tongue was taken aback, then put on a stern face and said, Pillar, don't think that just because your master's wife dotes on you, I, as your master, can't do anything to you. Ma Xiaolian, who was washing clothes, looked up and her eyes widened. The man with the lisp immediately backed down and quickly changed his tune, scolding, even if your master can't do anything to you, lying about things like knowing herbs will only harm others and yourself. Just imagine, in the future, when someone comes to you for treatment, you don't even recognize the medicine and just grab a bunch of random pills. If they get sick from taking them, they'll beat you up, and that'll be the least of their worries. They might even get shot. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaolian was also frightened and quickly said to Lu Erju, Zuzi, your master may not have many other skills, but his medical skills are quite good. You must listen to him. Lu Erju quickly said, I really remember it. If you don't believe me, I'll point it out to you. You really remembered it, right? Okay, wait a minute. The man with the lisp confirmed it again, and seeing that Lu Erju still dared to nod, he immediately went into the house and brought out a packet of herbs. He put the packet of herbs on the ground and pointed to the pile of herbs, saying, these are the herbs I just taught you to recognize. Pick out the licorice root from them. Lu Erju immediately squatted down and rummaged through the herb packet. Seeing that he was actually taking it seriously, the man with the lisp smirked and took out his tool to roll a cigarette. At the same time, he secretly thought that if this kid couldn't pick it out, he would give him a good beating and get revenge for what happened earlier. He figured his wife couldn't interfere now, could she? Master, I've made my choice, came Lu Erju's voice. He had been itching to teach this kid a lesson for his lisp, and upon hearing this, he immediately started cursing. Didn't you say you'd learned it? Look at the dog you picked. How did you manage to pick the right one? Big Tongue was surprised that Lu Erju was actually quite capable, remembering what he had taught him so quickly. But he was still unconvinced, thinking that licorice might be easier to identify, so he immediately changed his method. You separate out the other herbs, and then tell me their names and general uses. Lu Erju immediately separated all the herbs, reciting their names and uses as he did so. These are all things that Big Tongue just taught Lu Erju. When Big Tongue was teaching Lu Erju, besides teaching him to recognize herbs, he also talked on and on about some of his past successful treatment cases, which also included some special uses of herbs. Lu Erju silently memorized it, and now he recited it aloud. Big Tongue had originally intended to question Lu Erju about whether he had learned from someone else before, but upon hearing about his own unique recipes, he knew that the kid had indeed just learned them from him and had memorized them in such a short time. Good heavens, what a genius! Big Tongue's eyes lit up, and he circled around Lu Erju, clicking his tongue in amazement. Ma Xiaolian, who was washing clothes nearby, had been watching closely and quickly asked, Big Tongue, what are you doing, going around in circles like a donkey pulling a millstone? You're the one who's a donkey. How can you talk about your own man like that? The man with a lisp cursed back, his face dark. Unexpectedly, Ma Xiaolian casually glanced at his crotch and scoffed, calling you a donkey is a compliment. Do you even have that donkey thing? The man with the lisp immediately turned red in the face, furious. I'm not talking to you, you stupid woman. Disciple, let's go. Let's talk inside. People were poor in those days. Most of them had a mud brick house and some wooden sticks to make a fence to enclose a yard. Many families, consisting of several members, would squeeze into one room and sleep on a large heated brick bed. As for what constitutes an inner room, an outer room, a kitchen, and a dining room, nowadays, very few people living in courtyard houses in Beijing can afford to be this extravagant. However, as a barefoot doctor, Big Tongue was still valued by the villagers. The brigade leader specially gathered the villagers to build him a small hut for seeing patients and storing herbs. This small room, which is only 5 square meters in size, is filled with many books. Those were all passed down in the family of the man with a tongue. Most of them were medical books, and several of them were even the notes of the imperial physicians who had devoted their lives to them. They were all top-notch traditional Chinese medicine secrets. Lu Erju's eyes lit up as he looked at the books. These were all inheritances of traditional Chinese medicine, and many of them were medical techniques that had been lost to the outside world. In his previous life, he had heard that the man with the big tongue had a large collection of books, mostly old palace books, but due to the special circumstances of this era, he dared not take them out. Later, when the wind picked up, these books, because they involved sensitive matters such as the imperial court, imperial physicians, and the emperor, were all forcibly burned by a group of young people. Even this small house was burned down. It is said that the man with the lisp was burned alive while trying to save these rare books. Seeing Lu Erju touching and looking around excitedly, de Chiren finally felt quite smug. The main reason is that I saw this kid treating food and meat like they were nothing, giving them away without a second thought. Big Tongue felt really aggrieved. How could he, as the master, be less generous than this brat? Now he finally stood up for himself. He picked up the enamel mug with the red star on it, took a sip of water, and said smugly, "Kid, how about that? These are all imperial medical techniques, used to treat the emperor. Ordinary people can't get their hands on them. It's only because I, your master, can still keep these books at home. I've heard that some old Chinese medicine doctors have taken their rare books to sell as scrap in exchange for food. Don't you think that's a waste of resources?" After speaking with a lisp, he put down the enamel mug that the county had awarded to the outstanding trainee and made sure the red star was facing Lu Erju. Lu Erju quickly turned around and advised, "Master, you mustn't talk nonsense. What imperial physicians? What common people can't access? If this gets out, you'll be in big trouble." Although it hasn't really taken off yet, there have been signs of it over the past few years, stemming from the days of playing Do Dizu, a popular Chinese card game. Such remarks that could undermine unity must be absolutely prohibited, otherwise, it's considered a sign of impure thinking. The man with the lisp rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Am I stupid? Let me tell you, I'm only introducing myself to you because you're here." That's good, that's good." Lu Erju carefully examined the books. Seeing Lu Erju's careful and fond expression, de Chiren revealed a satisfied look. He was afraid that Lu Erju was only looking for him because he had a skill to make a living, and that he didn't really like medicine. Judging from this kid's attitude towards medical books, at least his mindset is correct. "Kid, you do have a great memory, but a good memory isn't enough to be a doctor, you also need talent. Take me for example. I learned from my father since I was a child. I can recite many theories by heart, but I may not be able to use them when I actually need them. Take the slippery pulse for example. Many TCM practitioners know that it is used to diagnose a woman's pregnancy. But can you imagine that if a person's qi and blood are sufficient, it will also have this effect? Even symptoms of phlegm and dampness or food stagnation can cause a slippery pulse. Even if there is a theory, many people may not be able to diagnose it correctly." The man with the lisp gave Lu Erju a serious lecture, even using himself as an example. Lu Erju nodded quickly to indicate that he had remembered. "Okay, then you can start reading. Begin with Identifying Herbs, which was compiled by my ancestors to teach beginners about herbs." The man with the lisp said this and turned to leave. Lu Erju was surprised that the lisp stopped teaching and instead told him to read books. He figured this must be his teaching method, so he didn't ask too many questions and simply started reading. When the man with the lisp strolled into the yard, Ma Ziyulian asked curiously, "Man with the lisp, why aren't you teaching anymore? Can Zuzi learn by himself from the books?" The man with the lisp sat on a small stool and said irritably, "This kid is too smart. He'll learn everything I taught him in just 2 days. Then he'll look down on me. Let him go read books. Let my ancestor teach this little brat. I guarantee that after a day, he'll be completely obedient to my medical skills." Ma Ziyulian immediately laughed, "Shameless. That's not admiration for your medical skills, that's admiration for your ancestors." Same, the man with the lisp said guiltily as he drank his water. Because she didn't understand the intricacies of the situation, Ma Ziyulian didn't bother to get involved. Anyway, she knew that her husband usually treasured those books, and now that he was willing to let Lu Erju read them, it could be considered that he was teaching him with care. Just make sure the pillar doesn't suffer any losses. She's finding the pillars more and more pleasing to the eye now. She is good-looking, generous, articulate, cultured, and filial. If her daughter weren't only 10 years old, she would really want to keep Lu Erju at home as her son-in-law. When evening came, it was time for Big Tongue's family to have dinner. Lu Erju finished reading the entire book on identifying medicinal herbs before finally closing it with satisfaction. "I have to say, my master's ancestors were truly something special. This herbal medicine book not only records more than 3,000 kinds of herbs, but also includes illustrations and their properties. Occasionally, they would also cite sources to recount the origins or special uses of certain herbs. This laid a solid foundation for Lu Erju's knowledge of medicine. This is because Lu Erju has an extraordinary memory, otherwise, it would have taken him 10 days to half a month to barely finish reading this book. Zhu Ziyi, dinner's ready. His master's wife called from outside. Lu Erju put the book back in its place and walked into the yard. Beside the stove, the master's wife was cooking, while two children with big heads but thin bodies squatted to the side, not caring about the heat of the flames, their eyes fixed on the stove, drool dripping onto their blouses. There wasn't anything particularly delicious in the pot, just a porridge of wild vegetables. It must have had some cornmeal added, as it looks a bit thicker than clear soup. After stirring the paste a couple of times, the master's wife took out the bowl of meat that Lu Erju had given her. Lu Erju thought she would pour everything in, but she only took out 2 small pieces of bone, rinsed them in the paste, and then took the bones out after the oil had spread in the pot. However, when she looked up and saw Lu Erju still watching, her master's wife gave an awkward smile and put the bone back in. Zuzi, don't misunderstand, your master's wife isn't afraid you'll eat it. Lu Erju nodded, I know. Actually, this is a common habit in the village. In those days, meat is rarer than gold, so a single bone can be used to cook several pots of rice. Each time, a little bit of oil is considered a treat. Looking at the pillar, the master's wife thought for a moment, then made a tough decision, picked up a whole piece of chicken, and put it into the pot to cook. Upon seeing this, the 2 skinny children's eyes lit up instantly, and they were incredibly excited. The slightly older girl was very clever. She quickly snatched the chopsticks her mother had used to pick up meat, gave one to her younger brother, and put the other in her mouth to lick. Actually, the chopsticks had already been rinsed twice in the pot, and almost all the oil was gone. But the 2 children were as happy as if they were eating the most delicious lollipop in the world. When the paste was almost ready, the master's wife placed a bamboo steamer on top and heated up 4 grayish cornbreads, which were clearly made from coarse grains with corn cobs still attached. Seeing this, Lu Erju sighed and said, Master's wife, let me cook. Go away, what are you doing causing trouble? The master's wife shooed him away impatiently. Don't learn those old rules from your master. Our family doesn't have that kind of bad habit of treating apprentices like oxen and horses. Just sit there and wait for your meal. The man with the lisp sat not far away, smoking his pipe. Seeing Lu Erju being chased away, the man with the lisp immediately laughed and said, Little brat, still pretending to be a city person, all modest and courteous? Come on over and wait for your meal, wanna have a bite? Looking at the pipe that his master jokingly handed him, Lu Erju swallowed hard. He wanted to smoke, but the cigarette he had just smoked made him realize his own limitations, so he quickly refused. Soon, the rice was cooked, and the teacher's wife quickly served it. Including Lu Erju, there are now 5 people in the family, and the wild vegetable porridge was served in 5.5 bowls. 4 bowls of porridge were served, and the bowl containing chicken was placed in Lu Erju's place. The master's wife invited the group to eat, while she took a bowl of gruel with a few specks of oil floating on it and went to the next courtyard. Seeing Lu Erju's puzzled expression, Big Tongue said calmly, that spendthrift woman went to bring food to her grandson. The baby was just born, and your sister-in-law isn't getting enough nutrition, so the baby doesn't have any milk. That's why she's already eyeing that family of debt collectors as soon as she gets a little meat. I've only just started eating my fill. Despite saying that, the woman with the big tongue still put the 2 chicken bones with little meat into her child's bowl. The 2 children weren't afraid of the heat and were wolfing down their food, holding their bowls. Upon seeing the bones, the 2 children immediately stretched out their tiny hands, barely larger than chicken feet, and excitedly grabbed the bones to start gnawing. You 2 are debt collectors too. Big Tongue laughed and cursed, then suddenly noticed Lu Erju's complicated expression and remembered that there was an apprentice next to him, and the meat was brought by the apprentice. He immediately looked a little awkward and said, well, I'll go get you another bone. Oh no, I mean a piece of meat. Seeing his master's distressed expression, Lu Erju quickly pressed him back onto the stool and said, No need, master, I won't eat here. No way. You're my apprentice, learning from me. It would be a joke if I didn't even provide you with food. Do you want the whole village to look down on me? With a stern face, the man with the lisp cursed angrily. Lu Erju said helplessly, My father is still waiting for me to brew the medicine. This left the man with the lisp speechless. Although he knew Lu Erju was deliberately making an excuse to leave, he couldn't stop him from going to brew medicine for his father. He could only curse in annoyance. Damn it, you think my family's food is bad and want to go back to eat meat? I don't even want to entertain you. Get lost. After leaving the house, Lu Erju didn't go straight there. Instead, he went to the small pharmacy and took out half a pig from his mental space. This is half a pig, with its head and 2 front hooves. The pig's head is for the master and his wife, and the forelegs are for the master's daughter-in-law to help with lactation. If Lu Erju were also poor, he would never have been so generous. But since we're not short of these things, and my master's wife really loves me, what's wrong with helping out? It will make them happy and put my mind at ease. Lu Erju put down his things, wrote another note, then put a book in his pocket and walked out. As he was leaving the courtyard, he turned back and called out, Master, I left some things for you in the small pharmacy. can I borrow a book with me? You little brat, you stole my book, didn't you? I think you need a beating. The man with the lisp chased after him angrily, jumping up and down as he cursed. This is a family heirloom book, which he treasures and cherishes dearly, fearing that Lu Erzha might damage it. Seeing Lu Erzha run away, Dashi hurriedly chased after him, wanting to snatch the book back, as it was his lifeline. Just then, Ma Xiaolian returned with a worried look on her face, and the two bumped into each other. Seeing that she had nowhere to vent her anger, Ma Xiaolian grabbed Dashi's ear and said, "Are you crazy? Why aren't you eating properly? Why are you running around? Hey, let go, let go. That little brat ran off with my book." The man with the lisp was frantic. "Who? Zhu Ziyi, so what if he takes your book? You can tell from his clothes he's not a sloppy person, how could he possibly break it? Besides, you were planning to let them read and learn anyway, so what's wrong with them taking one of your books back to read? Go back, go back. I'm in a bad mood right now, don't mess with me," Ma Xiaolian warned with a dark expression. The man with the lisp looked puzzled. "What's wrong with you now? It's you all the time, I always run out of milk, and the baby cries loudly from hunger. You're such a useless father-in-law. I asked you to get some lactation-inducing medicine, and you still can't get it." Ma Xiaolian became increasingly angry as she spoke, and was about to hit him again. Startled, the woman with the lisp quickly backed away and explained, "My daughter-in-law has no milk because she's malnourished. What good will medicine do? Don't worry, go eat first. Zhu Ziyi said he left something for me at the pharmacy. I'll go check it out." Ma Xiaolian ignored her husband and went to the stove to scoop her half bowl of porridge into a bowl. Although the family had 10 more kilograms of grain, there was also an extra mouth to feed, making life potentially even harder than before. So when she wasn't working, she would think about eating less. Just as they finished serving the porridge, a lisp came from the pharmacy. "Holy crap, honey, come quick. Am I hallucinating from hunger? What's wrong? What are you yelling about?" Ma Xiaolian walked over with a half bowl of porridge in her hand, looking annoyed. The man with the lisp was standing at the entrance of the pharmacy, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. When Ma Xiaolian looked inside, she was dumbfounded. On the only table in the pharmacy, there was a half-pig, weighing at least 100 pounds. This, my goodness. Ma Xiaolian stammered, almost unable to hold her bowl. If this happened in later generations, and Ma Xiaolian called a pig's head mother, the man with the lisp would definitely laugh at her, saying, "Why does your mother have a pig's head?" But now, the lisp keeps calling for his mother, and then runs over to touch the pig's head and the pork. Real. It's all real, not an illusion. Suddenly, the man with the lisp noticed the note left on the table and quickly picked it up to examine it. "Master, after much thought, I still feel that the apprenticeship gift shouldn't be too meager, but you definitely won't accept this pork directly. So I've left the food here so that my younger siblings can eat their fill and my elder brother and sister-in-law can have some nourishment. If you return it, it means you don't want me as your disciple anymore, and I won't bother you again tomorrow." Upon seeing the note, Dashi Tung's eyes immediately reddened, and his throat felt as if something was blocking it, rendering him completely speechless. Ma Xiaolian, who couldn't read, was extremely anxious and urged, "What's written on this? Did Zuzi write it? Read it to me." After the man with the lisp calmed down for a while, he slowly read out the contents of the note. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Xiaolian burst into tears. "My goodness, how can Zuzi be such a good child? How can he be so good?" The two children who were trying to crush bones inside heard the noise and rushed out, thinking that their parents were fighting. The two children ran into the pharmacy crying, shouting, "Mom, what's wrong?" Upon hearing that the two children had arrived, Ma Xiaolian hugged them tightly, crying and shouting, "From now on, you two must treat brother Zuzi as your own brother. If anyone dares to disobey him, I'll beat you to death, do you hear me?" The two children were quite confused, not understanding why their mother said that, but they still nodded firmly. Because Mom's beatings hurt a lot. Big Tongue looked at the half-pig with complicated eyes. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "Clean up the meat. Tonight, make a bowl of braised pork for each of the two children. Take the two pigs' trotters to Xuanzi's wife to stew. Don't let the grandson cry all night. He'll cry himself sick sooner or later." Ma Xiaolian wiped away her tears. "Is this okay? Zhu Ziyi just gave us so much meat, and we're just going to eat as much as we want. It's alright, I have a way to repay this favor." The man with the big tongue walked to the base of the pharmacy wall with his head down, dug a small hole in the ground, and then carefully took out a purple wooden box wrapped in cloth from it. If Lu Erzha were here, he would recognize at a glance that it was made of sandalwood, a material that has been talked about to death in later generations. But this sandalwood is carved with dragons and phoenixes, inlaid with gold and jade, and is clearly a treasure from the royal family. Ordinary people could not obtain such a fine thing. This was passed down from my ancestors. It contains the true medical knowledge and the golden and silver heavenly needles bestowed by Emperor Teju of Ming. Originally, I planned to test this boy's character and give it to him before I died. After all, raising children is for old age security, and followers also need to be prepared for old age. The man with the lisp gave a self-deprecating laugh as he said this. Who would have thought that this kid is so kind that I feel like I'm a damn bastard? I'll give this to him tomorrow. It's worth more than half a pig, even 100 pigs, right? Ma Ziyulian breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was fierce, she was soft-hearted and always felt that it was wrong to take advantage of a child like this. Since her man has a way to pay it back, things are much easier. She immediately pinched her 2 children's noses and laughed. You 2 are in for a treat, Mom will make you braised pork. The 2 children are 7 or 8 years old and still don't know what braised pork is, but when they heard the word meat, they both looked happy. Looking at her 2 children jumping around excitedly, Ma Ziyulian said with a stern face, You 2 remember this stewed meat is from Brother Zuzi, so you have to listen to Brother Zuzi from now on. The 2 children nodded eagerly and memorized the name Lu Erju. Ma Ziyulian picked up the half pig and looked down at the lard on the table. She was heartbroken. Oh dear, Zuzi is such a waste of money. How could you put the pork on the wood? The lard has seeped in and we can't get it off. She scrubbed the table vigorously with both hands, picking up all the grease, then washed her hands in the basin of water, and finally all the grease floated to the surface of the water. When Lu Erju returned home, he found his mother cooking with her back to the door. She secretly took out a whole pig from her spatial storage and put it in the laundry basin. Then he went over and said, Mom, let me cook. I really don't want to eat porridge today. He was growing rapidly, but he wasn't getting enough to eat, and now he's only about 1.7 meters tall. It would be a problem if he stopped growing. Niu Honghua, who had somehow acquired some wild vegetables, was busy tending to them. Without turning her head, she shooed them away, saying, Go away, I can do it. Mom, didn't I prove it yesterday? I can cook, Lu Erju said with a smile. You've proven it, and it's made my heart ache. Such good cornmeal, almost as good as refined grains, and you just made it into pancakes to eat. I traded that grain for some cornmeal. 1 pound of pure cornmeal for 5 pounds of cornmeal. Wasn't that a good deal? Niu Honghua said smugly. Lu Erju was speechless. Mom, the cornmeal that people in the village eat is ground up with the husks on, and some even have the corn cobs in it. That stuff is so hard it hurts your throat. Don't worry, Mom is feeding you pure cornmeal, while your dad and I are eating cornmeal, Niu Honghua quickly explained. Lu Erju smiled wryly. That's not what I meant. I meant that eating too much cornmeal is bad for your stomach and intestines, and it can make it hard to poop. Niu Honghua casually said, What are you thinking? There's no way we'll have that much cornmeal to eat. We don't even know how many days this little bit of food will last. It'll be better if we don't have any food in our stomachs and can't poop, so we won't go hungry. Lu Erju was truly speechless. He decided to prove it with his actions, forcibly turning his mother, who had been facing away from him, around and pointing at the laundry tub, saying, Mom, I'm just asking you, do I have the right to cook tonight? Niu Honghua was stunned when she saw the pig. She pointed at it, trembling, and said, Zuzi, did Mom eat the wrong wild vegetables? Why is pork growing in the washing basin instead of mushrooms? Almost all the villagers' washing basins are made of wood. It's fine if they're used frequently, but if they're left unused for a while, bacteria will grow on them. People are used to it. But the appearance of pork was a problem, to the point that Niu Honghua thought she had eaten poisonous wild vegetables. After all, this kind of thing has happened before in the village. Last year, someone picked the wrong poisonous wild vegetables and put them in the pot in the communal dining hall to cook for the whole village. Because the medicine was diluted, the villagers didn't collapse, but they danced around for about 10 minutes before recovering. Mom, don't worry, you didn't eat anything wrong. Lu Erju explained with a wry smile, I caught it from the mountain. He originally wanted to say that it was given by a classmate, but then he thought about how a bowl of meat could make the Big Tongue family so excited. If you were to say that your classmate gave you a pig, you would be fooling your parents. What? When did you go up the mountain to catch wild boars? Niu Honghua was even more frightened. She hurriedly grabbed Lu Erju and carefully checked him over, afraid that something might have happened to her precious son. After confirming that Lu Erju was not injured, Niu Honghua breathed a sigh of relief, but was full of reproach. You child, why did you sneak off to the mountain to catch wild boar? Last time, the security team went up the mountain with guns to catch wild boar. More than a dozen people went, but in the end they didn't catch any wild boar, and several people were injured. Lu Fuxian's voice came from inside the house. Damn it, I heard Zuzi say he went to catch wild boars. Rather than be taught a lesson twice, Lu Erju decided to have his mother watch the wild boar while he went into the house and said, Dad, I caught a wild boar on the mountain. Because his leg hadn't healed yet, Lu Fuxian couldn't get out of bed, so he sat on the con, a heated brick bed, leaning against the wall, smoking his pipe and staring directly at Lu Erju, making Lu Erju feel a little guilty. What's wrong, Dad? My father may not be very educated, but he's not stupid. 1 boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers, and this wild boar is the most troublesome. Not only does it like to live in groups, but it also has an exceptionally bad temper. Its thick hide is so tough that even a homemade gun can't kill it from a distance. Tell your father how you caught the wild boar? I haven't heard a single gunshot all day. Lu Fuxian stared intently at Lu Erju. This usually honest and simple farmer was now making Lu Erju feel immense pressure. Lu Erju quickly explained, Dad, why are you so serious? Do you suspect I stole it? Nobody in our village could get so much meat. Lu Fuxian took 2 deep drags on his pipe and sighed, let alone a group of farmers, even the commune would have a hard time getting pork these days. That's why I'm even more worried about whether someone gave it to you. These words made Lu Erju suddenly realize what was happening, and he asked with amusement, Dad, you don't suspect me of being a spy, do you? This means that spies supported by other countries were able to easily obtain pork, a rare commodity, during times of famine in their own country. Lu Fuxian didn't laugh, he still stared at his youngest son with a worried expression. Lu Erju glanced outside and saw his mother carefully handling the wild boar, looking as if she dared not touch it. He then lowered his voice and explained, Then I'll tell you how we caught the wild boar, but please don't tell Mom, Dad. You go first. Lu Fuxian also became nervous, puffing away on his cigarette. Actually, I found a burrow in the mountain where wild boars used to stay. I cooked a pot of corn porridge and put it in the burrow. Then, I waited for the wild boars to crawl in. As soon as one came out, I smashed it to death. That's how I caught them. Lu Erju changed his spatial ability to using brute force to kill wild boars. It's not that I don't trust my father, it's just that people's lives are very boring at this time, and they have very little exposure to things. They don't have much of a concept of fantasy or martial arts, and not many people even know about Sun Wukong. If I were to mention something like the mind space, I would either be treated as a hysteriac, tied up, and forced to drink excrement, or I would be accused of having an affair with a spy. This is still considered good. In 2 years, when the winds rise, not only will he not have a mental space, but even gods would dare to shoot him twice. When Lu Fuxian heard that Lu Erju had actually cooked a pot of corn porridge to feed the wild boar, he almost choked on his breath and coughed from the smoke. Dad, are you all right? Lu Erju was startled and hurriedly went over to help his father catch his breath. Don't come any closer. Lu Fuxian coughed, his face turning red, and kept waving his hands. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist beating you to death, you good for nothing. Lu Erju helplessly spread his hands. I didn't want to say it, but you insisted on hearing it, and now you're angry after I've told you. How the hell did I know you were such a spendthrift? Lu Fuxian glared at him. No, Dad can do the math, right? A bowl of porridge is at most 2 pounds of cornmeal. I caught 2 big wild boars, how much do you think they're worth? Lu Erju quickly tried to calm him down, because he felt that his father was about to lose his temper and was about to beat him, and his legs might not be able to take it. After being persuaded like that, Lu Fuxian calmed down. 2 pounds of cornmeal, even if sold on the black market as the villagers call it, might only fetch 1 or 2 yuan per pound, so 2 pounds would only fetch 4 yuan. But pork is a different story. It's said that some people dare to sell it for 7 or 8 yuan per pound. 2 wild boars must weigh at least 300 or 400 pounds, right? Good heavens, this is absolutely a highly profitable venture. Lu Fuxian finally smiled and quickly said, You're really smart, kid, and you're really willing to spend money. No wonder no one else can catch wild boars. Who would be willing to throw away 2 pounds of cornmeal for nothing? By the way, those 2 wild boars. Lu Fuxian hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Go and send a pig's head to your master. If we go back 20 years, that would be a proper apprenticeship ceremony. Even now, your nephew used a pound of meat to become an apprentice. Lu Erju laughed and said, They gave it to us a long time ago, half a pig. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Fuxian choked on his pipe again. This time, he didn't chase Lu Erju away. Instead, he gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Come on, good son, let your father get closer to you. Lu Erju didn't approach, but instead quickly retreated. Dad, stop laughing, your laugh is too creepy. Son, what are you saying? I love you the most. Come here and let me pamper you. Lu Fuxian gripped his pipe, his arm veins bulging. Upon seeing this, Lu Erju ran out without hesitation. Dad, I'll go help Mom prepare the pork. You rest. After the boy ran out, Lu Fuxian was still angry on the con, a heated brick bed. That's half a pig. Over 100 pounds of meat. It was sent out just like that. Lu Fuxian cursed and swore for a long time, then suddenly laughed. He was always worried that Lu Daliang's eldest son was too simple-minded and would inevitably suffer in the village after he passed away. Lu Erju is so smart and kind-hearted, he will definitely not abandon his elder brother in the future. Grandpa, although your grandson is useless, your great-grandson seems to have the potential to make our family prosperous again, Lu Fuxian murmured, his face full of pride. In the yard, Niu Honghua had already accepted the fact that her family had a pig and was overjoyed. Niu Honghua was especially happy when Lu Erju asked her to call her older brother for help. She had actually wanted to call Lu Daliang earlier, but calling him would mean sharing the pork, and she was afraid her youngest son wouldn't be willing. Before long, Lu Daliang and his family of 3 were summoned. I saw the pig in the yard. The eldest sister-in-law, Li Qiqi, was so frightened that she sat down on the ground, covering her mouth tightly to keep from making a sound. It's no wonder she made a fuss. After all, when she was called over, they only asked her and her family of 3 to help with some chores, not to slaughter a pig. Besides, she's never been so wealthy as to own a pig. Moreover, Li Qiqi knew that most families would eat meat behind closed doors, and dividing the pork was not a difficult task. Now that her mother had called her over to help, it was clear that she wanted to share some meat with her. Tears welled up in her eyes involuntarily. The little girl, however, knew nothing about it. She ran over excitedly, hugged Lu Erju's leg, and looked at the ferocious wild boar with a bit of fear. Uncle, what is this big guy? It scared my mother to tears. Niu Honghua quickly closed the door and locked it. Then she helped Li Qiqi up and scolded her, "You're such a useless child. You get like this just because you see a pig?" Lu Erju couldn't help but expose her. "Mom, you were just walking around the pig in the yard more than a dozen times, clapping and jumping up and down, like you were performing a shamanistic ritual. I saw it all." Upon hearing this, Niu Honghua blushed with embarrassment and anger. She walked over and lightly slapped Lu Erju across the face. "You little brat, you're just talking nonsense." After teaching Lu Erju a lesson, Niu Honghua couldn't help but laugh, and then tears started to well up in her eyes. Seeing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law crying and laughing, Lu Daliang's simple-mindedness resurfaced. He cautiously approached Lu Erju and asked, "Brother, are our mother and your sister-in-law going crazy? Should I tie them up first so they don't hurt themselves?" Lu Erju rolled his eyes at him. "Hurry up and cut the meat, then marinate it, otherwise if it goes bad, our mother and sister-in-law will really go hysterical." Yes, we can't waste anything, or we'll be struck by lightning." Lu Daliang immediately went to sharpen the knife. The knife at home is still usable for cutting vegetables, but it's really not good enough for cutting meat. It needs to be sharpened. After sharpening his knife, Lu Daliang, though not skilled at butchering pigs, was still better at it than Lu Erju, so he quickly butchered a large wild boar. After calming down a bit, Niu Honghua and Li Qiqi also started working. One of them pounded large grains of salt to cure the pork, while the other brought firewood to light a fire to smoke the pork. After cutting the pork, Lu Daliang took the pork fat to render lard. In short, the 3 of them each had their own things to do and were constantly busy. Lu Erju tried to intervene several times, but was always chased away, told that he was a great contributor to the family and should rest now. Even the little girl was scolded by Li Qiqi, who kicked her little bottom and glared at her, telling her to stop bothering her uncle, that her uncle was a man who had to do great things, and that he didn't have time to coax a little brat like her. The little girl was on the verge of tears, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. She wanted to cry but was afraid of being beaten. Her pitiful little face made Lu Erju feel heartbroken. "Oh dear, baby, don't cry, let uncle hug you," Lu Erju coaxed gently. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately broke down, opening her little arms and crying to Lu Erju, "Uncle, hug me." Lu Erju hurriedly hugged the little girl in his arms and said to Li Qiqi, "Sister-in-law, the girl still needs to be pampered, so that she won't lack love in the future." "Lack of love?" Lu Erju was surprised. "Our dad has such a violent side." "That's right. It's only because you're pampered that you've never been beaten. I got beaten up a lot back then. Take that time when he hung me up and beat me, for example. All I did was steal one of Dad's cigarettes to try it out. Do you think it was that serious?" Lu Daliang sighed deeply. Lu Erju thought about it. Back then, people weren't in such dire straits. A cigarette wouldn't warrant being hung up and beaten. He figured his father probably didn't want his older brother to develop a habit of stealing. Unexpectedly, Niu Honghua said irritably, "Zuzi, don't listen to your brother's nonsense. Your dad didn't beat him for stealing cigarettes. It's because this brat took a couple of puffs of the cigarette, thought it tasted bad, and threw it away. He ended up throwing it on a haystack, which set more than a dozen haystacks on fire. The villagers were busy putting out the fire all night and almost burned the whole village down." Lu Erju pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling that his father had actually shown mercy. Li Qiqi laughed so hard she almost fell over. Yes, I've heard about that. The first time that Simpleton came to my house to propose, my mother even asked him, "Do you still play with fire?" Lu Daliang, true to his simpleton reputation, suddenly realized, "Oh, so that's why. I was wondering why your mother asked me if I played with fire. I thought she wanted me to help cook." Looking at his older brother's simple and honest appearance, Lu Erju then looked at the little girl in his arms. "This girl won't be that stupid in the future, will she? She's so easy to fool." To test his niece's intelligence, Lu Erju decided to teach her arithmetic, which could be considered an early introduction to math. He wrote 10 numbers on the ground and said to the little girl, "Come on, let your uncle teach you to recognize numbers. I'll say 1 and you repeat it after me." The little girl, unaware that this was the beginning of a tragic life, thought it was some kind of game and happily squatted down beside it, saying, "Okay." 1, Lu Erju pointed to the number. The little girl, still with a slightly childish voice, called out in her innocent tone, 1. 2. The little girl read along, her beautiful eyes fixed on the numbers on the ground without blinking. Lu Erju taught them one by one, until they reached 10. After reading it 2 or 3 times, he asked the little girl, "Did you remember it?" The young girl hesitated for a moment. "Huh? I have to remember that. It's my fault, I forgot to tell you to remember it." Lu Erju took a deep breath, suppressed his anxiety, and said with a smile, "Then I'll teach you a few more times and see if you can remember it." He then repeated the instruction 5 more times, and then anxiously stared at the little girl, asking, "How about this time? Did you remember it?" The little girl looked at the small wooden stick in Lu Erju's hand, then looked at Lu Erju himself. Seeing her like this, Lu Erju thought she was scared, so he immediately laughed and said, "Don't be afraid, even if you mispronounce it, your uncle won't beat you." "But uncle, I remember this little stick was what grandma used to use to wipe my bottom after I pooped," the little girl said, pointing to the little stick in Lu Erju's hand. Lu Erju quickly threw the stick aside and asked, both amused and exasperated, "Why didn't you say so earlier, girl?" "It's all my fault, uncle, for shaking that little stick back and forth so I was slow to recognize it," the girl said matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Lu Erju understood. "Well, this girl probably didn't remember what I just taught her again. It's probably because they're too young, we should teach them later." Lu Erju made excuses for Xiaonazai, unwilling to believe that her personality was like his older brother's. Seeing this, Li Qiqi immediately laughed and said, "Zuzi, give up. This girl is just as simple-minded as her father. She doesn't know anything about studying and just likes to play around. It's good that she's playful. This kind of child has a good attitude. I hope Nazai can live a carefree life and be happy every day." Lu Erju became happy again. Anyway, he was capable of taking care of his family, so he didn't have to rely on a little girl to become the pillar of the family. Hearing Lu Erju's words, Li Qiqi was very moved and happy that her daughter had such a good uncle. Then she glared at Lu Daliang and said, "Look at Zuzi, how much he dotes on your silly daughter, and you don't even say a word." Lu Daliang chuckled, "Then I wish my brother's dream comes true." These words earned him eye rolls from both women. Lu Erju stared at his older brother suspiciously. Was this guy pretending to be stupid? Lu Erju has many ways of cooking these pork dishes. Braised pork belly, sweet and sour pork, stewed pork with sauerkraut and vermicelli, rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, braised lion's head meatballs, meat sauce noodles. Unfortunately, Lu Erju had plenty of meat, but no seasoning. There was no white flour or anything like that. In the end, Lu Erju managed to gather all the ingredients from his elder brother's house and barely managed to make a pot of braised pork. Except for Lu Fuxian, who had a broken leg, the whole family gathered around the stove while Lu Erju cooked, watching him eagerly. The little girl, in particular, was being held in her father's arms, drooling and wiggling her little bottom. Her little hands were reaching towards the pot, as if she wanted to crawl in and eat. Finally, when the braised pork was cooked, Li Qiqi ran over to fetch a bowl. Lu Erju served everyone a large bowl of braised pork and steamed a pot of cornbread with pure cornmeal before everyone began to eat. At the dinner table, seeing Lu Erju constantly wiping away sweat, Niu Honghua felt extremely sorry for him. "I told you to let your mother and sister-in-law cook, but you insisted on doing it. You must be exhausted." Li Qiqi quickly ran over and got a wet towel, handing it to Lu Erju. "Zuzi, quickly wipe your sweat." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Lu Erju wiped the sweat from his face and neck with a damp towel, just smiling without explaining. Because this wild boar had never been castrated, and due to its physical condition, its meat had a fishy, gamey smell. If not handled properly, it can be very difficult to swallow. Lu Erju's family had no experience in handling wild boar meat, nor were they picky about it, so he dared not let them do it, otherwise he wouldn't be able to eat the meal. Mommy, I want to eat meat." The little girl was held in Lu Daliang's arms and was so anxious that she kept kicking her father's thigh, but no matter how much she struggled, her little hands could not reach the meat on the table. Li Qiqi turned around and glared at him. "Shut up, from now on you have to wait for your uncle to start eating first. If you dare to be rude, I'll beat you to death." The little girl was already upset about not getting any meat, and now she was scolded. Her lips trembled, her eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes, ready to fall. Li Qiqi was furious and angrily scolded, "You brat, what are you wailing about on this wonderful day when we're supposed to be eating meat? If you dare to shed a tear, I'll give you a good beating today." Lu Erju felt terrible for her and quickly took the little girl in his arms. "Sister-in-law, the child is still so young. Don't cry, little girl. Your uncle will give you some meat." Lu Erju picked up a piece of pork belly, blew on it, and put it into the little girl's mouth. Li Qiqi couldn't scold her daughter anymore, and said helplessly, "Zuzi, don't spoil her like this. If she's spoiled, she'll be laughed at when she goes back to her parents' home. They wouldn't dare." Lu Erju's eyes widened. "Our girl is a treasure. She's here to enjoy life in our family. Whether she gets married or not, if anyone dares to bully her, you'll see how I beat them up." Upon hearing this, the little girl swallowed the meat in one gulp, patted Lu Erju's chest, and whispered to coax him, "Uncle, don't be angry. My mother didn't hit me on purpose. She just didn't mean to. Please don't hit her. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Lu Erju also laughed and said, sister-in-law, look how much this girl is on your side. Li Qiqi was both amused and annoyed. You little rascal, at least you have a conscience. Don't worry, Nizai, not only will I not beat your mother, but if your mother is bullied, I will also help her get revenge. Lu Erju gently coaxed Nizai while stroking her dry, yellow hair. In this day and age, the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother and the younger brother-in-law is like a son. Over the years, if Lu Erju hadn't had the support of his elder brother and sister-in-law, he wouldn't have been able to study so peacefully. Therefore, there's no way Lu Erju would turn against Li Qiqi. Seeing that her uncle was serious, the little girl became less nervous and nudged his hand to pick up some meat. Listening to this, Li Qiqi's eyes reddened again, but she felt that this was a good day and she shouldn't cry, so she kept pinching her husband's arm and whispered, Liangzi, what good deeds did I do in my past life that I ended up marrying into our family? Lu Daliang was grimacing as he was being pinched, and he was also secretly pondering, did I beat my wife every day in my past life, so I'm being pinched every day in this life to pay off my debt? Seeing the family enjoying themselves so happily, Neo Hunghua was also pleased. I thought that in these times, it would be a good thing if our family didn't starve to death. I never expected that we could eat so much meat, especially since it's my Zuzi. He's really capable. Li Qiqi was also generous with her praise. Zuzi is so handsome and capable, he'll definitely marry a city girl in the future. These days, if a farmer could find a young woman from the city to be his wife, it would be big news that would shock the surrounding villages. Lu Erju was a little embarrassed by the praise. It's just a meal of meat, let's hurry up and eat, I'm getting a little hungry. If Zuzi is hungry, then let's eat first. Neo Hunghua and Li Qiqi also quickly shut up and said no more. Seeing that the two women had stopped talking, Lu Daliang picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks as if he had been granted a pardon. The deep red chunks of meat, layered and stewed until very tender, trembled slightly when picked up with chopsticks. They were elastic and soft, and the aroma wafted into Lu Daliang's nose, making his mouth water. He quickly put one in his mouth and took a small bite. The smooth and non-greasy texture made Lu Daliang almost swallow his tongue. Mom, wife, this is so delicious. Zhu Ziyi's cooking is absolutely amazing. Lu Daliang exclaimed in amazement. Seeing this, the mother and daughter who had been waiting impatiently nearby also hurriedly started eating. After putting a piece in their mouths, their eyes lit up. It was so delicious that they almost cried. Neo Hunghua had been thinking that she had eaten several extra pieces of chicken last time, so she couldn't be greedy this time. Once you've eaten one piece, your hand will unconsciously reach for the next one. In the end, everyone ate a large bowl of pork belly and 3 or 4 steamed buns. Even Lu Fuxian, after finishing his meal and wiping the grease from his mouth, gave a thumbs up. This meal was excellent. I remember when I was a child, a chef from the Beijing hotel's office came to our house and made this braised pork. Compared to Zhu Ziyi's, it just had a few more seasonings. Lu Erju felt even more insecure after being praised. Good heavens, the Beijing hotel's business department entertains dignitaries from all over the world. Since its establishment, it has always been a venue for diplomatic banquets. The chefs there are undoubtedly skilled. How can I compare to them? Looking at the clean bowl in front of her, Neo Hunghua regretted it so much that she slapped the back of her hand. I'm so old, how could I be so greedy? I ate the whole bowl of meat. Despite her words, she still picked up the cornbread and scrubbed the meat in the bowl over and over again until it was so shiny it didn't need washing anymore, just like when she first bought it. The eldest brother and sister-in-law weren't much better off. They were both so full they were burping and sat there unwilling to move. Such good food shouldn't be consumed too quickly, or it would be a waste. The little girl was even more direct. She covered her round little belly, ran to the kong, a heated brick bed, kicked her left and right feet together, threw her shoes on the ground, and lay down to sleep there. Li Qiqi quickly tried to pull the little girl along. The little girl hurriedly crawled into the kong, a heated brick bed. I don't want to leave, I want to sleep with my uncle. Lu Erju laughed and said, let her sleep here. There's room on the kong anyway. This, Li Qiqi hesitated. Lu Daliang tugged at her sleeve and then gave her a fiery look. Li Qiqi immediately understood what her man meant. Her face flushed red with embarrassment, and she kicked Lu Daliang hard from an angle where no one else could see. That bastard, all he thinks about is that kind of thing after he's had a full meal. Lu Erju had been married in his previous life. Seeing the two exchanging glances, he said in an annoyed tone, hurry up and get a bowl of meat for Ziyahu. He works hard all day and needs some nourishment. Also, take 2 pieces of offal to his master and ask his master to take good care of Ziyahu. Lu Erju didn't mention giving meat to his elder brother and sister-in-law, because he knew they would be just as reluctant to eat as his parents, so he thought that everyone would eat together every meal from now on. Even so, Li Qiqi acted as if she were burning up, refusing repeatedly, and then dragged her husband away. Before they even stepped outside, Lu Erju glared at them and said, if you two don't take it, I'll deliver it myself later, and I'll deliver even more. Li Qiqi paused, looking at her mother-in-law with a troubled expression. Neo Hunghua no longer dared to make decisions for Lu Erju. Don't look at me, now that Zuzi is in charge, whatever he says goes. Alright then, but I'll only take one bowl of meat. You can't take any more awful. Li Qiqi said firmly, clearly embarrassed. Seeing her persistence, Lu Erju said no more. Anyway, Xiaohu is in the next village, so I'll get some food and send it to him later. These days, masters don't sympathize with their disciples, they treat them like animals and beat them harder than a father. If you want someone to go easy on you and teach you properly, you have to offer some benefits. Li Qiqi watched as her mother served her a bowl of braised pork, and then she kept praising Lu Erju, saying that he was handsome, kind-hearted, and capable. She even said that it was a blessing from her ancestors that she had married into the family. Lu Erju's praise made her too embarrassed to go out and see the two of them off. Once outside, Lu Daliang told Li Qiqi to go home by herself, while he carried the meat to his son, his steps quickening involuntarily at the thought of his wife waiting for him in bed. Soon, Lu Daliang arrived at the blacksmith's house in the neighboring village, where his son was learning the trade. He knocked on the door, and a little boy opened it. He was skin and bones and not very tall. He was Lu Daliang's son. Lu Xiaohu's face was flushed red and purple, and his skin was peeling, probably from being exposed to the fire for a long time. Even though it was already late autumn, he was only wearing a patched short jacket and was shivering from the cold. Upon seeing his father arrive, Xiaohu immediately flashed a simple, honest smile. Dad, what brings you here? I've brought you something good to eat. Lu Daliang pinched a piece of meat and stuffed it into his son's mouth. That silly boy didn't get to eat any of the chicken that came last time. If this bowl of meat is brought into the yard, he'll definitely miss out. When Xiaohu tasted the meat, his eyes lit up. Meat? Dad, why did you get meat again? Your uncle caught a wild boar and made a stew. Hurry up and eat a couple more bites, Lu Daliang urged. No. Xiaohu nervously glanced back. Dad, I'll take it to master. He's drinking right now. Lu Daliang opened his mouth, as if to say something, but in the end it turned into a sigh. Okay, how's your studying going lately? It's great. I can eat half a bowl of wild vegetable porridge at every meal, and I can even sharpen knives now, Xiaohu said with a forced smile. Lu Daliang clenched his fists tightly. His son chopped wood and forged iron every day, and all he ate was half a bowl of porridge 3 times a day? And he'd been here for over half a year, and he'd only just learned how to sharpen a knife? This blacksmith really doesn't teach anything. He wanted to say a few more words, but a rough curse came from inside the house. What are you doing, you little bastard? Get back here and give me a shoulder massage. Hey, master's here. Little Tiger carefully took the bowl of meat, urged his father to hurry back, and then closed the door and went back to his room. Lu Daliang was worried, so he peeked through the crack in the door and saw that his son was walking with a limp. He knew that his son must have been beaten not long ago, and his heart tightened again. Xiaohu carried the meat into the house, his face full of flattery. Master, my father brought me a bowl of braised pork. Please have it with your wine. The blacksmith and his wife, along with their 2 young boys, immediately brightened up. Good lad, your dad's got some skills. He got a bowl of chicken yesterday, and today he's got a bowl of braised pork? Alright, just for your and your father's filial piety, I'll give you some dry food tonight, and tomorrow I'll teach you how to select iron materials. If your dad brings me meat every day from now on, I guarantee you'll be a master chef in less than a year. The blacksmith tossed Xiaohu a grayish, hard cornbread, clearly made from the coarsest kind of cornmeal. The whole family, without any hesitation, began to devour the bowl of meat. Xiaohu didn't dare to say much. He sat on a small stool eating his cornbread, his mouth watering as he looked at the bowl of meat on the octagonal table. Lu Daliang saw this through the crack in the door and was so angry that he almost broke down the door. But after thinking about it, I realized that if I didn't have a skill these days, my son would only be like me, toiling in the fields for the rest of his life, struggling to make a living. Wouldn't that be a miserable life? Little Tiger, your father is useless. Just bear with it a little longer. Once you've learned a skill, I'll sell everything I own to send you to the city to find a factory job. Lu Daliang muttered to himself, suppressing his anger as he turned and left. That night, Lu Erju slept with Xiao and I touching his chest. He almost got washed away by a pea and ended up in the county town. The next morning, Lu Erju had dark circles under his eyes when he got up. In his past life, taking care of the children was always his wife's job. He hadn't slept with the children for many years and had even forgotten to take the little girl to pee in the middle of the night. After the quilt got wet with urine, the little girl was clever and kept squeezing into the dry spot. In the end, Lu Erju had nowhere to sleep, so he simply lit a candle and read medical books all night. The key thing is that this little girl, I don't know who she learned it from, gets up in the morning and doesn't even put on clothes, runs naked to her grandma's bed and whispers, "Grandma, I'm going to tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else." Niu Hunghua smiled and nodded. "Go ahead." The little girl cautiously glanced back at Lu Erju and said in a very soft voice, "My uncle wet the bed." You mustn't tell anyone, or my uncle will be embarrassed. Lu Erzhu laughed in anger upon hearing this. What was that brat thinking? She didn't even realize she had wet the bed, she thought it was him who had peed on it. Niu Honghua was also amused and kept laughing, which startled the little girl, who quickly covered her mouth with her small hand and anxiously urged, "Grandma, please stop laughing, uncle will be embarrassed." Okay, grandma won't laugh anymore. Niu Honghua quickly shut her mouth, but she was still laughing so hard she was shaking. Lu Erzhu ignored the old man and the child and got up to cook. He heated up the leftover braised pork and cornbread from last night, ate his fill, and then went to his master's house. When the man with the lisp saw Lu Erzhu enter, he glanced at him sideways and said, "Oh, young master, you're up? Aren't you afraid the sun will bake your butt?" Ouch, my butt. The foul-mouthed man got kicked in the butt by his wife, and it hurt terribly. Do you think everyone's as sleepless as you, old man? Zhu Ziyi is young, what's wrong with sleeping a little longer? Ma Ziyulian glared at Lu Erzhu with a lisp, then walked up to him with a smile and began to look him up and down, gesturing with her hands and muttering, "1 bundle, 2 bundles. What are you doing, master's wife?" Lu Erzhu asked, bewildered. Ma Ziyulian laughed and said, "Your master has a garment he doesn't wear anymore, so your master's wife will make you a jacket to wear." These were difficult times, with various resources in short supply. In order to pay off debts and promote development, a large number of laborers were shifted to heavy industry, resulting in a shortage of light industry workers. As a result, even cloth was scarce, with each person receiving only a few feet of cloth per year. Many children were almost 10 years old and still didn't have pants to wear. It's a joke that a family of 5 only has 1 pair of pants, and whoever goes out wears it, but it's a reality in many places. Some people even wore clothes made from urea bags, but even these were rare items that only families of low-ranking officials could manage to snag. Thinking of his master's 2 children, who were still wearing patched clothes in the middle of autumn and were several sizes too small, Lu Erzhu quickly declined, saying, "No need, master's wife, I'll buy them myself later." The man with the lisp couldn't help but say, "Look at their style, buying things all the time. Do you own a gold mine? Zhu Ziyi, he's just jealous of your talent. Let's ignore him." Ma Ziyulian looked at Lu Erzhu. "Even if you have money, you bought what you wanted. Your master's wife made it for you out of good intentions. What? You think your master's wife's things are bad, or that her cooking is bad?" Lu Erzhu waved his hands repeatedly and said with a wry smile, "Master's wife, I didn't mean that. Can't I just ask for the clothes? That's more like it." Ma Ziyulian took the measurements, smiled, and left. Seeing his wife leave, the man with the lisp said irritably, "You little brat, I'm doomed the moment you come." Lu Erzhu said innocently, "It wasn't me who hit you. Should I call my master's wife out to apologize to you? Get lost, get lost. You think I didn't get kicked hard enough?" Big Tongue glared at Lu Erzhu. "Get the hell to the pharmacy, I'll show you a treasure." Big Tongue went into the pharmacy and dug out the sandalwood box that had been buried the night before. When Lu Erzhu saw the box, he looked surprised. "Master, this box must be worth a lot of money, right? Bestowed by the emperor and crafted by the Ministry of Works, it said that the materials alone were worth over 1,000 taels of silver. How much do you think it costs now?" The man with the lisp asked with a chuckle. "It's definitely worthless now, but in a few decades, it could sell for millions," Lu Erzhu remarked. "Several, tens of thousands." Big Tongue nearly bit off his own tongue, leaving him tongueless. He glared angrily, "You little bastard, you dare to play me for a fool?" Although his family heirloom was indeed precious, Dali also meant to show off. But selling it for 1,000 yuan is already quite remarkable, yet this kid actually claims it can sell for millions? Lu Erzhu was speechless and helpless after being scolded, and unable to explain himself. He could only say, "I was just going along with what you wanted to say, wasn't I? I don't need to waste my breath on a little brat like you." Big Tongue originally wanted to show off his family heirloom, but Lu Erzhu's words about it being worth millions dampened his enthusiasm. He said impatiently, "This contains my family's medical skills. Since you said that half a pig yesterday was the real apprenticeship gift, then that's what I really want to teach you." Lu Erzhu looked curiously into the box and found several items inside. An ancient book with the 4 large characters Manhwa Medical Classic written on it records many prescriptions and acupuncture methods, providing treatments for various difficult and complicated diseases. Moreover, it is completely unheard of in later generations, clearly indicating that the lineage has been lost. There are also 2 cloth bags, one containing gold needles and the other containing silver needles. These 2 packs of fine needles would probably fetch a considerable sum if sold now. If this were in later generations, major Chinese medicine hospitals would be vying to auction it off and take it back as their prized possession. Lu Erzhu recognized the value of these items and exclaimed in surprise, "Master, you're giving me your true inheritance so soon after I've just started? Aren't you going to test me a little more? If I test you again, your master's wife will kick me out of the house. She'll teach you herself." The man with the lisp explained irritably, then looked at Lu Erju's smiling face and couldn't help but sigh. Besides, in these famine years, with winter just around the corner, every household is thinking about stockpiling food. Yet you're willing to give me, a powerless barefoot doctor, half a pig. What's there to doubt about your character? Seeing that his master had said so, Lu Erju didn't stand on ceremony and readily accepted the gifts. It's safer to keep this thing with me, so it won't get destroyed in the future. Where's the book from last night? Did you break it? Big Tongue suddenly stared at Lu Erju and asked. Lu Erju immediately took out the book, without even a folded corner. The man with the lisp nodded in satisfaction. All right, you can continue reading then. I'm going out for a smoke. To protect his family's heritage, Dashi Tongue never smokes in the pharmacy, fearing he might accidentally start a fire. Looking at the cabinet full of books, Lu Erju was also full of ambition and decided to finish reading these medical books in the shortest possible time to lay a solid foundation for his medical knowledge. Big Tongue came into the courtyard, sat on a small stool, and puffed on his cigarette, his eyes fixed on Lu Erju in the pharmacy. Seeing the boy sitting in the chair engrossed in reading, he was very satisfied. Look how much my apprentice loves to learn. He will definitely be better than me in the future. Before he could finish speaking, 2 children ran in from outside, laughing and joking. Upon seeing these 2 debt collectors, Big Tongue glared at them and said, "You 2 little brats, you dare to go out and run wild after just one meal? Expecting you to inherit my skills? In your next life." He's a lisp, which means he's good at talking, but he actually loves his 2 children very much, so neither of them is afraid of him. Ma Xiaolian was different. She would hit her 2 children with slippers and kick them when they put on their shoes. She glanced at the 2 children, and they immediately stopped laughing and stood there nervously. Perfect timing. Lily, Lele, go get your brother Zuzi a bowl of water. Ma Xiaolian instructed. Okay. Lu Lily, being 2 years older, hurriedly ran to get the kettle. Her younger brother, Lu Lele, was not to be outdone, because their mother said that they should treat brother Zuzi like their own brother. As a veteran traditional Chinese medicine doctor, Dashida was well aware of the dangers of drinking raw water, so while others were drinking well water or river water, he went to a blacksmith in a neighboring village to make a kettle and boiled water for drinking every day. At this moment, Lily picked up the kettle, while her younger brother ran over carrying a bowl. Both of them wanted to deliver the water themselves, and neither was willing to give the other the chance, so they glared at each other like fighting cocks. Seeing this, the man with the lisp quickly said, all right, stop arguing. Can't one of you just pour me some water?" The 2 children looked at each other and started arguing again. "You go get water for Dad, I'll go get water for Brother Zhu." "I don't want to. Dad has hands now, he can pour it himself." The man with the lisp was furious and angrily cursed, "You 2 little brats, I've raised you for 10 years, and you're not even as close as someone else giving you a meal of meat, are you?" Ma Xiaolian laughed and called out to the 2 children, "You 2 little rascals, go and pour some water together." The 2 men, one carrying a jug and the other holding a bowl, rushed to the man with the lisp, then passed him and ran into the pharmacy. The man with the lisp was so angry he was jumping up and down, constantly cursing the ungrateful brat. Inside the pharmacy, Lu Erju was reading when his master's 2 children ran in. One put a bowl on the table, while the other picked up the kettle and poured water. Their coordination was seamless, and they both simultaneously asked for credit. "Brother Zhu, Mom said she wants to pour water, so I got you a bowl." "Brother Zhu, I poured the water." After the 2 children finished speaking to him, they stared at Lu Erju expectantly, hoping he would drink the water and pour them another bowl so they would appear well behaved and that Brother Zhu would bring them meat to eat from now on. Lu Erju was unaware of their thoughts. Seeing the 2 children raising their little faces and staring at him, he subconsciously touched his pocket. They didn't have a single penny, not even enough to give a child a piece of candy. "Damn it, I have to go to the black market tonight to sell the pork and get some things for the house and to appease the kids. But we need to deal with the 2 kids first." Lu Erju was pondering something and didn't drink any water for a long time, which made the 2 children a little nervous. Lily is already 10 years old. At this age, people in the village are already washing clothes and cooking for adults. She is already sensible. She often heard people say that Lu Erju was a middle school student in the county town, and how amazing he was. Already feeling somewhat ashamed in front of Lu Erju, she couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Brother Zhu, do you think we're dirty? I didn't play in the mud just now, you can see for yourself." Lily stretched out her small, fairly fair hands. Although she was only 10 years old, her palms were already covered in calluses. The funny thing is, 7-year-old Lele also stretched out his little hands, but his little hands were not only covered in black mud, but also smelled of urine, obviously from peeing and playing in the mud earlier. Lu Erju was about to comfort Lily by saying that he didn't mind, but when he remembered that Lele had brought the bowl over, he couldn't bring himself to say it. While his lie may soothe the child's young heart, who can soothe his wounded soul if he actually drinks this bowl of urine-stained water? When Lily saw that Lu Erju was not drinking water for a long time, her eyes quickly dimmed and her face was full of disappointment. She could sense Lu Erju's disdain, but she didn't know what to do. Lele, however, didn't seem to notice anything amiss and kept urging, "Brother, drink some water." Lu Erju felt sorry for Lily's understanding nature and didn't want to discourage Lele, a little child. After all, in this era where people believe that a little dirt won't hurt you, many city dwellers didn't wash their faces, let alone uneducated children from the countryside. He racked his brains and came up with a good excuse. "Why are you in such a hurry to drink water?" "I just suddenly thought of a fun game." "Come on, I'll take you to play it." The two children are still young and at the age where they love to play. They both showed curiosity when they heard that they were going to play games. Seeing that Lily's attention had been diverted, Lu Erju immediately led them outside. Once inside the courtyard, Lu Erju took a wooden stick and began drawing on the ground. In no time, he drew a strange shape made up of squares, with numbers written in each square. The two children looked at it from left to right but couldn't understand what it was. "This game is called hopscotch. Go get a rock, and I'll teach you how to play," Lu Erju said to the two children. The two children ran off again, one after the other. A little while later, Lily returned, panting, carrying a rock the size of a wash basin. She proudly boasted, "Brother Zhu, is this rock any good?" Seeing this, Lele became anxious. He didn't want to lose, so he kept circling around the stone mill in the yard. "Dad, can you help me move the stone over there?" "Go to hell." The man with the lisp, who was wondering what Lu Erju was doing, glared at him and said, "If I were pulling the millstone, wouldn't I turn into a donkey?" Then, the man with the lisp cursed at Lu Erju again. "What exactly do you want, you little brat?" Lu Erju was speechless at the siblings' antics. He blamed himself for not explaining clearly, so he quickly ran to get two small stones, threw one into the first square, hopped on one foot into the second square, and kept jumping backward. After jumping around once, he turned around and jumped back, picked up the stone, and this time threw it into the second square. The two children are still quite young, and they found this new game very interesting, watching with wide eyes the whole time. After watching it once, they understood what it meant and couldn't wait to play. But Lily was worried that Lu Erju hadn't had enough fun, so she stared anxiously at him, while Lele kept scratching her head and ears, and neither of them dared to speak. Seeing this, Lu Erju handed the stone to the two men and explained the rules. "You take turns. Whoever loses has to go down and start over. No fighting, understand?" The two children nodded eagerly. But as it turned out, Lu Erju's advice was completely useless. As soon as he turned around, the siblings started fighting over who would play first. Hearing the arguing behind him, Lu Erju was about to try to mediate when he turned around and saw Lele being kicked aside by his sister. Lele sat on the ground and cried loudly. Lily, on the other hand, happily started throwing stones and playing hopscotch. Well, at least the conflict is over. Lu Erju went back to his room to read. Shelley watched the two children playing and seemed quite happy. But that's how people are these days. Even if they think something is good, they still have to grumble. "You little rascal, letting these two little rascals play with this jumping and bouncing thing. They'll definitely get hungry quickly. They'll have to eat a lot of my meat tonight." What was said in jest was taken seriously by the listener. Lu Erju quickly called out from inside the house, "Master, you can eat all that meat. I can catch more." The man with the lisp didn't retaliate with insults or sarcastic remarks. Instead, he walked into the pharmacy, patted Lu Erju on the shoulder, and said seriously, "Zuzi, I'm your master, not your creditor. These days, nobody's having an easy time. You've already accepted me as your master by taking me twice. If you dare to take anything else, don't blame your master for turning against you." Lu Erju quickly explained, "But I still have a lot. I'm your master, and I'm not so old that I can't move. Besides, 20 or 30 years ago, you wouldn't have called me father without me even asking. If I were raised by a little brat like you, what would I be? Besides, your older brother has 2 kids and he can barely take care of himself. Your parents will most likely have to rely on you to support them. You're getting to the age to get married, and when you do, you'll have to support your wife and kids. You'll also have to help out when your in-laws have any issues. If you keep spending money like this, you won't be able to afford to raise pigs even if you owned a pig farm, understand?" This was the first time that the man with a lisp had spoken to Lu Erju so earnestly. Although he had only recently taken on Lu Erju as an apprentice, he genuinely liked him and treated him like a son. He would often make fun of or tease Lu Erju to amuse him, but he won't be stingy with anything that truly needs to be taught. Seeing his master's reluctance to accept meat, Lu Erju felt his affection and said with a smile, "All right then, master, you can stew a pork knuckle for lunch." "No pork knuckle? How about I give you a flatbread made from the sole of a shoe?" The man with the lisp angrily lifted his foot to take off his shoe. "I never realized before how annoying this little brat was. He even wanted to eat braised pork knuckle. How many meals could you eat with a pork knuckle soup?" Lu Erju quickly picked up the book to indicate that he wouldn't eat anymore. He didn't dare to slur his words, afraid that he would damage the book, and went out to smoke again. After watching his master leave, Lu Erju fell into deep thought. He discovered that he had unknowingly read half a book, and yet he hadn't forgotten any of it. He had memorized it all. When did my memory become so good? Could it be due to the mental space? Curious, Lu Erju put the medical book into his mental space and scanned it with his mind. He found that all the knowledge in the book appeared in his mind, and he would never forget it. Wow, so this mental space has such amazing effects. Why bother reading books page by page? Just put all the books into your mental space, scan them all instantly, and then take them out again. The book showed no signs of having been moved, but all the knowledge had already entered Lu Erju's mind. Even the family medical books passed down through the List's family were no exception. He memorized them all. A family of doctors, with hundreds of years of accumulated experience, all became Lu Erju's knowledge. Many people in later generations looked down on traditional Chinese medicine, saying that it was no good in this way or that way. But after reading the medical books today, Lu Erju realized that the reason why traditional Chinese medicine was not working was not due to its own limitations. It's not because of the environment. Foreign invasion and years of war resulted in the deaths of many doctors and the loss of many medical books. Later, during a special period, many more doctors and medical books were lost. In addition, the high requirements of traditional Chinese medicine for inheritance and experience have resulted in very few reliable TCM practitioners in later generations. Many scammers exploit people's trust in traditional culture to swindle large sums of money, causing people to lose faith in traditional Chinese medicine. Even Lu Erju in his previous life preferred Western medicine and rarely consulted traditional Chinese medicine. But now that he has digested the knowledge of the past few hundred years, Lu Erju has found that when it comes to theoretical knowledge, he is no less than the top doctors in the world today. Memorizing theoretical knowledge is not enough, you also need to put it into practice. Take acupuncture, for example. The book marks the location and explains how much force to use when inserting the needle. But saying it is usable and actually using it are two different things. We need someone to practice on. Lu Erju glanced at the man with a lisp watching the two children playing outside the door, and coughed lightly. Master, can you lend a hand? What's wrong? What's wrong? Big Tongue hurriedly put down his pipe and ran in, afraid that Lu Erju had damaged his book. It's alright, please sit here and have some water first. Lu Erju saw the bowl of water that the siblings had poured on the table and quickly brought it over. You called me in just to give me a drink of water? Seeing that the book wasn't damaged, the man with the lisp casually took the bowl, drank a couple of sips, and then frowned. Why does this water smell like urine? Ahem, forget about the water for now, let me take a good look at you. Lu Erju quickly changed the subject, and then rubbed the bowl-holding guard on his master's shoulder. The man with the lisp felt a little uneasy under Lu Erju's gaze and subconsciously touched his face. What are you looking at, kid? Is there something on my face? Lu Erju said earnestly, I'm using the 4 diagnostic methods of observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. What the hell are you looking at? The slurred man cursed as he stood up. You've only read medical books for 2 days and you dare to practice medicine? Who gave you the courage? Lu Erju, however, had already seen through the problem and said confidently, Master, to be honest, you're a bit weak. The woman with the lisp got even angrier. Why does that spendthrift woman tell you everything? Lu Erju looked embarrassed. Master, I didn't mean you're weak, I meant you're physically weak, you're always hungry. These words made the man with the lisp blush red, and in a fit of rage, he took off his shoe and cursed, You little brat, are you trying to fool your master? Who the hell can eat their fill every day these days? I'm going to give you a good beating today. Master, don't get agitated. Although I can't cure your hunger, I can cure your other deficiency. Lu Erju shouted as he dodged. Bullshit. I'm helpless, how could you possibly succeed? The man with the lisp cursed and swore, still intending to hit someone. It was just a coincidence that I found a prescription in one of your family's medical books that specifically treats this. If you don't believe me, just wait at home. I'll go up the mountain to find some herbs for you, and I guarantee you'll regain your virility. My master's wife won't pinch and kick you like that anymore. Lu Erju solemnly assured him. He realized that his master's low status in the family was not due to anything else. It's simply because a man can't get aroused when he needs to be, so naturally he can't show off his power at other times either. Believe it or not, the man with the lisp actually believed Lu Erju. Because this kid is really smart. I heard he's one of the top students in school, and I've seen his abilities before when I was teaching herbal medicine. Then you go and look for it, but don't go deep into the mountains. When you get back, show me the recipe. We'll work on it together, and once we've made something, we'll send it to the commune and see if we can get you a few pounds of grain in return. Big Tongue, he said with anticipation. Lu Erju agreed, but showed no interest in delivering things to the commune. Putting everything else aside, once this ancient remedy is proven to be truly effective, countless men will be willing to go bankrupt to buy it. Send it to the commune? Won't those bastards get all the benefits? Lu Erju strode out the door and ran straight up the mountain. Although the experience accumulated from years of visiting hospitals in later generations shows that much of what is in these medical books is useful. However, some of the ancient prescriptions recorded were indeed quite mysterious, and he still wanted to confirm whether they really worked. After he walked away, the man with the lisp got up and started to walk outside, but after a few steps he suddenly realized what was happening. I was clearly going to beat this kid up, so how did he get away? On the mountain. Lu Erja carried a bamboo basket and searched for medicinal herbs all over the mountains. Because ordinary people don't recognize herbs and can't use them for cooking, the quantity is quite large, and many varieties are preserved. Using the knowledge in his mind, Lu Erja quickly gathered all the herbs and returned to Dashitu's house. When Big Tongue saw Lu Erja returning with a basket of herbs, he asked curiously, "Why did you bring so many?" Lu Erja didn't mention that he planned to sell them secretly, but instead said, "I'm afraid I won't succeed the first time, so I'm making more as a backup." "Okay, then take out the prescription, I'll study it and we'll work on it together," the man with the lisp urged. Following his memory, Lu Erja found the book containing the prescriptions on the bookshelf and handed it to his master first. He then went to get his tools, began to wash the herbs, cut off the excess parts, and began to process them according to the prescription. The man with the lisp was carefully studying the prescription. He had actually studied this disease, but other medical books either suggested using precious medicinal herbs like ginseng and tiger penis to make medicinal wine, or that it required long-term conditioning. Rare medicinal herbs are unavailable. They can't even get enough to eat, let alone receive proper medical treatment. That's why the person with the lisp kept putting it off. The method given in the prescription was quite strange. It would quickly produce a stimulating effect after being taken, similar to a small blue pill. But the beauty of this medicine is that it can be taken for a long time without the side effects of the little blue pill, and it can also regulate the body. The man with the big tongue regretted not having looked through the bookshelf more thoroughly before. Otherwise, he would have found this great method much sooner, instead of waiting until now. Soon, Lu Erja finished processing the herbs and immediately brought out a medicine pot to simmer the herbs over a low flame. Watching Lu Erja's skillful and fluid movements, Dashi scratched his head and asked, "Zhu Ziai, did you study medicine before?" The question made Lu Erja realize that he hadn't stumbled at all just now. The process of handling herbs and decocting medicine was just like he had done it hundreds of times before, and he had done it naturally. It seems I don't need to worry about having only theory but not being able to put it into practice. Once that knowledge entered his mind, it not only allowed him to fully understand it, but also affected his nerves, creating an effect similar to muscle memory. Seeing the astonished look on Dashi's face, Lu Erja lied and said, "I haven't learned it, but I sometimes help out at the hospital in the county town to earn a meager living, so I've learned it by watching a lot." "No wonder, you look like you've done it many times before." The man with the lisp suddenly realized, "You're quite clever, you know that hospitals don't lack food, so you can definitely make some money there." Lu Erja chuckled and lowered his head to observe the size of the flames. When the medicine was finally ready, he quickly poured it into a bowl and said expectantly, "Master, would you like to try some?" "All right, I'll risk it all for you, kid." Big Tongue decided to test the drug on himself to give Lu Erja confidence. Of course, he would never dare to take this medicine if it weren't from his own family. After drinking a bowl of herbal soup, the man with the lisp stood there and smacked his lips. "The prescription said this medicine would have a stimulating effect, but I don't feel anything? It might take a while, I'll go pack my things first." Lu Erja turned around to pack the medicine pot and small stove. Before he could finish what he was doing, he was patted on the shoulder. Lu Erja turned around and saw that his master was blushing and breathing heavily. He said in a suppressed voice, "Take your sister and brother out to play, and come back at noon." Lu Erja was shocked to see his master looking like a bull in heat. "That's powerful?" Without hesitation, he quickly dragged Lily and Lele out to play. The courtyard gate slammed shut, and the sound of the master's wife cursing could be heard from inside. "Are you crazy, you old bastard?" In broad daylight. Ouch. Holy crap. Is he possessed by a donkey? Hearing his master and mistress enter the house, Lu Erja took the two children and walked a little further away. Just then, Nizai and a few other children were squatting by the grass catching crickets in the distance. People had no food to eat, and dared not grow their own. In those days, even picking fruit on the mountain required handing it over to the collective, otherwise, one was considered to have a problem with their thinking and would be easily punished. So, the only thing they could do was catch a cricket to eat. Firstly, it's mostly children who catch crickets, so the authorities are unlikely to make a big deal out of it. Secondly, the leaders wouldn't even look down on such a small amount of meat scraps. Seeing the adorable sight of Nizai with her little bottom sticking out, lying in the grass, and searching intently with wide eyes, Lu Erja walked over and picked her up. This is only possible because she's a niece. If it were a nephew lying there with his butt sticking out, Lu Erja would definitely kick him hard. The little girl was startled, but when she saw it was Lu Erja, she happily hugged him. "Uncle, Mom said you went to learn some skills and told me not to come to see you, but I miss you so much." Hearing the girl say in her sweet, childlike voice that she missed him, Lu Erja was overjoyed. "Uncle will take you to play games." Nizai glanced longingly at the bushes, wanting to eat roasted crickets. From the bushes, a little boy with snot running down his face immediately stood up, pointed at Lu Erja, and said, "You, put my wife down." Lu Erzhu frowned as he looked at the boy, a 5 or 6-year-old kid who wasn't very good looking and had freckles all over his face. At this moment, he was standing with his hands on his hips, glaring at Lu Erzhu with a fierce look that made him look like he deserved a beating. "Who's your wife?" Lu Erzhu asked, displeased. "It's her. Lu Nizai." The little kid shouted, pointing at Nizai in Lu Erzhu's arms. Lu Erzhu said irritably, "Get lost. My girl won't marry you." Upon hearing this, the little boy immediately became anxious. "My mother said that Nizai will be my wife when she grows up. Nizai, come down quickly, I'll take you to catch crickets, and I'll roast them for you to eat half of one later." Nizai swallowed hard, feeling a little tempted. After all, she didn't know what it meant to be a wife. But she remembered her mother saying that her younger brother was now in charge of the family and that she had to listen to him, so she looked at him expectantly. "Good girl, let's not play with this brat. Your uncle will take you home for lunch." Lu Erzhu coaxed her with a smile. These words made Nizai's eyes light up, and she immediately said to the little brat, "Little snot, I'm not playing with you anymore, I don't want to be your wife." The little brat was furious and pointed at Lu Erzhu, shouting, You dare to steal my wife. I'm going to get my dad to beat you up." Lu Erzhu ignored the little brat and picked up Nizai and left. Who would have thought that this kid was so persistent, chasing after Lu Erzhu and yelling at him to put his wife down? This finally made Lu Erzhu unable to hold back. If we let the little brat shout a few more times, the villagers might actually believe that the two families have arranged a marriage between their children. This little snotty-nosed kid isn't good looking at all, far less so than Nizai, and Lu Erzhu wouldn't even look at him, but he couldn't bring himself to harm a child. As he hesitated, he saw Lily and Lele beside him. Lu Erzhu immediately had an idea. He winked at the two children and then gestured towards the little brat. Lele was quite young and confused, having no idea what it meant. Lily understood Lu Erzhu's meaning. She was also annoyed by this brat, who was making so much noise that she couldn't play hopscotch. She immediately kicked the brat away and yelled, "Snotty brat, if you dare bother me again, I'll beat you to death, you hear me?" The snotty-nosed kid was kicked and cried loudly, "You stinky Lily, you wait. I'll get my brother to beat you up." Wow, this kid knows how to treat people differently based on their status. If you want to deal with him, have his father do it. Should we send his brother to deal with Lily? Lily said dismissively, "Your brother? Let him come. I want to ask him if he remembers how it felt when I scratched his face all over last time." Lu Erzhu looked at Lily in surprise, never expecting that this girl was a female tyrant in the village. Lily noticed Lu Erzhu's gaze and immediately became a little nervous. She said cautiously, "Brother Zhu, I'm usually very well behaved. Please don't stop playing with me, okay?" Lele bluntly exposed her. "Sister, you're lying. There's no kid in our village who isn't afraid of you. My mom told me last time that everyone in the village calls you Lu Yujiao, Lu the one kick, saying that you can kick anyone away with one kick." When her younger brother ruthlessly exposed her, Lily's wheat-colored face flushed red, and tears welled up in her eyes with shame and indignation. She was truly afraid that Brother Zhu would dislike her and stop playing with her. Lu Erzhu gently patted her head, then glared at Lele. "Lu Yujiao is such an awful nickname. How could you say that about your sister? If anyone talks about your sister like that in the future, fight them. If you can't win, come tell me, and I'll help you." Lele nodded blankly and raised her little fist. "Oh, if anyone calls me Lu Yujiao again, I'll beat them up." Lily hadn't cried before, but now tears were streaming down her face uncontrollably, because she really disliked the nickname Lu Yujiao, meaning one-legged Lu, but no matter who she complained to, no one cared. Her mother disliked her for being a tattletale and told her to get lost. Her father, on the contrary, laughed and said that the title was quite fitting, so Lily simply stopped complaining. Anyone who dared to talk about her like that, she would kick them. She eventually became a female tyrant in the village, but the nickname spread further and further, which made her even angrier. Unexpectedly, Lu Erzhu seriously stood up for her today. Lily, who was always a female tyrant, kept shedding tears, wiping them away with her small hands only to have them flow out again. Seeing her crying so bitterly, Lu Erzhu asked in confusion, "Lily, what's wrong?" "No, it's okay, Brother Zhu. You're the first person who's willing to stand up for me. My dad and mom don't care about me, sob sob sob." Lily couldn't hold back anymore and started crying loudly. Lu Erzhu quickly hugged the little girl and said seriously, "From now on, if anyone dares to bully you again, come find Brother Zhu, okay? I'll take care of them for you." Lily was even more moved and hugged Lu Erzhu, feeling that he was closer to her than her own brother. The snotty-nosed kid next to her, seeing Lily cry, forgot about crying himself and stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Lu Yujiao is crying. I'm going to tell everyone." Lu Erzhu's face darkened. Why is this little brat so cheeky? He's already lived a full life, he shouldn't bother with this kid. But I couldn't hold back any longer and was about to say something to her when I saw Lele angrily pounce on me. My brother Zuza said, "You're not allowed to call me Sister Lu Yujiao, or I'll beat you to death." Lele, who had been easily defeated by Lily before, now seemed to be possessed by a war god, beating the snotty-nosed kid so badly that he cried and ran away. This moved Lily even more. She took her brother's hand and said, "I won't be angry no matter what you do from now on. I won't hit you anymore." Lele exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Then you can forgive me for falling into the latrine when I was playing with your hair tie before?" Which route? Lily asked, her voice trembling, clinging to her last glimmer of hope. "Sister, are you stupid? You only have that rubber band on your head, right?" Lele said with a grin. Bang! Without a doubt, Lele was kicked away again. "I'll beat you to death." Lily, like a furious little lion, quickly charged towards her younger brother. Lu Urju quickly pulled the furious Lily back. All right, let's not be angry. I'll buy you a pretty hair clip later, we don't need this rubber band anymore." Lily turned around abruptly, looking at Lu Urju with excitement. "Really, Brother Zhu?" But before Lu Urju could nod, Lily looked conflicted, fiddling with her fingers. "But my mom said I can't ask Brother Zhu for things, so maybe I should just forget it, so my mom won't beat me." Looking at the obedient girl, Lu Urju wanted to tease her a little. "Alright, then I won't buy it for you." "Ha!" Lily's eyes dimmed quickly, but she didn't show any dissatisfaction with Lu Urju. Instead, she forced a smile and said, "Then thank you, Brother Zhu. I didn't buy it for you, why are you thanking me?" Lu Urju asked, puzzled. "At least you were willing to buy it for me," Lily said angrily, recalling the past. "Brother Zhu, you don't know, our village's ninth sister has an uncle who works in the city. He brought her a butterfly hair clip that was half broken, and she was so proud of it. She wore it out to show off all the time. I mentioned to my mother that I wanted one too, and my mother glared at me and said, 'You still want a hair clip? I think you look like a hair clip.' She even kicked me." Lu Urju was overjoyed. That's how parents are these days. He's quick-witted and mischievous, believing that if you don't discipline your kids for 3 days, they'll climb onto the roof and tear off the tiles. So, to prevent them from disobeying, he kicks them whenever he feels like it, and if they make a mistake, it's even worse. After laughing, Lu Urju patted Lily's head and said, "Brother Zhu was just teasing you. Lily is so pretty, I'll bring you the butterfly hair clip tomorrow." Lily's eyes lit up again, but her lips moved as if she still wanted to decline, but she was afraid that Lu Urju would change his mind again. "Don't worry, I'll talk to your mother. If she wants to beat you up, just run to Brother Zhu's house," Lu Urju said. Kids these days are pretty shrewd, they know to run away when they get a beating. Let alone mountain villages. Even in his previous life when he was studying in the city, Lu Urju had seen plenty of parents chasing and scolding their children all over the streets with shoe soles or rolling pins. Lily was delighted by Lu Urju's coaxing, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she smiled, already showing signs of becoming a little beauty. "Brother Zhu, you are the best brother in the whole world, even better than my own brother." Lele, watching the two chatting and laughing, clearly wanted to chime in, but couldn't find an opportunity. Finally seeing the two stop, he fearlessly looked at Lily and asked, "Sis, now that you have a hair clip, can I have the hair tie you have on your head?" "Get out of here." Lily had finally forgotten about it, but then she remembered the rubber band she had soaked in the latrine for several days and started chasing after Lele to beat her up. Seeing Lele running away crying after being beaten, Lu Urju felt helpless and did not stop her. He tried his best, but Lele just kept asking for trouble. When he looked down, he saw the girl in his arms tilting her head, seemingly lost in thought, and asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" Nizai looked up at Lu Urju with pleading eyes. "Uncle, I also want a hair clip, and I'll call you Brother Zuza too, can you give me one?" "Ha ha ha ha." Lu Urju laughed uncontrollably. "You silly girl, why did you lower your parents' generation?" Okay, I'll buy it for you, I'll buy Nizai a hair clip, alright?" When Nizai saw that Lu Urju had indeed agreed and was smiling so happily, she couldn't help but admire her own cleverness and said in her childish voice, "Thank you, Brother Zhu." "Oh my, silly girl, you're making me laugh so hard." Lu Urju laughed until tears streamed down his face, but he still taught Nizai to call him uncle from now on, and he would still buy her things. Nizai looked completely bewildered, not understanding why her uncle, who was clearly smiling so happily, wouldn't let her shout. Fearing that the little rascal would provoke Nizai again, Lu Urju first took Nizai home, and also thought of having his father prepare her medicine for lunch in advance. But just as Lu Urju was sorting through the herbs, he suddenly felt an itch to try them. He ran into the house and looked at his father, who was sitting on the con, a heated brick bed, smoking his pipe with a bored expression. He said with a forced smile, "Dad, I've learned acupuncture from my master. It can help you recover faster." Lu Fuxian glanced at his son and said irritably, "You little rascal, I gave birth to you. I can tell what you're going to do the moment you bend over. What are you trying to do with me? You're just using me as practice, aren't you? Come on." Hearing his father expose his thoughts, Lu Urju was not embarrassed and laughed. "Father, don't worry, master said I've completed my apprenticeship and can practice medicine." "Really? I used to think your master was a bit of a scoundrel, but now it seems I was wrong." "He's a complete scoundrel, even fooling children," Lu Fuxian laughed. Lu Erju looked up at his father in surprise. In his past life memories, his father was a simple and honest farmer who worked hard in the fields. Whenever he saw him, he was either smoking with a worried expression or working silently. Why are you so unreliable in your words and actions now? But to be honest, this is more like the behavior of a landlord's son. Were you too suppressed by life before? Lu Erja shook his head, pretending to take out an acupuncture kit from his pocket, but actually took it out from his mental space. He used gold needles, which are very soft and can be easily ruined if the technique is not good. But Lu Erju had no such worries. He was like an old Chinese medicine doctor who had practiced medicine for many years. He relied entirely on muscle memory to easily place all the needles on the acupoints. Lu Fuxian stopped smoking as soon as he started getting acupuncture. He gripped the pipe tightly in one hand and the edge of the con, a heated brick bed, with the other, taking a deep breath and waiting for the impending pain. After all, Lu Erju had only studied medicine for 2 days. How could he possibly know how to use acupuncture? Lu Fuxian only agreed to help his son practice. He didn't trust him at all. But before he could even catch his breath, he found that the needle had been inserted. Not only did it not hurt, but his leg also felt warm, which was even more comfortable than after taking painkillers. Wow, you're pretty good, kid. You learned this much in just 2 days? Lu Fuxian exclaimed in surprise, then regretted it. If I had known you had this talent, why would I have sent you to school? If I had just gritted my teeth and given that list some gifts, you could be practicing medicine now. I can practice medicine now, Lu Erju said with a smile. By the way, I'll go and change the medicine my master gave you in a bit, and get a new one that works faster. Lu Fuxian's smile vanished, and he looked at Lu Erja seriously. Zuzi, I tease your master because we grew up together and have a good relationship. Besides, we adults tease each other for fun. But you are different. You are a junior, and a disciple with a lisp. No matter how fast you learn or how skilled you are, you can't look down on your master. Lu Erju looked bewildered. I didn't look down on him. Does your master know about the dressing change? Shouldn't you ask him about this? Lu Fuxian asked, smoking a cigarette. Lu Erju scratched his head, thinking that what he said made a lot of sense. His behavior just now could be described as filial piety, but to others it was a slap in the face to his master. If word gets out that his master prescribed medicine but he refused to take it and insisted on preparing his own, it's clear that the disciple is looking down on his master. Even if he didn't mean it that way, people's opinions are a fearsome thing. If this gets out in the future, his master will definitely be laughed at. Alright, I'll go ask my master how the medicine I prepared is doing. Lu Erja smiled broadly, then hesitated for a moment before choosing to flatter him. It's all thanks to you, Dad. If it weren't for your advice, I would have offended my master to death. Lu Fuxian was clearly enjoying being patted on the back. He took 2 puffs of his cigarette before suppressing the barely suppressed smile on his face. You little brat, get lost. Lu Erja rolled his eyes in annoyance. These adults really had a sharp tongue. He was clearly happy, so why was he cursing? He put away the golden needles and went to find his master. After he left, Lu Fuxian chuckled as he smoked. You little rascal, you're really something. Lu Erja spent a lot of time entertaining the child and giving him acupuncture, thinking that his master's work was about to end. When he returned, he found the front door still closed. Good grief, that's medicine, not a clockwork mechanism. Why isn't it finished yet? After waiting for more than an hour, the man with the lisp finally opened the door, looking a little tired. Why are you still waiting? I've already taken a nap. I just got back too, master. How was it? Lu Erju asked expectantly. Speaking of this, the man with the lisp wore a lewd expression typical of men that was really satisfying. I've never seen your master's wife so obedient before. I was asking about the efficacy of the medicine. We don't need to describe the specific details. Lu Erja quickly interrupted, afraid that it would be considered a 404 error. The man with the lisp coughed dryly and regained his composure. The medicine works very well. Make a lot more later and I'll send it to the commune. Lu Erja knew that people in those days respected the commune. After all, they held the farmers' lives in their hands, so he didn't directly say he didn't want to send it there. Instead, he made up an excuse. Master, it's not that I'm stingy to send it to the commune, but this medicine is ultimately for treating men's issues. Who wants to admit they have a problem? What if sending a gift makes them angry and embarrassed? That's right. Big Tongue suddenly realized, we really can't just send it over like this. Let's talk about it later and find a better excuse and opportunity. Okay, there's something else. I found an ancient prescription in our family's medical books and I want to change my father's medicine, but I'm a little unsure. Could you help me figure it out? Lu Erju said with a smile. Having traveled far and wide practicing medicine over the years, the man with the big tongue had seen all sorts of people. He understood what the man meant as soon as he heard this, and said irritably, get lost. It must have been your poor, fussy father's idea. Where did all these rules come from? You're more capable than me. You can change the medicine whenever you want. What are you being so fussy about? After that valiant battle, Big Tongue no longer just admired his apprentice, but was completely convinced of him. It's just a change of medicine. As long as I don't change my master, I'll do anything. Lu Erzha chuckled and went up the mountain to dig for medicinal herbs again. Big Tongue went back to his room. Lying languidly in bed on the heated brick bed, Ma Xiaolian asked with a rosy complexion, "Who is it?" Zhu Ziyi said he needs to change his father's dressing. The man with the lisp said, "Well, let's change it then. This kid is more capable than you, he's making my legs tremble." Ma Xiaolian smiled radiantly. The man with the lisp glared and said, "So what if I'm capable? What's it to him?" Ma Xiaolian rolled her eyes at him. "Without the medicine from Zhu Ziyi, how could you be so effective? Besides, this child is smart, filial, and well-behaved. I think it must be because your family has accumulated great virtue through generations of practicing medicine, so God has given you such a good disciple." The man with the lisp was a little annoyed. Wasn't this praise a bit too much? Lu Erzha went up the mountain to get some herbs and brewed them for his father. He prepared all these medicines himself, rather than copying them from ancient prescriptions. Although there are many prescriptions in medical books, they must be adjusted according to individual constitutions and circumstances. Moreover, he makes ointments, not oral medications, so you can just apply them directly to your legs. By the time I finished preparing the medicine for my father, it was already evening. Because they were out of seasonings and couldn't cook meat, Lu Erzha simply cooked a bowl of corn porridge for them. Niu Honghua was heartbroken and kept talking about how long it would last if it were made into cornbread, or how many meals it would last if it were put in wild vegetable porridge. Finally, she took the bowl that Lu Erzha had finished eating from, wiped off the remaining crumbs with her fingers, and ate them clean. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Erzha stuffed 2 cornbread buns into his pocket and said to Lu Fuxian, "Dad, I'm going to my classmate's house to play." Lu Fuxian guessed that the boy wasn't going to his classmate's house, but he didn't expose him. He just frowned and reminded him, "Don't run around, especially since you're carrying food. People are starving these days, they'll do anything." Niu Honghua became even more nervous and asked, "Can't we go tomorrow? Why do we have to go at night? That kid owes me something, and he'll only be back at night. How could I possibly go to the county town to look for him?" Lu Erzha lied casually. "What? You want to collect a debt? Then I'll go with you." Niu Honghua, who was about to take off her clothes to sleep, jumped up in a flash. Lu Erzha panicked. He wanted to go to the black market to exchange some money and tickets, and he definitely couldn't take his mother with him. He immediately said, "Mother, his family doesn't know that he owes me anything. If we go together, things will get out of hand. Besides, I'm not a child anymore. How could I be in danger?" Niu Honghua was still worried. After nagging for a while, she ran to get the kitchen knife. "Take this, be careful." "Okay." Lu Erzha put the kitchen knife away and went out. He only knew of one black market, located outside the county town. "My classmate from my past life wanted to go to the black market to exchange things, and begged me to go with him for courage, so I went a few times and still remember that place." However, Lu Erzha's home is a full 20 li away from the county town, and it would take at least 2 hours to walk there. Moreover, the roads in the mountain village are difficult to travel, and it is difficult to see the road at night, so it will take even longer. Lu Erzha walked forward by the moonlight, stumbling along, cursing under his breath, thinking that if he had a flashlight, he wouldn't be suffering like this. But the problem is that in rural areas, saying that a flashlight is the only electrical appliance in a household is not a lie, and can even be considered a boast. Because a flashlight, which costs 1 or 2 yuan, is considered a high-end purchase in rural areas. It seems that in Lu Erzha's village, only a handful of households have flashlights, and they treat them like treasures, locking them up when not in use. Because he had no watch, Lu Erzha didn't know how long he had walked before he finally saw a grove of trees in the distance where light occasionally flashed. "Holy crap, we've finally arrived." Lu Erzha almost burst into tears. His leg felt like it was going to break. It's not that it's far, it's that the road is too difficult to travel. He looked down and found a puddle not far away. He immediately ran over, smelled it to make sure it wasn't urine, then took some water and mud from it and smeared it on his face. Lu Erzha couldn't show his face on the black market, otherwise it would be easy to cause trouble, but he had no hat or anything else to cover his face, so he could only cover himself with mud. Once he was sure no one would recognize him, he used his mental space to produce 50 jin of cornmeal, but he didn't take it out. Although he had been here in his previous life, he had forgotten most of the details except for the location, so he thought he would go in and wander around to at least find out the market price. The black market was located in a grove of trees, where many figures could be seen moving about, and there were also some faint lights, indicating that people were smoking. Occasionally, the light from a flashlight would flash, but it would quickly go out. To save electricity, and also to avoid being seen by others, Lu Erzha walked in with his head down. He was worried that his muddy face might scare people, but he found that many people had their faces covered in mud like him, and quite a few people were wandering around like him, obviously looking for what they wanted. The stalls on the black market were far apart from each other. Some had wild vegetables, some had herbs, some had tobacco leaves, and some even had cloth and jewelry. As for the ticket scalpers, none of them set up stalls. They all wandered around furtively, asking people who were dressed reasonably well if they wanted tickets. Lu Erzhu visited several grain stalls and roughly figured out the prices. Except for one person who traded refined grains for coarse grains, the others dared to ask for 1.5 yuan for cornmeal with added corn cobs, which is pure coarse grain. You should know that the supply and marketing cooperative only sold it for 1 cent per pound. Lu Erzhu was afraid that he would get beaten up for selling at this price, so he asked if there would be any problems if he sold it for more than the supply and marketing cooperative. The stall owner was even more arrogant than him, giving him a disdainful look and saying, "If you're so capable, go buy grain from the supply and marketing cooperative." That's true. These days, people's food rations are being reduced, and they're still trying to make substitute foods. Even if the supply and marketing cooperatives and grain stores have grain, you can't buy it. As for food substitutes, it really works after I eat it. My stomach is bloated and I can't poop, so I'm definitely not hungry. Lu Erzhu asked several stalls, and it seemed that everyone had already set a price, so he didn't make any exceptions. He found a big tree where no one was paying attention and took out the 50 caddies of cornmeal he had made earlier. The cornmeal was placed in a bag brought from home, left lying around, and waited quietly. The grain was naturally easy to sell. As soon as he set it up, a man with mud smeared on his face came over and asked the price. 1 yuan 50 per jin. Lu Erzhu deliberately lowered his voice to avoid being recognized later. Why are they all priced like this? Are you trying to kill us all? Can you make it cheaper? The man asked, somewhat embarrassed. Lu Erzhu thought for a moment and then asked, how much would you like to say? Upon hearing that the price could be negotiated, the buyer's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, how about 2 cents? Upon hearing this, Lu Erzhu immediately turned his head and looked around. The buyer asked curiously, what's wrong, buddy? What's missing? It's alright, could you please hand me that stick over there? Lu Erzhu said, pointing to a wooden stick not far away. The buyer scurried over, picked it up, and handed it to Lu Erzhu, asking curiously, dude, what do you need the stick for? Of course I'll beat you up, you son of a bitch. You bargained down from $1.50 to 2 cents, are you trying to fool some idiot? Lu Erzhu cursed and waved his stick, startling the buyer into backing away, and the surrounding people also looked on curiously. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, even though the buyer's face was covered in thick mud, you could still see that he was a little red, and he ran away with his head in his hands. Even after the guy left, Lu Erzhu was still furious and put the stick aside for later use. If any fool dares to haggle like this again, he'll be hit with a stick immediately. That's fucking infuriating. Although bargaining involves back and forth, cutting someone in the middle is ruthless enough, but this bastard actually chopped right down to their ankle. Although there was a minor incident, it actually drew Lu Erzhu's attention, and more people started heading this way. When they saw that it was grain, several people asked about the price and even bargained. This time, they were sincere. Perhaps seeing the stick next to Lu Erzhu, none of them tried to bargain hard. Finally, the 50 jin of cornmeal was sold for 1.2 yuan per jin, 60 yuan in hand. Apart from one large black 10, all the tickets were loose tickets worth 1 cent or 1 dime. These days, many workers only earn around 20 yuan a month, which is equivalent to 3 months' income for others. Lu Erzhu happily put the money away, but still felt it wasn't enough. He hesitated, wondering whether to make some more cornmeal to sell or some meat. As he was pondering this, a man wearing a black hood walked over, squatted down opposite Lu Erzhu, and said with a grin, "Hey buddy, wanna chat? What are you doing?" Lu Erzhu grabbed the stick warily, thinking that he had offended his competitors by lowering the price and was about to be punished. The hooded man was startled by Lu Erzhu and quickly stepped back. "No, buddy, why are you so agitated? I just want to do some business with you." "What kind of business?" Lu Erzhu asked suspiciously. "Others sell grain in increments of 2 or 3 jin, but you're selling 50 jin at once. You must have connections to get more, so I'd like to cooperate with you." Seeing Lu Erzhu's wariness, the hooded man quickly lowered his voice to state his purpose, afraid that the kid would actually hit him with a stick. Hearing this, Lu Erzhu was somewhat tempted. "How many do you want?" Hearing his arrogant tone, the hooded man was shocked. "Damn, buddy, you're awesome. You dare to ask such a question. Do you think you can get 1,000 pounds of it if I ask?" Lu Erzhu looked around again, which frightened the hooded man so much that he backed away. I watched Lu Erzhu sell grain the whole time. The guy who was haggling down to his ankles was chased away by Lu Erzhu after he looked around. The hooded man thought he was going to try the same trick again. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, Lu Erzhu quickly packed up the bag and walked away, saying, "Come with me." The hooded man hurriedly followed, reaching into his robes to grasp a gun with a sawed-off handle, watching Lu Erzhu warily. He didn't intend to trick Lu Erzhu, he was mainly afraid of being tricked himself. Lu Erzhu's hand was also gripping the handle of the kitchen knife in his arms. Once the two of them reached a slightly quieter spot, but still with a view of the vendors in the distance, Lu Erzha said, I definitely can't come up with 1,000 caddies of grain, but I have something else that you'll definitely want. Just tell me roughly how much money you can afford to buy it. The hooded man was surprised. Did this mean there was something better than grain? He looked around and then said in a low voice, if we brothers chip in, we can probably come up with 300 yuan. These words were a warning to Lu Erzha that he wasn't a lone commander, he had brothers. Lu Erzha from the province, upon hearing that he had money, began to plot against him. Lu Erzha understood what he meant, and after a moment's thought, asked, how much do you pay per pound for pork? The hooded man's eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became rapid. Meat? These days, grain can sell for 1.5 yuan, so meat is even more of a rarity. This kid actually has pork? The hooded man said without hesitation, we'll go by the black market price, 6.6 yuan per jin. Don't think it's too low, buddy. Factories in the county town don't even get this price. Lu Erzha had already inquired about the price of pork on the black market, and the guy wasn't lying. He was just a little curious, so where do you sell the meat you buy at such a high price? New here, brother? Don't you know the rules? The hooded man stared at Lu Erzha with a forced smile. Ahem, sorry, I won't ask any more. If it costs 300 yuan, then it's 6.6 yuan per jin, which is 45 jin of pork. Can you wait here for a bit? I'm going to go talk to the guys. Lu Erzha also revealed that he had someone else, and then turned to leave. They hadn't taken more than a couple of steps when the hooded man called out, brother, your pork definitely won't be exactly 45 jin. If there's any extra, can I exchange it with my meat coupons? Lu Erzha was slightly tempted. Thinking that in these days it was impossible to get by without tickets, he immediately asked, do you have any other tickets? Absolutely. The hooded man was very excited. He had only wanted to test Lu Erzha, but he didn't expect that this guy would actually have extra meat. I have a buddy who sells tickets. He has everything. You bring the meat, and I'll bring the money and tickets. But we have to trade between the two of us. If you bring more people, I'll turn around and leave. Lu Erzha laughed, that's what I was thinking too, hurry back. The two hit it off immediately and went to get their respective items. Lu Erzha found a secluded hut in the grass and deliberately lowered his voice to call out, ninth brother, give me the stuff. Then, he pulled the sack that had been holding cornmeal from the bushes. It now contained half a pig. A pig weighs over 200 jin, 100 kilograms, and half of it weighs at least 100 jin, 50 kilograms. Even though it's the rump side, it still has offal inside. Who wouldn't like that? Lu Erzha walked over carrying a sack. The hooded man had also arrived earlier, and there were clearly people a few meters behind him. The other party didn't hide their location either, using a flashlight to confirm whether Lu Erzha had come alone. After all, that's 300 yuan. If someone steals it, we guys will be furious. Once it was confirmed that Lu Erzha was alone, the hooded man's accomplice slowly backed away, indicating that he meant no harm. Lu Erzha also waved his hand towards the distant jungle behind him, seemingly signaling some people to back off. Life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. The hooded man looked at the burlap sack on Lu Erzha's shoulder, already smelling the strong stench of meat, and swallowed hard. Brother, can I check the goods? Lu Erzha put the bag down and let the other person check it. Once it was confirmed that there was indeed half a pig, the hooded man trembled with excitement and quickly took out a scale from behind him to weigh it. 112 pounds. The hooded man was breathing heavily, clutching his pocket tightly, trying to take it away. Lu Erzha grabbed his hand, gripped the kitchen knife in his pocket with his other hand, and said with a dark face, dude, is this funny? Oh right, I'm so excited. The hooded man said embarrassedly, here's 300 yuan, keep it safe. I have some tickets here too, see which ones you want, and I'll tell you the price. Lu Erzha squatted on the ground, looking at the large stack of receipts that the hooded man had laid out. Meat coupons, cloth coupons, grain coupons, sugar coupons, pastry coupons. There were even industrial coupons and cigarette coupons that Lu Erzha longed for most. Lu Erzha looked at this and wanted it, then looked at that and wanted it too, so he simply said, how about this, you calculate for me, how much would it cost to buy everything? All included? The hooded man was shocked, then overjoyed, no problem, brother, I'll calculate it for you right away. Although Lu Erzha's voice sounded noticeably immature, he seemed quite young, but the hooded man changed his address without hesitation. No matter the era, if you have money and meat, you're the boss. Believe it or not, if Lu Erzha told the hooded man that he could get a pound of meat if he made him kneel down and call him father, he would kowtow to Lu Erzha until he was bankrupt. After carefully calculating, it turned out to be a total of 35 jin of coarse grain coupons, 15 jin of refined grain coupons, 33 jin of meat coupons, 50 jin of pastry coupons, oil coupons. In the end, Lu Erzha received 100 tickets, which were only worth 97 yuan. Even after deducting 300 yuan from the cost of the half pig, the remaining half is still worth 442 yuan. Looking at the remaining meat, the hooded man was in a dilemma. he wanted it but couldn't afford it. Seeing his hesitation, Lu Erja took out a kitchen knife without ceremony. Let's leave it at that for today. I'll cut off the excess meat first. Unexpectedly, the hooded man suddenly stopped him, then ruthlessly ripped off the hood. Brother, do you recognize me? Are you crazy? Lu Erja quickly backed away. He was most afraid of people like this who valued flesh over life, because they would do anything. Brother, don't be afraid, I'm a damn policeman. The hooded man bitterly pulled out his identification. Lu Erja looked puzzled, glanced at the man from head to toe, and then carefully took out his ID. When he saw that the document did indeed look genuine, he was surprised. Is it really that difficult now? It's harder than you can imagine. My second son is so hungry that he's swollen and can't even walk. He's on the heated brick bed, every day, calling out, Dad, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. You have no idea what it feels like to see your own son so hungry. I even wanted to cut off my own flesh, the hooded man said, tears welling up in his eyes. Lu Erja was even more incredulous. You must earn at least 20 yuan a month, right? Can't you even support yourself? You're a teenager too, you know how much you can eat at your age, right? Besides, I have 3 kids and elderly parents to support, so we've already been trying our best to save money. As for the food rations provided by the state, those rations used to be for livestock. Now that they're being fed to humans, how many people do you think could possibly digest them? Brother, I'm not telling you this to gain your sympathy, but to ask you to let me take the meat first, and I'll go back and raise the money to pay you back. Don't worry, you can keep this work ID. Come to my workplace tomorrow and I'll definitely recognize it. If all else fails, I can write you a note. In this era before telephones were widely used, police officers were the most common thing. Many leaders, if they need something done, will simply write a note and send it to so-and-so, and the other party will accept it. Because each note represents a favor, Lu Erja had heard in his previous life that a certain leader had been imprisoned for a crime, but by relying on a bunch of notes, he was able to ensure his safety in the end. Lu Erja glanced at the work ID, then at the pleading man. After a slight hesitation, he decided it was better to be cautious. Forget the work ID, just write me a note, but don't write buying meat. If you accept my work ID, and the man accuses me of stealing, you'll be in trouble. The man immediately smiled with delight. Look at what you're saying, brother. Do you think I have a few heads? Do you think I'd dare to write buying meat? If something goes wrong, you'll be in trouble, I'll lose my job, and my whole family will be left with only one option, starvation. Judging from the man's actions, it was clear that he was indeed a police officer, as he even took out paper and pen from his person. These days, people who carry notebooks with them are either cultured or good at catching people. After writing down a note for a loan of 345 yuan in 2 mao, the man signed his name, even biting his hand to draw blood and pressing his fingerprint on it, showing his sincerity. Lu Erja stared in disbelief, then patted the man on the shoulder. Dude, you're amazing. The man chuckled. It's just biting a finger. Back when I was in the army, I got shot twice. Am I praising you? Lu Erja rolled his eyes. I'm saying there was clearly pig's blood in the bag, but you insisted on biting it open and pressing your bloody handprint on it. You're really something. The man sucked on his fingers, looked at the pork in the bag, and suddenly wondered if the pig's missing head had been transferred to his body. Without saying a word, Lu Erja turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly grabbed him and handed him the pistol from his chest. Brother, this is for you. It's a hunting rifle with 2 bullets in it. What are you doing? Lu Erja asked, puzzled. It's not safe for you to carry so much money and tickets by yourself, hee. Don't glare at me. I'm a policeman, after all. If I can't even see through your acting, what kind of criminal am I supposed to catch? The man laughed as he shoved the gun into Lu Erja's arms, explained how to use it, and then carried the sack away. Watching the man's retreating figure, Lu Erja pursed his lips. This guy has good character. When I go to collect the money tomorrow, I'll give him a surprise as well, which will also be a way to make a good connection. Seeing the money and tickets in his mental space, Lu Erja felt less panicked and began to wander around the black market, wanting to see what rare items he had. I don't know if the staff has changed, or if I just didn't pay much attention before. Lu Erja discovered that there were quite a few good things on the black market. There was floral fabric, a shotgun and bullets, and even canned food and some candy that was clearly quite old. Lu Erja squatted in front of the floral fabric, examining it from all angles to make sure there were no problems before asking, how much? We won't sell it for money, we'll exchange it for grain. This is good material that came out of the textile factory. This roll is 100 feet long. The supply and marketing cooperative sells it for 50 cents a foot, but I'm selling it for 80 cents. Just give me your grain at the black market price. The stall owner had clearly already seen several people who asked questions but didn't buy anything, so he gave a practiced introduction and then sat quietly to the side smoking. In the autumn wind, he was only wearing a thin, patched-up garment, and his hunched body, obviously from years of hard work, was trembling slightly from the cold. Lu Erja calculated that this roll of cloth cost 80 yuan, which was equivalent to about 53 jin of grain. He immediately retrieved some cornmeal from his spatial storage, but for some reason, he thought of the policeman from before, sighed, and took out the corn cobs he was about to grind. Cornmeal was thus transformed from corn flour. Although it's a bit coarser than pure cornmeal, it's still perfectly fine for the elderly and children. Wait a minute, I'll go get the grain, Lu Erju said to the stall owner. No, please. I'll go with you. If you get it here, I won't be able to leave. The stall owner panicked and quickly rolled up his things, following Lu Erju. When they arrived at a grassy hut, Lu Erju skillfully pretended to take out a bag of grain and handed it to the stall owner. The stall owner took out his scale, weighed the grain, and scratched his head. The scale is correct, so why does the grain look so strange? Somewhat hesitantly picked up a small amount to taste, and was immediately shocked. Young man, you've given me the wrong thing. This isn't cornmeal, it's. I gave you the right amount. I'll sell this grain. Don't you want it? Lu Erju asked, holding the floral cloth. Yes, yes. The stall owner gave a wry smile, looking at Lu Erju, unsure of what to say. This grain is much more expensive than cornmeal, so he actually got a good deal, especially since he was given so much at once. These days, anyone who can produce dozens of kilograms of grain at once is a real expert. Lu Erju didn't say much to the stall owner and turned to leave. When he returned to the black market, the stall owner sighed, bowed deeply to Lu Erju, wiped his reddened eyes, and turned to leave. My wife just gave birth and is malnourished. The doctor said that if she doesn't eat a few full meals, she's definitely going to die. That's why he mustered up his courage and got this piece of cloth from the textile factory. Before the factory found out, he had to give this grain to his wife. He was willing to go to jail for it. Lu Erju returned to the black market, strolled around again, bought some canned goods, collected some more receipts, and seeing nothing of interest, left the black market. He didn't buy those hunting rifles, they were all for firing sand bullets, which weren't as powerful as the gun he had in his arms. He carried a kitchen knife in his left hand and a gun in his right, and instead of going home, he went to the county town. People who had also left the black market saw him like this and kept their distance. Some people whispered among themselves, why is this kid dressed like he's about to take over the county town? Lu Erju didn't care about that. The main thing was that he had spent too much money just now, which would easily attract attention, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Once they arrived outside the county town, Lu Erju put the weapon back into his mental space. He didn't have a watch either, so he could only tell the time by looking at the sky. Yeah, it would be a miracle if you could understand it. He's not a night watchman, how would he know what it's like at night or what time it is? Lu Erju found a sheltered spot, squatted down, and began to wait for the supply and marketing cooperative to open, recalling what kind of things he had seen in the supply and marketing cooperatives of his previous life. To be honest, there are still many things you have to buy at department stores. But these small county towns don't have department stores or anything like that, so you have to rely on supply and marketing cooperatives to buy anything. It seems I should take a trip to Beijing later, since that's where things are truly prosperous and you can find anything you want there. Especially at the Moscow restaurant, Lu Erju had heard countless legends about the old Moscow restaurant in his previous life. High-end restaurants, silver cutlery, gathering places for the upper class. In his past life, when he worked as a laborer in Beijing, he would occasionally pass by there. Every time he saw people eating and drinking lavishly inside, he would feel incredibly envious, thinking that one day he would go there too. But he never made it before he kicked the bucket. In this lifetime, I must take my family to try the Russian kebabs and ice cream at Lao Mo. The thought of his family dressed smartly and going to the restaurant for dinner, while Nizai wore a little princess dress and happily ate ice cream with her eyes crinkled with laughter, filled Lu Erju with anticipation. But as he was thinking, he suddenly froze, feeling that the scene was so familiar. A cold wind was blowing, and I squatted in the corner, daydreaming about delicious food and a warm family. Is this some kind of little match girl? Lu Erju's face immediately darkened. But then he thought of the little match girl who had hundreds of dollars on her, and suddenly he felt smug again. He endured the night until dawn, and when he saw that the supply and marketing cooperative was finally coming, he hurriedly crawled out of the alley. The middle-aged woman, who was opening the door, was startled when she saw a figure running out of the alley next to her. My God, what are you doing? Buy things. Lu Erju's mouth was so frozen he could barely speak. The middle-aged woman, who was initially a little nervous, suddenly became fierce upon hearing that the customer was a customer. In retaliation for being startled earlier, she opened her mouth and cursed, "Are you in a hurry to hang yourself? I haven't even sorted the goods or counted the money since I got up this morning, and you come to buy things." Lu Erju was stunned by the scolding, thinking to himself, why do I have to be scolded just for coming to buy something? When the door of the supply and marketing cooperative was opened, he saw the sign on the wall that read, "No beating innocent customers," and immediately realized what was going on. These days, the 8 high-ranking officials are really powerful. They're not people who can do the job. They also have very fiery tempers. If they say they'll do something, they'll do it, and afterwards, the other person won't be in any trouble, while you have to rush to apologize. Especially if you offend the people at the supply and marketing cooperative, it will be difficult to buy things in the future. However, Lu Erju had suffered too much humiliation in his previous life, and he was unwilling to live like that again in this life, so he lived his life with only one word: self-destructive. Hard. He's tough on men, but even tougher on women. Lu Erju looked at the middle-aged woman who was glaring at him, hands on her hips, and in a fighting stance. Without saying a word, he turned and left. When the old lady saw Lu Erju leave without daring to utter a sound after being scolded, she smacked her lips in dissatisfaction. Why is he so cowardly? I thought I could argue with you and then ask for sick leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Erju smirked, walked into the alley, took out 20 jin of wild boar meat, returned to the supply and marketing cooperative, and threw it on the ground. Just then, all the people from the supply and marketing cooperative came to work, including the director. The old lady who had just clashed with Lu Erju saw him return and immediately put her hands on her hips. What? Still want to argue with me? Everyone from the supply and marketing cooperative looked on. The women were all eyeing Lu Erju with predatory intent. They were in a bad mood from getting up early for work and were looking for someone to vent their anger on. The men looked at Lu Erju with curiosity. This kid actually dared to argue with an old woman. Has he never had his face splattered with smears before? Lu Erju didn't say anything, closed the door of the supply and marketing cooperative, and then, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, poured the pork out of the sack. Who's the leader here? Genuine wild boar meat. I'll sell it to you. Want some? If it were before, Lu Erju would never have dared to be so bold, shouting business in broad daylight. But after last night, he realized that everyone was having a hard time. Even the police had to risk going to the black market to buy things. Although these people work at the supply and marketing cooperative, they must also be lacking in food and drink, which is why they dared to take such a risk. Besides, if something really goes wrong, I can just ask that policeman from last night for help. I'll forget about the few hundred yuan and believe that he'll do everything he can to save me. When the people from the supply and marketing cooperative saw Lu Erju close the door, they thought he was going to fight to the death. Those men were all getting ready to grab their weapons. The director was also getting ready to go upstairs. When they saw the pork on the ground, they were all dumbfounded. They only had two ideas. Meat. This guy is so bold. No wonder the supply and marketing cooperative director is a leader. He quickly realized what was happening, immediately ran over to put the meat into a sack, and glared at the group. Don't tell anyone. This statement implies that the meat is intended to be kept and shared among them. Even the people in these county supply and marketing cooperatives haven't seen meat in a long time. These days, no matter how powerful the 8 high-ranking officials are, can they be more powerful than those above them? The sentence above means that the meat quota allocated to the supply and marketing cooperatives every month is robbed, leaving the cooperatives with nothing but a glimpse of the meat. But wild boar meat delivered to your door by individuals is a different story. The somewhat bald supply and marketing cooperative director smiled at Lu Erju and said, "Young man, thank you for your support of our work. Let's go upstairs and have a chat." Okay. Lu Erju walked upstairs with a cold face. The middle-aged woman who had just been about to start a fight, with her hands on her hips, now had an extremely unpleasant expression. When it comes to selling goods, she's amazing. But Lu Erju sells meat. These days, anyone who can afford to eat meat is a big shot. The thought of her 3 boys crying and craving meat all day long, and then having offended a butcher, made this woman want to slap herself twice. Upstairs, the director smiled and arranged for Lu Erju to sit down. He then put down the canned tea jar he was carrying, took out a cup, carefully pinched 2 tea leaves, put them in, and poured in water. "Young man, have some tea." Lu Erju accepted the gift with both hands and sighed. "Director, I was just confused by your subordinate and shouted that in public. I know it must have caused you trouble. I apologize." That's the good thing about Lu Erju, he'll deal with whoever causes trouble, and he definitely won't let innocent civilians get involved. The director glanced at Lu Erju with some appreciation. He thought Lu was just a simple-minded young man from the mountains, so although he wanted the meat, he was afraid that Lu would cause trouble and didn't dare to ask directly. Seeing that Lu Erju spoke logically, he asked curiously, "Have you been to school?" "Yes, the county's #1 high school," Lu Erju said. "Oh, a middle school student? No wonder." The director was even more surprised, but also more relieved. In those famine years, families that could still afford to send their teenage sons to school were those with a strong cultural background. They weren't reckless people. Lu Erju must have been really angry when he did that. The director thought for a moment, then said seriously, "Don't worry, student. That comrade's behavior was outrageous. I will criticize him. So, what do you plan to do with this meat? What price do you offer for recycling?" Lu Erju asked. "The government's recycling price is 45 cents, cough cough, don't glare at me, I didn't say it was for the government." Seeing Lu Erju's expression, the director didn't dare to speak in an official tone anymore, and smiled as he offered him a cigarette. "Seeing how straightforward you are, I'll be straightforward too. How about we follow the individual recycling price of 5 yuan per jin?" Lu Erju looked at the cigarette. Although it was an economy brand, it still had a handle. He casually grabbed it, borrowed a light, took a deep breath, and felt as if his soul was about to float away. Interesting. Although it's a bit harsh on the throat, it's still better than dry tobacco. Looking at Lu Erju's heavy smoking appearance, the director subconsciously touched his own bald head, somewhat puzzled. Are kids these days so mature? It seems that not all students at number 1 high school are promising. There are all sorts of bad apples. Lu Erju took a satisfying sip before saying, 5 yuan it is. The director immediately became excited. He had been to the black market before and knew the prices there. He also knew that he had gotten a good deal. He immediately praised him without reservation. Hey, young man, you're really straightforward. I don't think you're the kind of person who would hesitate. You're just young. Otherwise, I would really like to arrange for you to work at the supply and marketing cooperative. Then we would definitely have another talented person here. Lu Erju was so flattered that he couldn't sit still. He never expected the old man to be so shameless. He's only got a few pounds of meat, yet he's blown his own name out of proportion. He's even more capable than those who brag about pigs. As for selling it to the supply and marketing cooperative for 5 yuan, Lu Erju had his own plans. Although the black market is expensive, selling grain and meat there for a long time will inevitably attract attention and jealousy, and it would be troublesome if someone came after you. The situation is different at the supply and marketing cooperative. Judging from the attitude of this group of people, they are clearly more afraid of being targeted than I am. If I hadn't been so craving meat, I probably would have punched myself out of there. Furthermore, supply and marketing cooperatives were essential places for people to consume under the planned economy. Maintaining good relations with them would make it easier for one to come here to buy things in the future. After figuring this out, Lu Erju took another deep drag of his cigarette and said to the director who was looking at the meat, "My home is on the edge of the mountain. I wouldn't say we have a lot of wild boar meat, but, some things are best left unsaid." The director, being a shrewd man, immediately said, "No matter how much you send in the future, Joe Baoquan will never fail to reward you." After saying that, he reluctantly stuffed the remaining half-pack of economy cigarettes into Lu Erju's hands, clearly knowing that Lu was also a heavy smoker. Lu Erju glanced at the pack of cigarettes, casually accepted it, and then said, "Uncle Joe, I don't need the money, but could you give me something in return?" Hearing that Lu Erju didn't want money, Director Joe was even more delighted. "Great. Besides grain, what else do you want? Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, take whatever you want," Lu Erju said with a smile. "Ha, you're getting married?" Joe Baoquan asked curiously. After all, judging from Lu Erju's patched clothes, he didn't seem wealthy. It was surprising enough that he was selling meat, let alone buying so much other stuff. It made people wonder if he was getting married, and that's why he brought out his family's meat reserves. Seeing that Joe Baoquan had misunderstood, Lu Erju instinctively lied. "It's not me getting married, it's our village chief getting married." "No wonder, I was wondering where you got the meat. Did your brigade leader send you to run errands? Using meat from the brigade leader's house to show off to me?" Director Joe teased with a smile, but didn't get angry. Because the meat was in Lu Erju's hands, he could send it to whomever he wanted. The fact that someone would send it to him was a favor. Besides, most brigades in the countryside have guns, and it's common for them to go into the mountains to hunt, and catching wild game is normal. If this collaboration goes well, we'll inevitably come back again in the future. It's no problem to exchange money for goods, but I can only exchange some consumables for money. I can't help with the ones that require receipts. Director Joe looked at Lu Erju with some hesitation. Without hesitation, Lu Erju pulled out a stack of bills. "This is what everyone in our production brigade chipped in. Is that enough?" He's gotten into a habit of lying now, and people these days are generally quite naive, so they actually believe him. "Wow, that's enough. Your team is really united." Director Joe was quite surprised. In this day and age, even if the brigade leader wanted to curry favor, he wouldn't have to spend so many votes for his wedding. The only explanation is that their village is very united. Lu Erju didn't explain much and followed Director Joe downstairs. After he came down, the supply and marketing cooperative had already started to have customers, but everyone was too busy looking at Director Joe and Lu Erju to pay attention to the customers in front of them. The customers were in a hurry to buy things, but they didn't dare to call for help. They could only stomp their feet in frustration. Director Joe acted as if he hadn't seen the customers and called out, "Two people, come and help this young man with his things." Upon hearing this, the people at the supply and marketing cooperative knew that the meat deal was definitely going to be done, and they all beamed with joy. Hey, I'm here." Two middle-aged women quickly squeezed over and enthusiastically surrounded Lin Ming, asking him what he wanted. Lu Erju didn't stand on ceremony and started shopping, pointing to the shelves. "Give me 10 gin of jasmine tea. Sesame oil, soy sauce, fine salt, vinegar, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, bay leaves. Bring me 10 gin of all the seasonings. 20 gin each of milk candy and fruit candy. steamed rice cake, peach shortbread, mung bean cake, ox tongue pastry. Never mind, give me 5 gin of all kinds of pastries. Give me rice. Oh, there isn't any? And flour, you don't have any either? Hey, you still have Manhwa cigarettes? Give me one. Oh, you only have 1 carton of your prized possession? Then give it to me, and give me 5 cartons of Dakianman, no, 10 cartons. Give me 20 bottles of Urkiwatu, a type of Chinese liquor, 50 bottles of canned sugar water, 5 thermos flasks, 3 flashlights, and 10 pairs of rubber boots. I'd like to know what size I want. At this point, Lu Urja was a complete nouveau riche, going on a shopping spree. As for oil, Lu Urja didn't buy any, because corn could be pressed into oil in the space, and there was plenty of it. The customers who were initially anxious were no longer in a hurry, and they all stared wide-eyed at Lu Urja. They were used to living a hard life and were so frugal that they couldn't bear to spend a single penny. They had never seen anyone buy things so extravagantly. Everyone suspected that this was a supply and marketing cooperative from some township or commune coming to purchase goods. Even the people from the supply and marketing cooperative were dumbfounded, and almost mechanically helped Lu Urja carry the things. Director Joe's eyelids twitched as he watched. Although he knew that Lu Urja was buying things for the production brigade, he was still shocked by the team's extravagant spending. Is this brigade really that wealthy? Could they have embezzled public funds? That can't be right. If the commune finds out about this money, they'll arrest and execute the person. By the time Lu Urja had finished selecting everything, the supply and marketing cooperative was in complete chaos, filled with the sounds of packing and packing. Although these people have bad tempers, they are really efficient. They can pack things up very nicely in no time and even add a handle. Director Joe, standing nearby, was rapidly calculating on his abacus, muttering to himself, tea is 7 cents a pound, steamed rice cake is 6 cents a pound, white sugar is 5 cents a pound, but you can only sell 2 ounces, a bottle of Urkiwatu is 1 yuan and 1 jiao, a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes is 1 yuan, a carton is 10 packs, Dakianman cigarettes are 5 cents a pack, a piece of milk candy is 5 fen, so a pound is. As expected of the director, he remembers the prices at the supply and marketing cooperative perfectly without even needing to look at the price list. After calculating 5 or 6 times in 10 minutes, Director Joe confirmed the price to Lu Urja. It's 452 yuan and 78 fen in total. These words immediately caused an uproar at the supply and marketing cooperative. Everyone looked at Lu Urja with envy. Although everyone knows that the money may not actually be his own, they still instinctively feel envious. That's over 400 yuan. That's equivalent to 1 or 2 years' salary for many people. But they spent it all in a day, without even blinking. If they could do that too, even if it's just using public funds to show off, then they'd have something to brag about later. Even someone who dares to spend hundreds of dollars will be offered a cigarette by everyone they meet. Director Joe looked at Lu Urja cautiously and whispered a reminder, is everything alright? If anything happens, let me know. Let's not get blamed. Lu Urja was somewhat surprised that the director would remind him of this. He had thought that the director didn't care where the money came from, as he saw an opportunity to make money. Don't worry, our production brigade has produced a capable man. He's really good at catching wild boars. Lu Urja habitually made up stories and even boasted a little. Upon hearing this, Director Joe understood. He immediately grabbed a handful of fruit candies, then thought for a moment and put them down. He then grabbed a handful of milk candies and handed them to Lu Urja. Take these back and give them to your younger brother and sister. Although he didn't know Lu Urja, Director Joe assumed that Lu Urja must have younger siblings, since every family has several children. Lu Urja understood what he meant and lowered his voice to say, to be honest, I don't know anyone in the county. If you can help me get a bicycle or a tricycle or something, I can't guarantee anything else, but your family will definitely not go hungry. Director Joe wasn't afraid that Lu Urja wouldn't come to him. On the contrary, he was afraid that Lu Urja wouldn't come to him. There's a saying that may be harsh, but it's also true, if you're useless, who would want to be your friend? Okay, I'll keep an eye on things for you. Director Joe agreed happily, then said to a young man beside him, put the things on the tricycle and take them back to the brother. All right. The young man immediately loaded everything onto the tricycle. Lu Urja also got into the car and followed them out. As for the old lady who had argued with him earlier, he didn't even glance at her, because he knew that Director Joe would definitely be able to handle it. Sure enough, as soon as he left, Director Joe looked at the middle-aged woman and said, little son, don't rush to do nothing. I've noticed you haven't been doing well these past few days. Go home and rest. The results of your investigation should be available in a few days. If it's escalated to the point of being handled, then the outcome certainly won't be good. The woman's face turned deathly pale instantly, and she hurriedly cried out, Director, you can't do this. That kid only gave you a few kilograms. Shut up. Director Joe roared, then glanced at the surrounding customers as if they were nothing, and stared coldly at the old lady, saying, there are some things I don't want to say too clearly. If you really think you've cleaned your own mess, then keep making a scene here. These days, how many people who work at the supply and marketing cooperative don't take things home with them? In particular, regulations from above allow for a certain amount of wear and tear. This certain loss gave the supply and marketing cooperatives an opportunity to exploit loopholes. Whether the pastry was spoiled upon arrival or broken by someone, who knows? Whether the defective fabric was due to poor manufacturing quality or was torn by someone, who knows? Some popsicles melt into ice water in the middle of summer, and it's perfectly normal for them to be taken away by the supply and marketing cooperative staff. As the old saying goes, some things may not seem heavy until they are weighed, but once they are on the scale, they can weigh a ton. The woman knew what the director's threat meant. If she dared to reveal the wild boar meat, these people would deny it to the death and then join forces to point the finger at her. No matter how brave and skilled she was no match for so many people, so she could only beg for mercy through tears. Director, I've been here for so long, I've worked hard even if I haven't made any great contributions, and you're kicking me out for this little thing? Several members of my family depend on me for their livelihood. The others also felt a little sorry for him and looked at Director Joe with pleading eyes, as if they wanted to beg for mercy. Sigh, whose family doesn't have this problem? Director Joe sighed. They'll come back again. If they see you're still here, there are some things that are easier said than said. That says it all. The fact that Lu Urja will come again shows that there are still benefits for them. If this old lady were here, it's hard to say whether they would be willing to come. These days, no one has it easy. They're not willing to give up the rare opportunity to get meat. Immediately, everyone in the supply and marketing cooperative lowered their heads. The plastic sisterhood shattered easily under the heavy hammer of self-interest. The young man from the supply and marketing cooperative was pedaling a tricycle, indicating that he wanted to take Lu Urju out of the city first. But Lu Urju asked him to take him to the police station where the police were yesterday. He spent all of the more than 400 yuan he earned last night, and now he has to go collect the debts. Looking at the police station in front of him, the young man asked curiously, "You want to report a case? What's wrong?" "No, a friend of mine works there, so I came to check it out," Lu Urju said with a smile. The young man was immediately astonished. Police officer friend? Although the police in those days were not as notorious as during the crackdown period, but they can also beat you up without you even being able to utter a sound. Having a police officer friend these days is a great honor, and it can help you solve many problems easily. The young man instantly understood why Lu Urja dared to sell meat so openly. Lu Urja didn't say much and went straight into the police station. The police station had started work by now. As soon as Lu Urju entered, he saw the familiar face from last night and walked over with a smile to greet him. Brother Wang. Wang Jianjun, his thumb wrapped in gauze, was looking down at the newspaper while leisurely sipping his tea. Without looking up, he casually asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Seeing that he didn't seem to care, Lu Urju immediately handed over the note. "It's nothing, I just wanted to ask if your finger still hurts." Upon seeing the note, Wang Jianjun jumped up, looking at Lu Urju with a mixture of nervousness and surprise. Although he could tell Lu Urju's voice was childish last night, he didn't expect him to be so young, looking only in his teens. "Come on, let's talk outside." Wang Jianjun pulled Lu Urju out the door, taking out a cigarette as he said in surprise, "How come you're so young? You're about the same age as my son." Wang Jianjun blushed a little when he thought about how he had called such a young man brother last night. Lu Urju pushed away Wang Jianjun's economy cigarettes and offered him a Zonghua cigarette. "Have this one." "Holy crap! How can you be so extravagant? You just made some money last night, and you dare to smoke this?" Wang Jianjun was extremely surprised when he saw that it was Zonghua cigarettes. He wanted to return it but couldn't bear to part with it. Lu Urju took out one himself, lit it with a match, and then lit it for Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun quickly put away the Zonghua cigarettes and smoked his own economy cigarettes. "I can't bear to part with such good stuff. Let our director smoke it later." "That's why I said you could improve," Lu Urju said with a smile. "Get lost. Is it fun to laugh at me? You'll understand when you get to my age. Being able to flatter isn't shameful, it's a skill. It's shameful to stubbornly insist on saving face while causing your whole family to suffer." Wang Jianjun rolled his eyes at Lu Urju, then changed the subject and lowered his voice. "Here to collect a debt? We brothers collected the money for you last night, let's count it and see if it's correct." Lu Urju took the money without counting it, casually stuffing it into his pocket, actually sending it into his spatial storage. "No need to count it. If I can't even trust the police, who can I trust?" Wang Jianjun was feeling the pinch of the money when he heard this and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You little rascal, if my little rascal had even half your skills, I'd be happy to quit being a policeman." "Don't rush to praise me. Wait until I finish speaking, then you can say a few more words of praise," Lu Urju interrupted Wang Jianjun with a smile. Wang Jianjun was taken aback, then realized what he meant, his face filled with disbelief. "You don't have?" Wang Jianjun stopped talking mid-sentence, pulled Lu Urju to a quiet place, and then looked around warily. After confirming that no one was around, Wang Jianjun whispered, "Brother, oops, bro, you don't still have any meat, do you? What are you saying? You'll keep calling me brother as long as there's meat?" Lu Erzhu teased. Cough cough. Wang Jianjun's face turned red from the words, and he wanted to curse, "You little brat." But thinking about how I swallowed my pride last night to beg for help, and then cursed people as soon as I got meat at home, isn't that a classic case of eating from the bowl and then cursing the mother after putting down the chopsticks? Even dogs that people used to keep wouldn't do something like this. Well, I can only call you brother in private. If outsiders find out, I won't have the face to stay in the police station, okay? Wang Jianjun said with a hint of pleading. Lu Erzhu laughed. Brother Wang, I was just joking with you. Why can't you understand a joke? It's not that I don't know how to make a fuss, it's just that your meat saved my son's life. After eating the meat last night, the little guy was able to get out of bed and pee by himself this morning, Wang Jianjun said gratefully. Alright, let's not talk about that. If you really want to thank me, don't pretend you don't know me if you ever need my help in the future. Lu Erzhu sensed the somber atmosphere and immediately cracked a joke. Wang Jianjun immediately and solemnly assured him that is absolutely impossible. Alright, let's talk about something serious then. Lu Erzhu also lowered his voice. I have a big wild boar here, probably 200 or 300 pounds, can you handle it? Yes, absolutely. Wang Jianjun exclaimed excitedly. You have no idea. These guys are so hungry they're practically green with envy. I only ate 2 pieces of meat last night, and this morning these bastards could smell it. They kept asking me where I got the meat. Even the director talked to me, telling me to stop being individualistic and to think more about the collective. I was really worried about that. Lu Erzhu was also surprised by the coincidence and immediately said, then how about this, can I borrow your bicycle or tricycle for a moment, and I'll go get it for you. Okay, right away. Wang Jianjun immediately ran into the police station and soon came out with a thin old man. The old man, dressed in a police uniform and wearing a peaked cap, quickly came out, glanced at Lu Erzhu from head to toe, and then smiled. Young man, you are truly a handsome young man. Facing the director, Lu Erzhu didn't dare to be careless and offered him a Zonghua cigarette. Director, you flatter me. Please have one. Upon seeing the Zonghua cigarettes, the director's eyelids twitched. Although someone of his rank could afford Zonghua cigarettes, he was reluctant to give them away casually. Seeing that this kid was holding a box of cigarettes in his hand and looking quite casual about it, the director didn't think he was trying to curry favor with him, but rather that he didn't appreciate the value of Zonghua cigarettes. However, Lu Erzhu's clothes were very simple, even downright beggar's attire, which was completely out of place with his temperament and behavior. The station chief was somewhat wary and didn't accept the cigarette. Instead, he took out a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes and started smoking. Young man, what's your name? How old are you? Where are you from? Lu Erzhu was stunned by the interrogation, which resembled a household registration check. Wang Jianjun also became a little anxious and immediately said, Chief, this young man is definitely fine. The director gave him a cold look, and his powerful aura silenced Wang Jianjun instantly. At that time, many police officers were retired soldiers, especially this old police station chief. He looked like he had participated in the war and exuded a really tough and iron-blooded aura. He looked more like a leader than those bloated, fat guys of later generations. Lu Erzhu quickly realized what was happening and told them which commune and production brigade he belonged to, as well as his village name, his parents' names, and his own name. The director gave Wang Jianjun a look, and the latter understood, so he reluctantly went to the archives to verify. Not long after, he ran out, nodded, and said, Brother Li is right. This is where Wang Jianjun's cleverness lies. He knew that it wouldn't work if he spoke on his own. Since he knew Lu Erzhu, he used Brother Li, who was in charge of household registration, as a shield. Sure enough, the director nodded in satisfaction and immediately shook Lu Erzhu's hand warmly. Young man, don't misunderstand. It's just that the county town is not safe these days, and I'm scared. Lu Erzhu understood that there were still many spies lurking around during this period, and even in a county town like this, there were quite a few troublemakers. If a little kid like him suddenly gets his hands on so much meat, and it turns out he's a spy trying to curry favor with the police station and infiltrate, then the entire police station will be in big trouble. Now that the household registration is confirmed to be in order, it's time to settle down and get married. Life is all about eating and drinking. Lu Erzhu said directly, Chief, lend me your tricycle, I'll go get it for you. Okay, but I might not be able to give you the money all at once, the director said apologetically. Lu Erzhu was very happy and repeatedly said that everything was fine. Being in debt is good. That's how human relationships work. You owe me a little, I owe you a little, and as the debts accumulate, the feelings grow stronger. Of course, if the debt is large or the resources of both parties are unequal, then that's a different story. The director didn't want Lu Erzhu to suffer a loss, so he wrote him a note specifying how much it cost per pound and when to come and pick it up. Lu Erzhu glanced at it, gave a thumbs up, and said, the police station is really generous. They buy it for 5.5 yuan a pound, which is more expensive than the supply and marketing cooperative. When Wang Jianjun arrived at the canteen in his tricycle, Lu Erzhu hopped on and rode off. I'll deliver it to you in about 10 minutes. That kid at the police station entrance is holding my stuff, keep an eye on it for me. Wang Jianjun quickly agreed, then walked over to the young man from the supply and marketing cooperative, smoking a cigarette while keeping an eye on him. This kid's got his own money, so we'd better keep a close eye on him. The young man was terrified. He had never been stared at by the police like that before. He kept shrinking his neck and eventually curled up like a quail, squatting next to the tricycle. Somehow, he ended up putting his hands behind his head. Passers-by were curious, wondering what the kid had done wrong to be paraded in front of the police station. There were also some elderly people with a strong sense of justice standing guard nearby, fearing that the kid's accomplices might come to rescue people. The young man looked at the stern-faced passers-by and felt like crying. What a disaster. I just came to help deliver something, how did I end up getting myself arrested? Lu Erzha never expected that his misunderstanding would cause the young man such distress. He found a secluded spot, knocked out a wild boar from his mental space, and tossed it into the tricycle. It's important to know that these wild boars were directly captured inside, and time was frozen in the mental space. Once they were released, they would be lively and energetic again. To prevent it from escaping, it must be stunned. When Lu Erzha dragged the heavy wild boar back to the police station entrance, passers-by were stunned, staring intently at the boar as if they could see it in their own mouths. The station chief was overjoyed and rushed forward to receive it. But as he got closer, he was astonished to find that the wild boar was still breathing. He exclaimed in surprise, "How is it still alive?" "Ah, he fell into the trap and got knocked unconscious." "He shouldn't be unconscious for long," Lu Erzha reminded him. "Hey, quick, get him to the canteen and tie him up." The director was overjoyed. Because there's a huge difference between a live and a dead wild boar, a live one is more valuable and tastes better if prepared properly. Seeing that the pork had been delivered, Lu Erzha took the note, picked up the young man who was almost kneeling down next to the tricycle, and left. The director was still behind him, waving and calling out, "Zhu Ziai, come visit sometime." Lu Erzha jumped in surprise and looked back. Luckily, the director wasn't holding a handkerchief, otherwise it would have really looked like, "Ouch, I can't say." Originally, the young man from the supply and marketing cooperative was only interested in sending Lu Erzha out of the county town. After all, the mountains are high and the roads are long, wouldn't it be exhausting to send people back to their villages? After what had just happened, the young man didn't dare to utter a sound, and silently pedaled his tricycle toward Liutan. Seeing the deserted mountain road, Lu Erzha told him to stop several times, intending to pack up his things and go back by himself. The young man would wave his hands in fear each time, saying, "Brother, don't worry. Even if I don't go to work today, the director won't say anything to me. Besides, I wouldn't feel at ease leaving you in the wilderness with all this stuff with you." As Lu Erzha got closer to the village, he quickly said, "Don't worry, my family will come to pick me up soon. If you get back late, you won't get any good meat." Upon hearing this, the young man hesitated. Upon seeing this, Lu Erzha got out of the car and began moving things onto the ground. Seeing his persistence, the young man stopped hesitating and immediately unloaded the things, saying, "Brother, you're really a righteous man. Come find me in the county town later, and I'll treat you to a meal." That's just a polite way of saying it. Nowadays, no one is rich. Many people have to bring meal tickets when they go back to their parents' home, otherwise they'll eat a meal and leave while their parents' home goes hungry. Lu Erzha smiled and handed him a dakiam and cigarette, saying, "Okay, I'll go later." He figured that even if he gave him a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, the kid definitely wouldn't be willing to smoke them, so he might as well give him a dakiam and cigarette. Unfortunately, his prediction was wrong. The young man quickly wiped the sweat from his hands, took the cigarette, first held it horizontally under his nose to smell it, and then carefully put it in his shirt pocket, took out an economy cigarette and lit it. Even the older workers at Dakiaman only take it out when relatives come to visit. Normally, everyone smokes cigarettes or cheap cigarettes that cost 8 cents. Seeing his reaction, Lu Erzha could only shake his head helplessly. The young man simply rode off, waving goodbye. Once he was out of sight and no one could see him, Lu Erzha put everything into his system space, only using the bag the supply and marketing cooperative had given him to carry some daily necessities back to the village. As soon as Lu Erzha entered the village, he saw the brigade leader, Lu Hai, squatting down, smoking with a gloomy expression. Lu Erzha walked closer curiously and heard him muttering, "What are we going to do? The land is so dry it's cracked. We're probably doomed again next year. Are we really going to end up like the people in the neighboring village, all of us going out to beg for food?" Upon hearing this, Lu Erzha looked at the farmland in front of him and saw that the soil was so dry that it was cracked. The wheat seedlings that should have sprouted were only a few sparse ones, looking extremely pitiful. Sigh. Lu Erzha put down the sack and squatted down next to Lu Hai. When Lu Hai saw someone squat down without turning around, he assumed it was one of the men from the village and instinctively handed over the half-smoked cigarette in his hand. "Go get the villagers to fetch water from the river later, otherwise these wheat seedlings really won't survive. I'm not smoking this anymore." Lu Erzhu didn't take the cigarette and said in a low voice, "Could you stop paying grain rations to the commune next year, or at least reduce the amount? We already underreported. Other villages reported yields of 8,000 jin per mu, but our village reported the normal yield, and we got criticized." Hey, it's you, kid. Lu Hai suddenly realized something was wrong, turned around and saw it was Lu Erzhu. He laughed and scolded, "What are you doing, you little brat, pretending to be an adult?" Lu Erzhu didn't waste any words, took out a pack of Zonghua cigarettes and tossed it over. "This is what I promised you before." Lu Hai caught the Zonghua cigarette and looked it over from left to right. It didn't seem fake. He exclaimed in surprise, "Erzhuzi, where did you get this?" Looking at Lu Hai's already somewhat fierce expression, Lu Erzhu said irritably, "I went into the city last night to help my classmate's father get medical treatment, and this is what they gave me. Treat patients." Lu Hai was taken aback. "Oh, right, you're learning medicine from Big Tongue. But how come you can go out and treat patients so quickly? Is that all right? I learned it in school before, so I learned it quickly." Lu Erzhu sadly discovered that he was becoming more and more fluent in making things up. Although Lu Hai knows a few characters, he has never attended middle school and doesn't know what is taught in middle school. Seeing that Erzhuzi didn't seem to be lying, he thought he should ask Dashi later. Then he casually stuffed the Zonghua cigarette back into Lu Erzhuzi's arms and said, "Stop making a fuss. Your father has suffered for so many years to support your education. You should give him this cigarette. Even if you're trying to curry favor with me, I can't make you a brigade official. Get lost." Seeing that Lu Hai was clearly saying nice things but insisted on cursing her and even raised his foot to kick her, Lu Erzhu dodged the cigarette irritably and threw it back at him. "How could I mistreat my dad? They gave me several packs. Besides, a family that can give Zonghua cigarettes must be quite powerful. Can't I just curry favor with them? Why do I have to curry favor with you? I only saw that you, the brigade leader, are truly benevolent and righteous, unlike the people in other production brigades who, for some empty honor, force the entire village to starve and even beg for food." Seeing Lu Erzhu's angry expression, Lu Hai, who was about to reprimand him, sighed, "What's the use? You saw those two people from the commune who came last time, right? They came to criticize me, but they also subtly warned me that if I dare to report the output lower next year, they'll remove me from my position as brigade leader." Upon hearing Lu Hai's words, Lu Erzhu frowned. This was indeed a particularly mad period. At first, the slogan was "Roll up your sleeves and work hard." Everyone worked hard, and although it was tiring, they were overjoyed to receive praise or even honors for being outstanding. But later people discovered that if you did it, so did he, and since he was young and strong, he did more than you, and therefore received more praise and honors. In their quest for honors, some people, lacking genuine skills, resort to underhanded tactics. This is terrible. That unhealthy trend was quickly cultivated, and later it became unstoppable, resulting in everyone suffering together. Those people at the top are alright, at least they have connections to find ways to compensate those below them and gain personal benefits. But the common people at the bottom of society really suffered. Not only did they have to hand over all their grain, but they also had to steal the food they got themselves, otherwise they would be considered to have left the collective. Actually, Lai Yutun was a bit better off. Lu Hai, the production team leader, was a smart man and knew that those empty tricks would ultimately backfire on him, so he left himself a backup plan. But what Lu Erzhu didn't expect was that the commune would actually feel dissatisfied with this. He asked somewhat angrily, "Why isn't anyone doing anything about this?" Lu Hai glared at Lu Erzhu, "Don't say anything that's detrimental to unity." These words were like a thorn in Lu Erzhu's side, leaving him speechless for a long time. That's true. If he dares to reason now, people will label him as someone who is hindering the country's progress, and his whole family will be in big trouble. Forget it, I should focus on living my own life first. Faced with such a major trend of the times and the nation, even if Lu Erzhu had room to maneuver, he was truly powerless to reverse the situation. "I'm going home now," Lu Erzhu said sullenly, picking up his bag and leaving. "Hey, here's your cigarette," Lu Hai called out, holding up a pack of Zonghua cigarettes. "No, it's your cigarette." Lu Erzhu waved and left without turning his head. Watching his retreating figure, I glanced down at the Zonghua cigarette in my hand, but still refrained from smoking it. I put it in my pocket, muttering to myself, "I'll help this kid find a job as a barefoot doctor through the commune later. He can't just take the cigarettes for nothing. I'll use these cigarettes to build some connections and see if I can keep my position as captain." He wasn't power hungry, but he knew very well that once another brigade leader took over, he would immediately follow the example of other villages, and then the people of Liuyutun would really not be able to survive, and even he himself would be in big trouble. Lu Erzhu returned home carrying his things, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw his mother going to the fields to empty the chamber pot. Niu Honghua yawned, her eyes were dark, clearly she hadn't slept well. "Mom, didn't you sleep well?" Lu Erzhu asked with a smile. Hearing her son's voice, Niu Honghua jumped and rushed over to check on Lu Erzhu carefully. "Mom, son, why didn't you come home all night? Are you alright? Lu Erzha was taken aback. Mom, you didn't sleep all night, did you? How can I sleep if you don't come back? Niu Honghua asked with a worried expression. Inside the house, Lu Fuxian's voice came. Is that Zuzi back? Hurry up and give me a couple of acupuncture needles so I can get some sleep. Your mother tossed and turned on the con last night, sighing all the time, keeping me awake all night. Upon hearing this, Lu Erzha felt extremely distressed. No wonder people say that a mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles. She hadn't even traveled 1,000 miles yet, and in just one night, Niu Honghua was already so worried. Mom, it's nothing. I just stayed at a classmate's house for one night, and I also helped his dad get treatment and made some money. I also bought some things. Come and take a look. Niu Honghua had noticed the bag Lu Erzha was carrying long ago, but she was more concerned about whether her son was alright, so she didn't pay much attention to the bag. Hearing Lu Erzha say there was something inside, and hearing it making a clattering sound, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Son, what did you buy? We have everything we need, why are you wasting money? Aren't you saving it for your future marriage? Lu Erzha walked into the house and put down the bag. Mother, you can see for yourself. I'll go give my father acupuncture first. Niu Honghua said then untied the sack, reached inside, and groped around to see what was inside. Inside the house, Lu Fuxian lay on the con, a heated brick bed, looking at Lu Erzha with some weariness. Son, next time you go out, tell your mother the truth. She's too timid for you to handle. Okay, I know. Lu Erzha was a little embarrassed, knowing that his father had seen through him again, and quickly took out his acupuncture kit to ease the atmosphere. He had just inserted the first needle when Niu Honghua cried out in alarm, Oh my god! Lu Fuxian was startled and angrily retorted, My son is giving me acupuncture, what are you yelling about? Niu Honghua didn't retort. Instead, she took a flashlight out of the sack and said in a trembling voice, Dad, am I seeing things? Is this a flashlight? Lu Fuxian, who was lying down receiving treatment, suddenly sat up. Let me see. Niu Honghua hurriedly handed over the flashlight. Lu Fuxian looked at it from left to right and carefully pushed the switch forward. The flashlight, which should have turned on with minimal effort, suddenly felt like Lu Fuxian was defusing a mine. The veins on his hands bulged with tension, but the flashlight itself wasn't under much pressure. Niu Honghua was so nervous that her breathing became labored, and she stared intently at the flashlight. Click! The flashlight shone a dim yellow light, almost invisible in broad daylight. But Niu Honghua, who had been staring at the flashlight, exclaimed again, It's over! It's over! His dad's over. You're the one who's yellow, you're saying it's bright when it's bright. Lu Fuxian cursed angrily, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lu Erzha had already finished inserting the needles quickly and said with a helpless smile, Why are you two so nervous? It's just a flashlight. After saying that, he took the flashlight, quickly flipped the switch a few times, tossed it into the air and let it tumble twice before catching it again. This seemingly simple action, which even children in later generations would do, terrified his parents. Ouch, ouch, you little rascal. Niu Honghua patted Lu Erzha's shoulder lightly, though it was a very light pat, it was enough to show how flustered and scared she was. That was a flashlight. In the entire Liuyutun village, apart from the production brigade having one for public use, only 2 people who were apprentices in the city had one. Lu Fuxian was also startled and quickly sat up, grabbed the flashlight, glared at Lu Erzha and cursed, If you break it, I'll see how you pay for it. What compensation? This is our family's property, Lu Erzha said with a smile. Ours? Don't be ridiculous, this flashlight isn't cheap. Niu Honghua shook her head repeatedly, refusing to believe it. In this mountain village where kerosene lamps are still a luxury, flashlights are definitely a precious commodity. That is to say, at that time, the status of a flashlight in a rural household was roughly equivalent to that of a tablet computer. If any parent sees their child tossing a tablet in midair like a toy, they'll get a beating or at least a kick. Seeing the disbelief on the 2 elders' faces, Lu Erzha no longer hesitated. This isn't over yet. He started taking things out of the sack. Enameled basin, thermos flask, vanishing cream, jasmine tea. There was also a specially cut 10-foot piece of floral fabric, white jade toothpaste, toothbrush. The funny thing is, every time Lu Erzha took out something, the old couple would shudder as if they had been electrocuted. After Lu Erzha took everything out, he put the sack in a corner. He had just put down his things and turned around when he found Niu Honghua squatting on the ground, reaching out to touch the things, but she pulled her hand back before she could touch them, afraid that she would break them if she touched them. Lu Fuxian lay on the con, a heated brick bed, constantly reaching out to pick one up and look at it, but he couldn't reach it. Frustrated, he shouted, You stupid woman with no sense of propriety, give me one to look at. When Niu Honghua saw her husband's outstretched hand, she didn't hand him anything, but instinctively pinched it, causing Lu Fuxian to almost fall off the bed in pain. Lu Fuxian got angry and cursed through gritted teeth, You idiot, why are you pinching me? I want to see if I'm dreaming. My goodness, how can our family have so many wonderful things? As Niu Honghua spoke, her eyes reddened. Without being modest, she had seen all of these things before. But that was at someone else's house. The enamel basin and thermos were seen in the production brigade office. I saw the face cream at my 7th aunt's house. There was only a tiny bit, about the size of a fingernail, in the box. Apparently, it was brought by a relative from the city during the spring festival, and she treasured it like a treasure. Last time, when people from the commune came to promote the cause, she applied a little bit, and because of that, she was asked to go on stage and speak to the promoter. I saw this beautiful floral fabric at my 3rd uncle's house. It was brought back by his daughter, who was an apprentice at a textile factory in the city. And then there's toothpaste. People in the countryside rarely use tooth powder. Who would spend that extra money to pamper themselves? There was a large bottle of soy sauce and a basin of corn oil, because there were no containers to hold them. That salt, how come it's so fine and smooth? I don't have to pound it like crazy every time I cook. There are also many seasonings that even Niu Honghua has never seen before. As she looked at them, Niu Honghua couldn't hold back any longer and plopped down on the ground, bursting into tears. Dad, what if I'm dreaming? I want all of these things. Lu Fuxian subconsciously wanted to laugh at Niu Honghua for being useless, but after thinking about it, he realized that it was his own lack of ambition that made Niu Honghua feel so uneasy when she saw these things, so he closed his mouth with guilt. Lu Erja quickly went over to help his mother up and said earnestly, "Mother, these are our family's things, you're not dreaming." Niu Honghua cried uncontrollably, "But son, where will we get the money to buy these things?" "I earn it by treating patients," Lu Erja said, glancing at his father before adding in a low voice, "I also sold half a pig." Lu Fuxian sighed, clearly having already guessed that his son would definitely keep the pork and that he had gone to the black market last night. But his son was taking such a risk to take care of the family, and as a father, he couldn't criticize or lecture his son anymore. These are the exact words that Lu Fuxian's grandfather said to his father when he was a child and was beaten for being naughty. It's okay to beat a child because he made a mistake. Only in this way can he learn his lesson. But you can't suppress or belittle a child. This will only make the child fall into a state of inferiority or become more obsessive and do dangerous things to prove himself. When Niu Honghua heard Lu Erja selling things, she panicked and hurriedly asked, "Did no one see you? Did you cover your face properly?" "Last time I heard from Uncle Sam that the city police caught a speculator and confiscated his goods, and they also broke his leg and all his teeth." "Son, open your mouth and let your mother see your teeth." Helpless, Lu Erja grinned and showed his teeth to his mother, just like when livestock were sold at the market in the past. Even after seeing that her son was alright, Niu Honghua was still worried and kept asking if he had any internal injuries. Helpless, Lu Erja could only say, "Mother, I'm a little hungry. Can you make me something to eat?" Yes, you must be hungry since you haven't come back all night. I'll go make you some porridge." Niu Honghua turned and walked out. "Mom, can we stop eating porridge at home? We can just have congee. We don't lack food." Lu Erja shouted. SHH, what are you shouting for? What if someone hears you?" Niu Honghua panicked and quickly covered Lu Erja's mouth. Seeing this, Lu Erja simply said, "Well, if you don't cook porridge anymore, I'll send the cornmeal to the canteen. I'll drink porridge with the whole village then, which is better than drinking wild vegetable gruel at home." How could you? Niu Honghua wanted to scold Lu Erja, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. In the end, she could only stomp her foot and glare at Lu Fuxian on the Kong. "Look at the good seedlings you planted." Lu Fuxian looked helpless. Niu Honghua went to cook porridge for Lu Erja. Lu Fuxian glared at Lu Erja and said irritably, "You're just causing me trouble. Give me your pipe." Upon hearing that his father wanted a cigarette, Lu Erja immediately took out a Zonghua cigarette and handed it to him. "Dad, please smoke this." Lu Fuxian glanced at it, somewhat surprised. "Chunghua cigarettes. Oh, you know him." Lu Erja's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was doomed. He thought that since this cigarette had only been out for a few years and was a special edition, his father probably hadn't seen it before. "I didn't expect to be recognized." Lu Fuxian sensed his son's meaning and said irritably, "Who does this little brat think he is? I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. Last time when people from the commune came to promote collectivism, I saw the propagandist smoking a cigarette. I heard it was very expensive." It's all right, Lu Erja said guiltily. "Then I'll try some too." Lu Fuxian casually took it and waited for Lu Erja to light his cigarette. Lu Erja was pleasantly surprised. "I thought you would be like my mother and wouldn't dare to smoke." Lu Fuxian lit a cigarette, took a deep drag to savor the taste, and then his eyes lit up. "This tastes really good, but it's a bit weak." Then, he looked at Lu Erja with disdain. "Who do you think you are, you little brat? Your mother has never seen anything in her life, but your father has eaten ginseng and abalone, and has been to the palace and met princes. Do you know Puyi? When your father was a child, he personally poured me soda in northeast China. Back then, the most popular tobacco paste was almost something I tried, although your great-grandfather later hung me from a tree to smoke it." Lu Erzhu was very surprised. Dad, were we landlords or warlords before? He was a landlord, but your great-grandfather was a professor at National Central University. He was quite cultured, Lu Fuxian said. Lu Erzhu gasped. Damn, a professor at National Central University. My great-grandfather was definitely not an unknown figure. He might even have been a top figure during the Republic of China era. Oh, by the way, your great-grandmother was a teacher at Peking University, Lu Fuxian added. Lu Erzhu suddenly felt ridiculous. I was just secretly laughing at my mother for getting so excited about an enamel basin. Now, he's even more excited than his own mother. His heart is practically leaping out of his throat. My great-grandfather was a professor at one of the top universities in China during the Republic of China era. My great-grandmother was once a teacher at one of the top universities in China. With this family background and status, they'll be living in a cowshed in a few years. Wait, something's not right. Lu Erzhu looked at his father. My great-grandparents are so amazing, and they loved you and raised you so much. Dad, how could you? Don't hit me, I was wrong. Watching his son escape, Lu Fu laughed angrily and cursed, then picked up the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes on the table and chuckled. You little rascal, you're quite capable. Lu Erzhu ran out, only to remember something. He forgot to ask his father. My great-grandfather was so amazing, why didn't he think of hiding something back then? My father never mentioned my grandparents or any of my relatives. Lu Erzhu wanted to go back and ask, but he was afraid of being beaten, so he decided to wait until later to ask. He turned his head and saw his mother cooking, wiping away tears while a smile played on her lips. She felt a pang of heartache over the food, but the thought of her son's success made her smile again. Seeing that she was happy, Lu Erzhu thought for a moment, took out 2 large black 10 yuan bills and handed them over. Mother. Oh, you're hungry, aren't you? Mother is here. Mother. Niu Honghua wiped away her tears, then was startled when she saw the money. She hurriedly turned around to check if the door was closed, then grabbed her son's hand and firmly held the money in Lu Erzhu's hand. Lu Erzhu felt a sharp pain from being squeezed by those calloused hands, and said helplessly, Mom, what are you doing? This is money I earned, not money I stole. Niu Honghua was even more frightened and quickly covered her son's mouth, saying, What nonsense are you talking about? You can't say that. Lu Erzhu barely managed to break free from his mother's grasp and explained, Fine, I won't say anything. You can keep this money as a token of my respect for you too. Oh, mother, no, you can't. Niu Honghua suddenly released her grip as if burned, taking several steps back. Keep the money. How can I take your money? So much money. I don't even earn this much in a year. At this time, people still calculated work points to get money and distribute grain. Sometimes at the end of the year, after receiving their grain rations and calculating their work points, they would actually owe the production brigade money. So, Niu Honghua probably wouldn't even be able to get any money from the brigade, let alone sell her house. Lu Erzhu didn't care about any of that and stuffed the money into his mother's hand. Just take it. Hurry up and watch the pot, or it'll burn. Ouch, my pot. Niu Honghua hurriedly picked up a wooden spoon to check, while her other hand gripped the money tightly, the veins on her hand bulging, showing how much force she was using. You can't do it without putting in the effort. What if it falls and gets blown away by the wind? What if it falls into the fire and burns? Oh my god, what should we do? Niu Honghua was completely panicked. Lu Erzhu then left his own house and went to his older brother's house next door. The eldest brother was squatting in the yard, in front of his specially made interrogation chair, frowning, smoking his pipe, pondering how to handle the situation. Nizai squatted down beside him, imitating her father, frowning and sighing just like him. She even held a small wooden stick and pretended it was a pipe, occasionally taking a puff of the stick and exhaling on it. She looked incredibly cute. The sister-in-law was washing clothes, glancing up at the father and son every now and then, wanting to laugh but afraid of hurting her husband's confidence. Hearing the door open, the whole family turned around at the same time. Nizai jumped up excitedly first, spreading her wings like a little bird and rushing towards Lu Erzhu. Uncle. Lu Erzhu picked Nizai up and said with a smile, Give your little uncle a kiss, and your little uncle will give you something good. Nizai hugged Lu Erzhu and kissed him on both sides, then asked happily, Uncle, what are you giving me? Watch this, transform. Lu Erzhu opened his hand as if performing magic, revealing 2 white rabbit milk candies inside. He thought Nizai would be overjoyed, but to his surprise, she just looked at him with confusion and poked the 2 candies with her little hand. Is it a drawing? It's so beautiful. Lu Erzhu was taken aback, then realized that Nizai had never eaten candy before, or even seen it. Open your mouth. He peeled off the candy wrapper with a pained expression and put it into Nizai's big little mouth. Nizai carefully licked the candy with her tongue, and soon the glutinous rice paper on the outside of the candy melted, spreading a sweet aroma. The little girl's eyes widened immediately, and she exclaimed excitedly, Sweet, so sweet. Her mouth was small, and the candy was quite big. She was afraid of dropping the candy if she spoke loudly, so she first shouted, then quickly covered her mouth with her dirty little hands and mumbled, "So sweet." Seeing Nizai's eyes crinkle into crescents with joy, Lu Urzha smiled and stuffed another piece of candy into her mouth. Unexpectedly, Nizai bit the candy twice, breaking it in half, and spat it into her little hand. Looking at the two halves of the milk candy, one big and one small, Nizai gritted her teeth and ate the smaller half back into her mouth. She then held the larger half in her little hand and brought it to Lu Urzha's mouth, saying, "Uncle, you eat it too." Lu Urzha was so moved. It was clearly Nizai's first time eating candy, and she was even willing to share most of it with herself because it was so delicious. In later generations, no matter what he gave his grandson to eat, that little brat never offered him a share. He even complained that what he bought didn't suit his taste and would often sit on the ground crying and making a fuss. "Good girl, you eat, uncle won't eat." Lu Urzha hugged the girl tightly and rubbed his face against hers, but found that her face was very rough and had chapped skin. "This won't do." Lu Urzha quickly led Nizai to the water vat, intending to wash Nizai's face and apply face cream. He walked over, and his sister-in-law, Li Qiqi, asked curiously, "Zuzi, what did you give Nizai? Was it sweet or not?" The little girl immediately struggled in Lu Urzha's arms, wanting to get down. Lu Urzha put her down, and Nizai ran to Li Qiqi with her short legs. "Mom, you eat." Seeing the milk candy still covered in saliva, Li Qiqi licked it and exclaimed in surprise, "Candy? How can this be candy? Zuzi, take it and give it to Dad to eat, to help him recover." After saying that, Li Qiqi took the half piece of candy, then reached out and pulled at the little girl's other hand, snatching the candy that she was tightly holding. While this thing isn't as rare as milk powder in the countryside, it's definitely a rare item that you won't see even during holidays. In the village, it's considered quite remarkable if any child gets a piece of fruit candy. If Nizai can eat half a piece, Li Qiqi is perfectly content. Her father-in-law was still lying on a heated brick bed, so she dared not let her daughter eat all the good food. The little girl never expected that when she kindly asked her mother to share, half a piece of candy would be taken away, and then the whole piece would be taken away as well. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears, and her lips trembled as if she was about to cry. Li Qiqi's eyes widened immediately. "You dare." The little girl was so frightened that she hurriedly ran away, bypassing Lu Daliang who had his arms outstretched to protect her, and went to find Lu Urzha. Lu Daliang was dumbfounded. How did his little darling fly away? "Sister-in-law, just give it to her. I bought a lot in town last night, and I also brought some things for you too. You can go get them from Mom later." Lu Urzha first poured some cold water into the wooden basin, then added some hot water. Li Qiqi couldn't sit still any longer. She got up and walked out, saying, "Zuzi, why are you wasting money? What are you bringing us? You even bought us candy. If you keep spoiling that little girl, she'll be thirsty. Are you going to wash her face with the water? Liangzi, quickly get Zuzi a towel." The last sentence came from the neighboring yard. Lu Daliang was speechless, but how could the older brother serve his younger brother? So he didn't even bother to get up and pointed into the room, saying, "The towel is inside. Get it yourself." Lu Urzha went inside to get a towel and first washed Nizai's face with warm water. Fortunately, the chapped skin had just appeared, and it improved a lot after being cleaned with warm water. Then, he took out the face cream, scooped out a large piece, and applied it to Nizai's face. Lu Daliang glanced up unintentionally and immediately shouted, "Stop." Lu Urzha was startled by his older brother and looked at him irritably, "What are you doing?" But then Lu Daliang rushed over in 3 strides, snatched the face cream box, grabbed Lu Urzha's hand which was covered in face cream, and asked with wide eyes, "Is this face cream? Wow, bro, you're quite knowledgeable." Lu Urzha was genuinely surprised that his rough around the edges brother actually knew about face cream. In his previous life, he heard about this thing from a classmate when he was in junior high school. Upon hearing Lu Urzha's confirmation, Lu Daliang quickly rubbed the large block of face cream off the metal box and put it back in. He said irritably, "Why are you such a spendthrift? Why did you buy something so expensive? Even if you did buy it, couldn't you give it to our mother? What does that little girl know? You're letting her use it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Urzha snatched the face cream back without hesitation and glared at his older brother, "Get out of here. Does our mother not need it? Besides, what do you know? My daughter should be sweet and soft. Does she have to be old and ugly like you at only 30? As he spoke, he applied the face cream to Nizai's face. Lu Urzha used a milk-scented face cream. After applying it to Nizai, her face immediately became much more moisturized and emitted a faint milky fragrance, making her even more adorable. Lu Daliang watched from the side, pacing back and forth, cursing his younger brother for being a spendthrift. In fact, he also felt sorry for Nizai and doted on her, but years of poverty made him feel that things like cosmetics were useless. Nobody uses any creams, everyone has the same skin, so who's going to laugh at whom? Moreover, Lu Daliang is an exceptionally filial son, and he felt that such good things should be given to his mother first. The children's time to enjoy the good life is yet to come. Lu Erzhu didn't want to say anything more to his older brother, so he looked at Nizai. Nizai kept sniffing her little hands, the milky scent making her very happy. She happily brought her little hands closer and said, "Uncle, smell me, Nizai smells so good." Lu Erzhu immediately leaned over and smelled it, feigning surprise. "Oh my, girl smells so good, like a little pig's trotter, let me take a bite." Nizai immediately laughed and screamed, then took off running with her short legs. "Don't run away, uncle is hungry. Let me have a bite of your pig's trotter." Lu Erzhu laughed as he chased after her, making the girl run around the yard in circles, her silvery laughter echoing throughout the yard. Watching the two play together, Lu Daliang felt a pang of heartache softened by his joy. Who wouldn't want a happy family? But then he thought of his son, who was working as an apprentice, and felt a pang of sadness. Actually, last night, Li Qiqi cautiously asked Lu Daliang if Xiaohu could go with Zuzi to study medicine. Lu Daliang flatly refused, because he had already become an apprentice, and if he suddenly changed his skills, people would think that Xiaohu lacked perseverance and was not worth training. Besides, his younger brother had only recently become an apprentice, yet he wanted to bring people into the sect. What would Big Tongue think of Zhu Zi? If Xiaohu fails to become a disciple and Zuzi gets implicated, that would be bad. After being rejected, Li Qiqi didn't say anything more, but just cried silently for half the night. What mother doesn't love her child? Li Qiqi hasn't dared to visit Xiaohu yet, because she's afraid that if she sees her son suffering, she won't be able to resist dragging him home. As for Lu Daliang, it would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken, but what could he do? Just as Lu Daliang was in a daze, Nizai was caught by Lu Erzhu and was laughing happily. Suddenly, she thought of something and immediately said in a sweet and coquettish voice, "Uncle, I want Mom, Grandpa and Grandma to smell if Nizai smells good." "Okay, let's go." Lu Erzhu carried Nizai and walked next door. When Lu Erzhu arrived next door, he found that the porridge had already been cooked, covered with a lid, and no one was paying attention to it. When he went inside, good heavens, all the things he had brought back were still on the floor, untouched. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were squatting nearby, their faces beaming with excitement as they commented on the items, naturally showering them with praise. When Lu Erzhu entered, Li Qiqi was gently stroking the thermos, admiring it no matter how she looked at it. But when she saw Zuzi come in, she pulled her hand back as if it were burning her, took 2 steps back, and said awkwardly with a red face, "Zuzi, your sister-in-law was just looking." "What are you looking at?" "One of those thermos flasks belongs to your family," Lu Erzhu said with a laugh. "Ha!" Li Qiqi was startled and jumped up like a spring. No, this thermos should cost 50 cents, at least 80 cents. Li Qiqi didn't know the price of the thermos, so she gritted her teeth and quoted a high price. Lu Erzhu just smiled. These patterned metal thermos bottles cost 2 yuan and 50 cents each. But he didn't say it, otherwise Li Qiqi would have been even more hesitant to accept it. "Sister-in-law, you're overthinking it. I didn't buy this thermos for you and your brother, I bought it for Nizai. Also, I put a box of face cream in your house. You can apply it to Nizai's face every morning when she washes it, and her face won't get chapped." Lu Erzhu came up with an excuse that Li Qiqi could accept. The little girl quickly stretched out her hands. "Mom, Grandma, smell me. I smell so good." Niu Hunghua and Li Qiqi looked distressed as they listened. Li Qiqi, in particular, slapped Nizai's hand hard. "Fragrance my ass. What are you doing using face cream, you ugly girl? It's so expensive, and you dare to use it just because your uncle gave it to you? And your brother is really something, why didn't he stop her? Such good stuff should be given to our mother." The little girl was hurt and started crying, covering her hand. Lu Erzhu, feeling sorry for her, kept gently comforting her. Niu Hunghua waved her hands repeatedly as if she were frightened. Oh dear, I don't need it. Zuzi, can I return it?" Li Qiqi nodded hastily. "Yes, let's leave. Once the goods are sold, there are no returns or exchanges. If you two aren't afraid of getting beaten up by the supply and marketing cooperative, why don't you go?" Lu Erzhu shrugged. These days, who doesn't know how powerful the 8 officials are? When you go to buy things, the people at the supply and marketing cooperative are too lazy to help you carry them, and they'll even grumble and complain after walking a few steps. What if I dare to return it? That could really get you beaten up. Lu Erzhu knew that his mother and sister-in-law were always honest and timid, so he deliberately scared them. Unexpectedly, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged a glance and then became fierce. "Zhu Zi, give me the sack, I'm going to return the stuff. It's not like Mom's been beaten before, so let her get a beating." "Mom, I'll go with you. Let them beat me up, I can take it." Seeing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law grit their teeth and start stuffing things into the sack, Lu Erzhu was dumbfounded. Lu Fuxian, sitting on the con, a heated brick bed, glanced at his son, muttered "silly boy," and then stepped forward to look at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Put it down, what are you going to return?" The money for those things was already handed over to the collective to support national construction. It might even be used to make artillery shells by now. If you go and ask for the money back now, that will affect the country's development. Being shot is the least of your worries. They might even bomb you with a cannon. Lu Erzhu looked at his father speechlessly, thinking to himself, are you trying to fool this silly boy? To everyone's surprise, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were genuinely frightened, their faces turned pale, and they put the things down together. No refund, no refund. Seeing that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were already terrified, Lu Erzhu immediately divided the things into 2 piles. A lot of them belong to our own family, so there are definitely more of those things. A bunch of things belong to my older brother. There were thermos flasks and condiments, but enamel basins and similar items were missing. They didn't even give us a flashlight. It wasn't that Lu Erzhu was reluctant to part with it, but rather that this thing was too conspicuous. Although they have separated, they are still one family. A family having 2 flashlights? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Even though there's no wind yet, there are already quite a few people who are envious, and some things can't withstand scrutiny. Take the matter of hunting wild boar for example. Once the commune came down and asked why you didn't give the meat to the village collective or hand it over to the commune, what would happen? How so? So next time, if you need a flashlight, you can borrow it from me. It doesn't matter what else you're going to leave at home. As for those floral fabrics, Lu Erzhu originally intended to make at least 1 garment for the whole family. 1 piece of clothing should be enough, it's not too much. After the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law discussed it for a while, Li Kuai reluctantly accepted the things. Her mother-in-law even forced 3 feet of cloth on her, telling her to take apart the clothes in the house, add some floral cloth, and make them bigger. Even so, she was so grateful that she kept wiping away tears. Thank you, mother, thank you, Zuzi. I will always remember your kindness. If you ever need anything, Zuzi, just ask your sister-in-law. Although I am not educated, I can still do a good job. If it weren't for the rule that a sister-in-law should kowtow to her brother-in-law, Li Kuai would want to kowtow to Lu Erzhu right now. She felt that she owed Lu Erzhu far too much, and could never repay him. Just then, Lu Daliang also came over and was stunned when he saw the things on the ground. How could my own brother get his hands on these things? These are all nice gadgets that only city dwellers can afford, right? That's really something. Thinking of this, and recalling his wife's words from last night, Lu Daliang couldn't help but have an idea. His face flushed, he looked at Lu Erzhu and stammered, brother, you're so capable, could you give Xiaohu? Liang Zi. Li Kuai quickly interrupted Lu Daliang, ran over and pinched his waist, then looked at the curious Lu Erzhu and said, we'll come back to get the things tonight. There are too many people during the day, and I'm afraid the villagers will see us. After saying that, Li Kuai hurriedly pulled Lu Daliang out the door. Once outside the courtyard, Li Kuai glared at Lu Daliang, who was wincing in pain, and said, how can you be so shameless? Zuzi gave our family so many things, and you still want him to help Xiaohu? You're never satisfied with taking advantage of us. Lu Daliang was incredibly frustrated. That's what you said on the con last night. Li Kuai immediately lost her temper and simply stopped arguing. She said angrily, that con, it's a con. Can you really believe what people say on the con? You used to tell me you could do it for ages on the con, but you only fiddled with it for a little while. SHH. 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 Lu Daliang hurriedly covered his wife's mouth, looked around like a thief, and then pleaded in a low voice, my goodness, can't we not talk about this in broad daylight? Li Kuai rolled her eyes at Lu Daliang, thinking to herself that he was such a feudal blockhead. When these women get together, they say things that are much more explicit than this. Sometimes, when she gets excited, she'll even gesture with her hands to show how old her husband is. Seeing that his elder brother and sister-in-law had gone out, Lu Erzhu put down Nizai and began to serve the porridge. Nizai squatted down next to those things, very curious, and reached out her little hands several times to touch them. When Niu Honghua saw this, she was so frightened that she kept calling her little ancestor and picked up Nizai and put her on the con, a heated brick bed. These are all precious items. What if we break them? This incident actually shows that Niu Honghua, the grandmother, was not a sexist. If it were Li Kuai here, she would have kicked Nizai away and sent her to play in the yard. After the porridge was served, Lu Erzhu felt a bit of a headache again. I forgot to buy some pickled vegetables or something. As for vegetables, forget about them. These days there's even a term called fruit substitute, which means using vegetables or similar foods to replace staple foods to fill your stomach. Although eating only vegetables isn't enough to fill you up, it's better than starving. So every time the supply and marketing cooperative brings vegetables, they're snapped up. People from the county town who arrive late can't even get in line, let alone Lu Erzhu who comes all the way from the village. The village doesn't give you permission to grow vegetables. If you have a piece of land, you have to grow grain to supply the city. Lu Erzhu could only eat porridge and cornbread for now, thinking that he must get some rice and wheat seeds, as well as vegetables and fruits later. Lu Erzhu glanced up unintentionally and saw the little girl staring longingly at Lu Fuxian as he drank his porridge on the a heated brick bed. He couldn't help but ask, "Little girl, didn't you have breakfast?" Logically, he gave his sister-in-law cornmeal, and there was still meat at home. He shouldn't have been so frugal. Nizai nodded pitifully. Mom said we should be frugal and that it's okay to skip a meal. Lu Erzhu looked at Nizai's shrunken belly and felt a little angry. After seeing her mother give all her food and cornbread to Nizai and then go to the side to drink water, she realized that Nizai was in a difficult situation. Lu Erzhu was even more furious. Why won't these people listen to me? We've already said there won't be a food shortage, so why are you all being so cautious? Niu Honghua probably realized that Lu Erzhu was angry, so she quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Zuzi, I'm not hungry. I haven't eaten breakfast for so many years and I'm fine. What's wrong with missing one meal?" "That's true, then I won't eat either. Dad, you shouldn't eat either. We've survived all these years without eating it, so let the cornmeal rot in the jar and be eaten by the insects." Lu Erzhu put down his chopsticks and said irritably. Lu Fuxian glanced at Lu Erzhu, too lazy to pay attention to the mother and daughter, and continued eating and drinking as usual. Nizai was terrified. She held the cornbread she had just taken a bite of in her hand, unsure whether to put it down or eat it, her eyes red as she looked at the mother and son. Seeing Nizai's expression, Lu Fuxian said softly, "It's alright, they're just acting crazy. Nizai, you can eat as much as you want. Grandpa has more if you're still hungry." Nizai was still very scared and looked at Lu Erzhu cautiously. Seeing this, Lu Erzhu felt a pang of sympathy, but he forced himself not to go over, nor did he eat his own food, he simply sat there quietly. Seeing this, Niu Honghua softened and quickly went over to whisper, "Son, it's not easy for you to get this food. I was thinking of saving it for you. Your father and I are so old, we won't live for many more years. It's a waste to eat so much food." "That makes sense, but I think everyone dies eventually, and I'll die too, so why bother eating for a few more years? Let's leave some food behind and contribute to the country," Lu Erzhu said expressionlessly. Niu Honghua became extremely anxious, circling around Lu Erzhu. Seeing that no amount of persuasion would work, she could only look at Lu Fuxian and say, "Dad, are you mute? Say something." Lu Fuxian looked up at the mother and son and said without any politeness, "The porridge is delicious." Lu Erzhu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He turned his head away and pursed his lips tightly, but his shoulders still trembled as he tried to suppress it. Niu Honghua was so angry that she cried. She wiped her tears and cursed, "You old geezer, I told you to talk to Erjuzi, why are you still eating and eating? You'll be so hungry sooner or later. You two, one old and one young, are both bullying me. I'll eat too, okay? Zuzi, you should eat quickly. You're already thin, don't starve yourself." Upon hearing this, Lu Erzhu quickly picked up the bowl of porridge and handed it over, but instead of giving her the cornbread, he took out a piece of peach shortbread. "Mom, you eat this." Niu Honghua was stunned. Why are they taking advantage of me? She was already willing to drink porridge and eat cornbread, so why did she even bring out peach shortbread? From now on, we'll have to eat white flour steamed buns, pork and scallion dumplings, and scrambled eggs every day. Lu Erzhu stuffed the peach shortbread into his mother's hand, then ran off to feed Nizai. The girl, who had been scared just moments before, brightened up immediately after tasting the rich and sweet flavor of the peach shortbread. "Delicious. Uncle, it's delicious. Eat more if you like it," Lu Erzhu said with a smile. Snap! Lu Erzhu yelled and dodged away, quickly rubbing his bottom, and looked at Lu Fuxian. "Dad, why did you hit me? You little brat, I've already finished eating, and you're only now bringing out the peach shortbread? Who are you trying to hide from?" Lu Fuxian said with a laugh, but his eyes kept glancing at Niu Honghua. Clearly, he was retaliating for the humiliation Lu Erzhu had caused his wife earlier. Niu Honghua was heartbroken. She walked over, snatched the pipe, and threw it into the corner. "You old bastard, why did you hit my son? You can stop smoking now. When that dog's leg is healed, go get it yourself." After scolding her husband, Niu Honghua looked at Lu Erzhu and asked, "Son, does it hurt?" Lu Fuxian stared in disbelief at his pipe, then at Niu Honghua, who looked distressed. "What a terrible thing." Lu Erzhu chuckled and went to eat with Niu Honghua. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Niu Honghua went to wash the dishes, while Lu Erzhu tidied up a bit and picked up a burlap sack. "Mom, I'm going to Master's house." "Go ahead," Niu Honghua agreed, but as soon as Lu Erzhu left, they heard Niu Honghua cursing from inside the house. "My goodness. You old bastard, how dare you smoke this cigarette with a handle? Is your asshole edged with gold?" Then came the little girl's silvery laughter. Lu Erzhu had just put a cigarette in his mouth when he heard this and was speechless. He didn't know whether to light it or not. Just then, Lu Daliang came out of his yard rubbing his back. He saw Lu Erzhu smoking and kicked him, saying, "How old are you to be smoking?" "Brother, I'm 16. Lu Erzhu was speechless. "Oh right, I always remember you were only 10 years old." Lu Daliang said somewhat awkwardly. "This is normal. From the age of 10, Lu Erzhu had been studying in the county town and rarely came back, so his older brother actually had very little impression of him, and his memory was always stuck at the age of 10. Seeing his older brother take the cigarette from his mouth to try it, Lu Erzhu stuffed a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and a carton of Dakiaman cigarettes into his hand. Zhonghua cigarettes are good cigarettes, but I don't have many. Lu Daliang didn't recognize Zhonghua cigarettes, but he knew how expensive Dakiaman cigarettes were. The brigade leader only has one bag, which he only takes out when people from the commune come. He bought it a year ago, and it's still not all distributed. When Lu Erzhu casually handed him a piece of bread, Lu Daliang opened his mouth to refuse, but couldn't bear to part with it. Finally, he chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, Zhu Ziyi, you've given me so much, I can't possibly repay you. How about I kowtow to you? Lu Erzhu glared at his older brother, annoyed. If you're not going to smoke, then give it to me. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Daliang handed it back without hesitation. It would be a waste for me to smoke this. This one is enough. Stop being ridiculous. Why are you being so clear with me now? Why didn't you mention when you were supporting me through school? Why didn't you mention that you've been supporting not only your own family but also your parents all these years? Lu Erzhu first retorted irritably, but then, remembering that his older brother was rather stubborn, he patiently and earnestly tried to persuade him. Brother, we're blood brothers, there's no need for such roundabout ways. What I give you is definitely something I have more than enough for. If I didn't have it, and neither did our parents, would I only give it to myself? In my heart, you rank after Nizai, even my sister-in-law ranks higher than you. Lu Daliang squatted on the ground, smoking silently with his head down. When Lu Erzhu was about to leave, he muttered from behind, you're educated, so I'll listen to you. From now on, I'll do whatever you ask me to do, just don't keep giving me things. Lu Erzhu smiled and strode away. When he arrived at his master's house, he started stuffing things into the sack again. A thermos, corn oil, cornmeal, a flashlight, and a bag of steamed rice cakes. He had planned all of these things carefully. The other things were kept out of sight in the house. As for a flashlight, what's so special about a village doctor having one? Besides, Master usually organizes medicinal herbs or reads books at night, and he is reluctant to use a kerosene lamp. A flashlight would be more convenient and wouldn't damage his eyes too much. As Lu Erzhu entered the gate carrying his things, he noticed that in the courtyard, besides his master and mistress smoking, there was a young woman holding a child and a burly young man. Upon seeing Lu Erzhu, Ma Ziyulian, who was playing with the children, smiled and said, Zuzit, you've finally arrived. Take a look and see if the jacket I made for you fits. Lu Erzhu immediately put down the sack and called out to the young man and woman, big brother, big sister-in-law. These two people are Lu Mashuan, the eldest son of the man with a lisp, and his daughter-in-law, Sun Lu. Lu Mashuan walked over and said earnestly to Lu Erzhu, Zuzi, thank you. If it weren't for you, my son would have starved to death. From today onwards, you are my own brother. Sun Lu, her eyes red, said, Zhu Ziyi, I really don't know how to thank you enough. Lu Erzhu quickly said, brother, sister-in-law, this is no big deal. Even if it's just because we're from the same village, I can't just stand by and watch the child go hungry, let alone because of my master. Lu Mashuan wanted to say something more, but the man with the lisp said impatiently, all right, stop crying. This kid will be living with us for a long time. No matter how nice you talk, nothing beats seeing what happens in the future. Ma Ziyulian also came out carrying a jacket and said with a smile, that's right. From now on, you two have to treat Zuza like your own younger brother. My biological brother is out of the question, so I'll have to treat him like a brother-in-law. Lu Mashuan also smiled. Sun Lu rolled her eyes at her husband. I don't know who it was that came to my house last time, and kicked my brother as soon as they walked in, making him fall to the ground and knock out his front teeth. When Lu Mashuan saw his parents looking over, he immediately became anxious. Let's be honest, didn't you say on the way that your brother went into the deep mountains to find food and almost didn't come back, and that I should come in and keep him in check so he wouldn't have to go into the mountains again? Besides, do you think that kid didn't get revenge on me? Last time he secretly smeared poop on my pipe, and I smoked that stinky tobacco for 2 days, thinking the tobacco leaves had gone bad. Go away, stop bickering. Ma Ziyulian took the jacket and walked up to Lu Erzhu. Zuza, try it on. Looking at the jacket, Lu Erzhu was somewhat surprised. Although it also had 2 patches, it was much better than the patchwork clothes that others had pieced together from various colored fabrics, especially better than the ones worn by his master and Lu Mashuan. It was obvious that the master's wife used the best fabric in the house, or even all the fabric, to make her own jacket. Because Lu Erzhu noticed that Lu Mashuan's pants were all cropped, and his legs were turning blue from the cold autumn wind. The fabric of this jacket could have been used to lengthen the clothes for the whole family of his master's wife. People aren't afraid of being poor, they're afraid of not knowing how to be grateful. It's the kind of person who treats you well and you reciprocate with your whole heart, always wanting to give the other person the best that truly touches people's hearts. Lu Erzhu said with emotion, thank you, master's wife. Child, no need to thank me. quickly put down the sack and try it on to see if it fits. Ma Xiaolian was overjoyed to see that Lu Erzha liked it, her eyes looking at him as if he were her own son. Lu Erzha took the clothes and handed over the sack. This is for you too, master and mistress. Please help me take the things out, brother and sister-in-law. Okay. Lu Mashuan chuckled and reached into the sack, infuriating his mother, who reached out and pinched him. You greedy little thing, you'll take anything you're given. Give it back right now. Before he could finish speaking, everyone in the courtyard stared in disbelief at the thing in Lu Mashuan's hand. Master's wife, your craftsmanship is excellent. This jacket fits me perfectly. Lu Erzha tried on the clothes, looked up and smiled. But then they saw several people staring intently at the flashlight. Before the others could speak, Lu Erzha said, Master, mistress, these things were obtained by exchanging recipes from our family's medical books. This question immediately caught the attention of the person with the lisp, who exclaimed in surprise, Who did you give that recipe to? I didn't get the recipe, but I made a medicine for my classmate's father. He was very happy and gave me a lot of good things. He even said that I should continue to provide those medicines in the future. However, I think this formula is still not concise enough. Many people feel that taking medicine is like they have a problem. Also, it is too troublesome to brew and drink it every time. It would be better if the formula could be improved and the medicine could be made into a medicinal wine or a tonic pill. Hearing Lu Erzha's words, Dashi nodded repeatedly. That's right, I had the same idea before, let's discuss it together. As they spoke, the two walked into the pharmacy. The man with the lisp was drawn to Lu Erzha's topic, but Ma Xiaolian, the teacher's wife, was no fool. She grabbed Lu Erzha and said angrily, You brat, what are you playing with me for? That recipe has been in our family for so many years, and your master hasn't even traded it for a single grain of rice. What does he know? Since you obtained these things by exchanging the formula, they are yours. Take them back to your home first, and in the future, if you have such good things, give them to your own parents first. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Mashuan quickly stuffed the sack back. Lu Erzha didn't take it, but laughed and said, I have some at home. If you don't believe me, go and see. They gave me quite a lot. Ma Xiaolian was taken aback and subconsciously said, My goodness, how weak must that person's kidneys be? In her opinion, the formula was indeed effective, but the fact that the other party was so happy to give so much stuff suggested that he must have been a eunuch before. Lu Erzha was surprised by his master's wife's sharp and witty remarks, and he was somewhat at a loss for words. The main reason was that he didn't dare to accept the offer recklessly, otherwise he would be accused of harassing his master's wife, and he would probably be ostracized by the whole village. The woman with the lisp also turned pale and cursed, How dare you talk like that, you shameless woman? We must respect patients, that's medical ethics. You're a doctor, and I'm not. Ma Xiaolian rolled her eyes in annoyance. Alright, master's wife, this is a gift from me to you. If you don't accept it, I won't come again. Also, please share this oil and cornmeal with my elder brother and sister-in-law. I'm going to go and discuss the recipe with my master. Lu Erzha, with his thick tongue, hurriedly left. Watching his retreating figure, Ma Xiaolian could only sigh helplessly. Then she said to the incredulous young couple beside her, Our family has really benefited immensely from Zuza's good fortune. With all this money, we could marry 10 or 8 wives, but he gave it to us for free. If you two dare to treat Zuza badly in the future, you won't have me as your mother anymore. The young couple nodded eagerly, indicating that they would treat Lu Erzha like their own younger brother. Sun Lu even said, There are several pretty girls in our village. I'll introduce them to Zhu Zi. I guarantee he'll find a good girl with big breasts and a big butt, who can also do the work. Ma Xiaolian nodded in satisfaction. It's fine to find a wife, but we also need to consider what kind of family they come from. Our Zuzi is an educated man, he's qualified enough to marry a city woman. Oh, Mom, I remember there's a textile factory in the neighboring village that works there. Even though he's an apprentice, he still gets 10 yuan a month, and he gets work clothes too. He can even bring back some defective fabrics sometimes. He's very popular. Sun Lu suddenly thought of someone and became very excited. Ma Xiaolian's eyes lit up. Working in the city? That's something to consider. You can find an opportunity to let the two of them meet. Sun Lu nodded repeatedly. I remember that girl usually stays in the dormitory, and she happens to be going home tonight. I'll take Zuza to the village entrance for a stroll. If our Zuza likes her, we'll try to match them up. If he doesn't, we'll just say hello and it won't be awkward. Ma Xiaolian was delighted with the daughter-in-law's idea and even brought a sack of flour to give Sun Lu an extra scoop of cornmeal. Thank you, mother. Thank you, Zuza. Sun Lu exclaimed happily. Lu Mashuan also admired his wife. She could make his mother happy with just a few words and even get her a big ladle of cornmeal. He wanted to curry favor, so he said, Mom, I know a woman too, she's so beautiful, her smile is captivating. I run to the village entrance every day just to catch a glimpse of her. What if I introduced her to, oh dear, my wife loves you. Enraged, Sun Lu shoved the child into her mother-in-law's arms, grabbed Lu Mashuan by the ear, and strode towards the door, cursing as she went, "You look pretty when you smile, don't you? You've bewitched me, haven't you? Come on, I'm going to the village entrance to see what that vixen looks like, and while I'm at it, I'll call your soul back." Wife, I was wrong." Lu Mashuan cried out in pain, begging for mercy. Ma Ziyulian stared at the closed courtyard gate, her face dark as she cursed, "That stupid donkey, how could it be so much like its wicked father?" After her eldest son and daughter-in-law left, Lily and Lele ran home breathlessly and looked around as soon as they entered the house. "You two are just in time, help me with my things," Ma Ziyulian called out. Lily immediately said, "Mom, someone asked me to tell Brother Zhu something." "Where is Brother Zhu? I clearly heard the villagers say they saw him just now." Upon hearing that something was wrong, Ma Ziyulian quickly replied, "He's at the pharmacy." Lily hurriedly ran to the pharmacy. Lele wanted to go too, but Ma Ziyulian grabbed her. "Where are you going, you little brat? Help me get my things." Hearing this, Lele panicked, "Mom, my sister is lying to you. She heard from DeLiang's daughter that my brother Zhu Zi bought milk candy and wanted to go and mooch some. I want to go too." Ma Ziyulian was so angry she laughed. "That brat. No wonder people say the eldest child is simple-minded, the second child is clever, and every family has a bad third child." But she certainly couldn't let Lele get away, so she handed her the bundled cornmeal sack. "Help Mom carry it inside, hurry up." Lele pouted, not wanting to go, but was startled by Ma Ziyulian's action of rolling up her sleeves, so she picked up the cornmeal and ran off. Ma Ziyulian, carrying a flashlight and a thermos as if they were priceless treasures, walked into the house, shouting at the pharmacy, "Lily, you brat, if you dare ask your brother Zhu for food, I'll break your legs." At the pharmacy, Lily didn't ask for any milk candy. Although she was also craving it, the main reason she came to find Lu Erzhu was because she heard that Lu Erzhu had come back with milk candy, which reminded her of the promise he made to buy her hair clips yesterday. "Now that I bought the milk candy, how could I not have bought the hair clip?" At this moment, she stood in front of Lu Erzhu, holding a butterfly hair clip and looking at it excitedly. The craftsmanship of that hair clip was quite high. It was completely butterfly-shaped, made entirely of metal. Even the butterfly wings were made of metal, yet as thin as cicada wings. As Lily's little hand moved, the butterfly wings also fluttered up and down, and the bright golden shell reflected a charming luster in the sunlight. "Thank you, Brother Zhu." Lily was extremely excited. Lu Erzhu joked, "What if your mother breaks one of your legs?" Lily held the hair clip with a slight frown, then suddenly became determined. "So what if you want to interrupt me? I'll just call Jiyedu over and show her that I have a butterfly hair clip too." The man with the lisp glared at him. "What do you know besides showing off all day? Get out." Before Lily could even get out of there, Lele ran in, pulled down her pants in front of her dad, stuck her butt out, and reached out to Lu Erzhu. "Brother Zhu, I want to eat milk candy." The one with the big white bald guy. Lu Erzhu was about to take the candy when he saw Lele's exposed bottom and asked in surprise, "Why do you want candy like this?" "My mom said if I dared to ask for candy, she'd have my dad whip me." After Lele finished speaking, she turned to the man with the lisp and urged, "Dad, hurry up and whip me, so I can go eat candy." Big Tongue was furious with these two good-for-nothing kids and slapped Lele on the bottom. "Get out. Get out of here. You've made your father lose all face." Lily ignored it and ran out. Lu Erzhu then stuffed 4 milk candies into Lele's hand. "I'll give 2 to your sister later. If I find out you ate them all by yourself, I'll beat you up too." Lele looked at the candy in her hand, then at Lu Erzhu's palm, her face full of worry. Finally, she made a tough decision and stuck her butt out in front of Lu Erzhu. "Then you can have it." Lu Erzhu laughed in anger and gave Lele a light slap on the bottom. "Get lost." Lele didn't feel any pain and was overjoyed. She patted her bottom again and shouted, "Giddy up." Then he used his 2 legs to escape. After the 2 children left, Big Tongue said to Lu Erzhu in a light tone, "You are my apprentice, so it is only right that I pass on my skills to you. No matter how much money you make with these skills, it is all rightfully yours. You should not feel indebted to my family, nor should you always take things from here thinking of repaying them. If you spoil these children, it will be difficult to manage. As the old saying goes, a small favor is appreciated, but a large favor breeds resentment." Lu Erzhu laughed and said, "All right, then if our 2 families become enemies later, I won't give you anything." The man with the lisp glanced helplessly at Lu Erzhu, unable to say anything more. Then, the father and son began to study the recipe together. After spending the morning figuring it out, Lu Erzhu finally succeeded in modifying the aphrodisiac formula by relying on his extensive experience. It has changed from something that needed to be brewed and consumed immediately to a pill. Lu Erzhu also gave it a very common name, called muscle and bone strengthening pill. It makes anyone who hears it think it's good for their health, and people will just think of it as supplementing nutrition. But actually, it's used to increase attack speed and durability. Of course, it also has the effect of strengthening the body, and long-term use can improve physical fitness. Big Tongue was also very happy after the new formula was successfully developed. Although his main task this morning was to help Lu Erzhe write the formula, he felt very involved. After the prescription was processed, Lu Erzhe felt that his master would probably bring up the old matter again, wanting to send the prescription to the commune in exchange for some future prospects, so he thought about how to get out of it. Surprisingly, the man with the lisp didn't mention this at all. This surprised Lu Erzhe, who looked at him several times, wondering if he was going to deliver it privately. He couldn't help but tentatively ask, "Master, what do you think should be done with this prescription?" The man with the lisp said seriously, "You came up with this prescription, so you can decide how to handle it. Your master won't ask too many questions, but just don't cause any trouble. Remember, this money can be a powerful motivator. No matter who you use this medicine to make a deal with in the future, you must always be wary of others." Lu Erzhe breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that she didn't want to send the goods to the commune. "Dinner's ready." The teacher's wife's voice came from outside the door. Lu Erzhe and his master walked out of the pharmacy and saw Lily and Lele returning. Lily had a hair clip in her hair and a candy in her mouth, while Lele's face was covered in black streaks from crying. Lu Erzhe was delighted. He hadn't paid any attention to Lele before because he knew his sweetness couldn't be hidden. Shi Tung and Ma Ziyulian didn't even glance at the two children. After all, what family's children don't fight? On the table inside the house were a porridge of wild vegetables, 4 cornbread buns, and a small plate of steamed pork. It's called a plate, but it's actually only 5 pieces, and they're about the size of elm leaves. When Lily saw the meat, her eyes lit up. She carefully spat out the milk candy from her mouth and wrapped it in the candy wrapper. Lele reacted even faster, already reaching out her dirty hands to grab it. Snap! Ma Ziyulian smacked Lele's hand hard with her chopsticks, glared at the two children and scolded, "No manners. This meat is for your father and brother Zhu." After saying that, she picked up 3 slices of meat and put them into Lu Erzhe's bowl, and gave the remaining 2 slices to Deshitu. Big Tongue came over with 2 small wine cups and then took out a wine bottle. The label on the bottle was blurred and obviously very old, only the bottom of the bottle remained of the wine inside. Once the man with the thick tongue had painstakingly filled 2 small wine cups, each containing at most a qian, a unit of weight, the wine bottle was empty. He held the bottle to his lips and licked the opening with his tongue, but Ma Ziyulian scolded him, "You old fool, you're not giving Zuzi any of the last bit of good fortune left? What are you drinking at your age?" Fu Jenner is one of the most beautiful wishes for people in northern China. The last bit of wine or soup left over is usually called Fu Jenner, which means that whoever drinks it will be blessed. Most elderly people would leave their blessings to their children, but Dali was too fond of drinking and forgot this, which resulted in him being scolded by Ma Ziyulian. Listening to his wife's nagging, the man with the lisp chuckled, I forgot. Lu Erzhe thought for a moment and realized that he had indeed forgotten to get wine for his master when he came in the morning. He immediately said, "Master, I'm going out to get something. Please wait for me for a moment." "Ha! What are you taking now?" Ma Ziyulian exclaimed impatiently, grabbing Lu Erzhe's arm and glaring at him. "Sit down and eat. Always taking this and that, do you own a bank?" Lu Erzhe hurriedly tried to explain, "He's no good, Your teacher's wife told you to sit down and eat, are you not listening?" Ma Ziyulian said angrily. "Listen to me, I'll listen to you, I'll eat now." Lu Erzhe could only obediently sit down, and then he saw the two children drinking porridge while secretly glancing at the white meat in his bowl. "Come on, apprentice, have a sip." Big Tongue only had this little bit of wine left, and he hadn't had any for a long time, so he quickly picked it up and took a small sip. With a slurp, she instantly squinted her eyes in delight. "It smells delicious." Lu Erzhe also picked up the wine and took a sip. "Goodness, it's homemade bulk liquor, and it's really strong. For a moment, I even thought I was drinking alcohol." After Lu Erzhe drank the wine, his stomach immediately felt like it was on fire, and he even broke out in a sweat. He quickly shoveled down 2 mouthfuls of the wild vegetable paste, but almost vomited it up again. Because the steamed pork belly had no seasonings at all, just a little bit of salt and the unique gamey smell of wild boar. Even if Lu Erzhe only drank the porridge, he couldn't stand the smell. He quickly placed the meat in his teacher's wife's and the 2 children's bowls, and then used his chopsticks to break it up into smaller pieces to prevent them from taking it back. "Thank you, Brother Zhu." "Thank you, brother." The 2 children were overjoyed. Ma Ziyulian, however, grew anxious. Hey, what's wrong with you, child?" "Master's wife, I don't like steamed pork belly, I prefer pork ribs. I'll make you some sweet and sour pork ribs tonight." Lu Erzhe smiled and shoveled the bowl of wild vegetable porridge clean. Ma Ziyulian felt somewhat helpless, thinking that Lu Erzhe couldn't even lie properly. Who doesn't like to eat fatty meat? Look at those 2 kids, they're eating like little pigs, shoveling food into their mouths like crazy. Then, Lu Erzhe poured all the liquor into his master's glass and said, "I can't drink this liquor, it's too strong. I'm used to drinking Urquatu." This infuriated Big Tongue. He had been saving this wine for so long, and only offered Lu Erju a cup today because he was happy, and he was still being rejected. He immediately scolded, "Hey, you little brat, you're being picky. You should be grateful to have a drink. Do you really think you're some kind of city person?" Ma Xiaolian was displeased. "Who are you calling a jerk? Zhu Ziyi is more capable than any city person. So what if he likes to drink Urquatu? Fine, I won't argue with you too." The man with the lisp silently drank his wine, feeling that Lu Erju was more like the head of the household than he was now. "Is the pillar there?" The voice of Captain Lu Hai came from outside Big Tongue's house. Lu Erju had just finished eating and came out following the sound. "Uncle Lu? What's the matter?" "That's good news." Lu Hai smiled and handed over a cigarette. "Since it's a good thing, you can have this one." Lu Erju handed over a Dakiaman cigarette. Seeing the cigarettes, Lu Hai's eyelids twitched, and he said with a wry smile, "You've struck it rich, kid. It's either Zonghua cigarettes or Dakiaman cigarettes?" Lu Erju struck a match and handed it over, saying, "I wouldn't dare say I'm getting rich, I'm just trying to make a living." Lu Hai knew that the words "get rich" were a sensitive topic these days, so he lit a cigarette, took a quick puff, and then apologized with a smile. Yes, I misspoke. This cigarette is really good." Lu Erju lit one for himself and asked, "Uncle Lu, you still haven't told me what's going on." "Oh right, I talked to the commune and got you an apprenticeship. You'll be learning medicine in the village with Big Tongue. You'll get 30 work points a month. Isn't that great?" Lu Hai said with a smile. Previously, Lu Erju became an apprentice on Shi's own initiative, and his record was not entered into the commune or the county health department, so naturally he did not receive any subsidies. "Now I'm considered to have received certification and training before starting my job. I'm quite happy." Lu Erju didn't know how to answer, so he could only give a perfunctory reply. But then she remembered something and looked at Lu Hai suspiciously. "Why would the commune be so kind as to give me a job? Did you have to ask someone for help? You're a smart kid. I gave you that pack of Zonghua cigarettes as a gift." The commune director was quite pleased and gave me face, even treating me much better and pouring me a cup of tea. "To be honest, I have to thank you, kid. I didn't get this kind of treatment when I went to the commune before. They always gave me the cold shoulder and complained that my reported grain yield was not high enough." Lu Hai patted Lu Erju's shoulder, genuinely happy. Lu Erju smiled bitterly. It's surprising how easily people are satisfied these days. A pack of cigarettes was enough to get them a job. Lu Hai, the team leader, even started bragging just because the director poured him a cup of tea. "Alright, hurry home and tell your master and your parents about this. They'll be very happy. From now on, you should follow Big Tongue and learn from him. Don't underestimate the work points, it's a proper job, and you can become a full-fledged employee in a year. Then you'll be a regular employee of the county health department, and you might even be transferred to work in the county." Lu Hai gave a word of encouragement, then left, smoking a cigarette. His words reminded Lu Erju. Although his parents didn't say it, they definitely hoped he would find a stable job, and besides, this job wouldn't be too difficult. Just as Lu Hai left, Ma Xiaolian came out and asked curiously, "Zhu Ziyi, what did the captain want to see you about?" When Lu Erju told Ma Xiaolian about the apprenticeship, she was overjoyed. "Oh my, this is such a great thing. You don't know, your master has been thinking about going to the commune to find someone to help you with this these past few days, but because he doesn't have any connections, it's difficult to handle. He was planning to take 2 caddies of meat to the commune tomorrow, but I didn't expect it to work out like this." Lu Erju was somewhat surprised, not expecting that his master had been quietly thinking about his work all along. It seems he was so focused on sending the prescription to the commune before, probably because he had this in mind. But today, seeing that he could make money from the prescription, he gave up on his plan. "Thank you, master's wife, and thank you, master," Lu Erju said, moved. Alright, there's no need to thank me. Go back and tell your parents, they'll be very happy." Ma Xiaolian couldn't stop smiling. Although the subsidy is only 30 work points per month, it's still a job, and you can become a full-fledged employee after a year. Then you'll have 60 work points per month, and you can do some farm work to support your family. I wonder how many people envy that. Lu Erju agreed and went home. Sure enough, when he told the old couple the news, they were overjoyed. Work points are secondary, this is a job. In rural areas, having a job makes you very popular when it comes to finding a wife. Although these days a wife is worthless, you can bring her home with just a pound of cornmeal. But those families were so poor they couldn't even afford to eat. If you wanted to find a woman whose family had some savings, you had to be quite capable. To put it bluntly, Lu Erju can now easily find attractive women of decent quality if he wants to recruit women. While his parents were having fun at home, Lu Erju went outside and found Nizai squatting alone by the door, idly drawing circles on the ground with a small stick. In the distance, a group of children with big heads, thin necks, and bodies as thin as sticks were playing in the dirt. Looking at the group of malnourished children, Lu Erzha sighed sadly, then looked at Nizai and asked with a smile, Nizai, why don't you go and play with the other children? Nizai looked up pitifully, they won't let me play. Ha! Why? Lu Erzha asked, puzzled. His brother and sister-in-law were well liked, so why didn't anyone play with Nizai? They think I'm stupid because I don't know how to build a house with dirt and sticks. I've tried so many times but it still doesn't work. Uncle, am I really stupid? As she spoke, tears of grievance streamed down Nizai's face. Her pitiful appearance broke Lu Erzha's heart, and he quickly hugged the little girl in his arms. He didn't scold the kids. What do kids know? If you can play, I'll play with you, if you can't, I won't. It's that simple. However, adults feel very sad when they are rejected, let alone children. Lu Erzha thought about how to help Nizai and soon came up with an idea. Nizai, wait here for your uncle. I'll bring you a toy later, okay? Lu Erzha said with a smile. Really? Nizai's eyes lit up immediately. When has your uncle ever lied to you? Lu Erzha pinched Nizai's slightly chubby cheeks, then turned and walked up the mountain. He needs to find some timber. Fortunately, there were some large trees that had been blown down on the mountain. Lu Erzha put some of the thick trunks into his space, then used his mental space to divide the wood, carefully polished it, and made a pure wooden scooter. This toy is very popular with children in later generations, and even some adults can't resist playing with it. After finishing the toy, Lu Erzha presented it to Nizai. Do you like it? Nizai circled the scooter, looking at it with her big, beautiful eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. Uncle, how do you play this? Come on, get on, and I'll teach you. Lu Erzha picked Nizai up and put her on the scooter, then turned the steering wheel and the scooter started moving forward on its own. Nizai was terrified, her little hands gripping Lu Erzha's arm tightly. But as the car slowly moved forward, the joy of riding in it gradually relaxed her, and in the end, under Lu Erzha's guidance, she carefully turned the steering wheel. After she had controlled the scooter for a few meters, she got the hang of it and was no longer afraid. She happily spun the scooter toward the children playing in the dirt in the distance, her little braids swaying behind her, looking extremely lively. When the children saw the scooter, they all forgot about playing in the dirt and stared at it with wide eyes. Not to mention the children, even the adults who were enjoying the cool shade in the distance all came over to see what it was. After all, in this day and age, anything on wheels is not simple. The bicycle is comparable to a Rolls-Royce. Animal-drawn carts were the main means of transportation, but not just anyone could use them. They required a special handleman to drive them. Many skilled practitioners are not only formal employees of their companies, receiving government salaries, but they can also take on apprentices. These people were naturally very curious about this novel gadget, something they had never even heard of, let alone seen. Nizai wasn't the timid little girl. Seeing everyone looking at her, she felt incredibly proud and happily wiggled her little bottom as she drove over. The scooter zigs along, circling around people. This has now become a hot topic. The aunties, older women, and young wives all stopped gossiping about whose news it was and started groaning and crying out in pain. Mom, is that a bicycle? Haven't you ever seen commune cotters riding bicycles? Those require someone to pedal them, but these don't. Could this be the legendary car? My God, Nizai, don't go. I'll get my husband to come and see. He's never seen a big car before. Yes, I'll invite my in-laws to come and see. If they're happy, they might stop hitting me so often. The group of people all thought it was a car and were extremely excited, so they quickly called their families to come and see. The children, naturally, were even more fascinated, all following behind or beside Nizai, watching with longing eyes. Some children even lay on the ground, face to face, looking under the scooter to see how it moved. Several children tentatively reached out their dirty hands, wanting to touch the scooter, but were pulled away or scared off by their parents scolding. Although this wooden cart looks sturdy, what if you break it by touching it? Who can afford to pay for a car? Seeing the children who had ignored her just moments before now following her around like little shadows, Nizai was incredibly proud. She giggled and kept shouting, Uncle, look, aren't I fast? That was fast, Lu Erzha exclaimed with a laugh as he smoked a cigarette. More and more people were gathering around, all watching the scooter with more focus than when watching an outdoor movie. Ahem. Production team leader Lu Shilin walked over, and with just a clear of his throat, the tight circle of villagers made way for him. Lu Shilin walked in from outside the crowd, his hands behind his back, and said in an official tone, Zuzi, I heard you got a car that can move on its own. Let me see it. Lu Erzha pointed at the scooter and said, It's not a car, it's just a child's toy. The principle is very simple, it just uses centrifugal force and friction. Lu Shilin was taken aback. What force? Centrifugal force and friction are taught in high school physics, Lu Erzha explained. Oh, centrifugal force and friction, huh? I didn't hear you clearly just now. I thought it was something important, Lu Shu said somewhat embarrassedly. Lu Erzha didn't expose him, but the surrounding villagers immediately began to praise Lu Erzha. As expected of a middle school student, they know so much. You can tell. Look at that carpenter's skills, he's so good, I think he could even take on apprentices. Zhuzi, do you take on apprentices? My son is very smart. Let him learn skills from you. You can do whatever you want with him. Yes, my son is very strong, he's definitely not afraid of working. Some people started recommending their own sons, while those whose sons were either too old to be apprentices or too young took a different approach. Zhu Ziyi, you're 16 this year. Your aunt's daughter is a perfect match for you. Why don't you meet her? Oh dear, Auntie BA, stop joking around. Your daughter is only 13. My daughter is more suitable. She and Zhu Ziyi were even elementary school classmates. Fourth sister, don't say anything more. Your daughter only went to first grade and was only classmates with Zuzi for half a year. I have a niece who works as a scorekeeper in the neighboring village. Zuzi, why don't you two meet her? Everyone enthusiastically introduced their daughters and sons, but Lu Erzhu was extremely embarrassed. I never expected that a simple scooter would trigger such a huge chain reaction. He quickly made an excuse with a forced smile. Well, my master is calling me, so I have to go now, ladies and gentlemen, uncles and grandfathers. After saying that, Lu Erzhu ran off to Big Tongue's house in a flash. After he left, Lu Shilin's son, Little Snot, dared to emerge from the crowd, a snot hanging from his nose. He ran up to Nizai, put his hands on his hips, and said, Nizai, let me play with your car for a while. Nizai, who was having a great time, said without turning her head, No, I haven't had enough fun yet. Girl, you have to listen to me, or I won't marry you in the future. Little Snot shouted. These words immediately drew laughter from the villagers who were watching, but nobody paid any attention, they just thought it was children playing. Lu Shilin shook his head, laughed, and cursed, that brat. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Little Snot became even more smug, grabbed the steering wheel of the scooter, and said impatiently, Girl, get off quickly, I want to play. Nizai gripped the steering wheel tightly, her face full of grievance. I don't want to, you have to have it. Little Snot shouted, reaching out to pry open Nizai's little hands. Bang! A foot kicked from the side, sending Little Snotty tumbling head over heels. His head hit the ground, quickly forming a large bump. Little Snot lay on the ground, stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening, then covered her head and burst into tears. People were startled and looked at the person who had kicked the little snotty-nosed girl. It turned out to be Lily from the Big Tongue family. Lily put her hands on her hips, pointed at Xiao Bibi, and scolded, Wasn't it enough when I taught you a lesson last time? You still dare to pester Nizai. Don't you even look at yourself? Your face is as big as a winter melon, and you're always snotty. How dare you marry Nizai? Lele stood to the side, making faces at the snotty-nosed boy. Ugly freak. No wife. Ugly freak. No wife. The two children made the little snotty-nosed boy cry even louder. The surrounding villagers continued to laugh, as if they were watching a play. Kids are always like this, you hit me, I hit you, and as long as you don't hit their eyes or vital areas, or tear their clothes, it's fine. Seeing Lily and her brother standing up for Nizai, Lu Shilin glared at them helplessly. You two little brats, you're so ruthless. Little Snot's mother ran out from the crowd, first glancing at Little Snot's forehead, then glaring at Lily and saying, Lu Yu Jiao, you brat, how could you be so ruthless? Lily was furious and pointed at the woman, yelling, I'm warning you, Brother Zhu said no one can call me Lu Yu Jiao, or he'll deal with anyone who does. Originally, the snotty-nosed girl's mother was just going to scold Lily and leave, without intending to cause any trouble for the girl. Hearing this, she laughed in anger, and hugged her son, saying, Lu Yu Jiao, that's the nickname the whole village gave you. You think you're so tough, huh? Trying to teach the whole village a lesson? When the villagers heard this, they all watched Lily as if she were watching a show. After all, who doesn't have a nickname these days? What loudspeaker, Newt, Lu Sanyan? People have all sorts of unpleasant nicknames, and sometimes they even forget the person's real name because of the nicknames they use. And some people are like that. The more you dislike someone calling you by a nickname, the more they'll insist on doing so. Lily was furious and glared at everyone, saying, From now on, if anyone calls me by my nickname again, I'll beat your kids every day. This threat only made the villagers laugh more. If kids are fighting, let them fight. Lily laughed even more when she saw people, and she didn't know what to do. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. Lu Erzhu, who had just left, was planning to go up the mountain to get some herbs to make muscle-relaxing pills. Hearing the noise, he came over and, seeing the angry Lily, asked curiously, What's wrong? Upon seeing Lu Erzhu, Lily immediately felt emboldened and tearfully complained, They called me Lu Yu Jiao again. Upon hearing this, Lu Erzhu frowned and looked at the villagers. Don't call the child that nickname anymore. It's so awful to call a little girl that nickname. People who don't know her might think she's disabled with one leg. Little Snot's mother immediately said, Zhu Ziyi, you're just joking with the child, it's not that serious. And this girl just said you would help her teach us a lesson. I thought she was just making it up, but it turns out you really agreed to it. Auntie, there are some things you don't care about, but we do. Lily is a young lady who will get married in the future. This nickname will make it difficult for her to find a husband in the future. Lu Erzha frowned and said in a deep voice. Little Snot's mother remained unconcerned. So what? There are so many boys in our village, she can marry any of them. Then why did you marry Uncle Shulin? Wasn't it because he was the production team leader? Why didn't you just find any boy in your village to marry back then? Lu Erzha finally couldn't hold back anymore and retorted directly. He discovered that giving these people face was completely useless. If you don't get angry, people really won't take you seriously. These words left the little snotty-nosed mother speechless, and she could only glare angrily at her husband. Lu Shulin frowned and looked at Lu Erzha. Zuzi, what are you doing? Why are you gouging out eyeballs when you're just joking around? I'm just stating the facts. I don't care if you want people to call me by nicknames, and I haven't said anything even if you called me a spendthrift behind my back before, because I don't care. But Lily doesn't like this nickname, so I think you shouldn't call her that anymore. It's about respecting women, right? Lu Erzha stopped being aggressive and started reasoning with a smile. Lu Shulin and his wife were left speechless, and the villagers looked at each other in disbelief. It was the first time they had ever seen Erzhuzi, who always studied in the county town, whose father was starving and had a broken leg, so eloquent. Lily, on the other hand, looked at Lu Erzha with shining eyes, full of admiration. Brother Zhu is amazing. These adults bullied her so much, but they were intimidated by him with just a few words. All right, everyone disperse. Wouldn't it be better to use this energy to carry more water to the fields? Get to work. The brigade leader, Lu Hai, arrived and gave the order. The villagers all rushed to get their tools to carry water. Little Snot's mother glared at Lu Erzha with annoyance, then picked up her child and left. Lu Hai walked over, glanced at Lu Shulin, and criticized, and you too, the fields are all dried up like that, and you're still here leading people to play with the children. Lu Shulin lowered his head awkwardly, no longer daring to speak in an official tone, and honestly admitted his mistake. Brother Lu, I know I was wrong. I'll get the people to work right away. He turned to leave, but then he heard Lu Hai scolding Lu Erzha behind him. You little rascal, the commune made you an apprentice to the Lisp, not a teacher, and you're lecturing the adults. Lu Shulin paused. Was the commune the one that Lu Erzha was assigned as the Lisp apprentice? That's a proper apprenticeship, the kind with a salary? I've never heard of this kid having connections in the commune. However, Lu Shulin still secretly glanced at Lu Erzha, intending to get on his good side so he could ask him what was going on later. Lu Erzha knew that Lu Hai was trying to help him out of a predicament. If he hadn't shouted that he was an apprentice assigned by the commune, he would have inevitably been tripped up by Lu Shulin, who would have made him lose face. After all, no matter how united the villagers are, who isn't a little temperamental? Those who hold power, in particular, are instinctively controlled by that power, and even those who are not usually temperamental will develop one. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Lu Erzha said. Lu Hai waved his hand, then looked at the scooter Nizi was riding and coughed lightly. This thing is quite novel. Can it be made into a big cart? For hauling goods or plowing fields or something? Lu Erzha shook his head. No, this thing is meant to be small. Any bigger and it won't be as maneuverable as a bicycle. Oh, I see. Then get me a few more later and I'll send them to the commune. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any losses. I'll give you work points. Lu Hai said with a smile. Lu Erzha instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he suddenly thought of his older brother who was learning carpentry recently, and immediately said, Uncle, how many work points can you give me for this? Lu Hai didn't know anything about carpentry, but he did know that these days it would take 10 days to half a month to make a table. It will definitely take 2 or 3 months to get this kind of small car that can run on its own. And those wooden wheels aren't something you can just make casually, it takes a long time just to polish them smooth. So he estimated it and said, I'll give you 1,000 work points for a car if you use it for 3 months, okay? 1 work point is worth 5 cents, so 1,000 work points would be worth $50. Goodness, this is even more expensive than the hoverboards of later generations. Lu Erzha had thought he could get a maximum of 300 work points, so he looked at Lu Hai in surprise. Uncle, you've really gone all out. You don't understand. The commune director dotes on his son. If I could get him a toy that he likes, I might be able to keep my position as brigade leader. Zhu Ziyi, putting everything else aside, once my position is secure, the commune will know your name, and you might even be able to transfer to work at the furniture factory. Lu Hai said seductively. Lu Erzha nodded. Sure, but I didn't make this car, my older brother did. Liangzi. Lu Hai was taken aback. I know he's been studying woodworking lately. That kid's a genius, he can actually make something like this. That's right, my brother is quite capable. Lu Erzha lied earnestly. Alright, I'll go talk to Liangzi. Lu Hai walked away. Lu Erzha quickly stopped him. Uncle, you know my older brother, he's incredibly simple-minded. If a high-ranking official like you were to talk to him, wouldn't that scare him to death? Here's what we'll do, I'll pass on a message for you and make sure this matter is handled perfectly. Putting everything else aside, if my brother dared to refuse to contribute to the commune, my dad would beat him to death. Lu Hai thought this made sense and was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He glared at Lu Erju and said, "What do you mean by filial piety to the commune? Those people are my father." After cursing, Lu Hai couldn't help but mutter, "Tisk, to be honest, I've never been this attentive when serving my own father." Ignoring Lu Hai's sentiments, Lu Erju returned to his elder brother's house and told him what had happened. Lu Daliang was just about to go fetch water with the villagers when he heard his younger brother's words and stared at him wide-eyed. "What did you say? You want me to build a car?" This situation is like a little boy who loves boxing and has only been learning for 2 days, suddenly being told that he has to go into the ring and spar with the world boxing champion the next day. Seeing his older brother's nervous expression, Lu Erju quickly said, "It's not a car, it's just a small toy car." As he spoke, he lifted Nizai off the scooter, handed the scooter to his older brother, and before Nizai could cry, he casually stuffed a piece of candy into her mouth. Nizai immediately ran out to play hopscotch with Lily and Lele. Lu Daliang hugged the balance bike, turning it over and over to examine it, exclaiming in amazement, "This thing is so well made, it's amazing. I could never make one like this." "Study it," Lu Erju said. "How can anyone learn this?" Uncle Hai said that each vehicle will earn 1,000 work points. It doesn't seem too difficult to learn. Lu Daliang's greedy attitude towards money is exactly the same as Lu Erju's. To give his older brother some motivation, Lu Erju said, "As long as you can make a car, you won't have to work for months. Plus, once you master the skill, you can work at the furniture factory in the county town." "What? There's a real job?" Lu Daliang was even more excited. "Really? Zuzi, you're not kidding me." "As long as you master the skill, a permanent job is no problem," Lu Erju solemnly assured him. Furniture factories also need to generate revenue, especially now that the country is so eager for foreign exchange. This toy has managed to stand out and secure its place among so many toys in later generations. In this era of toy scarcity, it is definitely a powerful tool for earning foreign exchange. When the time comes, let alone making Lu Daliang a full-time employee, he could easily become a director if things go well. There's no need for anything higher. Lu Daliang's emotional intelligence and personality are not suited for a high position. Lu Erju just wanted to help his older brother find a job where he could have enough to eat. Furthermore, Lu Erju's ancestors' background makes him an easy target, so having a worker in the family would be safer in the future. Lu Daliang doesn't trust anyone, not even Lu Hai, but he believed in his younger brother. In his opinion, Zhu Ziyi was not only educated, but also able to bring home so many good things, so he was definitely capable. "Okay, then I'll study it and try to figure out the principle as soon as possible," Lu Daliang said determinedly. Although he is simple-minded, he is not stupid. He couldn't learn well before because he didn't have a teacher and he didn't have time to teach him. "I work in the fields all day long and come back exhausted. How can I have the energy to study woodworking?" At this point, you can earn money without having to work, and you might even become a full-time employee in the future. Even if it doesn't work out, you have to make it work. Seeing Lu Daliang squat down and study the text intently, Lu Erju didn't disturb him and turned to leave. A moment later, Nizai's wailing came from behind, clearly indicating that she had discovered her car had been dismantled. "Alright, now my older brother should be even more motivated." Lu Erju went up the mountain with a smile. He not only picked herbs, but also wanted to catch some small animals. There aren't enough pigs in the mine space, and besides, eating pork all the time is really disgusting. It would be great if I could catch a rabbit or a goat. We'll have barbecue skewers, hot pot, and all sorts of other things ready. On the mountain, Lu Erju first checked other people's traps and found them to be empty. Let's look for those caves or similar places. Knowing he couldn't rely on these traps, Lu Erju began searching for various underground caves. As we walked, we unknowingly wandered into the deep mountains. It became quiet here, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves and some birdsong. The quiet atmosphere was somewhat eerie, especially since the mountain roads had become rugged, the forests dense, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. That's a bit scary. No wonder adults stop children from going into the deep mountains. It's too easy for accidents to happen there. Even adults picking wild vegetables rarely dare to come in. Each time they come, they need 5 or 6 people, or even more than a dozen people, to give them courage. Russell. Hearing the noise, Lu Erju turned his head sharply and saw a python as thick as an arm leisurely passing by not far from him. "Oh ho, you're really underestimating me, aren't you?" Lu Erju rushed over quickly. His running attracted the python's attention. The python suddenly turned its head, its vertical pupils staring coldly at him, its forked tongue constantly flicking in and out, making it look extremely frightening. An ordinary person would have been scared away long ago. Lu Erju simply rushed over, slapped the python's tail, and instantly stored it in his mental space. After taking the snake, Lu Erju showed an expectant look. It seems that because no one dares to hunt in the deep mountains, there are quite a few wild animals here. It looks like I'll be able to catch quite a few this time. Lu Erzhu walked inside, searching for herbs as he went. After the medicinal herbs were half filled, he suddenly saw a hole surrounded by grass. The entrance to the hole wasn't large, it didn't look like a wild boar's hole, but rather like a rabbit's burrow. Finally, I can try something different. This is so awesome. Lu Erzhu immediately took out a handful of tender corn kernels and crushed them, allowing the fresh, sweet corn juice to flow out. After throwing the corn kernels at the entrance of the hole, Lu Erzhu squatted down and waited. Before long, the rabbit was attracted by the sweet smell of corn and peeked out from the burrow. Lu Erzhu slapped the rabbit on the head. The rabbit instinctively tried to shrink back, but it had already been sent into the mental space. Rabbits are known for their lack of common sense. When they saw their companion disappear, they were slightly frightened, but they couldn't resist the temptation of the corn. A second rabbit peeked out to check, and naturally, it was also captured by Lu Erzhu and sent into his mental space. And so, one after another, he caught 6 rabbits. Among them were 2 large, adult rabbits, quite fat. The rest are baby rabbits, perfect for roasting. Once he was sure there were no more rabbits in the burrow, Lu Erzhu continued to wander around the mountains. Unlike the mountains of northeast China, this place isn't like that, where you can find all sorts of things like tigers and black bears. Lu Erzhu wandered around for a long time and only found wild boars, pheasants, rabbits, and the like. It's late autumn now. Although these animals can eat grass, who can resist a pot of sweet corn porridge? Lu Erzhu found a big tree, dug a hole in it, and placed the corn porridge outside the hole. The small animals were quickly attracted, and he took pictures of each one that came along. As it was getting dark, Lu Erzhu had caught 3 more wild boars, 6 wild rabbits, and 7 pheasants. There were also a dozen or so sparrows and wild pigeons. The harvest was quite substantial. Lu Erzhu happily carried the food down the mountain. Along the way, he also found several jujube trees, which would be laden with fruit when they were ripe. However, this stuff is sweet and sour, which is quite appetizing, so even if the villagers see it, they are unwilling to eat it. Trying to whet your appetite when you can't even get enough to eat? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Lu Erzhu didn't care. He munched on dates as he went down the mountain. After leaving the mountain, he stuffed the pheasants and pigeons into a sack, planning to divide them between his family and his master's family. Lu Erzhu first arrived at his master's house, only to find a large crowd gathered there, squatting at the door smoking and cursing God with worried expressions. After listening carefully, the curious Lu Erzhu understood. It turned out that villager Lu Dagan had fainted in the farmland while carrying water. Production team leader Lu Shilin and brigade leader Lu Hai were sitting on the stone in front of the door, listening to the crying in the yard, smoking with worried expressions. Lu Erzhu's arrival went unnoticed by anyone. He carried the sack into the yard and saw a burly man lying on the ground. Several people were surrounding the unconscious man. Dagan, hang in there. If you leave like this, how will your family survive? Dad, wake up. The 2 children beside him were also crying with tears streaming down their faces, calling out for their father. No one standing in the courtyard could bear to look. Everyone knows how to handle this situation. But who can lend a helping hand? By helping Lu Dagan, his own family has ended up in the same predicament. Besides, the villagers had actually been mentally prepared for this for a long time. Similar incidents had occurred in neighboring villages before, but Liu Tun managed to avoid them for a year. Now, finally someone has given up. Just as Lu Erzhu was watching, the naked little boy who was playing in the dirt in the corner suddenly ran over, nudged the unconscious Lu Dagan on the ground, and said innocently, "Dad, don't sleep here." Looking at that skinny, ignorant child, the people around finally couldn't bear it anymore, and they all shed tears. Lu Dagan's wife hugged her son tightly and cried hysterically. The man with the list stood to the side smoking his pipe. When he saw Lu Erzhu arrive, he walked over and looked at him for a moment with a complicated expression. He seemed to want to say something several times, but in the end, he let out a long sigh. Lu Erzhu understood what he meant. He simply wanted to ask if he could get some food, but was too embarrassed to ask. After all, I brought quite a lot home these past 2 days, so my master must know. But how long can this last? So, not wanting to put Lu Erzhu in a difficult position, the man with the lisp simply kept quiet. Even without Dali's lisp, Lu Erzhu couldn't stand it anymore. Not to mention that most of the villagers were related or not bad people. The key was that seeing the child innocently wiping away his mother's tears was hard for him to bear. So he went out and found Lu Hai, who was worried, and took out 3 pheasants from the sack and handed them to him. "Uncle, take these to the canteen and stew them. First, get Uncle Dagan a bowl of chicken soup to save his life. The rest should be for everyone to eat some meat. No one can stand not eating oily food all year round." Upon seeing the 3 pheasants, Lu Hai and Lu Shilin jumped up, their faces filled with disbelief. The villagers nearby looked at Lu Erzhu in surprise when they heard this. Lu Shilin was the first to react, excitedly reaching for the pheasant. "Zhu Ziai, you're good. You're really good." Snap! Lu Hai slapped Lu Shilin away, swallowed hard, and said seriously, Zhu Ziyi, it's good that you mean well, but you only need to take out one chicken to save Degener. We can't take the rest. Why? Lu Shilin asked anxiously. Lu Shilin, you need to get this straight, you're the production team leader, don't act like a beggar. This pheasant was caught by Zhu Ziyi from the mountains. Will you share what you catch with the village? And don't forget, Brother Fusion broke his leg and is lying at home. Doesn't he need nutritional supplements? Lu Hai glared at Lu Shilin and cursed him without any politeness. These words made Lu Shilin's face turn red and white, and he was so frustrated that he couldn't utter a single word. The surrounding villagers also wanted to eat meat, but when they thought of Lu Fusion, who was still lying at home, they all sighed and thought they should go back into the mountains to take a look. Lu Erzha was surprised that even in such circumstances, the villagers could refrain from being greedy and take advantage of others, which made him admire Lu Hai even more. As the old saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. If Lu Hai is a gluttonous and greedy scoundrel, the villagers will follow suit and become no better. During the severe drought, it lasted for almost 2 years before anyone starved to death. Lu Hai was truly a good official and set a good example for his subordinates. Lu Erzha shoved the pheasant in his hand over and said without waiting for a reply, "Don't worry, I'm saving the meat for my dad. Besides, I'm the village doctor. Uncle Dagon was brought here for help, so I'm definitely going to help him. This chicken is the medicine I prescribed." Lu Hai was surprised that Lu Erzha would say such a thing, and his feelings were very complicated. He glanced at Lu Erzha, then at the pheasant in his arms, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Although he received a subsidy as the brigade leader, he didn't eat very well because he was too upright. As for the surrounding villagers, they couldn't take their eyes off the 3 pheasants, and they kept swallowing their saliva while their stomachs rumbled. Zhu Ziyi, back then your father was willing to let the whole family go hungry to support your schooling, and I even tried to persuade him to let you come back. Now it seems your father was right. I was blind to your worth. I apologize to you, Lu Hai said with utmost sincerity. Lu Shilin was also embarrassed. Firstly, the brigade leader had already apologized, so how could he, a mere squad leader, just stand there? Besides, he's beholden to them because he's been paid to do so. He lowered his head obediently and said, Zhu Ziyi, what I said about you before was also wrong. I'll go back and beat that spendthrift woman. How could she give Lily a nickname? Lu Erzha waved his hand with a smile, what's done is done. Besides, my aunt didn't get the better of me anyway. If you beat her up again, she'll probably throw a tantrum. She wouldn't dare. Lu Shilin straightened his back as he spoke, let me tell you, I usually don't care. But if I really lose my temper, would she dare to give me the cold shoulder? That's true, and it's not just Lu Shilin who's like that. Most of the men in the village wouldn't get angry even if their wives pinched or scolded them a couple of times. After all, a daughter-in-law has to be filial to her parents-in-law, take care of her children, and also do laundry, cook, and wash dishes for her husband. Many men wouldn't even bother to pick up a fallen oil bottle at home, so they usually don't complain when their wives mess around with them. But if a man really glares at a woman, she'll immediately admit her mistake and back down, otherwise, beating him up would be pointless. Even if outsiders find out, they will only advise the daughter-in-law, saying, why did you marry him? Unlike the fairies of later generations, who demanded exorbitant dowries, refused to do housework, had terrible tempers, and were full of complaints. It's one thing for them to act arrogantly and domineeringly, but they even threaten to have children if a man dares to glare at them. All right. Lu Hai interrupted Lu Shilin's arrogant tone and said to the other villagers, what are you all standing there for? Erzhuzi gave you meat, and you can't even say thank you. The men of Liutan, who were already starving and emaciated, were finally convinced that they would really get to eat meat soup, and they all looked at Lu Erzha with grateful eyes. Thank you, Erzhuzi. I've said it before, Erzhuzi has always looked smart since he was little. If my son were even half as smart as Erzhuzi, my family would be burning incense in gratitude. Who says otherwise, Erzhuzi? How about I try to set you up with Yaya? When Lu Erzha heard that someone was going to introduce him to a wife again, the face of Yaya, a girl from his village, subconsciously popped into his mind. Well, how should I put it? To put it aptly, Lu Erzha was tempted by her appearance, because the girl had a big, round face covered with freckles, like a non-bred. Especially this girl, who was big and strong. Don't be fooled by her age of 17, she has never lost a fight. Even the adult male villagers were no match for her. With her fighting prowess, if she had been born a few decades earlier, she might have become a renowned female general in history. The thought of Lu Erzha marrying Yaya made him feel like that big millstone would sit on his buttocks until he was dead. Thank you for your kindness, Grandpa Ju, but I have no plans to get married for the time being. Lu Erzha fled in panic. Grandpa Ju looked helpless, this child is so old, why is he still so shy? He scared away a potential wife. I'll go to his house and talk to his mother. Lu Hai and Lu Shilin exchanged a smile, naturally knowing what Lu Erzha was afraid of. So when they saw that ninth grandfather was still unwilling to go to Lu Erju's house, they quickly stopped him. Don't repay kindness with enmity. The news that the communal canteen was going to stew chicken spread like wildfire, and everyone in the village knew about it. Many people quickly ran to the cafeteria to wait for chicken soup. As for Lu Dagon, since it was inconvenient for him to move around, he stayed at Dashi Tio's house to help cook soup. While helping to stew the chicken soup, Ma Xiaolian looked helplessly at Dashi and said, "Why is our apprentice so good to us? She just gave away such a fat hen like that." "Good thing," Big Tongue muttered, puffing on his cigarette. "What a load of crap. It breaks my heart." Ma Xiaolian glared at Dashi and then lowered her voice and said, "I know Dejen's family is pitiful, but wouldn't a chicken leg or something be enough? Why give them a whole chicken, and 2 of them for the whole village?" Big Tongue tapped his pipe and lectured her in a serious tone. "What do you know, you old woman? What was Erju's family background? They were landlords. Big landlords. All the land in our village belonged to them." If his father hadn't reacted quickly back then, kneeling down to apologize to the villagers and voluntarily giving away all the family's wealth, the whole family would have been arrested and made an example of, nearly killed. Although everything is fine now, who can guarantee what will happen in the future? Who knows if someone with bad intentions will scheme against them? Even if Erju's family has 1,000 houses of gold, they won't be able to protect them then. But by doing this, the villagers are now indebted to him, so who would dare to mention that his ancestors were landlords? Ma Xiaolian nodded repeatedly. "That makes sense, Erjuzi is really smart." "That's right, look who your apprentice is." The man with the lisp nodded smugly, then waited for his wife to continue. To his surprise, after waiting for a while, he found that Ma Xiaolian was focused on making chicken soup and didn't say anything. His face immediately darkened. "Why the hell aren't you praising her anymore?" Ma Xiaolian was taken aback. "Oh right, we should praise Erju more. I heard that his great-grandfather was very capable and taught many important people to read. His intelligence must have been passed down, and Erju will definitely have great abilities in the future." Alright. I mean, Erjuzi is my apprentice after all, and besides, I was the one who explained those principles to you just now. Why do you only praise Erjuzi and not me?" Big Tongue said irritably. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaolian actually looked her man up and down carefully, and then sincerely praised him. "You're so lucky to have taken on such a good disciple." With a dark expression, Big Tongue got up and walked out, but stopped at the door and turned back to warn, "Keep what I just said to you to yourself. Don't go around spouting nonsense." I know, Ma Xiaolian said irritably, trying to shoo her away. As soon as Dashi left, Lu Dagon's wife came in with her 3 children, and they all kowtowed to Ma Xiaolian. Ma Xiaolian was quite frightened and quickly said, "Oh dear, sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Lu Dagon's wife cried with tears in her eyes, "Sister, I have to thank you so much for saving my husband's life. If Dagon had died, we, a widow and orphan, would have had no way out but to die." Ma Xiaolian wanted to help the people up, but with 4 people kneeling, she was too busy to help one up and another kneeling down. She could only say, "If you want to thank someone, go thank Erjuzi after you've eaten. It was Erjuzi who gave you the chicken." Lu Dagon's wife nodded repeatedly. "We will remember Zuza's kindness, and we will go and kowtow to him later." At the same time, someone from Lu Erju's family was also kneeling. To be precise, his elder brother was kneeling in front of his parents, while his sister-in-law was crying and cursing beside him. Lu Erju was startled, thinking his older brother had done something wrong, and quickly ran over to ask, "What happened? What did my brother do to you, sister-in-law? I'll go teach him a lesson." As he spoke, Lu Erju grabbed his older brother's clothes and pulled him outside, looking like he was about to beat him up. Suddenly, Lu Erju's sister-in-law stopped him, crying, "Zuzi, how could you be so foolish? That's a job opportunity. How could you give it up to your older brother?" "Ha!" Lu Erju was taken aback. "What job opportunity?" "It's that scooter," Lu Daliang said softly, kneeling on the ground with his head down. "Shut up! How dare you even mention it?" The eldest sister-in-law pinched Lu Daliang angrily. "Are you even human? I'm asking you, are you even human? Zuzi is your own brother. Don't you know how many good things he's given our family? The cigarettes you smoke, the hot water you drink, the face cream your daughter uses, the snacks she eats, all of them are from Zuzi. How can you be so shameless as to want his job?" Lu Fuxian and Neo Hunhua remained silent on the con, a heated brick bed, as this matter involved their 2 sons, and it wouldn't be right to side with either of them. He decided to let his eldest daughter-in-law make the decision. Li Qiqi was equally blunt, saying to Lu Erju, "Zuzi, I originally wanted your brother to kowtow and apologize to you, but after thinking about it, although the eldest brother is immoral, it wouldn't be good for your reputation if word got out that he kowtowed to you. So forget about kowtowing. I'll make him slap himself twice. You can take the job opportunity back. It's something that will affect your whole life. Why would you give it to this simpleton?" Lu Daliang obediently raised his hand, wanting to slap himself. Lu Erju quickly pressed down on his elder brother and explained, "Sister-in-law, it was my choice to give it to my brother. I know. Li Qiqi suddenly burst into tears again, pointing at Lu Daliang and cursing, if he dares to ask you for a job again, I won't stay with this shameless bastard. I can't bear the humiliation. It's not that bad, Lu Erju quickly dissuaded her. Sister-in-law, I only gave the furniture factory spot to my brother because I didn't want it. Besides, I have a job. It's not that I look down on your job, but the furniture factory is in the city. You'll be a city dweller in the future and can get a government job. With your brains, you could become a minor official in a few years. Wouldn't that be better than being a barefoot doctor in the village? Li Qiqi kept shaking her head. She didn't believe anyone could refuse to be a cotter, and preferred to believe that Lu Erja was kind-hearted and gave the spot to his older brother. Lu Erja no longer knew how to explain to his sister-in-law, who was crying her eyes out. After all, for many people living in the mountains, 1,000 work points is already a considerable income. The status of a legitimate city worker was a symbol of honor, and in those years when people often starved to death, city dwellers represented a stable food supply. To many mountain people, city dwellers have respectable and stable jobs. The grain they grow with great effort is sent to the city first, and the city dwellers can go out to eat and have a drink whenever they have time. It's simply paradise. So these days, it's really not difficult for city dwellers to find wives. Even if someone is ugly, old, or even disabled, there are still many villagers who want to marry their daughters to them. That's why Li Qiqi made such a big fuss. In her opinion, her man had completely ruined Lu Erja's future. Sister-in-law, you have to think about this from different perspectives. Lu Erja patiently advised, I already have a job. If I keep clinging to this furniture factory spot, won't the villagers say I'm greedy and have my cake and eat it too? Won't the commune think I'm being unrealistic and deliberately prevent me from transferring my household registration to the city? But my older brother is different. In the eyes of the villagers, he is a reliable person. If he goes to the furniture factory, people will envy him, but at least they won't target our family. At worst, once he goes to the furniture factory, he can find me a job, or even let me be his apprentice and then promote me little by little. Besides, it's only a possibility. Nobody knows if we can actually go to the furniture factory in the county town. What if the team leader's decision doesn't hold true? So you should let my older brother do it first. Maybe he'll earn that 1,000 work points in the end. That wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Listening to Lu Erja's words, Li Qiqi also realized the seriousness of the problem. She now considers Lu Erja her own brother. She can't let the villagers scold Lu Erja or the commune make things difficult for him. Well, alright then, let your brother work for now. If he can get into the city later, you'll get half of his wages, and then we'll wait for an opportunity to get you into the city, Li Qiqi said hesitantly. We'll see when the time comes. Let's see what I brought back first. Lu Erja took 2 pheasants out of his pocket and handed them to Manhwa, who had been silent all along. Mom, go start a fire. I'll make some spicy chicken for our family in a little while. Actually, Lu Erja thought it would be great if these 2 pheasants could be made into braised chicken. Unfortunately, he didn't have any side dishes like potatoes and green peppers, nor any rice. Braised chicken without rice is soulless. Manhwa looked at the 2 chickens and said hesitantly, Son, we haven't finished the braised pork you made yet. Really? Pour it over. Lu Erja said directly. No, Manhwa exclaimed anxiously, don't say things like that again. That's grain. Wasting grain will get you struck by lightning. We won't say things like that anymore. If you don't want me to get struck by lightning in the future, then don't leave any food uneaten, Lu Erja said irritably. Manhwa immediately looked troubled. Lu Fuxian said, go ahead and do as Zhu Ziyi says. My son and I are not dead yet, it's not your place to make decisions, you old woman. Pa, you old hag, what are you saying about dying? Manhwa spat several times. You're spitting. Fine, you'll spit it all over my face. Lu Fuxian quickly moved away, cursing all the while. Looking at Lu Fuxian's disheveled appearance, Manhwa couldn't help but laugh. I should have spat in your face. Who told you to talk nonsense? I'll go start a fire now. Li Qiqi hesitated whether to go home first, since her in-laws were about to have dinner, and if she didn't leave, it would seem like she was trying to freeload. Before she could speak, Lu Erja laughed and said, Sister-in-law, you should all try my cooking later. Putting everything else aside, this spicy chicken is really delicious. Oh, this. Li Qiqi was a little embarrassed. Who keeps going back to their husband's house to freeload after separating from their family? We don't have that kind of rule in our family, and besides, I like eating with Nizai, Lu Erja said with a smile. Li Qiqi wanted to decline again. Lu Daliang suddenly interrupted, saying cautiously, Wife, can you help me up? I can't stand up. He had been kneeling for so long that he could no longer feel his knees. Li Qiqi glared at her husband's pathetic state and said, I don't know what good deeds you did in your past life to have such a good younger brother like Zuzi. As she spoke, Li Qiqi hurriedly helped her husband up. Lu Erja rolled up his sleeves and went to cook. Spicy chicken is actually quite easy to make. Generally speaking, there will be residual blood on the chicken after slaughtering, which will be much better after blanching. However, this would result in the loss of the chicken's freshness and much of its original flavor. So Lu Erja chose another extravagant method, pickling. Villagers in the mountains usually feel that there is a waste in how they marinate or process meat. Marinating wastes cooking wine and a lot of seasonings, while blanching makes you feel like all the oil and fishiness are gone, so what's there to eat? Lu Erja didn't care about the cost. He got a bowl, chopped the chicken into small pieces, put it in, used erkuatu, a type of Chinese liquor, instead of cooking wine, and added plenty of ginger slices, scallions, salt, soy sauce, sugar, and pepper. Li Qiqi and Neo Hunghua, who were standing nearby, had originally planned to learn Lu Erja's cooking skills so that they could cook whatever he wanted to eat in the future, saving Lu Erja from always having to do the cooking. But the more they looked at it, the more their hearts ached, and their lips twitched. When they saw Lu Erja putting white sugar into the basin, the two couldn't resist any longer and rushed out. My goodness, my brother's cooking is terrifying. It breaks my heart to see this wasteful thing. Both the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law kept patting their chests, looking pained. Lu Daliang was massaging his knees at the door when he heard this and turned around. Mom, wife, what happened to you two? Did Zuzik cut his hand? Go to hell, can't you speak like a human being? Li Qiqi cursed. You really know how to talk, insulting me like that in front of my mother. Lu Daliang rolled his eyes, afraid that his mother would hold a grudge against his wife, and quickly explained, Mother, don't take it to heart, Qiqi wasn't insulting you, her mother. Neo Hunghua hadn't taken it seriously at first, but upon hearing this explanation, she laughed in anger. What, you have a stepmother on the side? No, my dad doesn't have that ability. Besides, I have a mother-in-law, don't I? Lu Daliang quickly explained again. Yes, mother, don't misunderstand. Actually, I was cursing. Li Qiqi hurriedly explained, but realized she was wrong halfway through. She immediately put her hands on her hips and scolded, Lu Daliang, you despicable bastard. You think I can't curse our mother, but you can curse my mother? Seeing that his good intentions had upset his mother and angered his wife, Lu Daliang simply shut up and said nothing more. Li Qiqi glared at him before smiling apologetically at Neo Hunghua. Mother, don't be angry. I just had a habit of scolding Nizai and blurted it out. Neo Hunghua naturally understood, so she didn't take it seriously at all, and even said seriously, Kuir, from now on, when you scold Nizai, don't always say your mother, isn't that scolding yourself? From now on, just say your father. Li Qiqi knew that her mother-in-law was showing her affection, so she smiled and agreed. Lu Daliang was stunned and asked, Mother, isn't she scolding me? So what? Neo Hunghua said sternly, you son of a bitch, you can't even scold me? Lu Daliang shut up again. Lu Fuxian's cursing voice came from inside the house. You brainless idiot, did you have to pick that conversation? Not only will you get 2 scoldings, but you've dragged your old man into it too. The spicy chicken was quickly cooked, and a pungent aroma wafted over, causing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who dared not watch from a distance, to sniff involuntarily. Although you can tell it's spicy just by smelling it, it always makes your mouth water and even makes your stomach rumble. Lu Erja carried a large plate of food into the house and called out to Lu Daliang, Brother, go call Nizai and also call Xiaohu back. I've been back for almost 3 days and haven't seen him once. I really miss that kid. Neo Hunghua said irritably, you at least know you have a nephew? I thought you only knew you had a niece. Lu Erja's preference for girls over boys was almost blatant. Everyone knew he doted on Nizai. Especially in the last 2 days, Nizai has gotten a bit fatter from being fed by him, and her temper has also grown. Although she doesn't dare to argue with her mother, she runs to Lu Erja whenever she sees that she's about to be beaten. Li Qiqi naturally wouldn't complain about Lu Erja's behavior, both were her flesh and blood. Lu Erja's affection for Nizai is the same as his affection for Xiaohu. Besides, Lu Erja had always been very fond of Xiaohu. Every time he cooked stewed chicken and braised pork, she would take it to Xiaohu. In the past 2 days, Lu Daliang has been secretly bringing food to Xiaohu quite often, and all the food was brought by Lu Erja. Xiaohu is learning his craft. His master is teaching him to identify materials these days, so he probably won't be back. Let's not wait for him, Li Qiqi said with a smile. Lu Erja didn't think much of it. Alright, anyway, this dish is very spicy, he probably can't finish it. I'll go check on that kid myself later. To this day, my impression of him is still that when he was 4 years old, he was chased by a puppy and cried his eyes out. Thinking back on that time, it was really a wonderful time. You're too kind. You scared my son half to death. He even went to a soothsayer to call back his soul that night. Lu Daliang rolled his eyes. Ahem, then you should blame the dog. Why blame me? Lu Erja said somewhat awkwardly. Isn't it your fault? That dog was released by you, you heartless bastard. My son was so scared he ran away crying, and you were laughing behind him. Lu Daliang was so angry that he kicked Lu Erju in the butt. Lu Erju felt even more guilty. Had he been so immoral before? But he didn't say anything, which made the two women next to him angry. Li Qiqi, in particular, angrily kept pinching Lu Daliang. "What are you doing, you idiot? Why are you kicking the pillar?" He was only 10 years old then, what did he know? Besides, did that dog bite your son? He's just a coward and useless person, why blame our brother? Niu Honghua slapped Lu Daliang across the neck and yelled, "Didn't you see your brother was carrying vegetables? If he spills them, I'll lock you in the doghouse." Lu Daliang was feeling very frustrated by being attacked from both sides, but seeing Lu Erja laughing non-stop only made him angrier. He grabbed a piece of chicken, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it vigorously to vent his anger. But these days, ordinary people rarely add chili peppers to their cooking, let alone oil and salt. They drink only watery wild vegetable porridge every day, which has made their taste buds extremely bland. The moment the spicy chicken entered his mouth, a pungent flavor shot straight to the top of his head, making Lu Daliang feel like his 7 orifices were on fire. His eyes widened immediately, and he dared not chew anymore. He wanted to spit it out but couldn't bear to, after all, it was meat. To relieve the spiciness in his mouth, he could only keep his mouth open and inhale and exhale repeatedly. Seeing this, Niu Honghua laughed in anger. "I said I was going to lock you in a doghouse, so you're acting like a dog, huh?" Li Qiqi patted him on the shoulder and said, "Stop making a fool of yourself to amuse our mother." "No, gulp." Lu Daliang swallowed the whole piece of meat, fanning his mouth with his hand. "Hiss, really, hiss, so spicy." Upon seeing this, Lu Erju immediately put the plate he was holding on the table, then pretended to open the cabinet in the corner, but actually took out a can of peaches from his spatial storage, unscrewed it, and handed it over. "Brother, use this to relieve the spiciness." Lu Daliang was gulping down cold water and didn't notice the stunned looks on the faces of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law next to him. He casually took the water and drank 2 big mouthfuls. The sweet water eased his pain, and he stared wide-eyed at Lu Erju. "How much chili did you put in? How can I eat this?" "Don't worry, you're just not used to it. This stuff gets spicier the more you eat, but the spicier it gets, the more you want to eat it," Lu Erju explained. "Forget it, I wouldn't dare eat that. I'll just drink water instead," Lu Daliang said, shaking the can in his hand. Niu Honghua snatched it away and cursed, "You wish. Is that asshole edged with gold? You dare to eat canned food." Canned food was a rare and precious commodity for people at that time, much like fish ponds or Australian lobsters in later generations. It was something that people in the countryside rarely saw. Even in the city, most people only have the chance to eat something when they are sick. After all, the sugar water in canned food is very nutritious. People who often starve to death know that a sip of sugar water can really save your life in a critical moment. Lu Daliang finally realized what he had drunk and immediately regretted it, slapping his thigh. "Erjuzi, how can you be even more foolish than your brother? You gave me such good stuff to drink? We have plenty at home, so please eat as much as you like." Lu Erju rolled his eyes in annoyance and took out 7 or 8 more cans of food from the cupboard. There are peaches, apples, and canned pears. Upon seeing the several cans of food, everyone's eyes lit up, and they rushed over, touching and examining them. But no one said they wanted to open it or try it or anything. Even the canned food that Lu Daliang had taken a big gulp of was collected by Niu Honghua, who planned to hide it. Lu Erja casually remarked, "Mom, if you don't eat the food after opening the can, it will lose its nutrients." "Ha!" Niu Honghua trusted her educated youngest son completely, and quickly took out the canned food, feeling extremely distressed. Then give it to Nizai and your dad later." Lu Erja didn't say much, and opened 2 more cans of food in a row, making Niu Honghua jump up and down in a hurry. Li Qiqi, as the sister-in-law, no longer cared about spoiling Lu Erju. She grabbed the remaining cans of food and ran, shouting, "Mother! Mother! Hide the cans quickly, don't let my brother open them again." Niu Honghua quickly chased after him, shouting, "Don't run! Be careful you don't break it." Li Qiqi was also extremely flustered, clutching the cans of food without daring to move, her forehead beaded with sweat. If she breaks even 1 bottle, she'll never have the face to visit her mother-in-law's house again. Watching the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law carefully place the canned food into the cupboard one by one, as if defusing a bomb, Niu Honghua even took out an old lock that hadn't been used in years and locked the cabinet. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law breathed a sigh of relief and slumped down next to the cabinet. "Oh my god, that scared me to death. I felt like I was holding a hand grenade. Who says otherwise? This little spendthrift." Niu Honghua felt even more distressed looking at the open cans of food on the table. Lu Erju didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up a bottle, screwed the cap back on, and handed it to Lu Daliang. "Brother, take this to Xiaohu, and then call Nizai back. She'll definitely like it." Lu Daliang glared at Lu Erju and put the can back on the table. "Nonsense, only an idiot wouldn't like canned food, but we can't spoil the child like this. You should put it away and eat it yourself." "Brother, who do you think I am? I made a whole pot of chicken, and you want me to eat canned food? Lu Erzhe glared at Lu Daliang with annoyance. He was really tired of canned food, but he'd been craving spicy chicken for a long time. Lu Erzhe first put the small table on the khan, a heated brick bed, then brought 5 bowls, opened a bottle of erkuatu, a type of Chinese liquor, and poured it for all 5 people. At this time, women can drink a little alcohol, especially further north, where women can drink even more. 1 bottle of wine wasn't enough for the 5 people, so Lu Erzhe opened another one. His act of not spending money left his whole family stunned. Father, let's drink. Brother, if you don't go find Nizai soon, the flavor of this wine will all be gone. Lu Erzhe reminded him. Okay, I'm going right now. Lu Daliang licked his lips as he looked at the bowl of wine, then quickly ran off with the half-empty can of food in his arms. Li Qiqi was actually a little tempted by the wine, but she still pushed the wine bowl to Lu Fuxian. Dad, what's the point of me, a woman, drinking? You drink. Niu Honghua also said with a wry smile, Zuzi, we can't live like this. Wouldn't that make us spendthrifts? How will we manage after you get married? Then you and your sister-in-law will keep an eye on things for me, Lu Erzhe said with a smile. Okay, I'll definitely help you. Li Qiqi nodded hurriedly. Although Niu Honghua felt bad about the money, she couldn't help but smile. People say that magpies have long tails and forget their mothers after they get married. She likes to hear Lu Erzhe say that he needs her help, because that makes her seem useful and prevents him from not coming to see her for years or even decades. Moreover, the fact that Lu Erzhe had such a good relationship with his elder brother and sister-in-law made Niu Honghua and her husband even happier. Many brothers, after growing up and dividing the family property, will fight each other over the unequal distribution of the inheritance, and never speak to each other again. Uncle! Uncle! Nizai rushed into the house with her short legs, her voice arriving before she even stepped inside. Li Qiqi couldn't help but laugh and said, Mom, did you see that? This little ingrate doesn't even know he has parents and grandparents anymore, he only knows his uncle. Niu Honghua chuckled and glared at the girl who rushed in. You brat, why aren't you calling for your grandpa and grandma? Grandpa and grandma, Nizai called out quickly, which made everyone laugh. Because she kept calling out grandpa and grandma, but her little eyes were fixed on the canned food on the table. Niu Honghua laughed and scolded, is that food jar your grandma's? Nizai didn't know what embarrassment was. She quickly ran to Lu Erzhe's side, hugged his legs, and tried to climb up. She was extremely anxious. Stop bothering your uncle, come to your mother, Li Qiqi scolded. No, I like my uncle. Nizai wasn't stupid. If she went to her mother's, she wouldn't get any food. Lu Erzhe also liked her clinging to him. He placed a whole can of food in front of her, cut off a piece of yellow peach with a spoon, and fed it into Nizai's mouth, which was already wide open with anticipation. When Nizai saw the huge piece, she quickly closed her mouth, afraid that her mother would snatch it away with her hands. She pouted and chewed quickly, her 2 little hands still catching the sweet juice under her chin, as if afraid that it would spill out of her mouth. Seeing the happy look on Nizai's face as she ate, Lu Erzhe was also overjoyed. Let's eat too. Nizai isn't suited to spicy food, I'll feed her canned food. Come on, let's drink. Seeing Lu Erzhe bring out the wine, Lu Fuxian, who had been waiting impatiently, also picked up his glass and exclaimed, if you hadn't brought out the wine, I wouldn't have dared to drink it, otherwise your mother's claws could have strangled me to death. Why are you talking so much nonsense while drinking? Are you going to drink or not? Niu Honghua glared at her. Drink, drink. Lu Fuxian took a sip and was immediately overjoyed. Delicious. Really delicious. Seeing this, Niu Honghua and Li Qiqi, who were also very tempted, carefully picked up their wine bowls and took a sip. They hadn't drunk alcohol in a long time, and even when they did, it was only loose liquor. After downing the erkuatu, they couldn't help but exclaim, it's so delicious. No wonder it's called erkuatu. Seeing everyone praising it so highly, the little girl didn't want to be left behind. She quickly picked up the can, squinted her eyes like an adult, and took a small sip, but she couldn't make a sound, so after finishing, she made her own voiceover, slurp so delicious. Erkuatu is great. The people around them burst into laughter, which made Nizai a little embarrassed. She hid her head in Lu Erzhe's arms and didn't dare to look up. Lu Erzhe affectionately pinched her little nose before saying to the 3 people beside him, don't just drink, try my spicy chicken. The 3 of them quickly picked up a piece with their chopsticks and tasted it, and then they were also overwhelmed by the spiciness. Lu Erzhe offered them canned food to relieve the spiciness, but none of the 3 touched it, they simply endured it. Seeing the 3 of them like that, Lu Erzhe didn't care and started tasting the spicy chicken himself. I must say, the meat is firm and chewy, and the spiciness is intense, it's really satisfying. The other 3 people were also bothered by the spiciness, but they thought it tasted really good. After the spiciness subsided, they couldn't help but pick up a second piece, and then they started drooling again. After eating several pieces, my mouth got used to it and it tasted even better, so I kept picking up more with my chopsticks. Not long after, Lu Daliang returned, his eyes a little red. He sat down and silently took a big gulp of wine. Lu Erju looked at him strangely. What's wrong, bro? Did you send the canned food to Xiaohu? I sent it. Xiaohu asked me to tell him to thank uncle on his behalf, Lu Daliang said with a forced smile. Okay, let's eat first. Lu Erju wasn't stupid. He could tell at a glance that his older brother was in a bad mood and guessed that something might have happened to Xiaohu. But since his older brother was unwilling to talk about it, he didn't want to pry too much and immediately changed the subject. Lu Daliang was also drinking, and his mood improved considerably after downing half a bowl of wine. He then joined in, eating meat heartily. Everyone enjoyed the meal, but the price was that their lips were red and a little swollen from the spiciness. Lu Erja coaxed and tricked his sister-in-law and parents into eating a considerable amount of the open canned food. Only the eldest brother, who was clearly the most simple-minded, stubbornly refused to believe Lu Erju. In his words, I'm the kind of person who's easily fooled, so I don't believe anything you intellectuals say. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Qiqi and Niu Honghua began to clean up, when a voice called from outside the door, Is Zuzi home? Lu Erju, already somewhat drunk and intending to go to sleep, had no choice but to come out and discover that it was Lu Dagan's family of 5. Uncle Jen? You're awake? Why aren't you home resting? What are you doing here? Lu Erju asked. Zhu Zi, what happened to your mouth? Lu Dagan asked anxiously. Lu Erju touched his swollen lips, about to explain that they were from the spiciness. Lu Dagan suddenly knelt down, his eyes red, and kowed out to Niu Honghua, who was washing dishes, saying, Wami Aiza, Zuzi only gave me a chicken out of kindness, and I will definitely repay him. You can't hit the child for this, especially not the child's mouth. Look how swollen his mouth is. What does a little kid know? If you want to hit him, then hit me. Lu Erju was stunned. No, what's going on here? Lu Dagan's family members all knelt down, especially Lu Dagan's wife, who cried and said, Zuzi, thank you for saving my husband and my whole family. From now on, your family will serve you like slaves. And Xiaochun, let her stay by your side to serve you, as a maid or something. Niu Honghua and the others were completely bewildered, having no idea what had happened. Lu Dagan was always a quiet and honest man in the village. He rarely interacted with anyone and would just give an awkward smile and nod to anyone he met. What's wrong with me today? Why are they coming to my door crying and kowtowing? Li Qiqi reacted quickly and immediately looked at Lu Erju. Has Zuzi done something good again? Lu Erju hurriedly explained, I caught a few pheasants today. I saw that Uncle Dagan was exhausted, so I gave him one to make soup and also gave 2 to the villagers. Niu Honghua and the others then realized what was happening, and then felt a pang of heartache. 3 chickens were given away just like that? If you bring it home, it can last for 3 or 4 months, and if you secretly keep it at home, it can last even longer. However, she couldn't say that in front of others, so Niu Honghua went over and helped Lu Dagan up. Uncle, we're all from the same village, there's no need for this. Lu Dagan refused to get up no matter what, and even slapped himself twice. I'm useless, I eat the child's food. Wami Aizi, hit me, don't hit the child. I didn't hit the child, Niu Honghua said, bewildered. Lu Erju explained with a wry smile, Uncle, Aunt, don't take it to heart. My mouth is like this from eating chili peppers. Besides, isn't everyone in my family like this? Would my mother really slap our whole family? Lu Dagan looked up through his teary eyes and glanced at the mouths of Lu Erju's family. He found that they were all red and swollen, and then he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Uncle, get up quickly. You've really misunderstood. You're an elder, it's not proper for you to kowtow to a child. Get up quickly. Niu Honghua hurriedly helped him up. Lu Dagan also realized that kowtowing these days could easily lead to gossip and even more serious consequences. He was so excited that he felt he had no way to repay the favor, so he knelt down instinctively. He quickly pulled his wife up and looked at Lu Erju earnestly. Zuzi, I will never forget your life-saving grace. From now on, let Chun'er stay at your house and help you with the work. Lu Erju glanced at the skinny girl beside him, who was bowing her head deeply, and said helplessly, What kind of era is this? It's not fashionable to hire maids anymore. She's not a maid, she's not a maid. Just treat her as an employee, as an apprentice. You don't need to feed her or teach her anything. Just let her do whatever chores she needs. Besides, my brother Fusion's leg hasn't healed yet, so why don't we leave her at home to be his crutch? Lu Dagan said excitedly. He really didn't know how to repay Lu Erju. The importance of a chicken during this period is beyond doubt. Even if you offered gold, you might not be able to buy one. Unfortunately, Lu Dagan knew he wasn't capable, so he could only send his daughter to work. Lu Dagan's wife kept shoving her daughter, saying, You brat, hurry up and serve your Uncle Fusion, hurry up. The girl was probably 14 or 15 years old. Her clothes were covered in patches, her trousers were so short they reached her knees, and her straw sandals had turned into slippers. She walked into the house with her head down. Girl, wait a minute. Lu Erzhu stopped the girl, and then said to Lu Dagon and his wife, Uncle, Aunt, I'm helping you because we're all from the same village. We're all neighbors. Who dares to say they'll never need anyone else's help in their lifetime? If you really feel bad about it, then get well soon. If my family ever gets into any trouble later, please help us out if you can, okay? Lu Dagon looked troubled. Then wouldn't I still be eating your chicken for free? Lu Erzhu said with a smile, everyone in the village is drinking chicken soup now. If they all line up to kowtow to me, how can I possibly get better? That's different. Lu Dagon shook his head firmly, I must repay you. These words gave Lu Erzhu a terrible headache. However, he also knew that Lu Dagon wasn't in a hurry to sever ties with him. That's just how honest people are. If you owe someone a favor, it's like the sky is falling. You're always thinking of ways to repay them, and you have to repay them many times over. Those who know them understand that they meant well. Those who don't understand might mistakenly think they're rushing to distance themselves. Lu Erzhu had no experience in handling such matters. Suddenly, he remembered that his father was the son of a landlord and must have seen many people come to express their gratitude. He rushed into the house. Dad, what do we do? Lu Fuxian casually lit a dakium and cigarette and laughed. I thought you could handle this yourself, but in the end you still have to ask your old man? Dad, stop messing around. My uncle Dagon will come in and kowtow to you in a minute, then let's see what you do, Lu Erzhu said irritably. Seeing his son's anxiety, Lu Fuxian stopped teasing him and said, your great-grandfather used to often waive rent for tenants, and he would open the granary to distribute grain during times of disaster or hardship. Back then, many people would come to our house to kowtow and express their gratitude, crying that they had no way to repay him. Your great-grandfather later became so annoyed with dealing with it that he came up with a good solution. He would find some jobs for these people, give them a full meal while they work, and even give them some money. This way, they would feel at ease eating and wouldn't be so anxious and always thinking about kowtowing to express their gratitude. Lu Erzhu thought for a moment, is this the way of doing work relief? Lu Fuxian nodded repeatedly, yes, that's what your great-grandfather said too, but I forgot the word. Dad, you were the only son in the family back then, weren't you? Lu Erzhu couldn't help but ask. Yes, how did you know? Lu Fuxian asked curiously, as he had never told Lu Erzhu about his family. Lu Erzhu sighed as he walked out, saying as he went, if you weren't the only son, would my great-grandfather have doted on you so much? Lu Fuxian sat on the con, a heated brick bed, smoking, pondering Lu Erzhu's words for a while before realizing what he meant. This clearly implies that he is too stupid. If he weren't the only son, his great-grandfather would have already trained others. You little brat. Lu Fuxian cursed at the door, then laughed. Lu Erzhu stepped outside and also thought of a good idea. He said to Lu Dagon, Uncle, I happen to have something I'd like you to help me with. I'll give you some pictures of herbs. Could you go up the mountain and help me gather them? Every time Lu Erzhu went up the mountain to find medicinal herbs, it was an ordeal. Sometimes, in order to find a certain herb, he has to climb over 2 mountains. If it's for catching wild boars or something, running up a hill is enough. Lu Erzhu really didn't want to go to the trouble of finding herbs. Upon hearing that Lu Erzhu had something he needed to do, Lu Dagon nodded repeatedly, okay, my whole family will go up the mountain to help you pick them. Lu Dagon's wife also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that she had finally found a way to repay Lu Erzhu. Okay, I'll see you out. Lu Erzhu led the group out. Niu Honghua wanted to say a few more polite words. Lu Erzhu turned around and said, Mother, you and sister-in-law continue packing. I'll just give them away. Niu Honghua was now completely obedient to Lu Erzhu, and quickly said, Sister-in-law, I won't see you off. Don't see us off, we can go by ourselves. Lu Dagon quickly told the two to go back. Once outside the courtyard gate, Lu Erzhu magically produced a bag of cornmeal from his pocket and shoved it into Lu Dagon's arms. Seeing Lu Dagon's eyes widen rapidly, he immediately said, Don't say anything, just take it. I'm not a skinflint. If I ask you to work, do you think I won't give you something in return? Besides, with your health, what can a bowl of chicken soup do? If you really have to go up the mountain to gather herbs and then lie down, I won't be able to save you then. How will you repay my kindness then? Lu Dagon knew that Lu Erzhu was right, but he had come to express his gratitude and then took a bag of grain with him, so he felt indebted. His wife, seeing this, burst into tears and tried to kneel down with their 3 children. Lu Erzhu stopped them and said seriously, You all know my family's background. If you keep kowtowing like this, it's not thanking me, it's deliberately trying to harm me, understand? No. Lu Dagon realized what was happening and dared not kowtow anymore. Alright, let's go. I have things to do. I need to go to my master's house early tomorrow to help out. Lu Erzhu waved to shoo them away. Lu Dagon's family agreed, carrying the grain home with every step they took, looking back as they went. Seeing this, Lu Erzhu simply went home, slammed the door shut, and bolted it. The family then quickly returned home. When I got home, I opened the bag intending to make some porridge, but I found that the bag contained not only cornmeal, but also a can of syrup and 6 white rabbit milk candies. Upon seeing these things, the couple broke down in tears again, but they dared not go out. They could only close their door, sob, and pull their 3 children to kneel down in the direction of Lu Erju's house, kowtowing 3 times heavily. With tears streaming down his face, Lu Dagon said to the 3 children, "From now on, whatever your brother Zhu says goes. If anyone dares to disrespect him, I'll beat you to death." When Lu Erju returned home, he saw the distressed expressions on his mother's and sister-in-law's faces and knew they were regretting losing the 3 chickens. He immediately ran to the burlap sack by the wall and pulled out 2 pheasants. "Mom, I caught a hen this time. If you raise it, our family will have eggs to eat from now on." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were indeed distracted and excitedly ran over to check the 2 pheasants. "It really is a female." Li Qiqi was incredibly excited, staring at the pheasant and shouting, "Mother! Mother!" Snap! Niu Honghua slapped Li Qiqi hard on the neck and said irritably, "What are you calling mother to, you brat?" "Hee hee, Mom, I'm so excited," Li Qiqi chuckled. Niu Honghua didn't blame her anymore, because she was also very agitated. Nowadays, with the planned economy in place, people are afraid to do business on their own, and they're even afraid of being reported for eating something nice. But this chicken butt bank is the only one without any problems. You can use eggs to exchange for goods at purchasing stations or supply and marketing cooperatives, or even exchange them directly for money. Seeing that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law's attention had been diverted, Lu Erju turned to leave. Awesome! Someone knocked on the door, which startled Lu Erju, who thought that family had returned. Just as he was thinking about whether to climb over the wall and hide, he heard Lu Mashuan's voice from outside the door. "Zuzi, I need to talk to you. Come over. He's here." Hearing that it was his master's son, Lu Erju breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran out. "What's wrong, brother Xuan?" Lu Mashuan grabbed Lu Erju and headed towards the village entrance. "Your sister-in-law said there's a pretty nice girl in the neighboring village who's an apprentice at a textile factory in the county town. She makes at least 10 yuan a month, so she wants to try and match you 2 up." Lu Erju looked puzzled. Why was he suddenly being asked to go through with matchmaking? "No, brother, listen to me, I don't have any plans to find a wife yet." Lu Erju got married too early in his previous life, which meant he didn't get to enjoy life much. He doesn't want to get married so early in his life. He plans to take good care of his parents first and then enjoy living alone. If possible, he hopes to travel the world in the future, climb snow-capped mountains, see the aurora borealis, and cross oceans. Which of these things isn't more enjoyable than getting married? Besides, with his space in hand, he's bound to make money. By the time the 80s and 90s arrive, which of those actresses wouldn't be willing to pay him? If possible, he would also like to experience the joy of golf. Without saying a word, Lu Mashuan grabbed Lu Erju and dragged him to the village entrance. Sun Lu was waiting here, chatting animatedly with a group of older women. Seeing all the elites from the 6th Village Affairs Bureau gathered here, Lu Erju was truly panicked. Good heavens, going on a blind date in front of these gossipy old women, who knows what kind of news will spread about me the next day? "Brother, if you want to kill me, just say so. You don't need to go to such lengths." Lu Erju turned around and begged for mercy. Lu Mashuan looked puzzled. "Zuzi, what nonsense are you talking about? The aunties and grandmas in the village are just trying to help you check the quality because they're grateful that you brought chicken soup to the village. Others would love to have this kind of treatment." Lu Erju suddenly began to mourn for the girl. "The unlucky one isn't me, it's clearly that girl. Anyway, I have something to do, so I have to go first. Let's talk about the blind date another day." Lu Erju hurriedly declined. "They're here! They're here!" Suddenly, a sharp-eyed auntie shouted. All eyes turned to the distance. Even Lu Erju glanced at it subconsciously. A very tall girl, dressed in a slightly oversized blue work uniform, rode past in the distance on a dilapidated bicycle. The girl had wheat-colored skin and a pretty face. Although she looked very thin, it made her breasts and buttocks appear even more prominent. Sun Lu hurriedly ran over and said to Lu Erju, "How about it, brother? Look at those big breasts, look at that round bottom. Isn't the girl your sister-in-law introduced you good? If you like her, I'll help you propose. It'll definitely work out." The other older women were also chattering away. "Wow, this girl is getting prettier and prettier. Working in the city must be so easy. Look at how nice other people's clothes are. I've heard of this child. He's hardworking, reliable, and filial. He's a good person. I also know her grandma, Zhu Zi. Should I go and put in a good word for her?" Annoyed by the women's noisy chatter, Lu Erju could only plead, "Aunties and ladies, I don't want to get married yet. I have to wait until my father's leg is healed." This excuse left the people speechless. They couldn't very well let the father watch his new bride enter the house with a limp. As I watched my first attempt at arranging a blind date for someone else begin and end so abruptly, it all came to an abrupt end. Sun Lu also said with some regret, "All right then, this girl is really quite nice, and she's a good match for you. Lu Mashuan nodded, watching the girl's departing figure, and said, "She's really beautiful, even more beautiful than your sister-in-law." Zhu Ziyi, why don't you agree? Lu Erzha moved away from Lu Mashuan with a strange expression. Brother Xuan, why don't you and my brother be good friends? What's wrong? Lu Mashuan snapped out of his daze and found his wife staring at him through gritted teeth, asking with a curious look, "Honey, what's wrong? Does your tooth hurt? She's good looking, isn't she? Even better looking than me, isn't she? Then why don't you go after her? See if she'd even look at a big idiot like you." Sun Lu pinched Lu Mashuan hard, scaring him into running away in a panic. The aunties and older women burst into laughter and joined in the fun. Lu Erzha took the opportunity to escape back to his home. He was just thinking of lying down to rest for a while when the alcohol hit him and he somehow fell asleep. The next day, Lu Erzha was awakened by the urge to urinate. He tried to sit up by supporting himself on the con, a heated brick bed, but found that the place he touched was wet. This startled him greatly. He thought he had wet the bed and hurriedly tried to get up, only to bump his toes into something soft. He squinted and glanced at her, only to find that it was Nizai lying in his bed. She had already rolled onto the con, a heated brick bed, and was fast asleep, sprawled out on her back. Lu Erzha immediately laughed. It seemed that the little girl had wet the bed and couldn't squeeze past him, so she went to sleep inside the bed. He picked up Nizai and put her down, then went out to pee. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lu Erzha entered the yard, he noticed several dark figures crouching outside his fence. Instinctively, he pulled out his gun and shouted, "Who's there?" He couldn't help but be careful. Yesterday he treated the villagers to chicken soup, which was considered a waste of money and might attract someone's attention. When people are starving, they're capable of anything. As for your own fence, it might not even be able to keep out a dog, let alone bad guys. Upon hearing Lu Erzha's question, several dark figures outside the door stood up abruptly, each holding a weapon. Zhu Ziyi, it's us. Lu Dagon's voice came from outside the fence. Lu Erzha breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the familiar voice. "I was so nervous that I just drew my gun without even taking out my flashlight." He then shone his flashlight on the face of Lu Dagon's family of 5 and saw their familiar faces. The early morning in late autumn was still quite cold. The group had no warm clothes and were all shivering from the cold. The 3 children's lips were turning blue, and they were all huddled together, both from the cold and from the fear of the gun in Lu Erzha's hand. Lu Erzha quickly went over and asked, "What's wrong? What happened to you?" "No, didn't you say you wanted our help?" "I was afraid I'd be too late," Lu Dagon said with a simple, honest smile. These words left Lu Erzha completely bewildered. He subconsciously looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "It's not even dawn yet. Going up the mountain this early is just asking for trouble." Lu Dagon's family lowered their heads, not daring to refute what he said. Seeing their pitiful appearance, Lu Erzha had no choice but to give up. He looked at the 3 huddled children and said irritably, "Wait here for a while." "Yes." The family of 5 responded and squatted down again, which would reduce the area exposed to the wind and make them warmer. The youngest child, curled up in his mother's arms, was still trembling uncontrollably. Lu Erzha went back into the house, brought out a thermos and several bowls, then put a piece of fruit candy into each bowl, dissolved it in hot water, and handed it to the group. "Drink this." Those few were so thin, they were obviously malnourished. If they didn't replenish their sugar levels after being blown by the autumn wind, they would surely die on the mountain. When they saw Lu Erzha putting hot water into the bowl, a sweet fruity aroma wafted over, causing Lu Dagon's family to subconsciously swallow their saliva. Upon hearing that the gift was for them, they all hurriedly backed away. "No, no, I wouldn't dare." Lu Dagon waved his hands repeatedly. "Zuzi, you've already given my family so much, I can't accept any more of your favors." The baby in Lu Dagon's wife's arms didn't understand anything. He instinctively reached into the bowl of hot water to get a piece of sugar, but his mother slapped his hand hard. When the child started to cry, Lu Dagon's wife quickly covered his mouth and nervously looked into the room, afraid of disturbing Lu Erzha's parents' rest. The 2 little girls next to them, one big and one small, also kept their heads down, looking at their toes with introverted and timid expressions. Seeing the family's tense expressions, Lu Erzha said with a dark face, "Not drinking? Then you can go back. I don't need you to do any more work." This left the family in a dilemma. "Hurry up, I'm about to lose my grip. If the bowl falls to the ground, no one will be able to drink." Lu Erzha urged. "No, let's drink." Lu Dagon saw that the hand holding the bowl in front of him was already shaking, and some of the sugar water had spilled out. Feeling sorry for him, he quickly took the bowl back. Lu Erzha then handed over other bowls of hot water containing fruit candies. The youngest boy, without thinking of anything else, reached into the bowl of hot water and took out the sugar. His hands were dirty. When he soaked them in a bowl of hot water, the water instantly turned black. The boy didn't mind at all, gulping down the sugar water and licking the bowl several times before starting to lick the fruit candy in his hand. The others did the same thing. They took out the sugar first, drank all the water, and licked the bowls clean. The difference was that both girls gave the candy to their younger brothers. Chunner is the eldest girl, already in her teens, so it's normal for her to be sensible. The other girl was only about 10 years old. Her body was not fully developed, and she looked like a 6 or 7-year-old child. Even though she was already drooling with envy, she still put the candy in her younger brother's hand. Not to mention Lu Dagon and his wife, they wouldn't even lick the candy. Lu Erju ignored the two older men and simply stared at the two girls, saying, "Eat the candy, it's for you." The two girls became very nervous after hearing what he said, and they didn't know what to do with the candy. Lu Dagon's wife didn't dare to contradict Lu Erju. She glanced at her two daughters and said with heartache, "Eat up, eat up. Didn't I tell you, you have to listen to your brother Zuzi and everything?" A look of joy flashed across the two girls' faces, and then they began to lick the candy little by little, their faces full of satisfaction. After drinking the hot sugar water, the family of 5 felt much warmer, and Donking's complexion became much rosier. Seeing this, Lu Erju finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that the family of 5 would die on the mountain. It is said that people in later generations are physically weak, but people in this era are strong and rarely get sick. That's because even a minor illness can be fatal. Those who aren't strong will die, and those who survive will naturally appear strong. This is why many people, even when their families are already struggling financially, still insist on having several children. Having more children might give you one that survives. If you have too few children, it's really easy for your family line to die out. Zhu Zi, we've finished drinking. Can we come up the mountain to help you with the work now? Lu Dagon carefully collected the bowls and handed them over. Lu Erju went back into the house, took 2 sheets of straw paper, drew the patterns of the herbs he needed, and handed them to Lu Dagon. "You should collect them according to these patterns, but whatever you do, don't go deep into the mountains. Also, come home for lunch and be home by dusk. If you can't do that, then don't help me with the work." Lu Dagon said with a troubled expression, "There's too little time. How many herbs can we gather?" Lu Erju said helplessly, "This is a job that requires a long-term commitment, just like farming. You can't expect to finish a year's worth of work in a day, can you? Even if you have the ability to get your hands on it, I have nowhere to put it." Lu Dagon is honest and kind, but not stupid. He knew that Lu Erju was worried about his family and didn't want him to do too much work. But the more Lu Erju acted this way, the more indebted he felt. So he reluctantly agreed, but in his heart he was thinking about speeding up the search, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get much work done in a day. "Alright, you guys go up the mountain first." Lu Erju waved his hand to shoo them away. He still needed to pee. Lu Dagon turned and left with his family, but after taking only a few steps, he suddenly turned back and said, "Zuzit, let Chunner stay and take care of you, help you wash your clothes or something." "Yes, yes, yes." Lu Dagon's wife also quickly pushed Chunner go quickly and wash the dishes. Lu Erju wanted to refuse, but seeing Lu Dagon's expression, he figured he wouldn't be coming down the mountain for another day. If Chunner stayed, he could cook a meal and send it up the mountain. "Okay, then stay. But I don't need to be served." Lu Erju readily agreed. Lu Dagon's family was overjoyed, finally able to help their benefactor in some way. Then, Lu Dagon's wife glared at her eldest daughter and said, "You stay here and behave, and don't be clumsy. If I find out you've upset your brother Zuzi, don't blame me for punishing you." Chunner lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. "Alright, let's go up the mountain first," Lu Dagon said in a low voice, leading his family away. Chunner quickly picked up the bowl and thermos from the ground, carefully entered Lu Erju's house, and stammered, "Brother Zhu, shall I wash the dishes first?" Go on, I need to use the restroom." Lu Erju waved his hand, letting Chunner do as she pleased. "Go to the outhouse? Do you need my help?" Chunner asked quickly. "I'm so old, what's the big deal about helping me go to the toilet? Do you expect me to wipe my butt for me?" Lu Erju was speechless and quickly walked away. If he didn't leave soon, he would have to ask Chunner to wash his pants. Lu Erju emerged from the outhouse feeling completely refreshed. But Chunner was squatting at the doorway, her arms tightly wrapped around herself, looking like a little quail. Several clean bowls were neatly stacked on the stove. "What are you doing?" Lu Erju walked over and looked to the side, making sure that Chunner wasn't squatting by the door taking a dump. Chunner thought Lu Erju was annoyed that she was being lazy, so she anxiously whispered, "Brother Zhu, I wasn't being lazy. I washed the dishes, and I wanted to sweep the yard or chop firewood, but I was afraid of making too much noise and waking up the old folks. There's nothing else to do at home." The girl looked like she was about to cry as she spoke. Lu Erju quickly shushed him and said seriously, "I'll say it again, you didn't come to my house to be a servant. You don't need to be in such a hurry to work. You can rest whenever you want, understand?" Upon hearing this, Chunner lowered her head again, unsure of how to respond, and simply chose to remain silent. Seeing her like this, Lu Erju shook his head helplessly and led Chunner into the house. He told Chunner to sit on the stool and wait a while he himself was thinking about going to the county town later. I need to collect the money from the wild boar I sold to the police station, and I'm also thinking about what to buy in town this time. Nizai is still young, and the losses of the past few years cannot be made up for by eating in canned food alone. We need to get some malted milk powder and formula. Then there's white flour or wheat seeds, and other vegetables, potatoes, green peppers, green beans, and the like. He wanted to stew that dish in an iron pot, but it had been a long time. Not long after, Neo Hunghwa woke up, rubbed her eyes and sat up, only to see her son sitting at the table with a girl. She was startled, then rubbed her eyes hard, thinking she was seeing things. After confirming that there was indeed a girl next to the table, he pinched the sleeping Lu Fuxian again. Lu Fuxian woke up in pain and saw that his arm was red from being pinched. He angrily cursed, "Neo Hunghwa, are you sick?" Neo Hunghwa didn't care about being scolded and pointed at Chunner, saying, "Am I dreaming? How come Zhu Ziyi has already brought a wife home? Ha!" Lu Fuxian also peeked out from under the covers, took a closer look, and asked in surprise, "Chunner? What brings you here?" "Oh, it's Chunner. I didn't even see her clearly." Neo Hunghwa hurriedly put on her clothes. Lu Fuxian was too embarrassed to get out of bed in front of the young girl, so he could only look at Lu Erzhu and wait for an explanation. Lu Erzhu quickly explained why he had asked Lu Dagan for help and why he had kept Chunner. "Oh, I see." Neo Hunghwa was somewhat disappointed. She would rather it were her own son who quietly brought home a daughter-in-law for her. That way I can have another grandson sooner. Besides, Chunner wasn't ugly. Although malnutrition caused her skin to be dull, her delicate features were unaffected. Moreover, even though she was skin and bones from hunger, her breasts were still full, and her buttocks were round and perky, which showed how good her natural features were. If you feed and care for this kind of girl well for 10 days or half a month, she will immediately turn into a glamorous and beautiful woman. Neo Hunghwa found Chunner more and more delightful to look at her. At the same time, she thought to herself that since Lu Dagan's family was so grateful to her son, if she really married Chunner, they would definitely not ask for a single penny of dowry and would be very happy. Once the thought came to her, Neo Hunghwa couldn't resist it and quickly said, "Chunner, I'll go empty the chamber pot first, wait for me." "Auntie, I'll go," Chunner said quickly. "No need, it's too dirty," Neo Hunghwa said somewhat embarrassed. Let alone Chunner not being a daughter-in-law yet, even if she were, how could she empty her in-law's chamber pot on her very first day? Only a feudal old woman who wants to establish rules would do that. Chunner remained silent, picked up the chamber pot, and went out, collapsing in a field not far away. "These are all excellent fertilizers, we can't waste them." Watching Chunner walk out, her pert buttocks swaying back and forth, Neo Hunghwa couldn't help but say, "Zuza, I think this girl is definitely destined to give birth to sons." Lu Erzhu was a little annoyed. "Mom, I don't plan to get married for the time being, so please don't try to set me up." "You silly child, getting married would be wonderful. You'd have a wife and kids, and a warm bed to sleep in. Besides, you like Nizai so much, you'll definitely be happy if your future wife gives birth to a daughter." Neo Hunghwa tried her best to persuade her son to get married as soon as possible. Lu Erzhu simply ignored it and focused on giving his father acupuncture and applying medicine. At the same time, the sound of sweeping could be heard outside. When Chunner saw that Lu Erzhu's family had all woken up, she stopped waiting and busied herself with various tasks. When Neo Hunghwa realized she couldn't persuade him, she went out to chat with Chunner, hoping to find out what the girl thought of her son. After Lu Erzhu finished taking care of his father, Nizai woke up and, still sleepy, crawled to the edge of the kang, a heated brick bed, and reached out to Lu Erzhu. "Uncle, hug me." Lu Erzhu picked up Nizai and said with a smile, "You little girl, why are you coming to see me again? If you do this a few more times, you'll pee your way through the kang, heated brick bed, at home." Nizai was a little embarrassed, snuggled into Lu Erzhu's arms, and said pitifully in a low voice, "Uncle, I'm a little hungry." "Okay, Uncle will cook you some porridge and add sugar, okay?" Lu Erzhu affectionately pinched Nizai's little nose. Nizai was incredibly excited. Although the family has been a bit better off these past few days, Li Qiqi is used to being frugal, and people are also mindful of potential dangers even in times of peace, so she still doesn't let Nizai eat breakfast. Now that she has porridge to drink, and can even add sugar, she couldn't be happier. Even someone as open-minded as Lu Fuxian felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this. "No wonder Nizai runs here as soon as she goes to sleep, you little glutton." Nizai didn't mind, and leaned on Lu Erzhu's shoulder to make faces at her grandfather, looking playful and cute. "You brat," Lu Fuxian said with a laugh, raising his hand to hit Nizai, who was so frightened that she kicked her legs and jumped onto Lu Erzhu's shoulder. But when that big hand came down, it just tickled Nizai's little bottom. Nizai immediately started giggling again, no longer afraid. Lu Erzhu carried Nizai out and gathered firewood to cook. Chunner was being pulled by Neo Hunghwa's hand, who was asking her all sorts of questions. Her dark face was tinged with shyness. When she saw Lu Erzhu trying to start a fire, she wanted to come over and help, but she didn't dare to pull her hand away forcefully. She said in a low voice, "Auntie, I want to help Brother Zhu start a fire." Go ahead, Niu Hunghwa said with a smile, letting go of her hand. She didn't want Chunner to do more work, she just wanted the two of them to spend more time together. In Niu Hunghwa's opinion, Lu Erju is just young. If he spends more time with girls, he will realize how good women are. In this era of male chauvinism, many girls start working as early as 4 or 5 years old, and by 7 or 8, they can start fires and cook. As the eldest sister in the family, Chunner was naturally more skilled. She quickly started a fire, boiled a pot of water, and asked Lu Erju, Brother Zhu, do you have any wild vegetables at home? I'll make some porridge for you. If not, I'll go up the mountain to pick some. I don't want porridge. Lu Erju brought over a bag of flour from home, let's make some congee. Chunner was stunned when she saw the clean, golden cornmeal in the bag. To her, this thing was practically a bag of gold, she dared not touch it, for fear of getting it dirty or spilling it. What's wrong? Lu Erju glanced at Chunner. Chunner looked up, her eyes glistening with troubled tears. I don't know how to cook porridge. From childhood to adulthood, she spent most of her time eating various kinds of porridge or sweet potatoes. To be honest, she was only a teenager and had eaten her fill for about half a year, back in 1958 when she ate in the communal dining hall. But at that time, she wasn't qualified to help with cooking, so she could make porridge or even steam cornbread. She really wouldn't do something as extravagant as cooking a lot of flour into porridge just to fill her stomach in one meal. Lu Erju turned to look at Niu Hunghwa, but Niu Hunghwa quickly turned her head away. She knows how to cook porridge, but she just can't bring herself to do it. With so much cornmeal, it would be so much better to make cornbread. Wouldn't that be more filling than porridge? If you make it into a wild vegetable porridge, it'll last you a week. Lu Erju shook his head and simply cooked a pot of corn porridge himself, then added 2 large spoonfuls of white sugar to the pot. This consumed 2/3 of the sugar in his mental space. He was planning to stock up on more sugar this year, otherwise by next year it would become a strategic resource and he would need a prescription from the hospital to buy it. Once the porridge was cooked, Lu Erju asked Chunner to serve everyone a bowl. Nizai sat obediently on his lap, pouting her little mouth as she blew on the piping hot corn porridge, eager to drink it. After these 2 days, Lu Fuxian and Niu Hunghwa have gotten used to their son's extravagance. Although they feel bad about it, they still drink it in small sips. Judging by their speed, they'd probably finish a whole pot of porridge before Lu Erju could even pour more than half a bowl of it back to themselves. These two are considered relatively good. After silently bringing over the porridge for several people, Chunner lowered her head and went out. She squatted at the door, hugged her legs tightly, rested her pointed chin on her knees, and stared blankly at her toes. She habitually curls herself into a ball like this to press down on her stomach. Some people say that this can flatten her stomach and prevent her from feeling hungry. Suddenly, Chunner found a pair of clean and nice rubber shoes in front of her. Whether it was his own rough feet or tattered straw sandals, they all seemed so insignificant compared to those shoes. Chunner shrank back a little, feeling a bit inferior, then looked up and asked, Brother Zhu, why aren't you going to eat? That's what I should be asking you, Lu Erju said, looking at the empty bowl on the stove. Me? Chunner didn't expect Lu Erju to still be willing to feed her, and shook her head repeatedly, I'm not hungry. Glug glug. Perhaps it was the enticing aroma of the corn porridge that made Chunner's stomach rumble. Chunner's face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head, feeling like crying. How could she be so useless? She was so ashamed. Brother Zhu will definitely laugh at himself, right? The moment that thought crossed her mind, she felt a warm, large hand cover her head. She instinctively jolted, thinking she was about to get beaten up. Lu Erju simply stroked her head gently and said softly, if you want to work for me and repay me, you have to eat your fill first. Otherwise, you'll collapse after 2 days. Wouldn't that be a loss for me? Chunner had never experienced such tenderness before, and she stared blankly at Lu Erju. She usually does chores at home, but her parents have never been this gentle with her. She did her job well, that was what she was supposed to do. If you don't do it well, you'll be scolded at best, and beaten at worst. Unfortunately, she was the eldest sister, so if her younger siblings made mistakes, she would also be punished because she hadn't looked after them properly. Fortunately, Chunner got used to it and didn't feel anything about being submissive for so long. Today, Lu Erju seemed like a ray of light shining into her long-numbed heart, making her feel warm. For some reason, she developed a strong liking for the boy in front of her. Chunner couldn't help but fantasize about how wonderful it would be if she could marry Brother Zhu. Then I would definitely be a slave, washing his feet and emptying his chamber pot every day, and bearing him a whole bunch of sons. Lu Erju had no idea of Chunner's ingratitude thoughts. He pulled her hand and got up to walk into the house, saying, you have to eat after you work. I'm not a landlord like Joe Bapi. Seeing the two of them walk in hand, Niu Hunghwa's eyes widened, her face beaming with a maternal smile. She even started fantasizing about whether she should take the old man to her eldest son's house for the night to make room for the young couple, and maybe she'd be able to hold her grandson in no time. Lu Fuxian's eyes widened in anger. You brat, what do you mean by landlord Joe Bapi? Not all landlords are bad people. Yes, I wasn't talking about you, Dad, don't feel guilty, Lu Urju explained. That's not bad. Hey, you son of a bitch, what do you mean I'm guilty? Lu Fuxian realized something was wrong and started cursing again. If it weren't for his leg injury, and if Chun'er weren't there, Lu Fuxian would have loved to slap her. Lu Urju pressed Chun'er down to sit and then served her a bowl of porridge, drink up. Nizai sat obediently in the chair, swinging her little feet, and said happily, Sister Chun'er, drink up, it's so sweet. Chun'er bit her lip, hesitant to make a move. Could you give me a bowl without sugar? Your request is excessive. Do you expect me to open a separate kitchen just for you? People who don't know better would think we have some kind of leader in our family who needs to open a separate canteen. Hurry up and drink it, I have to go out after you finish. Lu Urju urged. Niu Honghua quickly said, Chun'er, drink it. It's all right. It'll help you recover and have a baby. Lu Urju glanced at his mother, knowing that she must have misunderstood again. Chun'er blushed deeply at these words, but she still picked up the bowl and carefully drank from it. She wanted to have a child with Lu Urju, even without a formal title. Lu Urju sat to the side and watched as everyone finished their porridge. As for the few people licking the bowls clean after finishing their porridge, or scraping the residue with their fingers, and saying they wanted to add water and wild vegetables to the pot and cook it again, that's none of his business. Lu Urju asked Chun'er to take Nizai out to play, and also told his mother to make cornbread for lunch so that Chun'er could deliver it to Lu Dagon's family on the mountain so they could have a good meal. Only then did he set off for the county town to collect the debt. He had just stepped out when he bumped into Lu Hai, who was driving an ox cart slowly out. Uncle Hai, where are you going? Lu Urju asked curiously. I have to go to the commune for a meeting, Lu Hai said helplessly. 2 meetings in 3 days, it's so annoying. Lu Urju looked at Lu Hai with pity, thinking to himself, you're already annoyed by the meetings every 3 days. In a few years, when the wind blows, there will be 3 meetings a day that can't be stopped. Perfect timing, I need to go into town. We're going the same way, can you give me a ride? Lu Urju didn't want to walk anyway, so he simply got on the ox cart. What are you going to the county town for? Lu Hai asked as he drove after Lu Urju got into the car and was settled. To collect debts, Lu Urju replied casually. Lu Hai glanced back at him, collecting debts? Then I'll go with you first before the meeting, so those people won't take advantage of you just because you're young. No need, uncle, that's my friend, not an outsider, Lu Urju said with a smile. He couldn't imagine how terrified Lu Hai would be if he knew he was going to the police station to collect a debt. After all, people at that time still held government departments in high regard and were quite fearful of them, because at this point, the police really dared to fire. Are you sure you can handle this? Don't let anyone bully you, Lu Hai said with concern. Not to mention the 2 chickens Lu Urju gave to the village, which helped everyone recover. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he helped some frail elderly people prolong their lives by a few months. Even if we only consider that the 2 people are from the same village and share the same surname, we can't just stand by and watch Lu Urju be bullied by outsiders. Lu Urju quickly assured him, don't worry, my friend used to be in the army, and his professional ethics will prevent him from bullying people. Lu Hai suddenly realized what was happening and felt relieved. He may not understand professional ethics, but he understands soldiers. Soldiers during this period had a strong sense of national honor and would never tarnish their reputation or the image of the country for a little money. The ox cart swayed and rocked, bringing Lu Urju to a spot not far from the commune. Pointing to a slightly flatter road, it said, take this way. It's a bit longer, but easier to walk. Lu Urju agreed, jumped out of the car, and left. Lu Hai watched him walk away before continuing to drive the ox cart forward. Ring ring. As a crisp bicycle bell rang from behind, Lu Hai's face darkened. He didn't even need to turn around to know who was coming. Hi Zi, who was that kid just now? Is he your son? A man rode up to the ox cart with a flourish on a Phoenix brand bicycle. Lu Hai said irritably, if only he were my son, he'd be so successful. The man laughed, how successful can someone from your Lu village be? Oh, don't get me wrong, I mean, we're so close, if there were any capable people in your village I would have known long ago, but I haven't heard of any golden phoenixes flying out of your village recently. The promising kid you're talking about isn't as well known as this iron phoenix I'm riding. Lu Hai knew this guy always loved to show off, especially after his daughter married a city guy and the man gave him a used bicycle. He rode it around all day, showing off like crazy, so Lu Hai usually didn't want to pay attention to this guy. But this guy's words really crossed Lu Hai's bottom line. He said angrily, Wang Yeguo, what are you so smug about? Even if you're so great, can you make the whole village eat meat? Zhu Ziyi caught 2 pheasants and made meat soup for the whole village. Besides, look at the straw sandals you're wearing. She's wearing liberation shoes. And her brother is a top-notch carpenter. He made a balance bike that can run on its own. I've already told her brother to make another one and send it to the commune. Then it'll be easy for him to get a job at a furniture factory in the county town. No matter how good your daughter is, she's still a rural resident and doesn't have a job. After delivering a long speech, Lu Hai felt incredibly relieved looking at Wang Aguo's bewildered and confused expression. After being suppressed by this guy for so long, I can finally vent my anger and get back at him. Fortunately, Erjuzi is promising. We'll see if we can arrange for his father to become a scorekeeper, so he can still work even with a broken leg. Lu Hai silently expressed his gratitude to Lu Erju. Wang Aguo, however, had been so engrossed in listening that he forgot to pedal, falling far behind the ox cart, his mind filled with nothing but meat soup. After realizing what had happened, he quickly chased after him. Hi Zi, are you serious or not? Your whole village ate meat? Upon hearing this, Lu Hai's heart skipped a beat. This is bad news. He was so busy showing off that he forgot the commune had been without meat for a long time. Now that he has meat, he's not giving any to the commune. He's probably going to get a hard time with them. Wang Aguo could tell from Lu Hai's expression that he wasn't lying. He was both jealous and smug. Okay, Lu Hai, you're something else. I'll definitely help you spread the word about that kid's glorious deeds. Hey, patriotic brother, patriotic elder brother, I was just bragging, Lu Hai quickly said. Let's see if the commune secretary and director believe it or not. Wang Aguo sneered, then pedaled hard and sped away on his bicycle. Lu Hai regretted it so much that he slapped his thigh and hurriedly chased after Niu Ri, whipping his buttocks. Lu Erju was unaware of what was happening here. He had already seen the county town and quickly walked a few steps into the town. There were many people coming and going on the street, most of them wearing blue overalls with sleeves and patches on their elbows. Although it affected the aesthetics, the workers did not think so, but rather felt very proud. Especially when people on the roadside look at these workers with envious eyes, their malnourished faces can't help but show satisfied and happy smiles. Those who ride bicycles to work are even more smug. Whether or not someone is blocking their way, they will ring the bell every now and then, just like how people in later generations like to step on the gas pedal hard when driving sports cars, making the exhaust pipe roar. More than half an hour later, Lu Erja finally arrived at the entrance of the police station. He peeked inside and saw Wang Jianjun, with whom he had previously made a transaction, among the staff on duty. Then he swaggered in and said, "Brother Wang, busy." Wang Jianjun was drinking water when he saw Lu Erju and immediately stood up happily. "Brother Zhu, please sit down, please sit down. I'll pour you some water." The three police officers on duty nearby looked at Lu Erju with some curiosity, wondering who he was that Wang Jianjun was being so polite to. Wang Jianjun poured Lu Erju a glass of water, but when he picked up the tea canister, he found it was empty. He said awkwardly, "Zuzi, you drink this first, I'll go buy you some tea." This surprised the other three police officers even more. One of the young police officers, who had a mole on the corner of his mouth, couldn't help but tease, "Brother Wang, is this your brother-in-law?" "What brother-in-law? The pig we got was brought over by him." Wang Jianjun glared. The other police officers all stood up immediately, looking at Lu Erju in disbelief. Turns out he wasn't the brother-in-law, but the god of wealth. No wonder Wang Jianjun was so polite. "But I didn't expect the god of wealth to be so young." The young policeman immediately came over and handed him a dakium and cigarette. "Brother Zuzi, don't mind me. I didn't mean any harm. I was just joking." Lu Erju took the cigarette and waited for the young policeman to light it for him before saying, "Brother, what are you talking about? If I could really have a policeman as my brother-in-law, wouldn't I be ecstatic?" Men rarely have deep-seated grudges. A little anger usually resolves itself after a smoke. Especially since Lu Erju was so eloquent, the police officers immediately had a better impression of him and came over to praise him. "Brother Zhu is indeed a handsome and talented man. Where do you work? It's a pity we don't have any spots available right now, otherwise it would be a great thing to have you as my apprentice. It might be difficult for the police to change your household registration, but you seem to be of marriageable age. Do you have a girlfriend? Uncle can introduce you to someone." "Jianjun, don't go buy tea, let Zuzi drink mine." Several people were chatting animatedly around Lu Erju. Lu Erju looked at the tea leaves the old policeman took out, reached into his pocket, pretending there was an inner pocket, but actually pulled out a small packet of tea from his mental space. "You can drink mine instead." It wasn't that Lu Erju wanted to show off, it was just that the tea the old policeman brought out was nothing but tea dust. It doesn't even qualify as high-quality stuff. Lu Erju even suspected that there might be soil or tree roots mixed in. Upon seeing the bag of plump jasmine tea, the police officers' eyes lit up. They all silently turned back, picked up their teacups, and lined up behind Lu Erju, as if they were getting food. The old policeman didn't hesitate to throw his tea leaves back into the drawer and lock it. Wang Jianjun, carrying a thermos, came over eagerly, looking embarrassed, and said, "Look at the mess we've made. We came here and you even have to provide tea." The old policeman next to him glanced at him sideways and said, "Sorry, you shouldn't drink it. I'm just helping Zhu Zi taste the tea leaves to make sure they're pure, so he doesn't get scammed," Wang Jianjun explained shamelessly, only to be met with disdain from several police officers. Lu Erja didn't stand on ceremony and gave everyone some to soak. The entire duty room was immediately filled with the aroma of tea. This flower tea has many benefits, but its greatest benefit is its fragrance. After the police officers poured water, they watched as the tea leaves unfurled in the hot water, turning into large leaves. Without waiting for the water to cool down, they blew on the hot water a couple of times and started slurping it down, each one thoroughly enjoying their drink. When drinking tea, it's inevitable to swallow some tea leaves. Normally, they would just chew them and swallow them. But today I couldn't bear to do that. I just held it in my mouth for a moment and then spat it back into the cup. One can imagine that they could brew and drink this amount of tea all day long. When Wang Jianjun noticed that everyone had a teacup except Lu Erzhu, he immediately handed over his own teacup, saying, "Here, you can drink mine." Lu Erzhu had just witnessed him spitting tea leaves into the teacup, and waved his hand without hesitation. "You guys drink, I don't like tea." Wang Jianjun wasn't stupid, he noticed Lu Erzhu's disdain and felt awkward for a moment. Upon seeing this, the young policeman who had just been teasing Lu Erzhu burst into laughter, saying, "Brother Wang, you haven't brushed your teeth in half a month. Who would want to drink your water? Come on, Zuzi, drink mine." Looking at the equally unclean teacup, Lu Erzhu refused again. "No, I really don't like drinking tea." The young police officer was taken aback. When Wang Jianjun saw that someone had taken over, he was no longer embarrassed and burst into laughter. "Li Xiangyang, do you think you're so clean? Zhu Ziyi dislikes each and every one of us equally." The other police officers also started laughing. Young police officer Li Xiangyang awkwardly touched his nose and said irritably, "You little punk, who do you think you are? If you don't drink tea, why do you carry tea leaves with you, and such good ones at that?" Lu Erzhu also realized that his lie wasn't very good, so he smiled and tried to ease the tension. "Wait a minute, I'll think of a better reason to lie to you. Don't worry, my mind works very fast." These words made everyone laugh even harder, but no one took it to heart anymore. Instead, they found Lu Erzhu really funny. Li Xiangyang was also amused. "You're just like my younger brother. I beat you 800 times a day and it still doesn't make me feel better." "Then brother Li, please sit down. My brother has already avenged you. He used to beat me every day when we were kids." Lu Erzhu shrugged. This brotherly completely dispelled Li Xianjiang's dissatisfaction. Instead, he patted Lu Erzhu on the shoulder and said, "You're a good kid. If you get bullied in the future, just say Li Xiangyang of South Street. I'm invincible in the county. None of those thugs are afraid of me." "That's great," Lu Erzhu readily agreed. Just then, the director who had previously traded with Lu Erzhu walked in with a slightly overweight middle-aged man. "Hey, what's all this commotion about? Wow, it smells so good." The slightly chubby middle-aged man sniffed. "This is flower tea, right? Jasmine tea." Lu Erzhu and the others all looked at the middle-aged man, knowing that he was definitely not an ordinary person. If you haven't drunk it before, you can't immediately tell what kind of tea it is by smell. The director also saw the tea leaves spread out on the table, and immediately walked over and smelled them. "Old Lu, you have a sharp nose, this really is flower tea." As he spoke, the director casually wrapped the tea leaves and put them into his pocket, his movements incredibly natural and fluid. Wang Jianjun quickly stood up and said, "Chief, this flower tea is..." "Flower tea? What flower tea?" The director looked bewildered. "Police officers." Old Lu just smiled without saying a word. He often used this trick in his own office, so he was just thinking about how to trick some money back when he got to the director's office. Wang Jianjun knew what kind of person his department head was. Although he usually protected them, it didn't conflict with his own interests. For example, if you can't find a pen in the office, you can always find it in the director's office. They wouldn't usually care too much, but this flower tea isn't theirs now. Wang Jianjun had no choice but to bite the bullet and approach, pointing at Lu Erzhu and saying, "Chief, that's Zuzi." All right, isn't this over yet?" The director glared at Wang Jianjun with annoyance. "If I didn't want to entertain Zhu Ziyi and Lao Lu, would I be taking advantage of you like this? When Zhu Ziyi gets drunk and comes here all the time, you'll definitely get your share of the benefits. If all else fails, you won't have to work the night shift this month, and you can also get a larger share of the stuff Zuzi brings. Is that all right?" Wang Jianjun was astonished. These were two pieces of excellent news, and normally he would have happily agreed long ago, but it's really not possible today. "Chief, those tea leaves belong to Zuzi," Wang Jianjun said in a low voice, forcing himself to speak. The director was stunned. Lu Erzhu also looked at the director with a smile. "Trying to bribe me with my tea? Let's see how you explain that." Upon hearing Wang Jianjun's words, Lao Lu burst into laughter. "Lao Lu, you're something else. People say you're borrowing flowers to present to Buddha, but I never expected your flowers to be borrowed from Buddha himself." The director was also very embarrassed, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Who would have thought that what was supposed to be a simple act of offering something to someone else would turn into taking advantage of someone else's misfortune? He quickly took out the tea leaves and chuckled dryly. "What's the deal? Zhu Ziyi, you'd better put the tea leaves away quickly. It's a waste to let them drink this good stuff." Lu Erju offered a way out. It's okay, I have plenty more at home, so I'll leave this one here for everyone to drink. Don't be silly, this stuff isn't cheap, who would keep a bunch of it at home? The station chief didn't take Lu Erju's words seriously, only thinking that he wanted to maintain a good relationship with the police station, so he bought tea to deliver. Lu Erju reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 small packets of tea leaves, placing them on the table. He was glad that he had divided the tea leaves into several small packets for easier use. Looking at the 2 packets of tea, the director paused for a moment, then naturally put the tea packets back into his pocket. Hey, you sure have a lot of tea, Jianjun. I remember we got a few military overcoats when we were investigating smuggling before? Give one to Zuzi later, then you report the loss, and I'll sign it. Wang Jianjun agreed. Lu Erju's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to be able to get a military overcoat. You know, winters these days are extremely cold and unbearable, and military overcoats are definitely the best fashion item for winter. Not only is the cotton plentiful and thick, but some high-end models even have sheepskin linings, which are both stylish and warm. Unfortunately, these military overcoats are generally supplied to the military and are difficult for ordinary people to obtain. I never imagined that a packet of tea could bring so many benefits. However, this also made Lu Erju realize that the police station's investigation into smuggling definitely uncovered even more valuable items, and he needed to find a way to smuggle some over. Lu Erju was thinking about it. Old Lu strode over, grabbed a packet of tea without batting an eye, put it in his pocket, and smiled at him, saying, Zhu Ziyi, right? I'm Lu Shengli, the director of the textile factory. Come sit at my place for a while later. I have plenty of young girls, finding a wife is a piece of cake. The director said irritably, Old Lu, do you have any shame? You took a packet of tea from someone, and all you get is this half-hearted remark? Lu Erju smiled and looked at Lao Lu, waiting for him to continue speaking. He didn't care for this thing, but he wouldn't give it away for nothing. Lu Shengli was a little embarrassed by the rebuttal, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, well then, the factory recently produced a batch of defective fabric, I'll have someone deliver some later. Let's leave the defective cloth for now. Lu Erju thought for a moment and then asked, Uncle Lu, do you have any cotton? I'd like to buy some, or could you give me some seeds? Lu Shengli's expression immediately changed. He awkwardly put down the tea leaves and said with a forced smile, You've got high standards, kid. I can't afford this tea. Then I won't take the tea leaves. Do you want the meat? Lu Erju said directly. Anyway, there are no outsiders here, so these police officers wouldn't betray him unless they didn't want to eat meat anymore. Lu Erju's confident words startled Lu Shengli, who cautiously asked, Are you from the slaughterhouse? Or some farm? It wasn't that he was timid, but rather that the people in those 2 places were just too awesome. They were in charge of distributing the meat. Leaders from many organizations rushed to give them gifts. They don't usually accept small trinkets, and some people even struggle to find a way to give gifts. Let's put it this way, even a junior apprentice from a slaughterhouse has to fawn over Director Lu Shengli and dare not offend him in the slightest. I don't work at a slaughterhouse, I'm a farmer from the mountains, but I can go up the mountain to hunt. I just caught some rabbits recently, Director Lu, you need them. Before Lu Erju could finish speaking, Lu Shengli rushed over with shining eyes, grabbed his hand, and shook it repeatedly. Zhu Ziyi, is that right? I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness just now. Don't hold it against me, an old fool. Lu Erju felt that he had underestimated the appeal of meat to these people. Director, you don't need to be so polite. I'm just a farmer. Who would have thought that a textile factory director, a man of considerable power, would be so humble upon hearing that there was meat to eat? Upon hearing Lu Erju's words, Lu Shengli immediately retorted righteously, What's wrong with farmers? What would we eat and drink without farmers? Seeing this factory director, who was respected by many textile factory employees, being so humble towards them, Lu Erju wanted to laugh. He finally understood how heartbreaking that famous internet saying from later generations really was. When there was no food, they called us farmers grandpas. When they have food to eat, they call us farmers. After eating their fill, they called each other farmer brothers. When someone is so full from eating that they're overeating, they're called a migrant worker. If you've eaten your fill and still have food stored at home, then you're called a country bumpkin. The director noticed Lu Shengli's anxiety, patted him on the shoulder and said, It's not convenient to talk here, let's go to my office first. No way, why go to the office? Zhu Ziyi, have you had breakfast? I'll treat you to lunch. Lu Shengli said enthusiastically, holding Lu Erju's hand tightly. I've already had breakfast. Let's go to the office and talk first. Don't worry, Director Lu, those rabbits are all dead, they can't escape. Lu Erju smiled and reassured him. Lu Shengli wasn't afraid the rabbit would escape, he was afraid Lu Erju would escape, and that the rabbit he was about to catch would be snatched away by the director. The director saw through the guy's thoughts and said irritably, Don't worry, Zuza brought us a big wild boar, enough to feed us for a while. I'll definitely give you this rabbit. Wild boars too? Lu Shengli's eyes lit up. Zhu Ziyi, from today onwards you're my brother. By the way, do you have a job? Why don't you come work at our textile factory? There are so many young girls there, and they're all very beautiful. As the factory director, assigning people to the factory is incredibly easy. If Lu Erzha can get wild boars and rabbits, who can guarantee that he won't be able to get other things in the future? So Lu Shengli wanted to arrange a purchasing position for him. As long as he could get food, he could stay home for 100 years without working. He would still get paid and receive a ton of bonuses. The director has been considering whether to give Lu Erzha a spot for canteen purchasing these past few days. Upon hearing that Lu Shengli had actually tried to steal someone, his face darkened immediately. Hey, Lao Lu, aren't you going too far? What's wrong with that? It's all about skill, Lu Shengli said with a smile. Hey, you old rascal. The director was about to get angry when he suddenly remembered something and burst out laughing. The director then said to Lu Erzha, Zuzi, what I'm about to say isn't meant to make things difficult for you, I'm just targeting this fatso. Then, the director said to Lu Shengli with schadenfreude, you don't know, do you? Zhu Ziyi has a rural household registration. If you want him to work, you have to give him a letter of introduction and change his household registration information. Coincidentally, I'm in charge of this matter. Lu Shengli realized what was happening and immediately deflated. Fine, you bastard, you win. You talk to Zhu Ziyi first, I'll wait for him at the door. He was unhappy and didn't even bother going to the station chief's office, so he sullenly smoked outside the police station. The director, beaming, led Lu Erzha to his office. Inside the office, the director first poured Lu Erzha 2 cups of tea, using his own tea leaves, before saying, Zuzi, I've already prepared the money, but I don't think you'll only be thinking about the money. How about a job opportunity? Oh, don't get me wrong, the job opening is just a matter of a word from me, it doesn't cost any money. What are the available job openings at the police station? It sounds great, but Lu Erzha knows very well that when bad luck comes, no matter if you are a policeman or a miracle doctor, you will be in big trouble. The best option now is to stay in the village, conserve our energy, and wait for the reform and opening up to take off and transform into a dragon. So Lu Erzha resolutely refused. My father broke his leg and hasn't recovered yet, so he doesn't want to go to the city for the time being. But I really don't just want money. It would be best if you could give me some tickets or something. The director laughed and said, I knew it, that's why I prepared it for you a long time ago. He took out a lunchbox, and when he opened the lid, there were 4 stacks of receipts inside, containing all sorts of things, including feces and urine receipts. These 2 items are extremely valuable to farmers, and many production brigades couldn't obtain them even after pulling strings everywhere. But Lu Erzha wasn't interested in these things, he was more interested in cigarette coupons and alcohol coupons. Especially since there were even greater cigarette coupons inside. I can buy more Zhonghua cigarettes now. There were also quite a few grain coupons and meat coupons. Although Lu Erzha could get them himself, these were still necessary to eat at restaurants. There were also more than a dozen match tickets and soap tickets. There were 3 coupons for bean products, not many, and Lu Erzha was a little disappointed. He wanted to eat grass carp stewed with tofu. Lu Erzha rummaged around again and found that there were still fan tickets. He was overjoyed and quickly and carefully put it away. The director looked on curiously. I gave you this just to make up the numbers, why are you so happy? What can you make with vermicelli? It's expensive and tasteless. Lu Erzha smiled smugly. I can tell you've never had duck blood vermicelli soup before. Just think about it, a rich and fragrant broth is made by simmering duck bones, then a base of thin and smooth vermicelli is added, topped with thinly sliced dark red duck blood, fragrant braised duck intestines and liver, a small handful of tender green cilantro, and a drizzle of secret chili oil. One bite in your mouth is filled with fresh, fragrant, tender, and juicy flavor. Glug glug. The director stared at Lu Erzha in disbelief, his mouth watering and his stomach rumbling. He was actually hungry because of what he had just heard. He ate a serving of substitute food in the morning, but it was completely useless. Damn it, you're telling me you're hungry. Why don't you stay for lunch today? We'll chip in some money and you can make us some duck blood and vermicelli soup, how about that? The station chief couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to persuade Lu Erzha to join the police station's canteen. Lu Erzha forgot that people in this era were lucky to have enough to eat, so they certainly hadn't tried so many different kinds of food, especially since duck blood vermicelli soup was a Nanjing snack that people here couldn't easily get their hands on. He quickly said, it's no use wanting to eat it. I don't have the ingredients yet. When I catch a duck on the mountain, I'll not only treat you to duck blood vermicelli soup, but I'll also make roast duck. Hearing Lu Erzha's assurance, the director treated him even better. Good lad, if I had a son like you, I'd be laughing in my sleep every night. Lu Erzha didn't say anything, and kept his head down organizing the receipts. Pastry coupons, candy coupons, bicycle coupons, sewing machine coupons, cashier coupons, watch coupons, bath coupons, cotton coupons. There were various kinds of receipts, some more and some less, but they were quite complete. Lu Erzha couldn't help but ask, Chief, do you also work as a ticket scalper? You're so easily flattered, aren't you? The station chief's face darkened. I just praised you, and look at what you're saying. Me, a law enforcement officer, acting as a ticket scalper. Cough, cough. Lu Erzhu coughed dryly, almost saying, your soldiers are almost begging for food, so it's not normal for you to be a ticket scalper? However, Wang Jianjun had no choice, he couldn't betray them. The director didn't think much of it and explained in a low voice, some of these are smuggled goods that were seized, and some I got by exchanging them with people. I owe a lot of favors to get these tickets. Lu Erzhu almost laughed. Why was he acting like he was meeting a superior, trying to curry favor? Chief, please calculate how much these things cost, Lu Erzhu said. 100. The director didn't stand on ceremony and took out 10 large black 10 bills from the money that should have been given to Lu Erzhu. Even so, there was still a thick stack of bills. After all, it was 1,000 yuan. Lu Erzhu looked at the 1,000 yuan in his hand in astonishment. Are you kidding me? Putting aside everything else, the coupons for the 3 major items, bicycles, sewing machines, and watches, are not cheap. Each one would cost at least 30 or 50 yuan. Add to that all these precious cotton coupons, grain coupons, and meat coupons, and you only want 100 yuan. The director waved his hand. The receipts for the 3 major items you mentioned were all smuggled goods that were seized. I'll just report the loss. The others were obtained with money and favors, and you have to pay them back. Otherwise, I won't take this 100 from you. These righteous words greatly increased Lu Erzhu's goodwill towards the director. With an additional 1,000 yuan in hand, this is an absolute fortune when the average wage is only 20 or 30 yuan. Now that he had money in his pocket, Lu Erzhu became a little arrogant and said, Chief, I'd like to ask you to help me buy some things. Sure. The director was overjoyed. Just say the word, and I'll pull any strings I can to get it for you. It's not that complicated, but my village is a bit far from the county town. Could you get me a bicycle? Lu Erzhu knew that bicycles, which were as rare as sports cars in later generations, would definitely be difficult to buy on his own. Because this isn't a big city, but a county town, the annual bicycle quota is very limited, so as soon as they arrive, they're snapped up immediately. If he had booked in advance, given the current efficiency of handling things for ordinary people, it would be good if Lu Erzhu could write it a month later. You're making such a big deal out of this, I thought it was something serious. Wait a minute. The director immediately walked to the table, picked up the phone, and said, Hello, transfer me to Section Chief Sun from the Commerce Bureau. Yes. Section Chief Sun from the Commerce Bureau. The station chief's voice was a little hoarse from shouting. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then explained to the dumbfounded Lu Erzhu, the phone signal is too bad, there's too much static, you have to shout to hear it. Lu Erzhu had never used a telephone in this era. He had just seen the director about to start cursing and thought the director had a very bad relationship with the Commerce Bureau. There was a quick response on the other end of the phone. It was Section Chief Sun who answered. The director started yelling again, Get me a bicycle. A bicycle. The two yelled at each other on the phone for a long time before finally hanging up. Alright, your bicycle will be delivered in half an hour. The station chief wiped the sweat from his forehead. Making a phone call felt like he'd just finished a fight. He was exhausted. Lu Erzhu quickly tossed him a Zonghua cigarette. Thank you for your hard work, director. The director saw the Zonghua cigarettes, picked one up, smelled it, and then lit it. You're really rich, kid. You just casually hand out Zonghua cigarettes? But then again, if I were like you, making 1,000 yuan a day, I'd smoke Zonghua and drink mutai too. Director, you're overthinking it. I'm just trying to make a living. Lu Erzhu took a deep drag on his cigarette, his face filled with worry as he thought about the dire situation a few years from now. At that time, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be affected. Even those meritorious officials were persecuted and killed unjustly, let alone ordinary people. You never know what pretext your enemy will use to get back at you. The director found it amusing to see Lu Erzhu looking so worried. He's clearly a young man, and he's clearly so capable, yet he always looks worried, as if the world is about to end. The two waited in the office, completely forgetting about Director Lu outside in the wind. It wasn't until the bicycle was delivered that Wang Jianjun came in and called for help. When the two came out, Lu Erzhu was a little surprised to see Lu Shengli looking anxious in the duty room. Director Lu, you're still here. Lu Shengli immediately looked resentful. So you've been in the office for so long and forgotten about me? You're really petty. All I did was not promise to give you cotton earlier. I'll just mediate for you now, and that will be fine. No, please don't misunderstand. Lu Erzhu knew he was in the wrong, so he quickly took out a box of Dakiaman cigarettes and stuffed it into the box. Please forgive me. Seeing that the cigarette in his hand was Dakiaman, Lu Shengli smiled again. Look, I only waited a little while, and you still give me such good cigarettes. I'm really not a stingy person. After saying that, he stuffed the cigarette into his pocket. The director next to him was furious. He thought to himself, this kid is so naive and generous. You old codger, you really have the nerve to ask for it? After spending time with Lu Erzhu, the director had a very good impression of him, and they could even be said to get along well. So he said quietly, "Director Lu, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting so long, but I don't think we've kept you waiting, have we? What are you waiting for? Don't you know what I'm waiting for?" Lu Shendli said irritably. "Oh, what about the cigarettes from Zuzi?" the station chief asked. "I'm waiting for the rabbit," Lu Shendli started to say, but then he saw the sarcastic-looking director and immediately realized what was going on. He quickly took out his cigarettes, adding half a pack of peony cigarettes, and handed them over with a forced smile. "Zuzi, don't mind me. I was just joking with you. With our relationship, what can I do if I wait here? Do you think I'd have the nerve to ask a kid like you for cigarettes?" Looking at the half pack of cigarettes, Lu Erzhu realized that Lu Shengli was being so polite because of the rabbit, and was about to say that he didn't need any more cigarettes. The director readily took the cigarette and stuffed it into Lu Erzhu's arms. "Take it. How could a factory director like him be short of cigarettes? Go check your bicycle first." A brand new Phoenix bicycle, polished to a shine, was parked in front of the police station. Lu Erzhu hurriedly handed the money and tickets to the young man standing next to the car, and also took out a peony cigarette and handed it to him. Upon seeing that it was a peony cigarette, the young man didn't want to smoke it. Instead, he tucked it behind his ear and said with a beaming smile, "Thanks, we'll be going now." After the young man left, Lu Erzhu walked around the car for a while, feeling somewhat emotional. He also had a bicycle back then, which he bought with borrowed money. He was worried about the cost when he bought it, but he treasured it and cleaned it every day. But after buying the car, he began a very painful life. "During the day, I ride my bike to work to support my family. At night, in order to get some meat for my children, I ride it out to fish all night. My life is several times more tiring than when I didn't have a bicycle. So much so that I later felt a pang of unease whenever I saw a bicycle, as if it were something I'd been hurting." Now he has over 1,000 yuan in his pocket. He spent 150 yuan on this bicycle, and he doesn't feel the pinch at all. He also doesn't have to work day and night like he did in his previous life, just for a few cents. When Lu Erzhu's bicycle was brought over, Wang Jianjun helped with the registration. At this moment, he walked over with a small notebook and handed it to Lu Erzhu. "Keep it safe. If your bicycle is stolen in the future, take this notebook to find us. There is a chance of finding it. You also need to take it when you pay the vehicle and vessel license tax every year. It costs 2 yuan a year. To be honest, the tax requirement is also a reason why many people are hesitant to buy bicycles." Lu Erzhu didn't care about the money. He took the notebook and said, "Thanks, Brother Wang." Seeing that Lu Erzhu had finished, Lu Shengli hurriedly came over, rubbing his hands together, and said, "Zuzi, can you come with me now? I'll go get you some cotton." Seeing that Lu Shengli had relented, Lu Erzhu stopped delaying him. "You go and prepare first, I'll go get the rabbit, and I'll come find you at the textile factory later." "Great, great, great." Lu Shengli was overjoyed. The director turned around and urged, "Has the military overcoat been brought?" "Here I am." Wang Jianjun walked over carrying a duffel bag. It was a large travel bag, made of white canvas with a red star printed on it. It looked sturdy, but it was a bit old. The luggage bag was bulging, probably stuffed with a military overcoat. Wang Jianjun helped securely tie the bag to the side of the bicycle's back seat, saying, "This way, it will be convenient for you to take anything with you when you go out in the future. No one will see what's inside, and it won't get stolen." As he said this, Wang Jianjun patted his bag meaningfully. Lu Erzhu realized that there must be other good things inside. "Okay, thanks, Brother Wang." Lu Erzhu nodded his thanks, then got on his bicycle and rode away. Lu Shendli also left in a hurry. After the outsiders left, the director glared at Wang Jianjun and said, "You little rascal, you've managed to play the good guy. Tell me, what did you secretly give him?" Wang Jianjun, his little scheme exposed, said awkwardly, "He saved my son's life, so I gave him a satchel and a Browning pistol with 20 bullets, all captured." "Don't worry." The station chief asked irritably, "Has the gun been properly certified?" It's done, it's done." Wang Jianjun nodded repeatedly. "Okay, get to work." The director didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Wang Jianjun was, after all, his soldier, so of course he knew that this kid's family was in trouble. He had been asking around for grain, and they had all ended up borrowing from him. These past 2 days, we suddenly don't need to borrow grain anymore, and the reason is self-evident. In peacetime, he would definitely have dealt severely with this guy who dared to give away his pistol and bullets so casually. But now, Wang Jianjun's actions have made him feel that the kid is grateful and that he doesn't need to worry too much if he is promoted to a confidant in the future. Wang Jianjun was unaware that the director's appreciation for him had increased to a new level. He breathed a sigh of relief and followed the director into the duty room. Lu Erzhu pedaled his bicycle and found a quiet corner. He looked around warily, and although he was sure no one was there, he didn't take the rabbit out directly. Instead, he opened the travel bag, intending to throw the rabbit inside. Upon opening the travel bag, the first thing you see is a dark green military overcoat. General Lu Urju took out his overcoat and put it on. He immediately felt much warmer, and even felt a little hot after a while. It must be said that although people were poor during this period, the ingredients they used were absolutely top-notch. There were 3 other things in the travel bag, which were gifts from Wang Ji and Jun. It was a yellow military satchel with an instructor's portrait badge and the words "Serve the People" on it. It's also a popular fashion item right now. However, when Lu Urju looked at the bag, he felt that something was missing from his memories of his previous life. Soon, he remembered that he was missing a red armband. Lu Urju shook his head, put the satchel on his back, and decided that this would serve as cover for his mental space from now on. Unless they pull out a large wild boar from inside, I doubt anyone will suspect them. Then there's that pistol. Browning M1911, also known as Colt M1911. Known as the king of military pistols, it is still loved by many people even in later generations. Lu Urju thought to himself that Wang Ji and Jun was really loyal. This thing would be a respectable gift for a leader, but he gave it to him. I'll go back to his house to see the children and see if I can help in any way. Lu Urju put the pistol into his satchel, but in reality, he stored it in his mental space. Then, he knocked out 2 wild rabbits from his mental space and stuffed them into his backpack. Looking at the wild rabbit that started breathing after emerging from the space, he felt a bit of a headache. For some reason, this space is clearly capable of growing crops and has water, but any living thing placed inside will be instantly frozen in time, making it impossible to raise them. I don't know if raising fish is a good idea, since the water looks like flowing water and is clearly full of vitality. I'll get a fish and study it later. Lu Urju got on his bike and quickly headed towards the textile factory. People on the street looked at him with curiosity. After all, Lu Urju was carrying a bag and a duffel bag, looking travel-worn. Could he have come from out of town on a bicycle? Some even called out, "Hey buddy, are you selling newspapers? How much is a copy?" Lu Urju waved to the man, indicating that he wouldn't sell, and then ran away. When they arrived at the entrance of the textile factory, the gatekeeper was an old man who was playing chess with a bearded man from the security department. There was also a skinny man in a security uniform watching the battle intently. No one noticed Lu Urju's arrival. Lu Urju looked around and found that Lu Shengli was not waiting for him. He could only go to the guard window and throw in 3 cigarettes. "Gentlemen, could someone please call out to Director Lu and tell him that I have delivered what he asked for?" The gatekeeper and the bearded man were engrossed in their chess game and didn't even turn their heads. The skinny man watching the game glanced at the cigarettes impatiently, and was about to say he was busy when he noticed that all 3 cigarettes were actually peony cigarettes. He darted over, stuffed all 3 cigarettes into his pocket, and looked at Lu Urju with a grin. "Hey buddy, are you related to Director Lu?" "No, Director Lu asked me to deliver something," Lu Urju said with a smile. "Okay, wait a minute, I'll go call someone for you." The skinny man left immediately, lit a cigarette, and strolled into the factory. The gatekeeper glanced at him and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Skinny Monkey today? Why is he being so enthusiastic towards a young punk? Did he take the wrong medicine?" The bearded man muttered, then quietly swapped the positions of 2 chess pieces. When the gatekeeper looked down, he immediately flew into a rage. "You shameless bastard. Your soldiers haven't even crossed the river yet, and now they're standing right next to this old general?" The bearded man said smugly, "What do you know? This is a guerrilla unit behind enemy lines. We've been lurking around you all along. You just didn't notice us. You see, those little devils didn't notice our ancestors either. Do you think guerrilla units behind enemy lines are no good?" The gatekeeper was furious, but dared not say anything bad about the guerrilla team behind enemy lines. Seeing that he was about to lose, he simply slapped the bearded man on the head. The bearded man was stunned. "Uncle Chin, why did you hit me? I'm your elder, what's wrong with hitting you? Don't you want to disrespect your elders? Believe me or not, I'll go tell your father," the gatekeeper said smugly. The bearded man, who had been successfully outmaneuvered, was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He dared not let Uncle Chin complain, otherwise, at over 30 years old, he would be beaten by his own father, which would be incredibly humiliating. Lu Urju looked at the gatekeeper in surprise, never expecting that he shared the same name as the legendary gatekeeper, Master Chin, from later generations. However, while the legendary Uncle Chin was a university gatekeeper, this Uncle Chin worked at a textile factory. Well, the textile factory isn't bad either, with so many young girls. Lu Urju glanced at Grandpa Chin a few times, which Grandpa Chin noticed. He said irritably, "What are you looking at, kid?" "It's nothing, I really admire you," Lu Urju said with a smile. "Oh." Old man Chin became interested and leaned closer to ask, "Young man, have you heard my story?" Lu Urju was about to say that his face was full of stories when he was so overwhelmed by the stench of bad breath that he took several steps back and choked a little. Grandpa Chin's face darkened. The bearded man laughed loudly and said, "Uncle Chin, your mouth stinks even more than your chess skills. It's making people want to vomit." Grandpa Chin got even angrier, glaring angrily at Lu Erju. You better have something important to do, or don't blame me for taking action. We can use our hands, but let's try to avoid talking. I can't handle biological weapons, Lu Erju couldn't help but say. Goodness, even rural dry toilets don't have such a pungent smell. Upon hearing this, the bearded man burst into laughter, almost to the point of choking, repeatedly slapping his thighs. I can't believe it. What were you thinking, kid? You've even come up with a biological weapon, ha ha ha. Grandpa Chin was already furious, and he rolled up his sleeves and rushed out of the room to make a move. Dior! Stop! Director Lu shouted as he ran from a distance. He was slightly overweight and panting heavily, but he didn't dare to stop. The skinny man was the first to rush over and stop Grandpa Chin, saying, "What are you doing? You can't fight him." Old Master Chin said angrily, "You brat, get off me." Director, you have no idea how infuriating this bastard is. He actually said my mouth is a biological weapon. Uncle Chin, please don't speak yet. Director Lu, who was breathing heavily, quickly waved his hand and looked around in confusion. Is our factory's septic tank broken? Why does it smell so bad? Ha 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 ha. The bearded man laughed even louder, tears streaming down his face. Grandpa Chin was so angry that his chest heaved rapidly, which frightened Lu Erju so much that he quickly retreated, afraid of being knocked over by the fumes. Director Lu also covered his nose and frowned. It stinks even more now. It seems there really is a problem with the septic tank. Quickly send someone to fix it. What's there to fix? It's my foul mouth, okay. Old Master Chin turned and left in anger. He couldn't stand this job any longer. Seeing him turn his back and leave, Director Lu felt somewhat embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything more. After all, in those days, becoming a doorman required connections, and it was considered a very desirable retirement home. When Lu Erju saw that Grandpa Chin was about to leave, he quickly reminded him, "Grandpa Chin, you should go to the hospital for a checkup, especially have them check your stomach." Old Master Chin turned around angrily. "Are you never going to stop? You're even cursing me?" "No, I'm a doctor. Your bad breath isn't normal, and your complexion is also quite abnormal. I suspect it might be a stomach ulcer or something similar. If you've been experiencing pain in the area between your chest and navel, frequent nausea and vomiting, and burning pain in your stomach lately?" Lu Erju asked seriously. Grandpa Chin touched his stomach, somewhat hesitantly. "Are you really a doctor?" "I do have this problem." "Well, then go to the hospital to get it checked out. It's not a serious illness, but you should get it treated quickly, otherwise it could lead to bigger problems," Lu Erju kindly reminded him. Okay, I understand." Grandpa Chin quickly turned and left, walking away very fast. Lu Erju's words were so accurate that they frightened him, and he wanted to go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible. Lu Shengli looked at Lu Erju in surprise. "Brother, you're a doctor." The skinny man next to him whispered to the bearded man, "Believe it or not, in a couple of days the factory clinic will have a new, promising young doctor. You said this kid has good medical skills and is qualified to work in the clinic?" The bearded man asked in a low voice, full of curiosity. The skinny man looked at him with disdain. "Are you stupid? What kind of medical skills could this young kid have?" He was able to explain Grandpa Chin's illness so clearly just now. Director Lu must have asked him to put on a show in public so that he could rightfully put the man into the clinic. The bearded man suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Lu Erju with some envy. Having connections is great. That clinic job was a lucrative one. Not only was the salary high and there were subsidies, but you could also frequently meet young women. The bearded man dreamed of seeing countless young women and wives kneeling before him, willingly pulling down their pants and exposing their snow-white buttocks so he could give them an injection. Upon hearing Director Lu's words, Lu Erju did indeed perform a thorough examination, and finally leaned close to Director Lu's ear, lowering his voice to say, "Director Lu, please take care of yourself and get some rest." Lu Shengli was a little surprised. "I rested quite well." "I mean, you should make sure you get some rest. It's not good for you to be too tired," Lu Erju said with a meaningful smile. This immediately made Lu Shengli realize what was happening, and he looked at Lu Erju in surprise. Actually, he didn't quite believe Lu Erju when he said he knew medicine, but he didn't expect that this kid could see through his dislike of resting alone at a glance. "You've got some skills, kid? Can you help me treat this?" Lu Shengli looked at Lu Erju expectantly, but then suddenly realized something and pulled Lu Erju aside, whispering, "Ahem, well, I have a friend who always says he's not performing well. Do you have a way to treat that? He has indeed been feeling somewhat weak lately and has gone to the hospital, but the prescribed medication is completely ineffective. Because his time has been getting shorter and shorter lately, his wife has been picking fights and making a scene at the drop of a hat. As a result, the opinions of the widows, young wives, and older women he had worked so hard to help also began to decline." Lu Shengli always felt that he hadn't eaten meat in a long time and must be hungry, which is why he was so excited when he heard that Lu Erju had meat, and even thought about taking it for himself. Now, seeing Lu Erju's amazing ability to see through my problem at a glance, The most basic idea people have is that if something can be seen, it can definitely be cured. Lu Erzhu didn't stand on ceremony. He reached into his bag, actually taking out a packet of pills from his spatial storage. From now on, your friend should take one before exercising, 2 pills a day at most. You'll see improvement in about half a month. Then 1 pill a day will be enough. After a month, you can still be energetic without taking any more pills. But if you exercise frequently for a long time, you'll need to start taking the medication again. Lu Shengli looked at the packet of medicine labeled muscle and bone strengthening pill and hesitated. A tonic? I have some at home, and I also occasionally drink some milk powder. Will it work? It's just a name, its actual function is not that simple. Are there any people in the factory you are helping? If so, you can give it a try, Lu Erzhu said. Lu Shengli was still a little skeptical, so he took out a pill and was about to put it in his mouth to try it. Lu Erzhu quickly stopped him. Give me the cotton first. I have no interest in waiting here for half an hour. Lu Shengli's eyes lit up. This is exciting? He immediately waved his hand towards the distance, and 2 female workers ran over carrying a large bag of cotton. However, the cotton was wrapped in flawed cloth so well that outsiders would never be able to tell what it was. Otherwise, when the average person only had 2 kilograms of cotton per year, if Lu Erzhu were to carry a pile of cotton, he would definitely be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. I wasn't waiting for you at the door just now because I went to get some cotton. I'll trade 50 jin for your 2 rabbits. Am I being generous? Lu Shengli said in a low voice. A pound of cotton sells for 70 cents at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, so 50 pounds would cost 35 yuan. The 2 rabbits were clearly not worth that price, but Lu Shengli was obviously trying to befriend Lu Erzhu, so he gave them away for free. Lu Erzhu handed over the rabbit with satisfaction, and Lu Shengli immediately wrapped it in his clothes so that no outsiders could see it. The rabbit trade is over, but there's still medicine left. Seeing Lu Shengli's troubled expression, Lu Erzhu laughed and said, let's talk about the medicine money next time. It's not like I'm never coming to the county town again. That makes sense. Lu Shengli breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was stingy, but he was afraid that he would have bought the medicine for nothing, so he appreciated Lu Erzhu's understanding even more. He immediately called over Big Beard and said, go to the security department and get a work permit for the factory protection team. Don't stop Zuzi when he comes in the future. The bearded man was stunned. Huh? The factory security team? Doesn't he work at the infirmary? Who told you he was going into the infirmary? Hurry up and get the certificate. Lu Shengli scolded him irritably. The bearded man quickly ran away, glaring at the skinny man. What a rip-off. The skinny man realized he had guessed wrong and awkwardly retreated back to the gatehouse. After the certificate was returned, Lu Erzhu asked somewhat uncertainly, Director, I have a rural household registration, and I don't want to work in the factory for the time being. Is that all right? Don't worry, this is just a scam. My textile factory has some prestige in our county, and everyone gives us face. If anyone bullies you in the future, just take this out and scare them. Of course, if you really want to work in a factory, I'll definitely help you arrange it. Lu Shengli said with a smile. Forget about going into the factory, I'll take the work permit. Lu Erzhu then put away the work permit with satisfaction. Not to mention the security department of the textile factory, the security department of any factory is pretty awesome. After all, these days, most of the security personnel are armed and very united. If any member of the security department is bullied, they will all go out together to fight. After accepting the work permit, Lu Erzhu saw Lu Shengli staring at the medicine packet, eager to try it. He took out 2 Dakiaman cigarettes, lit one, and handed it to him, saying, after taking the medicine, you'd better find a quiet place with the person you're helping while you're smoking this cigarette. Lu Shengli looked at Lu Erzhu with suspicion. In this era before the advent of the little blue pill, he found it hard to believe that any medicine could work so quickly. Lu Erzhu said no more and turned to leave. Out of sheer curiosity, Lu Shengli took one out and tasted it after he left. It doesn't taste like anything, and you don't even feel anything when you eat it. Lu Shengli shook his head with a smile, realizing that he had been delusional. That kid must have been exaggerating to promote his medicine, and he had actually believed him. He strolled towards his office, smoking a cigarette, greeting people along the way. Just a second before entering the office, he finished his cigarette, and a strong feeling of heat suddenly appeared. At the same time, Lu Shengli became extremely excited. Even though his hand didn't move, the door in front of him was being knocked on loudly. Holy crap! That's incredible! Lu Shengli hurriedly ran into the office, only his head showing, and shouted to the people in the next office, Xiao Su, go and call QI over for me, hurry up. Xiao Su from the next office said oh and ran to call someone. Wearing her work clothes, Kui ran to the door of Lu Shengli's office with a puzzled look on her face. Director, what do you want to see me about? I think your ideological awareness has been a bit low lately, so I'm here to help you improve. Come on in. Lu Shengli opened the door and pulled Kui inside. Half an hour later, Lu Shengli sat in a chair, drinking tea. Kui Kui tried several times to stand up and put on her clothes, but her legs went weak and she knelt on the ground, her face flushed with fear. Director, why are you moving like a donkey? Although it was clearly an insult, it made Lu Shengli extremely smug. The last few times I called you over, you either said you had something to do or that it was inconvenient. Will it be convenient for you from now on? It's convenient for me anytime. Kui Kui looked at Lu Shengli with satisfaction, her eyes full of admiration. Lu Shengli became even more smug, and his trust in Lu Erzhu grew even stronger. He was thinking, should we really get Lu Erzhu into the clinic? His medical skills are absolutely top-notch. Oh, and there's the factory manager too. I heard he's been struggling lately, and they're electing a deputy factory manager soon. If I send this good stuff over there, then I'll. Lu Shengli became more and more excited as he thought about it. Lu Erzhu, you are really my lucky star. Quick, find a fun-loving girlfriend to help me entertain someone. Kui Kui obediently agreed, while simultaneously starting to select a target in her mind. At the same time, Lu Erzhu was riding his bicycle straight to the supply and marketing cooperative where he had bought things last time. He had previously instructed the director of the supply and marketing cooperative that if there was any flour or rice, he should keep some for himself. There are also cigarettes like Zonghua and Mutai. The director promised to coordinate the application, but I don't know if the goods have arrived yet. When Lu Erzhu ran over, the supply and marketing cooperative had just received a shipment, and a group of people were busy carrying things to the warehouse. Director Zhou of the supply and marketing cooperative was watching people work when he happened to see Lu Erzhu arrive. He immediately ran over happily and said, Zuzi, you're here. Hearing this warm and friendly address, Lu Erzhu offered him a cigarette. Director Zhou is busy, so I'll wait a bit and not bother you. What are you saying? I'll definitely treat you to a good time when you arrive. It's almost noon, let me invite you to a restaurant for lunch, let's go. Director Zhou pulled Lu Erzhu toward the state-run restaurant, much to Liu's surprise. Even if we sold a few pounds of meat last time, there's no need to be so polite, is there? No, Director Zhou, please tell me what it is first. I understand the saying, he who eats another's food is bound to him. Lu Erzhu quickly stopped and asked with a wry smile. Seeing Lu Erzhu's shrewd look, Director Zhou said helplessly, you little rascal, it's nothing really, it's just that you can get me some more meat. A department store is going to be built in our county soon, and I'd like to transfer some people. Department stores are much larger than supply and marketing cooperatives, and they offer more opportunities. After all, if there's anything good, they'll definitely send it to the department store first. Putting aside other things, when people think about buying the three major items, watches, sewing machines, and bicycles, as well as nice things like radios, their first thought is definitely department stores, and only secondly supply and marketing cooperatives. Department stores are synonymous with high-end goods and upscale consumption venues. Working there is a status symbol. Lu Erzhu's eyes lit up. Was a department store going to be built in the county town? This is great news. If there were one of our own people inside, that would be even better. Lu Erzhu also became enthusiastic. I'm hungry too, let's go get something to eat together. Director Zhou's eyes lit up. Great. I must treat you to something good today. Okay, but could you please have someone set aside some flour and rice for me? Lu Erzhu said quickly. No problem. While Zonghua cigarettes and mutai are hard to come by, I can still help you get some of this grain. Director Zhou immediately gave a few instructions to his men, and then led Lu Erzhu straight to the state-run restaurant. The restaurant was small, with only 5 tables. Apart from a counter, it was like a cafeteria. The menu for the day is displayed on the wall. You then go to the counter to pay and get your food from the window. As for ordering food and waiting for the waiter to bring it, for state-run restaurants, that's even more deserving of a beating than eating for free. Director Zhou knew the restaurant staff, and when he handed over the money, he couldn't help but complain, why are all the dishes vegetarian today? I'm treating my guests to a meal. The chef didn't stand on ceremony and leaned out the window, teasing, old Joe, cut off your lazy bones, and I'll stir-fry you a meat dish to go with your drinks. Anyway, that thing of yours is only good for making a racket and getting in the way when it's hanging on you. Normally, Director Zhou would have already retorted, but being mocked in front of Lu Erzhu made him lose face, and he angrily reminded him, Chef Song, are you serious? I have guests here. Guest? This little brat? Is he your son or a relative? Chef Song looked Lu Erzhu up and down, not taking him seriously. Lu Erzhu could tell that this guy was just being sarcastic and didn't bother with him. Instead, he stared at the mutai on the counter and asked, do you sell mutai? How much do you have? He had been craving this for a long time. He had never tasted it in his past life, and he was determined to satisfy his craving in this one. Hey kid, you're pretty arrogant. If you're so capable, why don't you buy my shop? Chef Song teased. State-run restaurants would never allow private sales, so he was just teasing Lu Erzhu. The cashier didn't even glance at Lu Erzhu, keeping her head down as she knitted her sweater, and said impatiently, 3 yuan a bottle, 10 bottles left. These mutai bottles were all saved up. I don't know what got into the restaurant manager, but he insisted on getting a batch of mutai, saying it would make him look good. In the end, it's been a year since he got them, and nobody has asked about them. Who would be so bored as to come here to drink mutai in this tiny, rundown county town? Yes, I'll buy them all. Lu Erzhu immediately took out his money and tickets, not expecting that this inconspicuous little restaurant had so much mutai in stock. The cashier, seeing the money and receipts, looked at Lu Erzhu with considerable surprise. Which unit are you from? Are you here to make purchases? After all, in her understanding, people in the county town wouldn't even spend the money to buy a bottle of mutai normally, so how could they possibly take out more than a month's salary to buy 10 bottles? Although it is said that alcohol is the essence of grain, you can't actually eat it as food. Therefore, it must have been purchased by one of the organizations. Lu Erzhu didn't explain, but urged, "Aren't you still knitting a sweater? Hurry up and get your things." The cashier's curiosity was not satisfied, and she was clearly a little unhappy, but after glancing at Director Joe, she still brought all the mutai to Lu Erzhu. Chef Song came out of the kitchen, staring longingly at the bottles of wine. "Young man, I think you're a very generous and open-minded person. It just so happens that old Joe is treating you to dinner. You can't let him serve both the food and the wine. How about he serves the food and you serve the wine?" Although he was the cook here, he could only steal a little bit of vegetables and minced meat at most. There was no way he could steal the liquor, especially the mutai, which he dared not touch. So when he saw that Lu Erzhu had bought so much, he wondered if he could get a bottle to try. Director Joe finally seized the opportunity to retort, "Who do you think you are, daring to drink mutai?" Lu Erzhu had already spent enough money buying this mutai to honor his father and master, so how could he possibly give it to this guy? He immediately laughed and asked, "Chef Song, Director Joe is providing the dishes, I'm providing the liquor, so what are you providing? Are you an idiot? Oh, so what if I eat for free? Can't I eat for free?" Chef Song shook the wok, his meaning clear. He had the initiative in cooking. Director Joe immediately understood what Lu Erzhu meant. He was surprised that Chef Song was so cooperative and was struggling to suppress his laughter. Lu Erzhu nodded, "Of course, no problem. You can be an idiot if you want. We'll be going now." After saying that, he put the wine into his shoulder bag, still holding 4 bottles in his hand. He then put them all into the bicycle's luggage bag before leaving the house, and then quietly stored them in his spatial storage. Seeing the two leave, Chef Song chased after them, still unwilling to give up, and shouted at Lu Erzhu, "Hey kid, what do you mean? So what if I'm an idiot? Can't I be an idiot? Ask everyone on this street, who dares to say I can't be an idiot?" People walking back and forth on the street looked at Chef Song with puzzlement. What's wrong with this guy today? How much did he drink to get himself into this state, and now he's going around in broad daylight shouting that he's an idiot? Lu Erzhu gave him a thumbs up in admiration. "You're amazing, you're so capable, but I have something to do today. You can be an idiot another day." "That's more like it." Seeing Lu Erzhu's admiring look, Chef Song turned around and went back into the restaurant with a smug look on his face. As soon as he returned to the hotel, Director Joe couldn't hold back anymore. "Ha ha ha, oh my, I really can't hold it in anymore. You're too mean, making Chef Song admit to being an idiot in front of so many people. I guess he'll never be able to get rid of that title for the rest of his life. It's because this guy has such a foul mouth, we need to teach him a lesson." Lu Erzhu laughed. Director Joe was also very pleased and liked Lu Erzhu even more. Let's go eat somewhere else." "No thanks, I can tell. These days, state-run restaurants don't have much good food." Lu Erzhu shook his head and refused. He had just looked at the dishes served: stir-fried greens, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and pickled radishes. Lu Erzhu didn't like any of these 3 dishes, and the other state-run restaurants weren't much better. Thinking about how those time-traveling predecessors would often go to state-run restaurants to buy braised pork, it's probably because they lived in big cities, while this was a small county town. Director Joe was a little embarrassed. "Well then, I'll cook something nice for you later, and you can come to my house. My wife is a pretty good cook." "Okay, I'll definitely go when I have time. Let's talk about your matter first." Lu Erzhu looked around and lowered his voice. "How much meat do you think would be enough to get it done?" Director Joe had been thinking about how to bring up this matter, and when he heard Lu Erzhu bring it up, he quickly said, "We need at least a wild boar. It will be difficult to succeed if we don't have enough, since there are quite a few people interested in this." Seeing that he was hesitant to mention the price, Lu Erzhu had no choice but to ask, "Is it free?" Director Joe patted his forehead, looking remorseful. "Look at my brain, I forgot to tell you, we can't give this wild boar away for free, otherwise someone might use it as a pretext to charge us with bribery, and that wouldn't be good. However, we can only buy it at the market price, and at most we'll compensate you in other ways." "For example?" Lu Erzhu preferred to clarify things beforehand to avoid disputes later. There are many instances where giving gifts without clearly stating the purpose has resulted in creating enmity. Director Joe, who was in charge of the supply and marketing cooperative, was used to speaking his mind. Seeing that Lu Erzhu didn't mince words, he patted him on the shoulder with appreciation. "You're a good kid. If I had a daughter, I would definitely marry her to you. You can rest assured about the compensation. It will definitely satisfy you and be of equal value. Just think about it, if a department store opens, it will definitely have to have some signature items. Watches, radios, and sewing machines are all essential. I've even heard they might bring in a Leica camera to mark the occasion." Lu Erju was genuinely shocked this time. A Leica camera? That thing must cost over 1,000 yuan, right? Someone has already pre-ordered it? Director Zhou waved his hand with a smile. Who can afford to buy this in a small county? We're just bringing it here to keep things in check. We don't expect to sell it. We'll have to send it to another place to keep things in check later. Director Zhou, who was chatting and laughing, did not notice the slight flutter in Lu Erju's heart. In his previous life, he was separated from his family and always wanted to take a photo with them, but he never had the chance. After his family members passed away, he never had the chance to film again. If he had a camera, he could take pictures of his family himself, however he wanted. However, Lu Erju quickly gave up on this idea. Bicycles have had a significant impact on people living in the mountains. He also wants to get a radio and a watch, which will be even more amazing. Adding a camera would be too arrogant and would definitely lead to disaster. "Don't worry, Director Zhou, I'll handle the wild boar issue. Please leave me the watch and radio when the time comes," Lu Erju assured him with a smile. He didn't plan to get a wild boar now, otherwise if someone asked for one and he said he had one, anyone would suspect his origins were questionable. Director Zhou was overjoyed. "Cheng Cheng, I knew you could do it. Come here, 2 people, and help install the things on the pillar." Someone from the supply and marketing cooperative came out carrying 2 sacks, each containing 10 jin of flour and 10 jin of rice. Even now, 4 people with urban household registration, the average monthly supply of refined grains per person is no more than 3 jin. Lu Erju managed to obtain more than half a year's worth of fine grain quotas from others in one go, and he was certain that he could get more if he wanted to. I have to say, the saying 3 bowls of noodles for life really works. Not satisfied with just getting rice and flour, Lu Erju also wanted to buy some vegetables. Without hesitation, Director Zhou led Lu Erju to the warehouse and had him pick out the freshest items. Lu Erju discovered that there were indeed green peppers, potatoes, and even mushrooms and vermicelli. He collected quite a few of them and also got some scallions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings. He had a very fruitful harvest. Now, when he gets back, he can really show off his culinary skills and make whatever he wants to eat. For convenience, he also bought a clay pot and an iron pot. After handing over all the money and tickets to Director Zhou to settle the account, Lu Erju asked him to keep an eye out for things like milk powder, then got on his bicycle and left. State-run restaurant. A burly, bald man walked in and, seeing Chef Song idly playing with a spoon, couldn't help but tease him. "Hey, you big idiot Song, playing with a spoon? Is it fun? Let me see if you're wearing open-crotch pants." Chef Song suddenly turned hostile and yelled, "Old baldy, are you out of your mind? What did I do to you that you're calling me an idiot right off the bat? I cursed you? I don't know who was shouting in the street just now, so what if I'm an idiot? Who dares to say I'm not an idiot?" Old Baldy imitated the image of Chef Song shouting in the street just now perfectly, and then spread his hands innocently. "I dare not say you are not an idiot, but now you have turned on me again. I think you are really not right in the head. You change your mind every now and then." Chef Song was stunned for a moment, then finally realized he had been tricked. "Fuck your ancestors, Joe Baoquan, and that little brat, I'll kill you both." Before Chef Song could rush out to settle accounts, 2 more customers walked in and greeted him. "Hey, good afternoon, Song the idiot. What's that idiot chef cooking today?" Chef Song was so angry he almost rolled his eyes, and yelled, "Go to hell, I'm not cooking today." But just as he made his harsh statement, several more people walked in from outside, greeting him as idiot chef. In a short time, the restaurant was packed, and there was even a queue outside. Everyone was calling out to Song the idiot, "Hurry up and cook the food. We're all starving." If it were just ordinary people, it wouldn't be a problem, but some people from the neighborhood came to eat, so Chef Song could only angrily return to the kitchen to cook. The restaurant lobby, however, was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and in just one meal, Song the Idiot's nickname was firmly established. From now on, this street will have lost Chef Song, who was always nagging and lazy, and gained Idiot Song. Lu Erju had no idea that his words would cast a shadow over Chef Song's entire life. He rode his bicycle away from the county town like the wind. After leaving the city, Lu Erju first put all the rice and flour into his mental space and then patted his stomach. After a busy morning, I'm really a bit hungry. I thought I could get some freebies at the restaurant, but who would have thought that the restaurant has nothing left to offer? Lu Erju searched through his mental space. Besides large quantities of cigarettes, alcohol, candy, tea, cotton, and fabrics, there was also an exquisite pistol and a box of bullets. 3 large wild boars, 4 wild rabbits, 2 pheasants, and a dozen or so wild pigeons and sparrows. Lu Erju found a sheltered spot, skillfully began digging a hole, and then moved some stones to build a simple stove. The iron pot sat on the stove, and half a bucket of oil was poured in. Then, Lu Erja used his mental space to deal with the pheasants. Remove the feathers, wash them clean, and then tear off the legs of both pheasants and marinate them. After marinating for at least half an hour, Lu Erja began fiddling with the pistol. This pistol holds a prestigious position in later generations, but Lu Erja has only seen it and has never had the chance to handle it. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand. It was quite heavy. He loaded the bullets into the magazine one by one, and then put the magazine back in its place. Just then, a bird flew by in the sky. Lu Erja excitedly raised his gun, aimed, and fired. The bird flew away safely, and the whole process was extremely smooth and seamless. Ahem, the pistol's range is indeed not enough. Lu Erja looked at the bird flying away and awkwardly tried to save face. It's not his fault, he's never handled a gun in either of his 2 lives, so it's a miracle he can even fire a bullet. As for accuracy, I need to practice more. After all, sharpshooters are made by accumulating countless bullets. Lu Erja was having a great time playing with the pistol, and soon only 5 bullets remained out of the 20. He only kept this because he was worried that he wouldn't have any to use later. Lu Erja, who hadn't had enough fun, wondered if he should go to the black market tonight to buy some bullets. While I was pondering this, the marinated chicken legs were ready, and the oil in the pan was almost ready as well. Lu Erja immediately took out some flour and mixed it with the egg yolks from the eggs he had just bought, added water and salt, and stirred it well using the space. First, coat the chicken legs with cornstarch, then coat them with golden batter, and finally fry them in oil. 10 minutes later, 4 golden brown crispy fried chicken legs were ready. The rich aroma was enough to make countless children drool. They were just as good as KFC. Lu Erja satisfiedly stored everything in front of him into his mental space. The 4 chicken legs cooled down a bit in the wind before he began to eat them with gusto. Eating just chicken legs wasn't enough, so Lu Erja took out a bottle of mutai, poured some into his teacup, and tasted it. I must say, it tastes pretty good. Later generations have always heard that the high price of mutai is just due to its brand effect, but now it seems that this is not necessarily the case. While it may not be considered a top-tier wine, its inclusion among the top 8 wines proves it has some merit. Lu Erja took a sip of wine and a bite of fried chicken leg, and it tasted so good. Anyone who sees this will have to say, in a year of great disaster, this is going too far. After finishing the wine, only 1 chicken leg remained. Lu Erja wiped his mouth, stood up, and patted his bulging belly. This is the life I'm living. It's so enjoyable. Time to go home. He pedaled his bicycle home again, full of energy, and turned onto the commune road to tell Lu Hai that he was going back first. After all, Lu Hai had said he would wait for him at the commune to take him back, so he shouldn't make him wait in vain. With a bicycle, the speed was much faster. In a third of the morning, Lu Erja arrived at Hongsing Commune. The commune was just a courtyard of single-story houses, all built of adobe, and the conditions were quite harsh. But even so, what's necessary will still be necessary. For example, the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper was eating, with a small wine cup in front of him, enjoying his meal when he heard someone knocking on the door. He walked over unhappily, and when he saw Lu Erja riding his bicycle, he thought he was the leader of some production brigade. He asked in an annoyed tone, "Which brigade are you from? It's almost over and you're only just arriving. Are you rushing to lunchtime?" Lu Erja explained, "I'm not the captain, I'm here to find someone." "Is Lu Hai here? Aren't you the captain?" The gatekeeper looked suspiciously at Lu Erja's brand new bicycle and muttered, "Who's such a spendthrift, lending such a new bike to a little kid like you?" In these remote and impoverished mountain areas, only the production team leaders were qualified to buy such bicycles. As for ordinary people, they wouldn't even dare to dream of it. "Could you please call out for me?" Lu Erja tossed over a Dakianman cigarette. The doorman's eyes lit up when he saw it was a handheld cigarette, and when he saw it was Dakianman, he was even more surprised and said, "Wow, you're really not going to be polite when I say you're a spendthrift? Giving out such good cigarettes." Lu Erja was annoyed. "Then don't take my cigarettes, give them back to me." "You little brat, you're still angry? You're Lu Hai's son, aren't you? Is this the bicycle Lu Hai just bought?" The gatekeeper lit his cigarette and took a satisfying drag. "Don't even think about getting a cigarette. I'll have to talk to Lu Hai later. He makes the ox cart himself, and you get to ride such a nice bicycle and smoke such good cigarettes. I'll have him teach you a lesson and see if you still dare to be angry. This old guy is too good at making wild guesses. In such a short time, he's given himself the identity of a spendthrift and a new father. How infuriating." Lu Erja didn't hold back either, retorting, "Old man, did you really think I gave you such a good cigarette? This one just fell into the latrine, and I didn't want to smoke it, so I gave it to you. Didn't you taste the shit?" Cough, cough, cough. The doorman, who had just taken a puff of his cigarette, couldn't spit it out or swallow it, and almost choked to death, coughing until his face and neck were red and thick. Lu Erja laughed and said, "Old dang, how's that shit smoking?" The doorman was already disgusting, and upon hearing this, he suddenly felt like he was holding a piece of poop instead of a cigarette. He was so disgusted that he kept retching and wanted to throw the cigarette away, but then he remembered that it cost 2 cents, so he couldn't bear to part with it. He was caught in a dilemma. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Erju. "You little brat, just you wait, I'll call your dad out to beat you up right now." "Old Deng, Lu Hai isn't my dad, and he won't hit me for your sake. Go ahead and shout if you dare. Call people here and tell them you smoked shit. Believe me, the whole commune will know you the next day. Although I don't know what your last name was before, I guarantee that everyone will call you old shit from now on. Let's see if your daughter-in-law and grandson will still be willing to let you into their home then." Lu Erju had lived to a great age in his previous life, so he naturally understood what the elderly cared about most. The gatekeeper was instantly stunned by Lu Erju, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "You brat, you little bastard, Alright, now you can go call Uncle Hai," Lu Erju said imperiously, puffing on his cigarette. "Now that it's our turn to show off, do you think we'll let you off the hook?" The old man was furious, but for the sake of his reputation and to be able to enter the house, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and call for help as Lu Erju had requested. But he didn't expect that Lu Erju was far more despicable than he thought. The grandson standing behind him suddenly shouted, "Run!" The old man had served in the militia and received training. Upon hearing the command, he instinctively tightened his arms and jogged forward. After running a distance, he realized something was wrong. He was 70 years old, and this kid made him run like a dog with just one command. No matter how annoyed the gatekeeper was, he could only walk into the canteen with a dark face and yell at Lu Hai, who was drinking wild vegetable porridge, "Eat, eat, all you know is how to eat. Someone's looking for you." Lu Hai jumped, quickly swallowing the gruel in his mouth, and asked nervously, "Could it be the party secretary looking for me?" He had previously boasted to Wang Aguo about Lu Erju without thinking. As a result, Wang Aguo's grandson went to the commune and told everyone that Lu Hai's brigade had produced a capable person who ate meat every day and steamed buns at every meal. Although most people didn't believe it, some still came to ask if Lu Hai was real. Despite Lu Hai's strong denials, some people still said they wanted to go to their brigade to learn from him. These days, the so-called mutual learning between two brigades or various units is really just about freeloading. Lu Hai can afford to treat them to 1 or 2 meals, but he's afraid that these bastards will keep coming back after eating the good food, which would bankrupt the brigade. The most terrifying thing was that when the commune leader held a meeting, he specifically said a few words to raise everyone's ideological awareness, and that when there are benefits, they should think of the collective first, rather than taking them for themselves. Although no names were mentioned, Lu Hai knew very well that the president was referring to him. Lu Hai nervously followed the doorman out, only to find that he hadn't gone to the president's office, but had instead come to the front gate. From afar, Lu Hai saw Lu Erju sitting on the back of a bicycle smoking. He was immediately startled and, ignoring the gatekeeper, rushed over and pulled Lu Erju off the bicycle. "How dare you, you little brat? Whose bicycle do you dare to ride on? If you break it, we'll become a model case in the commune." Lu Erju said helplessly, "Uncle Hai, this is a bicycle I just bought, and the license is still valid." Lu Erju took out his ID from his bag and showed it to Lu Hai. Lu Hai stared at the document in surprise, reaching out his hands only to pull them back, momentarily too afraid to take it. If Lu Erju wasn't lying, this was the first bicycle in Liutan. Besides, his hands are so dirty, it wouldn't be good if he got the notebook dirty. Seeing that he didn't dare to touch it, Lu Erju simply opened it himself and showed it to him. "Uncle Hai, you can read, right?" Lu Hai nodded repeatedly. I admit it. But then he looked at the name Lu Erju written on the notebook and suddenly felt like he couldn't read anymore. "Oh my god, this is the first time in my life that I think the 3 characters Lu Erju look so pleasing to the eye, so beautiful." Lu Erju chuckled and patted the bicycle seat. "So, do you think the name is nicer, or the bicycle?" "Ouch, you can't hit it like that, you can't hit it so hard." Lu Hai was heartbroken and quickly reached out to touch the bicycle seat, but then remembered that his hands were dirty and immediately pulled them back. "It's alright, Uncle Hai, go ahead and touch it, it won't break." Lu Erju couldn't help but laugh. He recalled that famous saying from his past life. "The bicycle you're reluctant to touch, buddy, stand up and pedal. My hands are too dirty." Lu Hai rubbed them on his body again and again, but still felt it wasn't enough. Finally, he spat twice into his palms as if he were washing his hands. "You'd better not touch it yet." Lu Erju stopped Lu Hai with a dark face, who washes their hands with saliva. Lu Hai really didn't dare touch it, and kept circling around the bicycle, but even so, he was overjoyed. "This is the first bicycle in our village, it's so beautiful." Seeing Lu Hai's pathetic appearance, the gatekeeper scoffed, "What's so great about a bicycle? I've even seen a small jeep. Do you know what a military GS-69 is? What, someone's driving that car here to arrest you?" Lu Erju retorted instinctively. The doorman was furious. "You brat, do you even know how to talk? If you don't, then shut up." Lu Haisheng thought Lu Erzhu was practically the treasure of his brigade, and when he heard him being criticized, he immediately got angry. Uncle Lu, can't you speak properly? Zuzi is praising you. Don't you think about how much face you have when that jeep was used to arrest you? The doorman stared wide-eyed in disbelief. So I'm supposed to thank him? You're welcome, Lu Erzhu replied with a smile. The doorman was so overwhelmed by the two men's barrage of insults that he nearly collapsed. He realized that it was no use having Lu Hai deal with Lu Erzhu, so he simply went back to his room to eat in silence. But when he got back to the cabin and saw the half-extinguished dakium and cigarette on the table, he became even more furious. The liquor didn't smell good anymore, especially since it was bulk liquor, and the color was very cloudy, looking just like urine. People say that alcohol and cigarettes are a perfect match, like being in heaven. Now, no matter what he sees, he feels irritable. Seeing that the gatekeeper had left in anger, Lu Erzhu turned to Lu Hai and said, Uncle Hai, I came here just to let you know that you don't need to wait for me. I'll ride my bike back by myself. Ha! You ride a bike? Lu Hai frowned. Don't worry, I can ride. Lu Erzhu thought he was worried that he couldn't ride a bike. Lu Hai quickly said, being able to ride isn't enough. The mountain roads are so difficult to navigate. If you break the bike, I'll drive the cart, and you can put the bike on the ox cart and we'll pull it back. Lu Erzhu was speechless. Why didn't you just tell it to pedal me back? Lu Hai, taken aback by these words, realized that a bicycle is meant to be ridden, and treating it like a sacred object was indeed inappropriate. He said with a wry smile, Zhu Ziai, don't be angry. Uncle Hai is just ignorant. You should go back now. Your parents might not be so happy if they find out. Okay, I'll be going now. Lu Erzhu was about to push his bike when a curious voice came from afar. Little Lu, who's this? Lu Hai turned around and saw a bald man. He quickly stood at attention and said, Chief, this is Lu Erzhu from our village, a very capable young man. The bald-headed club president walked over and looked Lu Erzhu up and down. Is this the Lu Erzhu that Wang Yeguo was talking about, the one who eats meat and steamed buns every meal? Cold sweat immediately streamed down Lu Hai's forehead as he tried to explain. Lu Erzhu smiled and handed him a Zonghua cigarette. President? Eating meat every meal is an exaggeration. I'm just trying to make a living. The president raised an eyebrow when he saw the Zonghua cigarettes. Wow, you smoke better cigarettes than me? Oh, it was given to me by Director Lu of the county textile factory, Lu Erzhu said with a smile. The bald president's sarcastic expression froze. He glanced at Lu Erzhu again and hesitated before asking, Do you know Director Lu? Lu Erzhu said casually, I know him. He's Lu Shenli. He's quite interesting. Even though he's much older than me, he always makes me call him brother. You know, I usually call the police station chief, Lu, uncle. I'm almost confused about the generations. The bald president's expression became even stranger. You know the police station chief? What are you saying? If I didn't know the director, would I have been able to get this bag? And this duffel bag too. If it weren't for Director Liu's help, I wouldn't have been able to buy this bicycle so quickly, or get the license. Lu Erzhu patted his satchel that read Serve the People and his obviously unusual duffel bag. In fact, Lu Erzhu usually doesn't like to show off his connections, because he doesn't know whether these connections will turn out well or badly if things get heated later. Judging from the president's attitude towards him and his sarcastic manner, it was obvious that he had been provoked. If he doesn't cause some trouble, he and Lu Hai might both get punished by the club president. The bald-headed club president's expression kept changing. He didn't know if Lu Erzhu was telling the truth or not, but Lu Erzhu's equipment was indeed frightening. Besides, how could an ordinary village boy possibly know the name of the textile factory director, let alone dare to boast in front of him, the commune chief? This kid knows 2 big shots in the county. He must have some other background, right? Upon thinking of this, the bald president revealed a sincere and polite smile. Lu Hai, you're right, this kid is indeed young and promising. Come to my office for some tea before you leave? When Lu Hai heard that the president had invited Lu Erzhu for tea, he was overjoyed. Our brigade is about to stand up too. Let's come back for tea another day. I'm in a hurry to go home. Lu Erzhu refused outright. Lu Hai was immediately stunned. The president didn't expect Lu Erzhu to refuse him. In the Red Star commune, he could be described as all-powerful, but he was also a big shot that countless people longed to get close to. Many people carrying eggs, rice, and flour might try to get into his office but still not be able to. Now that I've taken the initiative to invite him, this kid actually refused? The club president touched his bald head and said with a half-smile, What, are you worried I won't have good tea to serve you? No way, my dad broke his leg and needs someone to take care of him. I have to go back and check on him, Lu Erzhu explained casually. He knew all too well what the president meant by inviting him to the office. Drinking tea? Clearly, they're trying to probe. Lu Erzhu, Lu Shengli, and Director Lu had known each other for too short a time, which was not enough to withstand the president's calculations. The commune leader is currently unaware of Lu Erzhu's background, so he treats him very politely and is also more cautious towards Liutan Brigade. If it's confirmed that Lu Erzha doesn't have any powerful backing, then the commune will find a way to squeeze every last penny out of him. After all, in order to curry favor with their superiors and obtain some vague honors, the people in the commune had gone mad. Faced with Lu Erzha's reasonable explanation, the bald-headed president had nothing to say. In fact, being rejected by him made him feel a deep sense of apprehension. After all, if someone didn't have any ability or connections, why would they be so rude to him, the commune leader? I see. Then you should go home now. The bald president regained his previous amiable demeanor. Lu Erzha didn't say much. He greeted Lu Hai, who was anxiously wringing his hands next to him, got on his bike, and left. After he left, Bald Tongue John stood there in silence for a moment, then smiled and looked at Lu Hai. This kid from your brigade is really something. He can even get along well with the textile factory in the county town. If the textile factory has any defective cloth or anything in the future, you'll have to tell him to think of the people from our Red Star commune. Lu Hai nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Chief. Zhu Ziyi is very kind and righteous. He will definitely think of Lai Yutan and the commune when there are benefits. The bald commune leader, having once again savored the allure of power from Lu Hai, nodded in satisfaction and offered another sweet treat. By the way, your Lai Yutan brigade just stated at the meeting that you've increased your yield per mu to 500 jin. Other production teams have all pledged to achieve 10,000 jin per mu next year. I was originally going to criticize you, but considering how difficult these past 2 years have been for everyone, I'll let it go with the criticism and self-criticism. But you still need to work harder to increase your yield per mu. Don't worry, Chief, we will do our best to ensure that the commune and the country are not put in a difficult position. Lu Hai assured him with delight. I thought I was going to get criticized and investigated this time. Unexpectedly, after Erzha rode his bicycle around for a while, the president's attitude towards him changed. Lu Erzha rode his bicycle towards Lai Yutan, which would pass by Lijiazhuang. His nephew, Lu Ziyahu, is an apprentice of Li the blacksmith in this village. I haven't seen this kid in a long time, and I really miss him. Also, the last time my older brother came to deliver canned food, his expression was off when he got back. I guess he's not doing well here. After all, those older masters are a bit old-fashioned, and they follow the old rules of master-disciple and father-son relationships. They can beat and scold children as they please when they come into the house, and some even have rules that it is their own fault if they are beaten to death. In addition, Lu Erzha remembered that both of his children died young in his previous life. He had secretly checked on Nizai these past few days and found nothing wrong with her, so he wanted to check on Ziyahu's condition. Lu Erzha inquired his way into Lijiazhuang and arrived at the blacksmith's house. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard a rough, cursing voice from inside. Is your head full of shit? You can't even recognize the materials. What kind of blacksmith are you? Lu Erzha paused, glancing at the courtyard through the crack in the door. There was a small child dressed in thin clothes kneeling on the ground, with more than a dozen pieces of iron in front of him. He stared at the iron material with fear and trepidation. Every exposed part of his body bore bruises from being whipped, and he trembled slightly, whether from pain or fear, it was hard to tell. Lu Erzha recognized him. It was his nephew, Lu Ziyahu. Next to Lu Ziyahu was a burly man, who must have been the blacksmith master. The blacksmith, holding a rattan cane in his right hand and a tin can full of tea in his left, was sipping his tea while demanding, now tell me, which is white cast iron, which is grey cast iron, and which is wrought iron? Lu Ziyahu, his hands trembling, pointed to a piece of iron and said, This is white cast iron. Snap! Fool, you chose the wrong one. The rattan cane lashed hard at his outstretched hand, causing Lu Ziyahu to scream in pain and tremble even more violently. But Lu Ziyahu didn't dare to cry. He just pointed to another piece of iron with red eyes and said, This piece is grey cast iron. Wrong again. The rattan cane lashed out twice. The blacksmith was furious and cursed, Stupid. Stupid pig. If it weren't for your parents kneeling and begging me, I wouldn't have wanted you, you silly dear. I've been teaching you for 2 days, and you still can't recognize the materials. Lu Ziyahu bit his lip hard, forcing back his tears, not daring to argue that he had only studied material recognition for 1 day. In the yard, there were 3 children, dressed in patched clothes, but at least they were covered from head to toe, playing hopscotch and cheering from time to time. Children's games always spread very quickly. Lu Erzha had only taught Lily and Lele a few times, and the game had already reached the neighboring village. The cheerful children stood in stark contrast to Lu Ziyahu, who was kneeling on the ground. Lu Erzha was already furious when he heard 2 loud slapping sounds. The blacksmith roared, Speak up. Are you mute? You're still not satisfied after I hit you a few times? You don't want to learn anymore, do you? Then go back to your own home. Lu Ziyahu spoke again, his voice hoarse. This piece of iron is wrought iron. No. The blacksmith raised the rattan cane to strike again. Lu Erzha finally understood why his older brother's eyes were red after he went home that day. Although he understood that these masters believed in the principle of no pain, no gain, he simply couldn't bear to watch any longer and pushed the door open forcefully. The gate slammed shut, causing everyone in the courtyard to instinctively look up. The burly blacksmith, wielding a rattan cane, immediately cursed, "Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Who is it?" Lu Erzhu walked over with a gloomy face, first helping Lu Xiaohu up, but Lu Xiaohu stumbled and almost fell to the ground. It turned out that he had been kneeling for too long, and his two skinny legs were trembling uncontrollably, making it impossible for him to exert any strength. This made Lu Erzhu, a grown man, almost cry with heartache. He quickly squatted down and carried Lu Xiaohu on his back, saying, "Good boy, we won't study anymore, we won't fucking study anymore." Lu Xiaohu had no recollection of Lu Erzhu. He looked at him with some fear, then at his furious master. He hadn't cried even when he was beaten, but now he suddenly burst into tears. "Who are you? Put me down. Master, I don't know him." "It's all right, kid. I'm your Uncle Zhu. I used to chase you with my dog when you were a kid," Lu Erzhu quickly said. Lu Xiaohu was struggling to get down when he heard Lu Erzhu's words and realized what was happening. He cried and said, "Uncle, I can't walk. I'm almost there. Study my ass. Go home, your uncle will take care of you." Lu Erzhu walked out with a gloomy face. But the blacksmith standing nearby was displeased and blocked the man's way with a rattan cane. "Hey, who are you? Why are you trying to snatch someone? If your child becomes your disciple and you beat him, I can't say anything, because his parents allowed it. But now we don't want to learn from you anymore. Are we not even allowed to leave?" Lu Erzhu said coldly. The blacksmith scoffed, "Little brat, who are you trying to impress? Besides, what do you think this place is, coming and going as you please? I've taught him so many skills, what are you going to say about that? What kind of skill are you teaching?" Lu Erzhu ignored the guy and carried Xiao Hu outside. He had just stepped out when the blacksmith's wife returned. Seeing Lu Xiaohu being carried on her back, she quickly asked, "What happened?" "Nothing much, they just said they're not learning anymore," the blacksmith said unhappily. "Ha, why shouldn't he learn? We've already taught him all our family's skills, and he hasn't even served you yet. He's supposed to take care of you in your old age." No, put him down. "Xiao Hu, hurry up and start a fire for me. I still need to cook." The blacksmith's wife reached out to grab Lu Xiaohu. Without hesitation, Lu Erzhu pulled out his pistol and immediately disengaged the safety. "Come on, let's try stopping them." The blacksmith's wife was startled and hurriedly dodged away. But the blacksmith was furious. He cursed and yelled, "Who do you think we don't have guns? Son, bring me my hunting rifle. You think you can take someone from my Li family village? You've got some nerve." Soon, the blacksmith brought over his gun and pointed it at Lu Erzhu. "Try firing a shot." Bang! Lu Erzhu fired a shot directly at the blacksmith's feet and retorted, "Try firing a shot yourself." The blacksmith was startled and hurriedly retreated. He didn't expect Lu Erzhu to actually dare to fire a shot. Although many people have guns, bullets are hard to find. Besides, once a gun goes off, things will get really serious. The blacksmith was just trying to scare Lu Erzhu, but who would have thought he would actually be so stunned? The gunshot startled the blacksmith's family, causing them to back away. The people from Lijiazhuang were also drawn over, forming a circle to watch the spectacle, not knowing what was going on. When she saw a crowd, the blacksmith's wife suddenly sat down on the ground and began to wail, "Everyone, come and judge this. This heartless man said he came to my house to learn a trade, but after learning it, he wants to leave. How can such a thing be?" The surrounding villagers nodded in agreement upon hearing this. They all believed in the old saying that when an apprentice entered a master's school to learn a skill, he had to serve the master for free for at least 3 years and also support the master in his old age. If you go back on your word, you'll have no future, and the villagers will look down on you. Lu Erzhu naturally wouldn't let Lu Xiaohu's reputation be ruined, so he immediately said, "My nephew has been learning from you for a year and a half now, right? He's only just started learning how to forge blacksmithing and even how to identify materials. And that's after we brought him a bowl of meat and a can of food, and we even beat the child so badly that he can't stand up. If you're really teaching, I'll accept the beatings and scoldings, but which of you two dares to swear to the teacher that you've been teaching the child seriously?" These days, making such a vow is more effective than swearing to gods and Buddhas in the old days. The blacksmith and his wife immediately chickened out and hesitated to agree. The villagers immediately understood what was going on. Besides, everyone wasn't stupid. They had all heard how the blacksmith usually beat and scolded Lu Xiaohu. Seeing the boy covered in injuries, some of the older villagers couldn't help but empathize and shed tears of heartache. An old man pointed his cane at the blacksmith and criticized him, "Fattily, how could you hit a child like that?" The blacksmith was furious that instead of helping him, the villagers were bullying him. He yelled, "What do you know? I was treated the same way when I was learning my craft. Anyone who dares to help him, don't come to me for pot repairs or farm tools again." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. After all, every family needs a blacksmith sometimes, and no one wants to offend him. Lu Erzha didn't bother to say anything more to the blacksmith. Anyway, the facts had been made clear, and everyone understood who was right and who was wrong. He put Lu Xiaohu on the back of the bicycle and was about to leave. The blacksmith rushed over and blocked the cart, shouting, "You can leave if you want, but my family has been feeding him for half a year, so you have to pay for that. My nephew didn't help you with the work? You think your firewood comes from your own ass? And the water you drink comes from your own piss? You even provide meals? Putting everything else aside, look how strong and healthy your 3 children are, while my nephew is skin and bones from hunger. You still have the nerve to say you provide meals?" Lu Erzha retorted angrily. The blacksmith's face flushed red and then turned pale as he was told this. He was speechless, but he stubbornly refused to let the man leave. Just as Lu Erzha was thinking of forcing his way in, a loud curse came from outside the crowd. "Fattily, I'll fuck your ancestors. If you dare touch the pillar, I'll fight you to the death." Lu Dagon, carrying a basket of herbs on his back, charged into the crowd, brandishing a sickle, and rushed toward the blacksmith with red eyes. The blacksmith, seeing the man's murderous intent, hurriedly retreated in fear. Lu Dagon stood protectively in front of Lu Erzha, wildly waving his sickle and shouting, "Is the Li family bullying us? Anyone who dares to touch Zuza today, I'll fight you to the death. Killing one of them is a win for me, killing 2 is a loss for you. Come on." The villagers were unwilling to offend the blacksmith, and even less willing to back down because he was injured. At this moment, Lu Dagon's wife also brandished a sickle and rushed into the crowd, standing beside Lu Erzha, her eyes red with a desperate determination. This sight frightened people, causing them to keep their distance even further. Seeing this, Lu Erzha quickly reassured the 2 grandpa and grandma, "I'm fine, don't be impulsive. Zhu Ziyi is alright, we're here. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll fight them to the death." Lu Dagon angrily protected Lu Erzha. Lu Dagon's wife was also holding a sharp sickle, looking like she wouldn't stop until someone was killed. This touched Lu Erzha deeply, and he quickly pushed the cart away, since this was someone else's territory. This time, the blacksmith didn't dare to stop him, but he muttered something unpleasant under his breath. Not far after Lu Erzha and his group walked out, they heard children shouting in the distance. "It's over there. It's right there. Brother Zhu was bullied by the people from Lijiazhuang." Then, Lu Dagon's second daughter, carrying her younger brother, led a large group of villagers from Liutan rushing over. The people of Liutan, some carrying hoes, some carrying shovels, and some carrying guns, all ran over and surrounded Lu Erzha. "Zhu Ziyi, are you alright? You weren't bullied, were you? Did those bastards hit you? Tell me who bullied you, and I'll kill him with a shovel." The people of Liutan shouted indignantly, and even the most respected elder in the village, an old man who had lost all his teeth, came out carrying a firecracker to uphold justice. "I saved these firecrackers for when I die. Now, if anyone dares to bully Zhu Ziyi, I'll blow them up before I die." At that time, the villagers in the same village were all from the same clan and were very united. In particular, Lu Erzha had previously given the village 2 pheasants, and every household received a share of the broth. In years of great famine, a bowl of meat soup was a lifesaver. So when they heard that Lu Erzha had been bullied, all the villagers in Liutan were in an uproar and rushed over to help. Lu Erzha hadn't expected such a commotion, so he quickly put away his gun and explained that everything was fine. As for the blacksmith's family, they dared not ask for any benefits and all retreated to their homes. Lu Erzha's mother, elder brother, and sister-in-law also came. Niu Honghua first looked at her son, then at her eldest grandson who was covered in bruises on the bicycle, and cried loudly. She called over Lu Daliang and beat him. "I'll beat you to death. How could you make my grandson suffer so much? My poor little tiger." Lu Daliang knelt before his mother, silently enduring the beating, though he was actually in excruciating pain inside. Li Qiqi, the eldest sister-in-law, also felt sorry for her son, but she knew that her husband was incredibly simple-minded and that if she didn't persuade him, he would really be beaten so badly that he couldn't get up. She quickly grabbed her mother-in-law and said, "Mom, let's go home first and then talk." "Yes, Mom, let's go home first. I'll put some medicine on Tiger and get him something to eat," Lu Erzha quickly urged. Niu Honghua then stopped, took Xiao Hu's hand, and followed the bicycle step by step into the village. The villagers followed suit. Back in the village, Lu Erzha said earnestly to everyone, "Uncles, grandpas, and grandmas, thank you all." "Hey, thank me for what, you brat? That's right, how could we men from Liutan be bullied by outsiders? It's nothing, you should go home now. Quickly take the child home to get medicine. How could that damn blacksmith beat the child like this?" Even some of the elderly people in the village, who were easily moved to tears, cried when they saw Xiaohu. After thanking him again, Lu Erzha took Xiaohu home first. When he arrived at his home, he saw his master, who had a lisp, talking to his father. Lu Fuxian was unable to get out of bed and was worried about the situation, so he left Dashi behind to persuade him. Seeing Xiaohu return, Dashi also got up and glanced at him, his brows furrowed as he cursed, "Damn it, Fattily, how could you be so ruthless? Hurry up and get some medicine from me. Lu Urju agreed and looked at his elder brother carry Huzi up to the heated brick bed. Lu Daliang stepped forward, his eyes red, and carried Xiaohu onto the a heated brick bed. Even though Xiaohu could barely sit up and was grimacing in pain while lying down, he still managed to force a smile and say, "Dad, I'm fine." Lu Daliang, who had been holding back, burst into tears. "Son, I'm so sorry. I'm useless and I've made you suffer." Everyone was startled by Lu Daliang's sudden outburst of tears, mainly because his voice was deep and loud. Lu Fuxian kicked him with his good leg. "Get lost. You sound like a braying donkey, you scared the hell out of me." Lu Daliang was kicked aside and clung to the wall, crying uncontrollably. He had wanted to bring his son back for a long time, but because he wasn't a decisive person, he hadn't been able to make up his mind. Now he felt both regret and heartache. Li Qiqi was also extremely distressed, and kept touching the places where her son hadn't been hit, shedding tears. Seeing that the whole family was doting on Xiaohu, Lu Urju went out to get the medicine. As soon as he stepped outside, he noticed that Lu Dagan and his family were still there, standing straight next to his bicycle, warily looking around. The second girl and the third boy were chased far away, craning their necks to look at the bicycle with curiosity. If they tried to get any closer, they would be kicked. As for Chunner, she was washing a towel to wipe Xiaohu down. Lu Urju looked at Lu Dagan and his wife curiously. "Grandpa and Grandma, what are you doing?" "We'll help watch the bicycles so they don't get damaged. It wouldn't be good if they got scratched when you returned them," Lu Dagan explained. "No need to look after it, this bicycle is mine," Lu Urju said helplessly. "Ha! Yours." Lu Dagan was extremely surprised. His wife praised him with envy. "Oh my, Zuzi is really something. He can even afford a bicycle now. There's a saying, right, he's like a god of literature descended to earth." SHH, don't talk nonsense. Lu Urju quickly waved his hand. "Don't mention demons and monsters." Yes, I misspoke. Anyway, Zuzi is amazing, the best in Liutan." Lu Dagan's wife didn't know how to praise him, but she just wanted to say something. Lu Dagan was also very envious, but still said, "Then I have to keep an eye on it, so it doesn't get damaged." Seeing that he insisted on standing guard, Lu Urju shook his head helplessly and went to get the medicine first. As we entered the gate of my teacher's wife's house, we saw Lily sharpening a knife, with Lele cheering her on from the side. Lu Urju asked curiously, "What are you two doing?" Lily was about to speak. Lele rushed over like a lackey, shouting loudly, "My sister is going to help Brother Zhu get revenge and kill that bastardly Pangzi." Lu Urju twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Lily. "Really?" Lily shook her head. "Brother Zuzi, don't listen to Lele's nonsense. I didn't want to kill Fatty Lee. I just wanted to give him a stab in the butt so he would remember and not bully you and my nephew again." Lu Urju's face darkened immediately. He walked over and snatched the wood-chopping knife away, saying, "You're a young lady. You can't just resort to knives to solve problems all the time. Besides, we adults can handle these things ourselves." "But, there's no buts, go have fun." Lu Urju gave Lily and Lele 2 pieces of milk candy each and waved for them to leave. Lele happily ate the candy. Lily, however, was unwilling to give up. Seeing Lu Urju enter the room, she immediately said, "Lele, do you want to help Brother Zhu and our nephew get revenge?" "Yes, I do. Lu Xiaohu is my nephew." 7-year-old Lele looked innocently at her older sister, but Brother Zhu said, "We can't interfere in adults' affairs. We don't concern ourselves with adult matters, but doesn't that fatso have a son? Go eat candy in front of his son and lure him to the village entrance. I'll beat those 3 bastards up," Lily said through gritted teeth. Lele said okay and obediently went to carry out her sister's plan. Of course, he also had his own selfish reasons. It would be more prestigious to eat candy in front of children, especially since eating candy while watching her older sister beat up others is a real treat. Lu Urju went inside to get the medicinal herbs, watching the 2 little brats sneak out. He noticed the machete was still there, but didn't pay much attention to it after that. When they got home, Tiger had taken off all his clothes, and his body was covered with old and new welts from the beatings, a shocking sight. After the medicine was applied, he was in so much pain that he grimaced. Seeing his mother and sister-in-law's distressed expressions, Lu Urju explained, "This medicine is a little irritating, but it heals quickly. The wounds will be completely gone in 3 to 5 days. Also, mother, go and get Xiaohu a bottle of canned food. He's so hungry he can count his ribs on a fork." Niu Honghua wasn't stingy this time. Her eldest grandson had been beaten so badly, and she was thinking of getting him some canned food, but without Lu Urju's permission, she didn't dare to, afraid of upsetting her son. Just as they were trying to appease little Tiger with canned food, Grandpa arrived from outside. "My great-grandfather is the village's patriarch, and he's reached the age of enjoying his retirement. He rarely comes out unless there's a major event in the village. But since I've run into this situation today, and I've benefited from Lu Urju's kindness, I definitely have to come and see." As soon as he entered the gate, he saw the bicycle in the yard and exclaimed in surprise, "Dagon, isn't this the bicycle that Zuza borrowed? Why hasn't it been returned yet? Quickly ask whose it is and help push it back. Don't let them need it urgently and come to the house to ask for it back." Lu Dagon immediately flattered, "Grandpa, you don't know, this was bought by Zhu Zi, not borrowed." "What? This is a pillar?" Grandpa's eyes widened. "Oh my, our village has bicycles now? That's a huge celebration. Quickly set off these firecrackers to celebrate." Grandpa took out the firecrackers he had planned to save for his funeral and was overjoyed. In those days, owning a bicycle in the village was a source of great pride. Riding a bicycle to pick up a wife after marriage was a prestigious thing, and the bride's family would look at her with more respect. "My great-grandfather is so old, he doesn't care about anything else, he just wants to see his descendants living well." Lu Dagon hesitated. "Grandpa, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Aren't these firecrackers meant for your future use? Oh dear, how many more years do I have to live? Who knows, this might be the only bicycle I'll ever see in the village." The old man was overjoyed. Seeing that Lu Dagon didn't dare to move, he simply got some matches, set off the firecrackers, and lit them. The firecrackers at this time were still very powerful. After being lit, they shot into the sky with a loud bang, and the whole village could hear them after they exploded. Firecrackers went off, and everyone in Liutan looked in disbelief in the direction of Lu Erju's house. Then, whether they were carrying water to irrigate the fields or looking for wild vegetables on the mountain, everyone immediately put down their work and rushed to Lu Erju's house. The villagers quickly gathered together, some even tearing white cloth from their homes to wrap around their heads, and all of them cried loudly as they walked toward Lu Erju's house. "My dear ancestors, why did you leave us like this? Oh, our ancestor, may you have a safe journey. Great-grandfather, my great-grandfather." Lu Erju and the others also heard the sound of firecrackers and were all dumbfounded. At that time, no one in the village kept firecrackers except for my great-grandfather. The problem is that the sound of firecrackers seemed to be coming right at their door. Did their great-grandfather die right at their doorstep? Niu Honghua was experienced after all. Although she didn't know what was going on, she immediately started wailing and went outside when she heard crying outside. The others either hummed with their heads down or cried loudly as they walked out together. Even Lu Fuxian was carried outside by Lu Daliang. Nizai had no idea what was going on. She leaned blankly on Lu Erju's shoulder and asked, "Uncle, why are Grandma and the others crying?" Lu Erju didn't know how to explain it to Nizai, so he could only say perfunctorily, "I don't know either." Nizai could only hold her little head and think hard. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she looked at Lu Erju with a look of sudden realization. "I know why Grandma and the others are crying. They want to trick my mom into giving them candy." Lu Erju twitched the corners of his mouth, wanting to laugh but not daring to, and could only say in a low voice, "No, don't make wild guesses. It must be, because that's how I used to trick my mom into giving me candy. But Grandma and the others are so silly, they didn't cry as much as I did," Nizai said proudly. Although everyone was crying, Nizai was still young and didn't know how to lower her voice, so everyone could hear her and was both amused and exasperated by her innocent words. Seeing that his sister-in-law's expression was already quite unpleasant, Lu Erju quickly whispered to Nizai, "Little girl, shut up, or your mother will beat you." Upon hearing this, Nizai became genuinely frightened and clung tightly to Lu Erju's neck. "Then uncle, you'll protect Nizai, right? I can't beat your mother, so don't talk nonsense." Lu Erju dotes on his child, but he doesn't want her to become a reckless brat. Unexpectedly, Nizai said, "It's okay. I'll tell you my mother's weakness. Her butt is very ticklish. Every time my father touches my mother's butt, she laughs. If you can't beat my mother, just touch her butt." Lu Erju actually reacted very quickly. When he realized something was wrong, he tried to cover Nizai's mouth, but it was too late. Puffed. The guy next to me, who was humming with his head down, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Qiqi blushed deeply, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, she reached out and pinched Nizai's buttocks hard. The little girl cried out in pain and immediately stopped talking. The whole family around remained silent, and even Lu Erju didn't dare to plead for Nizai. The family quickly went into the yard, just as the villagers came over, all weeping. When everyone looked up, they were stunned to see the old man, who should have been dead, standing next to the bicycle admiring it. For a moment, there was complete silence, except for Nizai, who was still crying sincerely. It's come back to life," someone said, trembling. The villagers looked panicked and hurriedly retreated, trying to escape in fear. Lu Erju reacted quickly. He glanced at the ground and saw his great-grandfather's shadow. He then went over and felt his pulse. He breathed a sigh of relief and announced, "Don't be nervous, everyone. Our ancestor is alive." The eldest grandfather is the oldest, but only Lu Erju's father's generation is qualified to call him grandfather. The younger generation can only call him ancestor. "Damn it, do I need you to announce whether I'm dead or not?" The great-grandfather was furious when he heard this and wanted to hit Lu Urju on the head with his cane. Seeing this, Lu Dagon hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to help block it. Grandpa swung his cane halfway, then remembered that this kid was the most promising person in the village, and he couldn't afford to hurt him. Just then, Lu Daliang heard that his great-grandfather was not dead, and this simpleton couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "That old man is really unreliable, pretending to be dead in broad daylight." Grandpa was reluctant to hit Lu Urju when he heard this, so he immediately pointed at Lu Daliang and said with a smile, "Come here, Liangzi, I have something good for you." Lu Daliang was surprised that the village's most senior ancestor would give him something in public. He was flattered and a little proud as he stepped forward and asked, "Ancestor, what are you going to give me?" "Give me back what I gave you, I'll give you a slap instead." The old man's expression changed instantly, and he slapped Lu Daliang on the head. Because of his age, the old man's strength was just right, leaving him dazed but not mentally exhausted. After venting his anger by beating the man, the great-grandfather ignored the bewildered Lu Daliang and said irritably to the crowd, "And you lot, you come crying before even asking what happened, as if you want me dead." Production team leader Lu Shilin hurriedly ran forward and said with a smile, "Grandpa, you're overthinking it. We just misunderstood because we heard the firecrackers. Who knew it was something that accidentally exploded?" Upon hearing this, the great-grandfather's attention was immediately diverted, and he beamed with joy, saying, "I set off those firecrackers on purpose. There's a great celebration in our village. Zhu Zi has a bicycle." "Ha!" Lu Shilin was very surprised and even picked at his ear. "Grandpa, can you say it again? Did you stuff donkey hair in your ears?" The great-grandfather scolded, but he still announced this great news again. "Fushin's son, Zuzi, is capable. He got the first bicycle for our Liutan." The villagers heard it a second time and were sure they hadn't misheard. They all looked at the bicycle with envy. Earlier, after they escorted Xiaohe home, they were discussing where Zuzi had borrowed the bicycle from. "I never expected that the person bought it themselves." Even Lu Shilin was incredibly envious. He, a production team leader, hadn't even gotten a bicycle yet, but this little kid already had one. He reached out to touch the bicycle, but Lu Dagon blocked his way. "Dagen, what are you doing?" Lu Shilin asked in surprise. "I'm afraid you'll break it by touching it too much," Lu Dagon said honestly. Lu Shilin was furious. "Is my hand a nail or a saw? It won't break if I touch it. Besides, the pillar hasn't said anything. What are you pretending for?" Lu Dagon was honest and simple, not good with words, and not used to arguing with people, so he ignored Lu Shilin and just blocked his way no matter what he said. Lu Shilin knew what kind of thing he was. After trying twice without success, he simply turned to Lu Urju and, adopting the demeanor of a production team leader, said, "Zuzi, it's a great thing that our village has bicycles now. I'll give you a verbal commendation. But if anyone needs a bicycle to get married in the future, you'll have to lend it to them." Lu Fushin and the others, who were stunned by the fact that their family had become car owners, came to their senses and were somewhat reluctant to hear Lu Shilin's words. "The bike is so new, and the mountain road is so bad. Anyone can ride it. What if it gets damaged? And not everyone knows how to ride this bike." But Lu Shilin was the production team leader, and it was not easy to offend him. Lu Urju, standing nearby, noticed his parents' resistance. He liked to go against his parents when it came to food and drink because he believed it was for their own good. But whether or not to lend them the bicycle depended on whether his parents liked it or not, so Lu Urju was about to make a perfunctory refusal. But at this moment, with a loud bang, Lu Shilin was hit on the head. He immediately clutched his head in pain and squatted down, cursing, Who the hell hit me? It's me." Grandpa stepped forward, glaring at him and scolding, "Lu Shilin, you're really generous. You think you can just let the whole village ride someone else's bicycle? Why don't you spend 100 yuan to buy a bicycle for the benefit of the whole village?" Lu Shilin was speechless after being rebuked, and dared not argue with his great-grandfather. He could only rub his head and stammer, "I just said it offhand. Get lost, get lost. Nobody should ever dream of owning Zhu's bicycle again. Don't forget, they did give you meat broth to drink." Grandpa knew that Lu Fushin and his wife were both thin-skinned, and given their past class background, they wouldn't dare to go against the villagers, so he took the initiative to stand up and shut them up. In this way, even if people can't borrow a bicycle, they won't hold a grudge against Lu Fushin's family, they'll only complain about their ancestor. But he doesn't even know how many days he has left to live. Why would he care about this? The villagers were indeed disappointed when they heard they couldn't borrow bicycles, but when they heard about the meat soup, they couldn't say anything and could only stare enviously. Lu Urju understood that even with the ancestor as a shield, this approach would easily alienate him from the villagers in the long run. To win over the villagers, Lu Urju said with a smile, "It's a happy occasion that my family has acquired a big new item today. In addition, everyone helped me bring Xiaohe back earlier, and to make up for the firecrackers from our ancestors, I'll treat everyone to some sweet soup." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that they could drink sugar water. Even the great-grandfather was tempted, but still advised, "Zuzi, don't spend so much. As the old saying goes, if you're frugal, you'll have enough for half a year and won't suffer in a famine. Even if you're rich, you shouldn't spend money like this. Lu Erju explained, what money do I have? I did buy this bicycle, but it was to make it easier for me to go into the city to see doctors. As for the candy, it was a thank you gift from the people at the textile factory who were seeing patients. Even this bag is a gift, you can see. As people watched Lu Erju pat the luggage bag on the back seat of the car, and looked at the obviously thick canvas material, they became even more envious. It's important to know that light industry wasn't doing very well during this period. Even if there were good products, they were all exported, and canvas was rarely seen in rural areas. Grandpa carefully touched the canvas duffel bag and exclaimed, "Great, great! Our village has really produced a talent. Even the textile factory in the county town invited you to treat their patients." Seeing that his great-grandfather was not going to say anything more, Lu Erju immediately said to the villagers, "Everyone, go back and get your bowls first. I'll boil some water." At that time, no household could provide enough bowls for the whole village, so whether it was a banquet or a regular meal, everyone had to bring their own bowls and chopsticks. The villagers rushed to their homes to get bowls and chopsticks, while Lu Erju went to boil water. Seeing this, Chunar quickly pushed Lu Erju aside and busied herself with her own tasks. Seeing that she was indeed quick and efficient and didn't need his help, Lu Erju didn't interfere any further. He knew Chunar's temper well enough. If he tried to help her, she would definitely burst into tears. Soon, a pot of water boiled, and Lu Erju took out a pound of fruit candy and threw it into the pot in batches. He couldn't possibly be so extravagant as to use white sugar or milk candy. That stuff should be kept for my family. Besides, fruit candies are quite high in sugar. The sugar melted quickly in the hot water, just as the people arrived. Lu Erju made them line up and serve themselves. If someone is too embarrassed to fill their bowl, let Chunar fill it for them. The villagers all happily carried their bowls of sweet water, but none of them drank it. Some called their own emaciated children to drink it, some took it home for their starving elderly relatives, and others took it to care for sick people. But no matter who it is, before leaving, they all have to say something nice to Lu Erju, and the younger generation has to kowtow. If anyone dares to walk away with a bowl of sweet soup, the old man sitting at the gate of the fenced yard will hit them with his cane. He usually dotes on children, and no matter how much the mischievous kids in Liutan make a fuss around him, he never gets angry. But today, he won't even be polite to those kids. In my great-grandfather's words, this is the pillar saving your lives, isn't it worth saying a kind word to him? Seeing that his great-grandfather was like a door god, Lu Erju quietly walked over, grabbed a handful of milk candies from his bag, and stuffed them into the old man's pocket. The old man didn't recognize white rabbit candy. He looked around suspiciously, then whispered, "Zhu Ziai, why are you being so careful? You didn't steal this, did you? Leave it with me for now. If they come after me, just say I climbed over the wall to steal it. They wouldn't dare hit an old man like me." Lu Erju smiled helplessly, thinking to himself that this old man was quite amusing. At his age, he had trouble even getting onto the con, a heated brick bed. He thought that even if he said he could climb over the wall, no one would believe him, but he didn't dare to say it directly. Instead, he smiled and said, "Grandpa, what are you thinking? Putting aside whether you can climb over the wall, I would never do anything like stealing chickens or dogs. This is milk candy, a gift for you. You can eat one piece every night when you get back, or you can soak it in water to drink." The old man had lived his whole life in the village, and he had suffered his whole life. Now, hearing about milk and candy, he was more nervous than if he had stolen goods. He wanted to return it to Lu Erju. "You silly boy, I'm an old man who's about to die, why would I eat this stuff? Take it away. Grandmother, you must live a couple more years. If my son is born and dares to cause trouble, I'll use you to scare him. After all, you're the only real man in our village who's killed Japanese devils, you're sure to keep people in line." Lu Erju flattered him with a beaming smile. But this wasn't just empty boasting. The old man had once been a militia captain. Once, a group of Japanese soldiers were being chased by the Red Army and fled into the village in a panic. He happened to be there when he got up in the middle of the night. He helped snipe the Japanese soldiers and even killed one of them with a knife. He was rewarded for this, which is why he had such a high status in the village. Otherwise, seniority alone wouldn't be enough to intimidate the people in the village. The old man, who was refusing the milk candy, suddenly revealed a smug look. "That's right, I'm not bragging to you, kid. I killed that little Japanese soldier with one slash." Even the company commander who was chasing the Japanese soldier praised my ruthless swordsmanship. No matter how old these kids in the village are, none of them are not afraid of me. So, please keep this milk candy safe. The village still needs you to govern for many more years, Lu Erju said, speaking the truth in a joking tone. When the winds blow in the future, if there is such a respected figure in the village, he will indeed be able to keep many people and things in check. The old man knew Lu Erju was making excuses for him, but he wasn't one to be pretentious. On the contrary, he was quite clever, so he lowered his voice and said, "You're much smarter than your father. Don't worry, it's just that your ancestors were landlords. As long as I'm here, no one in this village will dare to touch your family. Lu Erju gave a thumbs up. Ancestor, mighty. The old man smiled smugly. After all the villagers received the sweet water, they left, expressing their gratitude profusely. Lu Erju also shared some sweet soup with Chun'er's family, which moved them deeply. They repeatedly urged Chun'er to take good care of Lu Erju. After everyone in the village had left, Lu Daliang took the initiative to escort his great-grandfather home and then went to fetch 2 large buckets of water. Lu Erju looked on in confusion. Brother, there's still water at home, why did you go get more? So many people were drinking sugar water just now, and the water at home is barely enough to last until tomorrow morning. I had nothing else to do, so I got some for myself. From now on, you don't need to worry about firewood and water. Even if you're a little weakling, I may not be good at other things, but I can still do chores. Lu Daliang muttered to himself as he poured water into the water tank. Li Qiqi also came over carrying Nizai. She added some hot water to the bowl of sweet soup that Nizai had just drunk from and was feeding it to Nizai. Zuzi, don't worry about your brother. He's not capable to begin with. If he's even lazier, won't he just be a freeloader? Looking at his brother and sister-in-law, Lu Erju knew that they felt guilty for taking advantage of his family, so they wanted to make amends by working. This is also a habit of honest people. I always feel uneasy about taking advantage of others, and since I don't have any other skills, all I can do is work. So, to put his brother and sister-in-law at ease, Lu Erju didn't object too much, but he did remind them, brother, you should learn to ride that scooter as soon as possible, that's the important thing. Lu Daliang immediately grinned sheepishly. I pretty much know how to do it, but it's a slow process, and I want to do it carefully so I don't embarrass you. That's fine then. Lu Erju knew that although his older brother was simple-minded, the more honest a person was, the more sincere he was. If he said he could do it, he really could do it. He wouldn't lie to save face. Now that I know he can ride a scooter, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Because what he was most worried about was his straightforward older brother. My older brother is just a simple-minded and honest man. He puts in all his effort when asked to work, but strength is the least valuable thing in the world. The more capable you are, the more you will do, and the harder your life will be. While it's true that my older brother died from overwork in his previous life because he had to support his family, wasn't it also because he was too honest? While others were trying to find an easy job, he accepted any job that came his way. As long as he can make a scooter, immediately give him a worker status, and preferably a skilled worker status, so that he won't work himself to death. Niu Honghua had been listening quietly the whole time. When Lu Erju stopped talking, she turned to her eldest son and said, You've always been a bit slow-wit. From now on, don't worry about anyone else. Just listen to your brother. Do whatever he tells you to do. I know, mother, Lu Daliang chuckled. Li Qiqi quickly said, Zuzi, your sister-in-law will listen to you. If your brother dares to go against you, I'll help you deal with him. Niu Honghua smiled happily. After all, the family was doing better and better, and the 2 brothers were getting along well, which was what the elders wanted to see most. After finishing his chores, Lu Daliang turned his attention to the bicycle. Zuzi, what should we do with this bicycle? Won't it be stolen tonight if we leave it here? I'll push it inside tonight. Lu Erju waved casually, then suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, Brother, can you ride a bicycle? Ha! Lu Daliang was startled. No, you can't give me the bicycle. Lu Erju. Li Qiqi was furious, and Niu Honghua poked his head with her finger and cursed, How come your face is bigger than your butt? I even gave you a bicycle, but I think you look like a bicycle, begging to be ridden. Lu Daliang realized he had misunderstood and was a little embarrassed. It's just that Zuzi is too generous. He dared to give away more than a pound of sugar. I thought he was going to give me a bicycle. Before the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could start arguing again, Lu Erju said with a smile, Brother, I wanted you to learn to ride a bicycle so it would be easier to take your sister-in-law to visit your mother later. As for the bicycle, I'll give you one if you can get a job at the furniture factory. How about that? No. Lu Daliang shook his head vigorously. I only said one sentence, and my mother almost beat me up. If I really dared to take it, wouldn't she and your sister-in-law kick me out? Li Qiqi also frowned, wanting to say something to her Zuzi, but she was indeed cunning. Before she could speak, she turned to Niu Honghua and said, Mother, our Zuzi is just like you, too kind-hearted. You have to persuade him not to let that scoundrel of a brother always take advantage of him. This compliment made Niu Honghua very happy, and she chimed in, Yes, I'll have to find a housekeeper for Zuzi later, otherwise his extravagant spending won't do. Qiqi, you should also help look around and see if there are any suitable girls in your village. That won't do. Our Zuzi is so capable, how can he marry a girl from the village? Li Qiqi shook her head repeatedly. I'll ask my mother to inquire around and see if anyone has relatives in the city who can help arrange a marriage. Niu Honghua was even happier. Seeing that there was still some sugar water left in the pot, she immediately called out, Chunner, go to your sister-in-law Kui Kui's house and get the thermos. Heat up the sugar water and put it in. Li Kui was delighted, but still declined, saying, oh dear, mother, what are you doing? I'm genuinely doing this for Zuza's sake, not for this little bit of sweet soup. It's all right, it's all right. Everyone in the village has had a drink, so why can't my eldest daughter-in-law have a little more? Niu Honghua pulled Li Kui into the house, their relationship as close as that of a mother and daughter. Seeing this, Lu Daliang couldn't help but move closer to Lu Erzhu. Brother, why do I feel like your sister-in-law is so shameless? She says all sorts of nice things, she's really not ashamed. Lu Erzhu looked helplessly at his elder brother. If you were even a fraction as sweet-talking as my sister-in-law, you wouldn't have been chased all over the streets by our mother with a broom every day since you were a child. What kind of talk is that? Every time I get beaten up, it's because you made a mistake, and you're deliberately blaming me? Lu Daliang stared at Lu Erzhu with wide eyes. This put Lu Erzhu in an extremely awkward position. He coughed and said, that just shows how naive you are. Why can I shift the blame onto you, but you don't know how to shirk responsibility? Lu Daliang was a little confused, but no matter how he thought about it, it didn't feel right, so he simply kicked Lu Erzhu. Why did you hit me? Lu Erzhu was kicked and staggered. I didn't do anything, I just felt like you were lying to me, so my foot just kicked out involuntarily, Lu Daliang said matter-of-factly. Lu Erzhu didn't want to talk to this barbarian, so he simply went inside to see Lu Xiaohu. Once inside, Lu Erzhu saw Xiaohu lying on the con, a heated brick bed, forcing a smile and talking to his mother and grandmother. On the small table by the con, heated brick bed, was a bowl of untouched sweet soup, which Chunner had brought to Xiaohu earlier. Xiaohu didn't dare drink it, so he just left it on the table. Lu Fuxian stood to the side, silently smoking, seemingly troubled. Upon seeing Lu Erzhu enter, Lu Fuxian said, Zuzi, come here. I've been thinking for a long time about what to do with Xiaohu. You have a lot of ideas, so help Xiaohu find a way out. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room looked at Lu Erzhu. He is now the pillar of this family, and everyone will believe whatever he says. Lu Erzhu looked at Xiaohu, who was lying on the con with his head down, and asked, Xiaohu, what do you want to do? Xiaohu kept his head down and stammered, I'll listen to whatever you say, uncle. Then stay home, you don't need to do any work, Lu Erzhu said immediately. But this decision made Xiaohu a little flustered. He looked up at him, then nervously lowered his head and said cautiously, Uncle, I can work. Just find me a place where I can eat. I'll do as much work as I want. It's often said that children from poor families mature early, but in reality, it's often out of necessity. During the half-year he spent at the blacksmith's house, Lu Xiaohu's childlike innocence was gradually worn away by the cane, and even his self-esteem and confidence were destroyed, leaving only inferiority. It makes him feel that he's so old and it's useless for him to still be eating at home for free. Lu Erzhu gently stroked Lu Xiaohu's head and said tenderly, Xiaohu, you're still young, you don't need to find a job. Lu Xiaohu was still very nervous and kept his head down without saying a word. Chunner whispered from the side, Brother Zhu, Xiaohu didn't drink the sugar water. Lu Xiaohu was startled and quickly put on a flattering expression, Uncle, don't be angry, I don't like sweets. Li Kui, as a mother, couldn't bear to see this, and tears streamed down her face. What child doesn't want to eat candy? It's just that Lu Xiaohu was beaten up at the blacksmith's house and was afraid that he would get beaten up if he ate too much. Chunner, drink the sugar water. Lu Erzhu casually took out a white rabbit milk candy, unwrapped it, and put it to Xiaohu's mouth. Eat it. Xiaohu instinctively looked at his parents. Li Kui quickly wiped away her tears and said to Lu Xiaohu, from now on, our family will listen to your uncle, and you have to be obedient too, understand? Lu Xiaohu obediently opened his mouth and ate the milk candy. For some reason, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He hurriedly tried to wipe them away, but couldn't. His tender face showed both embarrassment and grievance. So sweet. Seeing him like this, Li Kui cried and trembled. Niu Honghua was so heartbroken that she wanted to grab a kitchen knife and fight the blacksmith to the death. How could her beloved grandson have been beaten up like this by a bastard? Lu Fuxian then made the decision, then let's listen to Zhu Ziyi and let Xiaohu play at home. With so many men in our family, can't we support a child? Nizai was squatting in the corner watching ants when she heard this. She immediately turned around and asked without a care in the world, can you stay home and play with me from now on, brother? Lu Erzhu smiled and picked up Nizai. Yes, but you have to share your good food with brother Xiaohu, are you willing? Nizai was immediately stumped, counting on her little fingers. Nizai has milk candy, canned food, peach shortbread, steamed rice cake, so much. Should I share all of this with my brother? Seeing the girl's chubby face contorted in a pained expression, Lu Erzhu wanted to laugh, but he deliberately said seriously, yes, we have to share them all, okay. Nizai looked at Xiaohu, who was sitting on the con with his head down, hesitated for a long time, and finally made a difficult decision. She said with a pitiful look, brother, Nizai is willing to share some with you, but can you take a small bite, just a tiny little bite? As Nizai spoke, she gestured with her little hands, but the size she gestured was barely bigger than a grain of rice. It can be divided, but not more than one share. She loved her brother, but not that much. Nizai truly lives up to her reputation as a source of joy. With just one sentence, she made everyone burst into laughter, instantly dispelling the somber atmosphere. Looking at his family's happy faces, Lu Erzha wondered what to eat for dinner. He originally intended to make oil-splashed noodles, as he had been craving them for a long time. Unfortunately, Xiaohu's physical condition is not suitable for eating anything too stimulating. Besides, this is a day for family reunion, and we've had a big new addition to the family, so let's just have dumplings. Mom, I brought back some flour. Let's have pork and scallion dumplings tonight, Lu Erzha said. Niu Honghua frowned instinctively. Why are we eating dumplings when it's not a holiday? Let's nourish Xiaohu. Besides, we've got a big new addition to the family. My ancestors even set off a firecracker. A meal of dumplings won't hurt. Lu Erzha turned and walked out, pretending to take some flour from his bag. Niu Honghua really dotes on her eldest grandson, and besides, that's just how people in the north are. For any big or small event, dumplings must be made, especially during festivals like Chinese New Year. Even if a table is already set with a full meal, 2 plates of dumplings must be served as the main dish at the end. Once the dumplings are served, even those who keep saying they're stuffed and can't eat anymore will subconsciously come over and try 1 or 2. It's not that I'm greedy, it's just that if I don't eat a couple of dumplings, I feel like something's missing from this festival. Of course, this refers to traditional festivals. When celebrating foreign festivals, the main meal is usually a hotel room. When Lu Erzha took out a bag of white flour from his luggage, Chun'er had already prepared water in a basin, waiting to knead the dough. Niu Honghua and the others hadn't seen white flour in a long time, so they all gathered around, looking at the snow-white flour, and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Mom, this flour is so fine and smooth, Li Qiqi exclaimed. Yes, I haven't seen flour in a long time. The last time I ate white flour buns was during the Spring Festival in 1958. The canteen steamed 20 pots of big white buns, and then the canteen ran out of food. Niu Honghua was full of memories. Lu Erzha ignored the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and poured a lot of flour into the basin. Chun'er trembled as she watched, wanting to stop them but not daring to speak. Niu Honghua quickly added, "Oh dear, you spendthrift, why did you pour so much? Add some more cornmeal." Mom, I have a good relationship with the director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, so I can always buy flour, Lu Erzha explained. When the brigade first set up the communal canteen, they promised everyone braised pork every meal and an endless supply of steamed buns. But in less than 6 months, we were back to eating wild vegetable porridge. Last year, they shut it down completely and even smashed all the big iron pots in our village to make steel. Many people didn't have a pot to use for 6 months. Niu Honghua no longer believes in the future, so she thinks that if she can save a bite now, she can eat 1 more day in the future. Lu Erzha shook his head slightly, took out a handful of banknotes from his satchel and placed them on the table. Mother, keep these, they should be enough for our family to live on for a long time, right? Even if the mental space disappears, the medical skills I have already learned will definitely not disappear. Even if medical skills are forgotten, the formulas for strengthening muscles and bones that have already been developed will never disappear. Even if everything else disappears, this 1,000 yuan and a bunch of receipts won't disappear, right? This is a real thing. Everyone around was stunned when they saw that huge pile of money. Niu Honghua reached out to take it several times, but then pulled her hand back as if burned. She looked at Lu Erzha in fear and asked in a trembling voice, "Zuzi, where did this money come from? You haven't done anything bad, have you? I got a wild boar and sold it to the police station. This is the money and receipt they gave me. It's all from legitimate sources," Lu Erzha reassured them. Hearing this guarantee, Niu Honghua dared to pick up the stack of money and carefully count it. The more she counted, the redder her eyes became, and she eventually lost count. She never went to school and could only count to 50, so she could never count to 1,000. But she knew it was a lot of money, so she immediately hugged the money and tickets to her chest and said earnestly to Lu Erzha, "I'll keep these things safe for you, so you can use them when you get married in the future." Lu Erzha didn't care. He wasn't short of money, he only took it out so that his mother could eat dumplings without worry. In his heart, he wouldn't trade 1,000 pieces of gold for the well-being of his family. After Niu Honghua took the money and tickets into the house and hid them, Chun'er has already started kneading the dough. This time, Lu Erzha not only plans to make dumplings, but also intends to steam some buns. After all, eating cornbread all day long is really unbearable. Dumplings are easy to make, you can make them with unleavened dough, but steaming buns requires the dough to rise. These days, the only yeast powder factory in China is in Shanghai, and it won't be coming here anytime soon. Ordinary people usually use sourdough to make dough, but not everyone can have that, especially in the countryside. Fortunately, Lu Erzha was already several decades old in later generations and had a wealth of experience. He asked his older brother to boil water, then took out rice from his bag and cooked a pot of rice porridge. When Neo Hunghwa saw that Lu Erju had cooked a pot of rice porridge, she was a little surprised. Zuza, didn't you say we were going to eat dumplings? Why are you cooking rice porridge? Eating rice porridge is quite nice. I haven't had it in a long time. It smells really good. Li Qiqi thought that Lu Erju regretted using so much flour, so she quickly offered him a way out. Lu Erju didn't explain. Instead, he waited until the rice water was quite thick before taking some out and starting to knead the dough again. Seeing Lu Erju start kneading dough again, Neo Hunghwa was so distressed she could barely stand. What are you doing, you spendthrift? Why are you making so much dough? We don't have that many people in our family. This pot of dough is for making steamed buns. I'm just letting it rise, Lu Erju explained after the flour was processed. If he had told her beforehand, his mother definitely wouldn't have agreed. Not to mention Neo Hunghwa, even Li Qiqi, who was listening nearby, clenched her fists. Using rice water to leaven dough, I can only say that he is truly a son of an old landlord. Only Lu Erju could do something like this. If this had happened before, she would have started cursing right away. The saying an elder sister-in-law is like a mother is no joke. Besides, since Lu Erju is wasting things like this, if Li Qiqi really wanted to punish him, no one would criticize her. But now, no matter how much Li Qiqi felt sorry for Lu Erju, she wouldn't touch him with a single finger. She could only turn around and run away, saying, "Mother, I'm going to take care of Xiaohu." She had only taken a couple of steps when Neo Hunghwa said, "Qiqi, you stay here and help out. I'll go take care of Xiaohu." Li Qiqi stopped helplessly and looked at Neo Hunghwa, saying, "Mother, it hurts me to see you like this. If you don't let me leave, I'm afraid I'll lose my temper and hit Liang with a water ladle." Lu Daliang, who was quietly studying the scooter nearby, looked completely bewildered. "Why did you hit me?" Li Qiqi stood with her hands on her hips and said confidently, "It breaks my heart to see Zhu Zi wasting things like this." "Then beat him up," Lu Daliang said irritably. "But I can't bear to do it. Our brother is so good, how could I hit him? You're tough as nails, what's wrong with letting me hit you a couple of times?" As Li Qiqi spoke, she actually hit Lu Daliang on the back with a water ladle. Lu Daliang glared at Lu Erju, seething with anger. "When we were kids, I used to take all the beatings for you. How come I still have to take all the beatings for you now that we're grown up? Maybe it's because you look so damn awful, big brother," Lu Erju said with a laugh before running away. "I'll give you a good beating sooner or later." Lu Daliang was furious. Suddenly, snap! A small hand patted his back. When Lu Daliang turned around, he saw Nizai with her hands on her hips, just like her mother. She said loudly, "Dad, you can't hit Uncle, or I won't play with you anymore, and I won't let you wipe my bottom when I poop." Lu Daliang was even more determined to deal with Lu Erju. The family happily finished making pork and scallion dumplings, and the steamed buns were also ready. Lu Erju filled a bowl with dough and, seeing that Chun'er was about to leave after wrapping the dumplings, immediately said, "Chun'er, stay and eat dumplings." "No, thank you." Chun'er hurriedly walked out, afraid that Lu Erju would stop her. Lu Erju knew that Chun'er was uncomfortable here, so he immediately stepped forward to stop her and stuffed 3 large white steamed buns into her arms. "Take these and eat them when you get home." Chun'er hugged the steamed bun, somewhat frightened. "Brother Zuzi, I can't take anything more from you. I can't pay you back anymore." "Since we can't pay it back anyway, does it matter if it's a little more or a little less?" Lu Erju asked rhetorically. Chun'er didn't speak, but suddenly knelt on the ground, her head lowered, her hair covering her face full of self-doubt. "Please, Brother Zhu, I really can't take any more of your things." Seeing Chun'er like this, Lu Erju really didn't know what to do. He wanted to say that these few steamed buns meant nothing to him, but that would seem too arrogant and wouldn't necessarily convince Chun'er. However, Lu Erju didn't know that Chun'er now blindly worshipped him, and she would believe whatever he said. "Brother Zuzi." Chun'er suddenly looked up, her eyes red and earnest, and said, "I'm staying at your house not because my parents made me stay, nor because I'm greedy for your food, but because you saved my father's life, and also because you are a good person. I want to stay and serve you." "Then you need to eat your fill to have the energy to serve me," Lu Erju said helplessly. Chun'er lowered her head again. "I'm full." Lu Erju looked at her, feeling truly troubled and unsure of what to do. Neo Hunghwa walked over again and glared at Lu Erju with annoyance. "Get inside." All right. Lu Erju scratched his head, thinking to himself, why did he have to scold me for no reason? After he went inside, Neo Hunghwa leaned close to Chun'er and whispered, "You like your brother Zuzi, don't you?" Chun'er's face immediately turned bright red, and she lowered her head deeply, as if she wanted to bury herself in her full granary. Neo Hunghwa was also a woman, so she naturally understood Chun'er's feelings. In fact, she also liked Chun'er very much. She was big-breasted and had a round bottom. She was considered one of the prettiest girls in the village. She was skilled in everything from housework to landscaping, and countless men in the village dreamed of marrying her. So after confirming Chun'er's feelings, he continued, "You'll have to be direct with some things so that men will understand. They'll think you're doing this because you want to. Go home first, and I'll ask Zuzi what he thinks of you tonight, okay? Chun'er was frightened and grabbed Niu Honghua's hand, pleading, Auntie, don't ask. Brother Zhu is so nice, he definitely wouldn't look down on me. If you really ask, I'm afraid Brother Zhu will think I'm trying to climb the social ladder and won't let me come anymore. He wouldn't dare, Niu Honghua said, as if she were standing up for him. Chun'er kept shaking her head. Please, Auntie, I just want to take care of my brother Zuzi. I don't want to think about anything else. Besides, my brother Zuzi has been studying in the city for so many years. How could he not have a girlfriend or something? I don't expect to marry him. I just hope that my brother Zuzi won't kick me out. Even if he has a child in the future, I can help take care of it. Sure enough, Chun'er's words silenced Niu Honghua. She was also thinking about it. Indeed, Lu Erja studied in the county town for several years, so he might have had a girlfriend. I should ask him tonight. After seeing Chun'er off, Niu Honghua immediately went back into the house and asked Lu Erja, Zuzi, did you have a girlfriend when you were studying in the county town? Lu Erja was taken aback by the question, and a figure flashed into his mind. Song Inying. She was a girl with an oval face, a tall figure, a curvaceous body, and an exceptionally gentle temperament. She perfectly met the requirements of a wealthy family for a wife, both inside and out. Before liberation, that girl would have been a suitable match even if she married into an official's family. Naturally, a girl like this would have countless suitors. Even in such a conservative era, the number of love letters a girl received was measured in kilograms. Lu Erja was one of them, and then he was swallowed up by the crowd without receiving any response. Is Song Inying still in school? Or has she already gone home and gotten married? After all, some of them at that age already have children, so why would they be considered below the legal marriage age? They don't need to get a certificate. Many people board the ship first and buy a ticket later, and some never even get a ticket in their entire lives. In this way, they can support each other through thick and thin for a lifetime, unlike in later generations where women would frequently return to their parents' home or threaten divorce. Niu Honghua, being an experienced woman, could tell from Lu Erja's expression that he definitely had someone he liked. She immediately said happily, so that's why you don't like Chun'er. You have a girlfriend. What does she do? Is she from the city? She's not my type. She didn't like me, Lu Erja said helplessly. Niu Honghua's face stiffened, and she asked cautiously, what kind of family does he come from? He's not a government official, is he? After 2 days of living a life of luxury, Niu Honghua has really become arrogant. She felt that if her son wanted to find a wife, he had to choose from all the good girls in each brigade or even each commune. Now that someone looks down on her son, she must be the daughter of some high-ranking official. Son, you wouldn't have taken a fancy to the county magistrate's daughter, would you? Niu Honghua suddenly exclaimed. Mother, you've gotten too proud of yourself. In your heart, only the county magistrate's daughter has the right to look down on me, right? Lu Erja couldn't help but complain. Niu Honghua also realized she had gotten a little carried away and said awkwardly, Mother was just guessing for fun. If she doesn't like you, then she doesn't like you. Chun'er likes you, though. If it really doesn't work out, you can just live a good life with her. I think she's a well-behaved girl. Lu Fuxian chimed in, Kid, don't set your sights too high, and don't always think about finding someone you like. You'll realize how important it is to find someone who likes you when you get married. Lu Daliang, who was eagerly waiting for the dumplings to be cooked, subconsciously turned around and said, Dad, what you're saying sounds like you don't like Mom, but Mom is going out of her way to like you. Lu Fu angrily said to Lu Daliang, Come here, Liangzi, I'll show you a treasure. Lu Daliang has indeed learned his lesson. He was tricked by his ancestor and slapped before, so he immediately stays away. I'm not going. You must be lying to me. These words surprised the whole family immensely. Had the simpleton finally come to his senses? Even Lu Fuxian sat up excitedly and said, Liangzi, how did you know I was lying to you? My mother once said that my great-grandfather used to say that you were a complete spendthrift, always spending every penny you had. How could you possibly save anything good? Besides, with your biased nature, if there's something good, you'll definitely give it to Zuzi, or maybe your eldest grandson. Why would you give it to me? Lu Daliang analyzed the situation logically and with evidence, but the more he analyzed, the more gloomy Lu Fuxian's face became. Li Qiqi and Niu Honghua, standing nearby, were trying so hard to suppress their laughter that they were trembling. Lu Erja sighed deeply. My older brother is so stupid, he deserves a beating. How come he deserves a beating even more when he's smart? Lu Fuxian remained silent, took out the Zhonghua cigarettes that Lu Erja had given him as a gift, lit one, and started smoking. Upon seeing the Zhonghua cigarettes, Lu Daliang's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands together as he leaned closer. Dad, give me one. Snap! Lu Fuxian immediately slapped Lu Daliang on the head and cursed, You think I can't hit you, kid? Lu Daliang was used to being beaten since he was a child, so he didn't take it seriously at all. He snatched his father's cigarette and ran to the side to smoke it, thinking that he had gotten a great deal. Seeing his smug look, Lu Fu gritted his teeth in anger. How could he have given birth to such a fool? Niu Honghua added fuel to the fire. Zhu Ziyi, did you see your dad's expression? That's exactly how your great-grandfather looked at your dad back then. Lu Fuxian was furious, but when he recalled his grandfather's gaze, he realized it was true, and he became even angrier. He used to say that Lu Daliang's naivete was inherited from Niu Honghua, but he probably can't say that anymore. The dumplings are ready, Li Qiqi shouted, and everyone ran over to get their plates. Seeing the plump, white dumplings lying on the plate, emitting an enticing aroma, everyone's stomachs started rumbling. Nizai, with a sweet tooth, sat on Lu Erzhu's lap, constantly trying to reach for dumplings on the table, but the steam made her afraid to touch them. Lu Erzhu simply took an extra bowl and used chopsticks to cut the dumplings in half. The dumpling wrapper was cut in half, and the rich broth flowed out, with a plump meatball rolling out from inside. The meatball, with its alternating layers of fat and lean meat, was mixed with a few scallion leaves. It looked so delicious that Nizai swallowed even more. Lu Erzhu had barely blew a few breaths of cool air when she reached out her little hand, picked up a meatball, and put it in her mouth. It smells so good, it smells so good. Nizai's eyes curved into crescents with happiness, and her fair little feet swung in the air, just like a little fox wagging its tail when it's happy. But she was also clever. She knew who had brought the dumplings and that if she wanted to eat more, she had to curry favor with Lu Erzhu. So she immediately hugged Lu Erzhu's neck and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Uncle is so good. Lu Erzhu knew the girl was just trying to coax him, but he was still delighted by her little tricks. He didn't even bother to eat himself, and kept feeding the girl dumplings. While pouring wine for the group, Niu Honghua chuckled, this little girl is so cunning, and she has such a sweet tongue. Mother, Nizai truly loves her uncle. After all, if it weren't for Zuzi, how could she be living such a good life? Even in the cafeteria, I've only ever eaten 3 or 5 dumplings. I've never seen so many before. Zhu Ziyi is truly our family's lucky star. We've all benefited greatly. Li Qiqi's praise was full of emotion, which made Niu Honghua very happy. She poured half a bowl of wine for others, but poured a whole bowl for Li Qiqi. Lu Daliang hadn't expected that being sweet-talking would have this benefit, and quickly said, Zuzi, thank you too, you're really amazing. Niu Honghua understood what her eldest son meant. Seeing his clumsy attempts to praise people, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, but she still poured him a little more. Looking at the wine bowls on the table, Lu Fuxian noticed his was the smallest and glared at his wife, saying, What? Do I have to curry favor with this brat to get a bowl of wine? So what? What's wrong with you praising my son a couple of times? Don't forget who brought this wine and this flour back. If it weren't for my son, your dog leg would have been crippled long ago. You really don't know how to talk. Niu Honghua stood angrily with her hands on her hips, glaring back at Lu Fuxian. Lu Fuxian was very angry, so he simply stopped talking and drank in silence. Seeing that he was still not convinced, Niu Honghua immediately said, No one is allowed to pour him any wine, let this old man be greedy. Lu Daliang and his wife were used to this. They knew that the old couple's arguments came and went quickly, and that trying to mediate at this time would only add fuel to the fire. But Lu Ziyi didn't know that. He was a little nervous and said cautiously, Uncle, I'm not good at praising people. How about you let me do some work? Lu Erzhu patted Ziyi's head and said gently, We don't need you to do any work. You're still young. Your most important task now is to get better so you can go back to school and learn to read. Although scholars will suffer in a few years, Lu Erzhu doesn't expect Ziyi to go to university. He just needs him to be literate and find a stable job that won't be affected before the storm hits. This will at least ensure that Ziyi will be well off for the rest of his life. Xiao Hu kept his head down, somewhat unaccustomed to this kind of life. Lu Erzhu didn't say much to him, because if he tried to instill too much information, the child wouldn't be able to absorb it all at once. It's easy to ruin a person's character, but it takes a long time to cultivate it. He saw Xiao Hu sitting awkwardly at the table, not daring to pick up his chopsticks. The elder brother and sister-in-law were there to eat and drink for free, so they were even more embarrassed to offer Lu Ziyi dumplings. Lu Erzhu simply chopped off a plate of dumplings for himself and handed it to Lu Ziyi. Eat this. I can't eat that much, Lu Ziyi quickly said. Just tough it out. Lu Erzhu said seriously, once you've recovered and grown strong, you can go to school for a few years, and then your uncle will send you to join the army so you can handle a submachine gun, drive a tank, and even fly a plane. What little boy doesn't dream of airplanes and cannons? Even many adults in later generations still buy airplane and cannon toys to play with, let alone in this era of scarcity and limited knowledge. When Xiao Hu heard that he could join the army and even get to touch airplanes and tanks, his eyes lit up immediately. Really, uncle? Really, we can pinky swear? Lu Erzhu held out his hand. Little Tiger stretched out his still-scarred hand. Pinky promise, 100 years from now. After pressing the thumbs up, Xiao Hu finally showed his face. After all, he was just a child and had complete faith in the pinky promise. After receiving the assurance, he immediately began eating the dumplings in front of him and was no longer so reserved. Li Qiui's eyes reddened as she watched. She took a deep breath, held back her tears, and picked up her wine bowl to say to Lu Erzhe, "Brother, your sister-in-law toasts you." Lu Erzhe picked up his wine bowl, clinked it against Li Qiui's, and took a big gulp. Li Qiui drank half a bowl directly, and her face immediately turned red. Lu Daliang silently picked up his wine bowl, waved it at Lu Erzhe, and then drank half of it. "All right, let's eat." Niu Honghua interrupted the group. "The dumplings will all clump together in a bit." The whole family started eating dumplings with chopsticks, happily enjoying their meal. "We actually cooked quite a lot of dumplings, at least 6 or 7 pounds, and we ate them all in the end." They drank most of the dumpling soup in the pot, but didn't throw away the rest. They'll save it to mix with thin porridge and reheat it tomorrow. After the meal, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law cleaned up the dishes. Lu Erzhe took 5 steamed buns and walked out, saying, "I'm going to deliver some gifts to my master and mistress. I'll be back in a bit." Niu Honghua slapped her thigh. "Oh dear, I didn't remember that I should have sent some dumplings over." Seeing his mother's fake expression, Lu Erzhe smiled and didn't say anything more. Actually, he had been thinking of sending dumplings to his master and mistress, but seeing that Niu Honghua had made a very good number of dumplings, he figured that if he sent some more to his master's house, it wouldn't be enough, so he didn't bring it up. Lu Erzhe didn't say anything about his mother. After all, her frugality was for the good of her family. When he arrived at his master's house with the steamed buns, he thought they had already finished eating, but when he entered the yard, he heard a commotion inside the house. He walked to the doorway and peeked inside, only to find that it was the blacksmith couple from Lijiazwan, with 3 children who had bruised and battered faces. Lily and Lele knelt beside them, their heads bowed. The master, who had a lisp, was smoking, and the master's wife was apologizing. After listening for a couple of sentences, Lu Erzhe understood what had happened. Lily and Lele beat up the blacksmith's 3 children, so they've come to demand an explanation. Lu Erzhe immediately stepped forward and said, "Is it worth coming to your door for a kid's fight? You two really haven't had enough of extorting money, have you?" The blacksmith was sternly berating Ma Ziyulian for failing to raise her son properly when he heard someone dare to talk back to him. He turned around to yell at them, but when he saw it was Lu Erzhe, he immediately jumped up and said, What are you doing here?" The blacksmith hadn't forgotten the scene of this kid shooting at him and calling so many villagers to beat him up, so he felt an instinctive fear. Even the blacksmith initially didn't want to come, but he was annoyed by the 3 children's crying, and his wife, hearing Lily eating candy, became convinced that the List's family had something good and wanted to extort something, even just a couple of pieces of candy. Who would have thought that Lu Erzhe would be here too? Lu Erzhe placed the steamed buns on the table, then reached out to help Lily and Lele up. Looking at the blacksmith, he said, "This is my master's house, why can't I come?" Upon hearing this, the blacksmith glared at his wife with regret. "I told you I wasn't coming, but you insisted on coming." When the man with the lisp saw Lu Erzhe arrive, he immediately waved his hand at him. "Zuzi, don't worry about this. Your master's wife and I will handle it. They are my younger brother and sister, what's wrong with me interfering?" Lu Erzhe said decisively. Ma Ziyulian, the teacher's wife, tried to pull Lu Erzhe aside. "Zuzi, sit down for a while. We are indeed in the wrong here." Lu Erzhe didn't care about being in the right or in the wrong. He wasn't one of those people who wouldn't side with their own people even if they were in the right. Suddenly, the blacksmith's wife spoke up. "I don't care who handles this. To be honest, it's common for kids to fight, but my 3 children have been beaten so badly by your daughter. We can't just let this go, can we?" As she said this, the blacksmith's wife kept her eyes fixed on the white steamed buns on the table. Although her husband was skilled in blacksmithing, he could earn some money on a regular basis. But at most, they wouldn't starve. Being able to eat a steamed bun made from 2 kinds of flour during the new year was considered a sign of being well off. She had never seen such white steamed buns before, and they even smelled of rice. She was so hungry for them that she had to get a few to take with her. She was just picking a fight, but Lu Erzhe chuckled and said, "Actually, I'm also very curious. How did your 3 sons get beaten up like this by a little girl like Lily?" The blacksmith and his wife were suddenly speechless, and even looked at their 3 children with a sense of disappointment. What a bunch of trash. 3 grown men were beaten up by a little girl and had to go home crying and begging for their mothers. The blacksmith and his wife turned green with rage. They're all calling them grandma now. Lu Erzhe laughed maliciously. "So it turns out our 2 families are godparents. Then it's all right. Lily hitting them is just disciplining the younger generation. And I really don't mean to criticize you two, but you're such terrible parents. Look how hungry your child is, he's even had to come out and find a godparent." Big Tongue and Ma Ziyulian looked at each other, almost unable to hold back their laughter. They only knew Lu Erzhe as a kind and righteous boy, never imagining he had such a despicable side. The blacksmith and his wife were also stunned. No, they came to extort money. How did they end up extorting a godmother for themselves? The blacksmith quickly realized something was wrong and angrily shouted, "Lu Erzhe, are you out of your mind? You can't believe what a child says. You can't take what children say seriously. Lu Erzha retorted. Nonsense, of course not, the blacksmith's wife chimed in. Lu Erzha smiled slightly. So you two saw Lily beat up your son with your own eyes? No, the blacksmith answered instinctively. So that means you knew that the three of them told you your child was beaten, right? Lu Erzha pressed. Yeah, what's wrong? The blacksmith hadn't reacted yet. Lu Erzha laughed and said, then here's the problem, you said you can't take the children's words seriously, but if they say Lily hit them, does that mean Lily hit them? I don't quite trust your son. The blacksmith finally realized he'd been tricked and angrily exclaimed, what my son said is all true. Oh, so Lily is your godmother. Lu Erzha even turned to his master and said, congratulations, master and mistress, on having such a big, fat grandson. The couple with the lisp were laughing so hard they couldn't speak. Lily, not one to back down, stood up and shouted at the blacksmith and his wife, you two have both recognized me as your mother, so why don't you kneel down before me? The blacksmith was furious. He glared at Lu Erzha and cursed, Lu Erzha, stop talking nonsense. My son only knelt down because Lily tricked him with candy. I think it might be fate. Otherwise, how come Lily couldn't fool others, but your son was the one who fell for it? Who knows? Maybe you were really Lily's children in your past life, and you've come here to repay her kindness in this life. Lu Erzha spoke with such sincerity that the blacksmith was somewhat dazed. Could it be that what this guy is saying is true? The blacksmith's wife slapped her husband on the shoulder. What are you standing there for? This kid is obviously messing with you, hurry up and beat him up. The blacksmith finally realized what was happening and shouted angrily, kid, you dare to play me for a fool? Believe me or not, I'll slap you across the face. When the man with the lisp realized that things had escalated, he quickly stepped in to mediate and apologize. Lu Erzha simply took out a small notebook from his bag and tossed it over. You little bastard, can you read? Look at what's written here. The blacksmith, who knew a few words, glanced at the notebook with a puzzled look. Textile factory, security department, Lu Erzha. He was shocked and looked at Lu Erzha in disbelief. When did you join the security department of the textile factory? What's it to you? Lu Erzha stepped forward and snatched the notebook. Get the hell out of here. You have the nerve to come to my house when your kids get into a fight? Why don't you say a word when your kids bully others? The blacksmith was quite a local tyrant in Lijiazhuang. Not only did he and his wife bully others because of their skills, but even their son often caused trouble. It's only because Lily is so famous that she can keep the three boys in check, otherwise, Lily would definitely have been the one to suffer this time. That's why Lu Erzha wouldn't have given the blacksmith's three children a friendly look. The blacksmith chickened out and quickly dragged his wife and child outside. The blacksmith's wife, still somewhat unwilling, looked at the white steamed buns on the table and struggled, shouting, why are you pulling me? Did they just work for nothing? After they left, the blacksmith angrily shouted, can't you shut up? They're from the textile factory's security department. So what if they're from the security department? They're not from the police station. They can manage the factory, but can they manage us ordinary folks? The blacksmith's wife said resentfully. I have to say you're a brainless idiot. Do you really think just anyone can do the security job? These guys used to be thugs from the county town, which is why they could keep the people in the factory in check. These thugs are the most loyal and proud. If we really mess with Lu Erzha, he can call over a dozen people to smash up our house, believe it or not. The blacksmith glared angrily and began cursing. His wife was scared, but still somewhat unwilling. Can't we call the police? Call the police? They're from the security department, how could they not know the police station? They'll just buy us a meal and they'll be released. We'll be the ones who suffer. You might not believe me, but I saw plenty of this kind of thing when I was learning blacksmithing in the county town. The blacksmith kicked his wife, and it looked like he was about to slap her across the face if she didn't leave soon. Fortunately, his wife was really scared and quickly took the children and left. Inside the house, Big Tongue looked at Lu Erzha and said with emotion, I thought I'd have to pay at least 2 pounds of wild vegetables to settle this, but I didn't expect you to chase them away in no time. Ma Zayulian, the teacher's wife, glanced at the steamed buns on the table and said, Zuza, you're bringing things here again. Take them back later, we have all kinds of food at home. Lu Erzha glanced at the stove. Haven't you eaten yet? No, I was just about to eat when those two showed up. Since you're here, let's have a drink together later. Big Tongue beckoned Lu Erzha over, then instructed the mother and her 2 children to serve rice. Lu Erzha stopped Lily and quietly took out a crispy fried chicken leg wrapped in oil paper from his bag and handed it to her. These fried chicken legs were stored in my mind's eye, so even after so much time, they are still piping hot and retain their crispy and tender texture. You two share this, run. After handing over the chicken leg, Lu Erzha stuffed 2 steamed buns into his mouth. Lily hugged the chicken leg and Lele hugged the steamed bun. The 2 of them ran away together, leaving behind only an enticing aroma and the scolding of their teacher's wife. After his master's wife brought in the wild vegetable porridge, she said to Lu Erzha in a bad mood, you just keep spoiling those 2. Of course, he's just a kid. Lu Erzhu glanced at the wild vegetable paste and noticed that it contained a lot of cornmeal. He then said with satisfaction, "Master's wife, just add more cornmeal next time and use wild vegetables to enhance the flavor." The master's wife was quite helpless after hearing this. "Zhu Ziyi, this isn't how you live your life." "What? You're out of cornmeal at home?" Lu Erzhu asked. "Yes, there are quite a few," the teacher's wife quickly replied. "I don't believe you, show it to me." Lu Erzhu shook his head repeatedly. The teacher's wife quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks and went to the locked cabinet to get some cornmeal, which Lu Erzhu had given her before, and there was still a lot left. Lu Erzhu grabbed the flour sack and ran out of the house. This baffled his master's wife. "Why is Erzhuze coming to our house to steal our grain? Is there nothing left for them to eat?" The man with the lisp gave her a speechless look. "You silly woman, that kid must have been adding more food to it." "Oh dear, this won't do." The teacher's wife slapped her thigh in frustration and turned to chase after him. Lu Erzhu had already run back, throwing the bag filled with 20 jin of cornmeal on the ground. "Master and mistress, I'm going home to sleep. Tomorrow we'll make some muscle strengthening pills. I have a feeling this stuff will sell like hotcakes." The master's wife hurriedly went over to pick up the flour sack on the ground, only to find that Lu Erzhu had already disappeared. She looked at her husband with a helpless expression. The man with the lisp took a sip of wine and calmly said, "Keep it. This is the good karma accumulated by my ancestors." "What a disgrace." The master's wife rolled her eyes at her husband, then put the flour sack away and looked at the man with a troubled expression. "Do you think it's possible that Erzhuze won't be able to find a girlfriend within 5 years? The man with the big tongue saw right through his wife's thoughts and bluntly exposed her. "Even if Zhu Ziyi doesn't get married by 30, he won't marry your daughter, that crazy girl who can kick her peers a meter away when she's only 8. "That's true." The master's wife sighed and sat down. Lu Erzhu walked back from his master's house with a smile, still thinking about whether he should go to the black market to get some bullets that night. "I only have 4 pistol bullets left, which is really not enough." After returning home, Lu Erzhu took the cotton out of his mental space. 50 caddies of cotton can be made into 12 thin cotton-padded clothes, trousers, and shoes. However, the thinner version can only be used in early winter, when there is no such thing as global warming, and the winter can be freezing cold. If you want to make a thick cotton coat, you can only make 8 pieces. The Lu family alone has 7 members, which is barely enough. Surely the master and mistress's house can't just freeze dry, can it? Besides, it seems there aren't any thick bedding at home. There's just a blanket covered with patches on the Kong, heated brick bed, which is uncomfortable. Every winter when the Kong is heated, it gets so hot that people can't lie down. Let's see if the textile factory can provide us with more cotton. Lu Erzhu pondered for a moment, then took out all the remaining flawed cloths from his storage space and carried them into the house. Niu Honghua was washing her feet when she saw so much cotton and was immediately surprised. "Where did you get this?" "I traded 2 wild rabbits for them at the textile factory." Lu Erzhu told the truth this time. "Is this cotton? It's so white and clean. 2 wild rabbits are worth so much? And they even gave us so much cloth?" Niu Honghua was somewhat incredulous when she heard the truth. Lu Erzhu realized that the cloth was indeed bought on the black market, and then explained, "It's a flawed cloth, not worth much. Mother, make a few quilts out of the cotton first, and we can divide them among our family, my elder brother's family, and my master's family. I'll go to the textile factory later and get some cotton and defective fabric, then make cotton-padded clothes for winter." Niu Honghua hesitated for a moment. "Can we really get it in exchange? Or should we keep the cotton and the defective cloth for your wedding?" Lu Erzhu waved his hand. "No need to stay. I find this Kong uncomfortable to sleep on. Please make me a quilt so I can be more comfortable." "All right, then." Niu Honghua couldn't bear to see her youngest son suffer, so she reluctantly agreed. Lu Fuxian was displeased and scolded. "Why are you making such a fuss? Everyone sleeps on this Kong, but you're the only one grumbling." Lu Erzhu retorted, "Does that mean it's right if everyone does it this way? Isn't it better to make yourself feel more comfortable?" Seeing Lu Erzhu retort, Lu Fuxian was stunned for a moment, then lay down on the Kong and muttered, "Damn it, why does this little brat look so much like his great-grandfather?" Lu Erzhu brought over the thermos, but just as he was about to pour water in, he realized it was empty. Niu Honghua quickly said, "Your father and I used up all the water just now, so I'll go boil some water for you." Just as Lu Erzhu was about to refuse, Chun'er's voice came from outside the door. "Auntie, let me cook it." "Chun'er, why are you back?" Lu Erzhu walked out of the house with a puzzled look on his face. As Chun'er deftly lit the fire to boil water, she said, "My dad said it's only just getting dark, and he told me not to be so lazy and to do more chores when I get back." Lu Erzhu said helplessly, "There's nothing else for you to do here." Chun'er didn't speak, she just kept her head down and kept busy. Seeing that she was determined, Lu Erzhu peeled a piece of milk candy and went over to Chun'er. "Open your mouth." "Ha!" Chun'er subconsciously looked up and opened her mouth, then tasted something sweet in her mouth. She suddenly realized what Lu Erzhu had given her and hurriedly tried to spit it into her hand. Lu Urja glared at him. If you dare to spit it out, you can go home. Chun'er was startled and dared not vomit anymore, looking as aggrieved as a little wife who had been beaten. But Lu Urja ignored her and looked at the fence around the yard, wondering if it could be turned into a wall. He thought that this thing was only good for keeping out honest people, and he didn't feel safe living there. Moreover, we need to build 1 or 2 more rooms, otherwise it's awkward to always share a room with my parents. However, you have to come up with a good reason, otherwise building a house or building a wall will easily cause trouble for outsiders. This isn't like the time when the Japanese invaded the village. Why are you building such a high wall? To detach oneself from the collective and live a capitalist life independently? Lu Urja was thinking about improving his home. Chun'er secretly watched his back, her eyes full of admiration, and the candy in her mouth seemed to sweeten her heart. Soon, the water boiled. Chun'er first filled the thermos, then brought over a basin and prepared the water, whispering, "Brother Zhu, I've prepared the water. Why don't you sit down and wash your feet?" "Okay, sure." Lu Urja walked over. Although these liberation shoes were much more comfortable than straw sandals, they were still far inferior to shoes of later generations. The main problem is that it's not breathable. My feet were stuffy inside all day, and I walked and cycled such a long distance. If I didn't wash my feet, the stench would be unbearable. As soon as Lu Urja took off his shoes, he saw Chun'er squatting in front of him. She didn't mind his smelly feet and picked up one of his feet to help wash it. No, Lu Urja quickly refused. "I'm not used to having other people wash my feet." In his past life, he was treated by a colleague to a foot massage parlor. The girl there was pretty, had good technique, and was also sweet-talking and knew how to coax people. Lu Urja was chatting with his younger sister about her sick mother and gambling father when his wife suddenly burst in and publicly berated him, calling him shameless. Later, Lu Urja developed a phobia of this incident, and every time he washed his feet, he would recall it. Now that Chun'er is washing his feet, he feels uncomfortable all over. But Chun'er didn't know that, so she looked at Lu Urja nervously, thinking that Lu Urja was disgusted with her. "Don't overthink it. I just feel that it wouldn't be good for your reputation if word got out that I'd have a young woman like you washing my feet," Lu Urja quickly explained, seeing Chun'er's embarrassed expression. Chun'er grabbed Lu Urja's foot again and said in a low voice, "I have no other way to repay you, so let me do some work." Lu Urja was helpless. Fortunately, Chun'er's hands were indeed a bit rough from years of working, like a man's hands, so when she washed his feet, he didn't feel like he was in a foot massage parlor. After washing her feet, Chun'er washed Lu Urja's socks and hung them in the room. "I'm afraid someone will take it if I leave it outside. These days, even the smallest piece of fabric is good, even if it smells bad, it can still block the wind when sewn onto clothes, right?" After Chun'er helped Lu Urja get into bed, she brought a chamber pot for the others, boiled another pot of water to fill the thermos, and left the remaining water in the pot to cook porridge the next day before returning home. Niu Honghua watched Chun'er sway her hips as she left through the window, and said meaningfully, "What a wonderful girl. She could have 2 children in 3 years without any problem." Lu Urja pretended not to hear and lay on the a heated brick bed, pretending to be asleep. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Niu Honghua immediately nudged Lu Fuxian. "Don't you think so?" Lu Fuxian was almost asleep when he was nudged awake. He said unhappily, "You already have grandchildren, but you're always thinking about what kind of children Zuzi should have. Let him play for 2 years if he wants." Seeing that her husband was really angry, Niu Honghua muttered softly, "I'm just worried that I'll be too old to help take care of the children." "Then you should live as long as you can, live like a turtle spirit, and then carry his son all over the place." Lu Fuxian cursed. "Hey, you old geezer, why are you cursing at me when we're talking to each other?" Niu Honghua retorted angrily, "Don't come to me for a chamber pot when you need to pee at night, you old bastard, I'll make you die of holding it in." Hearing the 2 elders arguing, Lu Urja silently burrowed his head under the covers to avoid the flames of conflict. However, he did admire his father. No wonder he comes from a landlord family. Even at his age, his morning grumpiness is worse than that of a modern-day working person. The parents bickered for a bit, then both went to bed fuming. Lu Urja secretly calculated the time, and only after he heard his father snoring and his mother's breathing even out did he quietly crawl out of bed and go outside. After the bicycle was pushed into the house, he had to carefully push it out again, trying not to wake the elderly couple. So much so that Lu Urja was sweating profusely from nervousness after just a short time moving the bicycle. After going out, Lu Urja tied the flashlight to the handlebars and put on his military overcoat, because the late autumn night was really cold. The mountain road was rugged, but with a flashlight, we could at least find some good paths to follow, and with a bicycle, we were much faster. It took less than half the time compared to last time. After arriving outside the black market, Lu Urja found a secluded corner, covered his face with a floral cloth, stored the bicycle in his spatial storage, and walked into the woods with a flashlight. There were still many people in the woods, floating around like ghosts, whispering among themselves. Every now and then someone would turn on their flashlight and shine it on you, then quickly turn it off, either to save electricity or to avoid being discovered. Lu Erzhu found the stall selling guns and ammunition, went straight over, and asked in a low voice, "Do you have any .45 pistol bullets? How many do you want?" The stall owner asked. "How much do you have?" Lu Erzhu asked magnanimously. The stall owner glanced at him in surprise. Although he couldn't see Lu Erzhu's face, he could tell from Lu Erzhu's military overcoat that this guy had connections. He immediately became enthusiastic. "I have 180 rounds, but I only want to exchange them for grain, 10, 20 jin of cornmeal. Can you eat that?" Lu Erzhu glanced at the stall owner, who looked at him with a guilty conscience and said awkwardly, "I'm not bragging, but you really can't buy this many at once from other people. They can only sell you 3 or 5 at most, because ordinary people can't get handguns, they all have hunting rifles." "Okay, take it for me." Lu Erzhu agreed. "You wait here, I'll go get the grain." "No, I'll go with you. I wouldn't dare take so much grain to the black market. And if you can really eat it, I have something else to show you," the stall owner said mysteriously. Lu Erzhu was very curious and immediately followed the stall owner into the woods. Once they reached a deserted place, Lu Erzhu found a spot with poor visibility and retrieved a bag of grain from the thatched hut. When he returned, he found a bag of bullets and a black man in front of the stall owner. Lu Erzhu leaned closer for a look and was immediately startled. "Holy crap, a Type 96? Where did you get that?" "It's definitely from the legitimate source. My father was a veteran of the War of Resistance against Japan," the stall owner said in a low voice. Lu Erzhu exclaimed with deep respect, "An old Red Army soldier." "Ahem, it's the Nationalist Army," the stall owner said somewhat awkwardly. "That's fine too, at least the National Revolutionary Army produced many heroes in the War of Resistance against Japan." Lu Erzhu leaned closer and glanced at the Type 96 machine gun. He found that the outer shell was well maintained, but he didn't know what the inside was like. Seeing his hesitation, the stall owner picked up the machine gun without hesitation and disassembled it in a few moments. "I've loved guns since I was a child. These are all my collections. I take very good care of them. I wouldn't sell them if my family wasn't starving." Seeing that the gun was well protected internally, Lu Erzhu believed the stall owner and immediately asked, "How many bullets does this gun have?" 500 rounds. "If you want to buy them all at once, give me 100 jin of cornmeal." After quoting the price, the stall owner saw Lu Erzhu frown and quickly said, "I'm not overcharging. This Type 96 machine gun can even be used to hunt bears in the mountains. Yes, if I really dared to take it into the mountains, the bear would be caught a second later, and I would be caught too." Lu Erzhu said irritably, "If this were to continue, wouldn't the villagers think the Japanese devils have returned?" The stall owner looked a little embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything, because what Lu Erzhu said was also what he was worried about. Otherwise he would have taken a machine gun and gone into the mountains to hunt bears long ago. However, it wasn't that Lu Erzhu didn't want it, he just felt the price was too high. He has plenty of food, but he's not stupid. "Alright, pack up 80 jin of coarse grains, the bullets I asked for earlier, this Type 96 rifle and its bullets," Lu Erzhu said in a deep voice. The stall owner was reluctant to part with it. "This is my lifeline. Then go play with your manhood, I'll find someone else." Lu Erzhu turned and left. "Hey, I'll sell. The stall owner hurriedly stopped the person, smiling obsequiously as he stuffed all the items into a large sack. Lu Erzhu accepted the goods and then went to get another 60 jin of grain for the transaction. After the stall owner hurriedly left with the grain, he squatted down and stared at the crooked-handled machine. "Good heavens, in all my previous lives I've only ever seen this on TV, I've never actually touched one in real life." At this moment, he picked up his gun, pointed it at the night sky in the distance, and made a rat-a-tat-tat sound while his body trembled. He felt a surge of excitement, as if he were fighting the Japanese on the battlefield. After he had had his fill of playing, Lu Erzhu put the machine gun away and happily returned to the black market, intending to look for something else. He had just returned when he heard a familiar arguing sound coming from afar. "How could you raise prices so arbitrarily? Just now when I asked you, you said you could exchange 5 pounds of coarse grains for 1 pound of wheat flour. Shut the hell up, aren't you afraid of dying? You want to kill someone again? Aren't you afraid of getting shot? What a fucking idiot. Hey, why are you packing up? Sell me your stuff first." The noise attracted the attention of many people, who all looked over there, and some even shone flashlights maliciously into the faces of the people arguing. One of them was a stall owner with mud smeared on his face, who immediately covered his face when he saw the flashlight. The other was a young, unmasked face, full of anger as he grabbed the stall owner, refusing to let him leave. When Lu Erzhu saw that familiar face, he confirmed that he had guessed correctly. It was his classmate, Guo Ming. In his previous life, he came to this black market with Guo Ming, and that's how he learned about this place. He remembered that Guo Ming had come here to buy a birthday present for his girlfriend, but he got into an argument and was stabbed. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he was bleeding profusely, which was terrifying. Ultimately, because he was injured, his involvement in the black market could no longer be concealed, and the school, upon learning of this, expelled him. Seeing that the stall owner was getting annoyed and his eyes were already showing a fierce look, Lu Erju's memory was actually a bit hazy, but he guessed that Guo Ming was probably injured at this time. After all, they were classmates, and the two had a good relationship in their past lives, so he immediately rushed over and pulled Guo Ming away, whispering, "Stop yelling, aren't you afraid your dad will find out you came here and beat you when you get back?" Guo Ming was furious when he heard that familiar voice and instinctively looked over. Upon seeing Lu Erju, he exclaimed in surprise, "Lu, wah!" Lu Erju covered Guo Ming's mouth to prevent him from calling out his name, then apologized to the stall owner and dragged Guo Ming into the grove. After being dragged into the grove, Guo Ming struggled to break free from Lu Erju's grasp and said angrily, "Why are you pulling me? That bastard said he could exchange 5 caddies of coarse grain for 1 caddy of white flour. If I can get that, I can give it to my girlfriend as a gift." Lu Erju said speechlessly, "This is the black market. Anyone who dares to come here is either desperate or incredibly audacious. What would you do if someone stabbed you?" Reminded by this, Guo Ming's impulsive emotions gradually calmed down. He remembered that this was not a transaction between classmates, but a black market. He felt a wave of fear wash over him, and said somewhat awkwardly, "I was too excited just now and forgot about that for a moment. But that guy is really infuriating. We had already agreed on the price, and I even borrowed grain from others, but he changed his mind. I really lost out big time." Lu Erju also knew that this guy was truly devoted to his girlfriend, and the two had already written love letters and secretly pledged their lives to each other. Now all we have to do is wait until after graduation, find a matchmaker to contact both sets of parents, and then we can get married naturally. To celebrate his partner's birthday, this guy went to great lengths, even spending half a year fetching water and washing clothes for his classmates to earn just a few pounds of coarse grains, hoping to get some flour to make a cake. Now that all his efforts have been in vain, he's naturally angry. "Alright, I'll change it for you." Lu Erju rummaged in his satchel and pulled out a pound of flour. Guo Ming stared at the bag of flour in surprise. After opening it and taking a look, he exclaimed incredulously, "Lu Erju, did you skip school just to come here and do business? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Lu Erju said irritably. If it weren't for the fact that he used to bully Guo Ming when he first came to the county town from the countryside in his previous life, and Guo Ming had helped him out several times, he would have turned around and left by now. Knowing he's in business is one thing, but daring to say it out loud? Someone with a bad temper would have beaten him up. Guo Ming realized he had said the wrong thing. It's a taboo subject in business these days. He quickly apologized with a smile, yes, I was wrong, here's some coarse grain." Although he wasn't short of food, adhering to the idea that a little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment, he casually accepted the food and said, "Don't come to the black market again unless it's absolutely necessary. If someone finds out and it affects your dad's furniture factory work, see if he doesn't beat you up." Guo Ming was even more frightened. When he saw Lu Erju covering his face with a floral cloth, he quickly covered his face with his arm as well. "Well, Zuzi, I'll go first. We'll talk later." Lu Erju agreed, but then noticed that Guo Ming, who had only taken a few steps, suddenly turned around with a sly smile. "Hey, Song Anying is here too. Want to come with me to meet her?" "Song Anying?" Lu Erju asked, puzzled. "What's she doing here? I remember her father is a section chief in the Cultural Bureau, a level 15 cadre, earning a little over 100 yuan a month, plus various benefits and subsidies. What's she doing here?" "To bolster my courage, I brought over a few more classmates, both male and female. After hearing about it, she wanted to come and broaden her horizons. Don't blame me for not helping you. There are 7 of us here, but we only have 4 bicycles. With you, it'll be 2 people on 1 bicycle. I'll create an opportunity for you and Song Anying to share a bicycle later, how about that?" Guo Ming nudged Lu Erju with his shoulder and kept winking at him. Lu Erju thought of his beloved from his youth and really wanted to go see her. "Okay, let's go take a look." Guo Ming chuckled mischievously, then put his arm around Lu Erju and headed towards the black market. When they arrived at the meeting point agreed upon with their classmates, everyone else was already there, 3 men and 3 women. Guo Ming put his arm around Lu Erju and walked over, saying with a smile, "Brothers, look who's here." All of them looked over, but embarrassingly, none of the 3 female classmates recognized Lu Erju. After all, Lu Erju wasn't a celebrity at school, and he was rather dull with few friends, so naturally they didn't recognize him. The 3 male students all looked surprised. A chubby, dark-skinned boy walked over and punched Lu Erju hard in the shoulder. "Zuzi, you said you were going home to visit someone, but you never came back. You're such a bastard." Lu Erju recognized the boy in the next bunk as Lin Uki, with whom he had a good relationship. "There's nothing I can do, my family is poor, they won't let me go," Lu Erju explained with a smile. The other classmates didn't take it seriously either. Everyone's poor these days, so no one could laugh at anyone else. Besides, many teachers at the school were too hungry to teach, and Lu Erju wasn't the only student who dropped out. After Lu Erju finished explaining, he looked at Song Anying, who stood out from the crowd. and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The girl was still the same girl, just as Lu Erju had seen her many times in his dreams. She was pure, beautiful, and possessed a touch of nobility from her family of officials. The two girls next to her were actually quite good-looking, but compared to her, they looked like ugly ducklings next to a swan. In fact, in his past life, Lu Erju was also a toad eyeing a swan. He was always very self-conscious when facing Song Anying, and he couldn't even speak properly. But now he dares to stand boldly in front of her, and even dares to take a few more glances at her. When she saw Lu Erju looking at her, Song Anying nodded to him as a greeting, her attitude neither warm nor cold. After all, she had many suitors, some of whom even came to her home to propose marriage, so she was used to her beauty and wouldn't be so coy. The other two girls slightly pursed their lips. They were used to men looking at Song Anying with lecherous expressions, and quite a few even fawning over her. A round-faced girl deliberately stood in front of Song Anying to block Lu Erju's view and prevent him from harassing her friend. Lu Erju just smiled when he saw this. The reason he looked at Song Anying was because he was nostalgic for his youth, not because he really had any other intentions. Having been given a second chance at life, he still wants to have more fun before finding a partner. Guo Ming nudged Lu Erju lightly and teased, "Stop looking. We've run into each other, so why don't you give us a ride home?" Lin Uki was also a good wingman, immediately saying, "Yes, 2 people per car, just right." Without hesitation, Song Anying said, "Yanzi and I will ride one." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the boys nearby varied. Guo Ming and Lin Uki's expressions stiffened slightly. They had originally intended to help Lu Erju get together, but they didn't expect that the other party was already prepared. The other 2 boys breathed a sigh of relief. They also had a crush on Song Anying and naturally didn't want her to be carried around on a bicycle by other men. Guo Ming didn't dare to force Song Anying, and could only helplessly shrug at Lu Erju, meaning that he had done his best. Lu Erju chuckled and didn't take it seriously. "I just came to say hello. I won't go to the county town with you guys, otherwise I'll have to squeeze in with you guys at school. Besides, my parents wouldn't feel comfortable with that." "No way. I'm celebrating Yanzi's birthday tonight. Why don't you join us at the table?" Guo Ming said hurriedly. "Is it my birthday tonight?" Lu Erju thought carefully for a moment. It's true, in his past life, Guo Ming also wanted to celebrate Yanzi's birthday tonight, but something happened and he couldn't. It just so happens that Guo Ming's father is a level 5 carpenter at the furniture factory. If we can get to know him, my older brother can have someone to look after him when he goes to work at the furniture factory in the future. Okay, then I'll use the 5 jin of coarse grains I just had to join the meal. Lu Erju agreed with a smile. The people around were quite surprised. When they ate together, each person only contributed 3 ounces of coarse grains, but Lu Erju offered 5 jin, 2.5 kilograms, of it. How could he say that his family had no money? Yanzi, in particular, frowned and winked at Guo Ming. That is, he should persuade Lu Erju not to waste his family's food rations just to save face in front of the beautiful Song Anying. Guo Ming hadn't expected Lu Erju to bring out so much grain, and whispered a reminder, "We each only took 2 or 3 ounces of coarse grain. We're just having fun, there's no need to take so much." In years of famine, no one is wealthy. Even if these people are from the county town and have grain supplies, and their families have workers or cotters, they would not take out so much food for a feast. When Lu Erju saw that everyone was looking at him, and even Song Anying glanced at him a few more times, he smiled and said, "It's nothing, I'm just happy." The people nearby exchanged glances, and none of them offered any further advice. If a sucker is willing to provide food, who wouldn't want to? Guo Ming and Lin Uki secretly thought that Lu Erju was probably trying to show off because Song Anying was there, and it was really not good to persuade him now. They should try to save him some food later. Lu Erju could see what the others were thinking, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He did this for 2 reasons. First, he genuinely didn't care about the coarse grains, and second, he wanted to fulfill a dream from his past life. In his past life, he had a crush on Song Anying for a long time. As a teenager, he naturally wanted to attract Song Anying's attention and even win a smile from the beauty. Unfortunately, as a child from a mountain village, he had no money or background, and his only advantage was that he was a slightly better student. However, Song Anying was also a top student, so he always felt inferior and unworthy of liking Song Anying. He had dreamed countless times of himself becoming like those rich young men, putting on airs and showing off in front of Song Anying, then waking up laughing, only to fall into a new round of melancholy. Now that he has the ability, he no longer needs to rely on imagination, so naturally he wants to fulfill one of his dreams. "I've bought everything, what about you guys?" Guo Ming stopped trying to persuade Lu Erju and looked at the others. The group nodded in agreement. They had come mainly to broaden their horizons and hadn't bought anything. "Okay, then Zhu Ziyi and I will ride together for a bit," Guo Ming offered. "No need, I have a bicycle, it's parked over there. Wait for me a bit." Lu Erju turned and left. Guo Ming and the others were all taken aback. Lin Uki, in particular, couldn't help but say as he watched Lu Erju's figure disappear, "Old Guo, Zuzi has changed so much." Guo Ming nodded in deep agreement. Although Lu Erju used to chat and laugh with people, he was always very careful and self-conscious, as if he was afraid that if he said the wrong thing, no one would want to play with him anymore. But now Lu Erju has become sunny and confident. Before, he sometimes didn't have enough food and had to work for them in exchange for food, but now he can afford a bicycle. Not long after, Lu Erju returned, having retrieved the bicycle from his mental space. Looking at his brand new car, Guo Ming asked in astonishment, "You didn't just buy it on the black market, did you? How could the black market dare to sell this?" "I bought it in the county town," Lu Erju explained casually. Bicycles require a license, so even if someone dared to sell them on the black market, no one would dare to buy them. Guo Ming and the others realized what was happening and stopped asking questions. With 8 people and 5 bicycles, there's no need to worry about who's with whom. Everyone got on the bus and headed straight for the county town. However, once they got on the road, everyone noticed something was wrong. Everyone else was holding a flashlight in one hand and the handlebars in the other, making their bikes wobble as they rode. In other words, if there are passengers in the back seat, they can also help by holding a flashlight to light the way. Lu Erju, however, had tied the flashlight to the handlebars and rode very leisurely, which made the people next to him quite envious. It's not that they're stupid or can't think of this idea, but where can we find ropes in this desolate wilderness? Before coming out, everyone was so excited that they forgot about this. Guo Ming held up the flashlight until his arm was sore, then shamelessly leaned closer and said, "Zhu Ziyi, can you lend me a rope? I'll return it to you when we get back to the county town." Lin Uki quickly joined in, "Brother Zhu, can I borrow one too?" Fortunately, Lu Erju had kept some flawed fabric for himself as a backup. He stopped the car, tore off a few strips of flawed floral fabric in his mental space to use as ropes, and then reached into his bag and took them out. "Here's one for each of you." Guo Ming was overjoyed. "Thank you very much, Zhu Ziyi." Lin Uki grinned and said in a high-pitched voice, feigning shyness, "Brother Zhu, you're so nice." Lu Erju looked at Lin Uki speechlessly. "Get out of here, you're disgusting." Seeing that he had successfully disgusted Lu Erju, Lin Uki, that scoundrel, ran off to the side, satisfied. The others had indeed raised their hands until they were sore, and they all shamelessly came over to borrow the rope. Even Song Yenying came over, took the rope, and nodded gently, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Lu Erju's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, it's hard for anyone to resist their unrequited love. The scariest thing is that this white moonlight hasn't changed at all. She's still in puberty, still looking the same as she did in puberty. At this moment, Guo Ming suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap! Zhu Ziyi, are you crazy? Why are you using floral cloth as a rope?" Because it was so dark, people didn't notice it and thought it was something like a belt. At this moment, everyone crowded around to take a closer look, and sure enough, it was just a piece of floral fabric twisted into a single strand, and the tier was clearly freshly made. These 7 or 8 strips of floral fabric together are as wide as a palm and as long as an arm. They could be used for anything else, but using them as rope is such a waste. If those guys dared to do that, they'd definitely get a beating at home. What a spendthrift son. Although the group had Lu Erju's things, they had already silently labeled him a spendthrift. Song Yenying hesitated for a moment before saying, "You didn't tear this on purpose just to borrow it from us, did you? We'll chip in and pay you back for a piece of cloth, okay?" Guo Ming and Lin Uki also agreed. The people next to him frowned slightly, somewhat unwilling. After all, it wasn't them who forced Lu Erju to tear the cloth, so why should he pay for it? However, they didn't say anything, just waited for Lu Erju's response. Lu Erju casually said, "No need, let's hurry up and tie on the flashlight and go." Seeing Lu Erju's carefree demeanor, Song Yenying pursed her lips slightly, took out a piece of fruit candy and handed it over. "Here you go, I don't like owing people favors." Looking at the piece of fruit candy, Lu Erju raised an eyebrow. "It's just a piece of cloth, is this really necessary? After all, we asked you to borrow the rope before you tore the cloth, so keep it." Song Yenying put the candy in Lu Erju's hand and turned to tie up the flashlight. Lu Erju couldn't help but smile as he watched the girl's graceful departure. "This girl is quite interesting. No wonder she's my dream girl." Guo Ming leaned over and gently bumped Lu Erju's shoulder. When Lu Erju looked over, he gave him a thumbs up. "You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. You're amazing." Lu Erju rolled his eyes at him, annoyed, and casually tossed the fruit candy into his mouth. "Wow, so sweet." The 2 unfamiliar male classmates next to me were a little jealous. "That's candy given to you by the goddess herself. But that son of a bitch was really wasteful, he just ate it like that." If it were them, wouldn't they cherish it and take it out to think of Song Yenying from time to time? The group soon arrived in the county town and came to a dilapidated courtyard. It is said that this place was a brothel during the Republic of China era. After liberation, no one was willing to take it over, so it was abandoned, Guo Ming explained. Lu Erju looked puzzled. "Why did you bring us here? A tourist brothel at night?" And an empty one at that? Guo Ming coughed lightly. Let's celebrate my birthday here tonight. Everyone was speechless. Even Lin Yuki said seriously, Guo Ming, sometimes when I face you, I feel ashamed of my name. You're really talented, celebrating your birthday here. Guo Ming said helplessly, then where should we go? It's so late and nowhere is open. We can't go to the school cafeteria or our house. We can only find an empty house with a stove. This is the only place we can go. Several classmates also knew that Guo Ming's words made a lot of sense, as there was nowhere to have a meal together so late at night. But this place is really going too far. If it were just boys, they might tease each other a bit and then go into play. But what about the female students? A few girls went to a brothel late at night, and they were with the male students. If word got out, would they even be able to live? Especially Song Yenying, whose pretty face turned cold, said, Yanzi, Yuan, I'm not wearing enough clothes, I'm a little cold, let's go back. Yanzi also felt a little awkward. She glared at her boyfriend Guo Ming and was about to leave with Song Yenying. The little girl next to her also got on the bicycle. Guo Ming panicked. He never expected that his good intentions to celebrate his birthday would backfire, and he would offend his girlfriend and all her friends. If this leaves a bad impression, it's uncertain whether we can get married in the future. Guo Ming couldn't help but stop the three women, pleading, don't go. Can we celebrate our birthday somewhere else? We'll go wherever you want. Song Yenying didn't say anything, but looked at Yanzi. After all, it was her birthday, and it was her boyfriend who was trying to stop her. Yanzi was already unhappy when she heard that she was going to a brothel for her birthday, and now she said even more irritably, where can we go so late at night? Even the restaurants are closed. I don't think we can go anywhere. Let's go back to sleep. No, there must be somewhere to go, there must be. Hey guys, help me think of something. Guo Ming tried to stop them while pleading with the boys. The two unfamiliar male classmates lowered their heads, too embarrassed to look at Guo Ming. Even Lin Yuki helplessly spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless to help. This was a county town in 1960. As soon as it got dark, there was no one on the streets. It was even less likely that there would be a place open at night. What ability could a few students have to find a good place? If he could find another place, Guo Ming isn't stupid, why would he choose a brothel like this? Seeing Guo Ming's pitiful appearance, Lu Erja decided to help him out and said, I know a place that's definitely open and has people inside. Where? Guo Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Erja with hope. There must be someone on duty at the police station, Lu Erja said. The group looked at Lu Erja with even more speechless expressions. Lin Yuki sighed softly, you two are really something, each one more talented than the other. Why don't you two discuss splitting my name? Guo Ming looked at Lu Erja with a wry smile, what time is it? Stop messing with me. Is the police station a place we can have a get-together? Why not? I know people at the police station, I can easily borrow the canteen. Lu Erju said confidently. These words surprised the people around them. Guo Ming's worry turned to joy, really? Zhu Ziyi, you know people at the police station? Why would I lie to you about this? Lu Erja retorted irritably, then looked at Yanzi, give him some face. This kid almost got stabbed in the black market while trying to make you a cake. You should give him a chance to prove himself. Upon hearing this, Yanzi was startled and quickly checked Guo Ming over, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Why did you get into a fight on the black market? Seeing how concerned Yanzi was about him, Guo Ming was overjoyed and jumped up and down to show that he was fine. Even so, Yanzi still looked at Guo Ming with teary eyes, deeply moved. This man actually dared to fight those people in the black market just to celebrate her birthday. He must love her so much. Lu Erju looked at Yanzi and sighed silently to himself. This girl is lucky to have been born at this time. If you were born 20 or 30 years later, you would definitely be destined to be completely taken advantage of by those blonde-haired bastards. Song Yenying and the girl named Yuan were about to leave, but seeing Yanzi holding Guo Ming's hand with such affection, they decided against leaving and instead went to see what was going on. If we could really eat at the police station's canteen, that wouldn't be a problem. Let's go, guys, get in the car and follow me, Lu Erja called out. The group immediately got into the car and followed him to the Dongdaemun police station. The police station naturally has people on night duty. From a distance, you can see a small house with a dim yellow light shining in the night. Upon arriving at the police station, the group of students, being students, instinctively feared law enforcement and dared not go inside. Guo Ming was also a little uneasy and asked in a low voice, Zhu Ziyi, are you sure it's okay? What if we get scolded and then have to be sent home? My dad will beat me to death. Lu Erju looked at the group and found that everyone was hesitant and timid, even Song Yenying looked hesitant. He simply said, then you guys wait outside for a while. I'll go in first and ask about the situation. If it's okay, I'll call you in. After saying that, Lu Erja parked his car and went into the police station. Coincidentally, the police officer on duty tonight is none other than Li Xiangyang, the young police officer who had chatted with Lu Erzhe before. Li Xiangyang had pushed the chairs together, covered himself with a military overcoat, and was fast asleep. Ahem. Lu Erzhe coughed lightly, indicating that someone had come. But Li Xiangyang was fast asleep and didn't hear a thing. Helpless, Lu Erzhe simply walked over and gave him a push. Brotherly, wake up. Li Xiangyang was woken up by being pushed, still a bit grumpy from being woken up. He glared at his eyes and muttered, "Who is it? Are you crazy? What are you doing here causing trouble in the middle of the night?" "It's me, Zhu Ziyi." Lu Erzhe handed him a Zonghua cigarette. Li Xiangyang instinctively took a cigarette, took a puff, and then realized, this cigarette. Zonghua? Oh, Zhu Ziyi, who do we have here? Wait, what's wrong? Why are you here so late at night? Were you bullied? Or did you get arrested while browsing the black market? Seeing Li Xiangyang's confused look, Lu Erzhe said helplessly, "A classmate of mine is having a birthday party and wants to borrow the cafeteria for a bit." "Oh, is that all? You scared me." Li Xiangyang smoked half a cigarette before finally coming to his senses. "Have your classmates come over. I'll go get you the cafeteria key." Lu Erzhe agreed and walked to the door, waving to Guo Ming and the others who were waiting anxiously, "Come in." The group was pleasantly surprised, not expecting that Lu Erzhe actually had connections at the police station, and quickly went inside. After all, even with a coat on, it's still quite cold outside. After entering the house, Li Xiangyang took out the key and glanced at the group of people. Those people didn't dare to meet his gaze and all lowered their heads. Only Song Enying remained relatively calm, greeting Li Xiangyang with a "sorry to bother you." Li Xiangyang smiled, put his arm around Lu Erzhe, and whispered in his ear, "You little rascal, using my territory to flirt with some young girl? Is it that long-legged one?" The long legs refers to Song Enying. Yanzi and Yuan are both underdeveloped and only 1.5 meters tall, while she is almost 1.7 meters tall. Those legs were straight and long, no less beautiful than those of a dancer. Lu Erzhe quickly shook his head. "No, you misunderstood. It's my classmate celebrating his girlfriend's birthday. Come on, your brother Li has been out there seducing plenty of young girls. I have that kind of experience. Look, I'll give you a hand." Li Xiangyang rummaged through Lu Erzhe's bag and pulled out half a pack of Zonghua cigarettes as payment. Then he took 2 steps back and looked at Lu Erzhe with a forced smile. "Oh, Zhu Ziyi, why are you being so polite? It's just borrowing the cafeteria, and you're even giving me Zonghua cigarettes. Just because you're a relative of our bureau chief, it's only right that I lend you the cafeteria." Guo Ming and the others were all stunned, staring at Lu Erzhe in disbelief. No one expected that he was actually a relative of the police chief. No wonder they were willing to use floral cloth as a rope, no wonder they casually took out 5 pounds of coarse grains. The people who had initially labeled Lu Erzhe a spendthrift because of his behavior all changed their attitudes and now felt that this was how a young master should live. This is because they hadn't yet come into contact with the Dragon King culture of later generations, otherwise, they would definitely have imagined a scene of the Dragon King's return. In fact, even Lu Erzhe didn't expect Li Xiangyang to be so cunning. With just one sentence, he arranged for himself to be a relative of the bureau chief. When he saw that everyone else actually believed it, Lu Erzhe felt even more helpless. People at that time had little experience of the world and limited access to information, making them relatively naive and easily deceived, which led to the farces of water turning into oil and the Kagong craze. All right, let's go to the cafeteria first." Fearing that Li Xiangyang might cause any more trouble, Lu Erzhe quickly led the group to the cafeteria. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Guo Ming and the others were still a little reserved. Faced with Lu Erzhe, whose status had been promoted, they didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Lu Erzhe kicked Guo Ming. "Don't listen to Brother Li's nonsense. I'm not related to the bureau chief. Even if I were, we'd still be good friends. What are you afraid of?" Guo Ming didn't believe Lu Erzhe's words because he thought the police wouldn't lie, let alone be so bored as to cooperate with Lu Erzhe in lying to deceive him and the others. However, Lu Erzhe's words eased Guo Ming's tension considerably. The two were good friends who slept together in the dormitory, and Guo Ming even felt more confident because of such a friend. Lin Yuki stood beside Lu Erzhe with Guo Ming, looking smug like two guardian generals, receiving the envy and awe of the 2 men and 2 women. Only Song Enying gave Lu Erzhe a deep look, but said nothing more. "Alright, let's get the ingredients and make the cake first," Lu Erzhe urged. Guo Ming quickly took off the bag he had been carrying and carefully took out 2 eggs and a small paper packet. Inside the packet was white sugar, but it contained at most about 1 gram. Finally, he took out a pound of white flour, placed it next to the stove, and began to stare blankly. Lu Erzhe frowned. "Don't tell me you can't bake a cake." "Yes, of course. My second uncle's neighbor, the third uncle, makes sponge cakes. I even asked him for advice. I just can't remember right now. Let me think about it. It should be boiling water first." Guo Ming pondered deeply and earnestly. The people around him didn't dare to breathe, afraid of disturbing him and missing out on the chicken cake. But Lu Erzhu was dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be a birthday cake? How did it turn into a sponge cake? At the entrance of the canteen, Li Xiangyang leaned against the door, smoking and watching. He couldn't stop laughing when he saw Guo Ming clumsily boiling water. He could tell at a glance that this kid definitely couldn't do it, or had completely forgotten the technique. Alright, the cafeteria still has some food left. Whoever knows how to cook can cook a couple of dishes themselves. How about some steamed egg cake? Li Xiangyang said with a grin. He was giving Lu Erzhu a lot of face. After all, the vegetables were bought with money and were considered public property. The fact that he was giving them to Lu Erzhu meant that Li Xiangyang was willing to take the blame. Lu Erzhu sighed, "Fine, I'll help you all the way. I'll do it for you." Guo Ming was pleasantly surprised. "You can make sponge cakes. It's your birthday, why eat some chicken cake? I'll make you a birthday cake." Lu Erzhu kicked Guo Ming, who was in the way, aside and began preparing materials in a bad mood. Guo Ming wasn't angry. He patted the shoe print on his butt and shamelessly leaned closer, saying, "If you need anything, just give me your instructions. Get lost." "All right." Guo Ming nimbly dodged, and said to his classmates, "Everyone step back a little, don't disturb my brother Zhu's cake making. He who eats another's food is bound to be loyal to him." Guo Ming, who is several months older than Lu Erzhu, also calls him brother just like Lin Yuki. Everyone retreated to the cafeteria entrance and watched Lu Erzhu with curiosity, along with Li Xiangyang. Birthday cakes were still a rare and highly sought-after item at that time, only available in major cities like Shanghai and Beijing. Even in those places, only those that entertain foreign guests or important leaders can provide birthday cakes. So ordinary people have never even heard of it, let alone seen it. When ordinary people celebrate their birthdays, they usually just eat something dry, or even a canned food is considered the best they can afford. Lu Erzhu briefly recalled his experience of making cakes in his previous life. Speaking of this, Lu Erzhu has to thank his grandson. At that time, it was his grandson who was spoiled by his family. He always liked to follow the latest trends in society, and he not only went to do all kinds of handicrafts, but also signed up for all kinds of interest classes. However, he is also someone who only has a short attention span, and often he will pay for the extracurricular classes but then stop going. The child's grandmother was worried about the money, so she forced Lu Erzhu to go to class. So Lu Erzhu had learned cooking, baking, piano, and cello. Although he was only half-baked at all, at least the things he made were enough to impress people of this era. Lu Erzhu first picked up an egg, separated the egg white from the yolk, and added sugar, oil, and water to the yolk. Actually, milk should be added, but Guo Ming definitely can't get it, and Lu Erzhu doesn't have any either. Even if they did, they would definitely prioritize their own family members. Once the egg yolks, sugar, and oil are well mixed, add the flour and stir to form a batter. Lu Erzhu then went to whip the egg whites. This stuff needs to be deodorized, so he should use white vinegar or lemon, but those are rare items. He could only take out a bottle of urquatu, a type of Chinese liquor, and add 2 drops, which would have a similar effect. Next, I incorporated the whipped egg whites into the batter, took a lunchbox, brushed it with oil, poured the cake into it, and finally put it in a pot to steam. After all, ovens are a rare commodity, and the police station canteen doesn't have them. Everyone was quite surprised to see how skilled Lu Erzhu was. Guo Ming couldn't help but ask, "Do you often cook at home?" "Pretty much, but I think their cooking isn't very good," Lu Erzhu said, keeping his eyes glued to the heat without looking up. "Zhu Ziyi, what are you making? Why is it so complicated?" Li Xiangyang couldn't help but ask. "Birthday cake, it's for eating on your birthday," Lu Erzhu said without offering further explanation. He couldn't very well say that this was food served to foreign guests and leaders. Not only would those people not believe him, but he also couldn't explain how he learned it. Li Xiangyang curled his lip. "Of course I know it's for birthdays. If we always ate something this complicated, do you believe the chef would kill us?" Lu Erzhu shook his slightly sore arms, somewhat nostalgic for the egg beaters of later generations. Those places that specialize in making these kinds of things have specialized tools. What special tools? An apprentice? Li Xiangyang couldn't help but laugh. Lu Erzhu thought about it carefully, and hey, it really was right. Finally, the cake was steamed. Lu Erzhu carefully took out the lunchbox and opened the lid. Looking at the snow-white cake, he showed a satisfied expression. His skills hadn't been completely lost. While modern people certainly wouldn't like to eat it, for people of this era, it was absolutely a top-notch delicacy. "By the way, what's your zodiac sign?" Lu Erzhu asked Yanzi, turning around. Yanzi saw the cake and smelled its rich aroma. She couldn't help but swallow and said, "You're a cow, what's wrong?" "It's all right." Lu Erzhu saw a carrot next to him, picked it up, carved a lifelike cow, and stuck it on the cake. "That's it." The people nearby stared wide-eyed at the beautiful cake they had never seen before. "Old Guo," Lu Erzhu called out, "take this over to your girlfriend and have her try it." Guo Ming was also staring intently at the cake when he heard the shout, so he quickly ran over and took a deep breath. "It smells so good." He's completely mesmerized by the aroma. Fortunately, he knew whose birthday present it was. He swallowed hard a few times before placing a rag at the bottom of the lunchbox and serving it to Yanzi. Although Yanzi knew that Guo Ming was going to celebrate her birthday today, she was also full of anticipation. I never expected to eat something so rare. At this time of year, this cake is as rare as ice cream, and even more precious and high-end. So much so that the girl looked at the snow-white cake with great restraint, glanced at Guo Ming, and then looked at Lu Erju. Can I eat it? This is a gift from Guo Ming. Although I made it, Guo Ming collected all the materials. He put a lot of thought into it. Try to appreciate his thoughtfulness, Lu Erju said with a smile. Yanzi was deeply moved by these words, her face flushed, but her eyes were even redder. As a girl, she had never felt this kind of favoritism from childhood to adulthood. If there were fine grains, sweets, or snacks at home, grandma and mom would hide them or call their older and younger brothers out to eat them secretly. Seeing Yanzi's aggrieved look, Guo Ming assumed she didn't like it and quickly said, "Don't be fooled by the fact that it's in a lunchbox, it smells delicious, try it." Yanzi wiped away her tears and carefully scooped out a piece with a spoon. It was soft, fragrant, and slightly sweet. It was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. Yanzi couldn't help but close her eyes, her face full of enjoyment, and she was even a little reluctant to swallow it. Guo Ming looked at Yanzi expectantly. How was it? Yanzi, who was enjoying herself, suddenly realized that there were still many people around her. She quickly opened her eyes and said, embarrassed but excited, "It's so delicious, you should all try some." Two boys next to him instinctively leaned over to try it, but Lin Uki pulled them away with one hand each. "It's a young couple's birthday, why are you all getting involved?" Lin Uki retorted irritably. The two boys were immediately embarrassed and realized that it was refined grain. How could they be so shameless as to eat the refined grain that someone else had brought them? Guo Ming didn't want anyone to share either. With his eyes only on Yanzi, he just stood there holding the lunchbox, grinning foolishly, and said, "Yanzi, you eat first, and we'll share after you're full." Yanzi looked at the cake in the lunchbox, couldn't resist taking 2 more bites, and then looked at Lu Erju. "Can I share the cake with an Ying and Yuen? "Whatever, it's Guo Ming's gift to you anyway. I'm just a cook." Lu Erju took out a cigarette and started puffing away, a smug look on his face. For a cook, the greatest honor is when everyone's mouth waters at his food. Li Xiangyang walked over, took out an economical cigarette, lit his own cigarette with Lu Erju's cigarette, and asked curiously, "How did you make this?" "Teach me, I'll make one for your sister-in-law when we get back, she'll be so happy." "Oh, I never knew you had such a tender side." Lu Erju was quite surprised. These days, there aren't many men who truly love their wives. Almost all of them are chauvinistic and think that whatever their wives do is their due. Especially Li Xiangyang, who always had a carefree attitude, used to be a street thug, but he is actually a man who loves his wife. Li Xiangyang glared at Lu Erju with annoyance. "What kind of look is that? It's like I'm some kind of scoundrel. Besides, your sister-in-law is really good. Back then, I was such a scoundrel, and we couldn't even afford to eat, but she never complained and still managed the house very well. My mother was bedridden for 3 years, and she took care of her at home for those 3 years, washing her every day and feeding her carefully every meal. My mother didn't suffer at all during those 3 years, and she didn't even have a single bedsore. She died cleanly. What's wrong with me loving such a good woman?" Lu Erju was also somewhat moved. As the saying goes, there are no filial sons at the bedside of a long-term patient. Only those who have cared for patients know how difficult it is to stay on the bed for 3 years without developing bedsores. He couldn't help but look at Li Xiangyang with admiration. "You're really lucky." "Well, I mean, hey, what do you mean?" Li Xianjiang's eyes widened. "Are you saying I'm not good enough for my wife? Tell me your own conscience, did your ancestors' graves emit auspicious smoke? No, you could only get this good deal if your ancestors' graves had to explode." Lu Erju rolled his eyes. Li Xiangyang couldn't refute it, so he coughed and said, "Stop talking nonsense and tell me how to do it. Take a note on your phone. It's not like you can remember something just by hearing it once," Lu Erju retorted instinctively, then realized his mistake. Li Xiangyang was also confused. "What machine did you just say?" "I told you to bring your notes and write this down," Lu Erju said, feigning composure as he changed his tune. "Okay." Li Xiangyang scratched his head and left, still feeling that Lu Erju had used a new term. When he returned with his notebook, Lu Erju wrote down the recipe and then saw that Yanzi and the other 2 girls had already started sharing the cake in the distance. However, Song Yenying and Yuan only had a small piece, and Guo Ming also had a small piece. Yanzi, who had just eaten a piece, was now eating the carrot-carved cow. There was still half a cake left in the lunchbox. She couldn't bear to eat it and was definitely going to take it home. After all, every household is struggling, so whenever people have something good to eat, they subconsciously think of their families. Women, especially during this period, seem to be born with the ability to manage a household. As they get a little older, they start to worry about the home and take care of housework. Upon seeing Lu Erzhu looking over, Yanzi quickly nudged Guo Ming with her elbow. Guo Ming immediately said, "Brother Zhu, come and eat cake with us." Lu Erzhu shook his head, "I'm not interested. You guys eat, and we'll make something else to eat." Having gotten quite hungry from making the cake, Lu Erzhu started preparing to steam cornbread. "Alright, you guys go out first. I'm busy cooking, so don't bother me." Lu Erzhu shooed them away. Everyone obediently went outside to the police station's duty room. After arranging for several people to sit down and drink hot water, Li Xiangyang returned to the cafeteria and looked at Lu Erzhu. "What are you planning to do, kid?" "I can't hide it from Brother Li. I have a thin throat and don't like to eat coarse grains. I'll cook a couple of dishes later. How about we have a drink?" Lu Erzhu deftly arranged the dishes in the canteen, and then magically produced a piece of wild boar meat wrapped in oil paper from his satchel. Li Xiangyang was dumbfounded, staring at Lu Erzhu's bag. "You just put this meat in your bag?" "I just bought it on the black market, and I haven't had time to put it home yet." "You got a good deal." Lu Erzhu lied casually. "Then you shouldn't fry the meat. The cafeteria has eggs anyway. You can fry 2 eggs and we can eat them together." Li Xiangyang quickly stopped Lu Erzhu's hand, which was about to cut the meat. No one has it easy. Many people don't even get to eat meat once a year. Even if Li Xiangyang considered Lu Erzhu his buddy, he wouldn't be so shameless as to eat his flesh. Besides, only close brothers would consider each other's feelings, only fair-weather friends would always try to take advantage of each other. "Don't worry, I'll just cut 2 slices and stir-fry them," Lu Erzhu said, cutting off a fist-sized piece of meat. Li Xiangyang had already let go of Lu Erzhu's hand with relief, but when he saw the chunks of meat Lu Erzhu had cut off, his lips twitched again. "Your family uses so much meat for stir-frying?" Lu Erzhu was too lazy to explain and started cooking. Since he wasn't cooking with his family, he was too lazy to prepare elaborate dishes. He just had a big bowl of pork stew with cabbage, a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes to go with drinks, and a plate of cold carrot salad. The aroma made Li Xiangyang's stomach rumble, and the guards outside couldn't sit still either, peeking curiously into the canteen. With Lu Erzhu's announcement that dinner was ready, Guo Ming and the others quickly ran over, not even glancing at the cornbread in the basket on the table, their eyes fixed on the 3 plates of food. "It smells so good." If the birthday cakes they received before brought them a sense of anticipation and a desire to try something new, these everyday dishes are what truly make them crave more. Because they really know how these dishes taste, but they can't eat them even once a year. The pork stew with cabbage, in particular, smelled so good that their stomachs were rumbling. Even Song Yenying couldn't help but swallow. Her father was a section chief, so her family was indeed much better off than others. However, given the generally poor economic climate, she could only afford to eat meat once a month at most. Besides, this dish isn't just about the meat enhancing the flavor. Lu Erzhu's culinary skills are also superb. "Sit down and eat." Lu Erzhu took out a bottle of erkuatu, a type of Chinese liquor, and poured some for himself and Li Xiangyang. Everyone else is a student and has to go back to school soon, so they won't be allowed to drink. As for the mutai in the space, he didn't take it out either. When we were eating dumplings before, Nizai had been coaxing him into being like a fool, and Zayahu's matter had also delayed him, so he forgot to give the mutai to his family. His family hadn't even had a chance to drink it yet, so naturally he wouldn't take it out and give it to others outside first. However, Li Xiangyang was also very happy to have erkuata to drink. He picked up the teacup containing the wine and raised it to Lu Erzhu. "Come on, have a sip first." Lu Erzhu also raised his glass and took a sip. After he put down his teacup, he noticed that although the people next to him were sitting at the table drooling over the dishes, none of them dared to pick up their chopsticks. "Eat it, why are you looking at it?" Lu Erzhu asked, puzzled. "Brother Zhu, you've worked hard. You should eat first," Lin Uki quickly said. The others nodded in agreement. The elders in the family have taught them that they cannot eat until the elders have started eating. Although Lu Erzhu was not their elder, his status as a relative of the bureau chief and his superb cooking skills had already instilled a sense of respect in the students, making them dare not be presumptuous. Lu Erzhu suddenly realized and immediately picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks. "Eat, everyone eat." The others only started eating after they saw him begin. Everyone immediately dipped their chopsticks into the large bowl of pork stew with cabbage. This shows the status of boys and girls at home. The first thing all 3 girls did was pick up a piece of cabbage. The boys, on the other hand, went straight for the meat, a result of being spoiled by adults at home. Seeing that everyone was eating meat and vegetables, Li Xiangyang quickly picked up his chopsticks as well. The group devoured the food like a whirlwind, and in less than 5 minutes, only the soup remained of a large bowl of vegetables. Even so, the group was still eager to try the broth. "Go get a few bowls to share," Lu Erzhu said to Guo Ming. Guo Ming quickly fetched bowls, divided the soup equally among the group, and then, somewhat apologetically, filled Lu Erzhu's bowl to the brim. "You didn't eat any, did you? Let me give you some extra soup." Lu Erzhu poured the soup from the bowl into Guo Ming and Lin Uki's bowls. "You guys eat it, I'm tired of eating it at home." Hearing these arrogant words, the people around were somewhat skeptical. Li Xiangyang knew that Lu Erzhe was not lying. After all, how could such a big pig be sold so easily if the family couldn't afford meat? He said with envy, Zhu Ziyi, if all else fails, I'll call you brother too. You can send me some more meat later. Take the rest of the meat home with you later, Lu Erzhe said casually. Really? Li Xiangyang was very happy. Although he also received a few kilograms of the big wild boar that the institute bought before, who would complain about having too much meat? What's more, the piece of pork that Lu Erzhe took out was a large piece of fatty pork that he himself didn't want to eat, but Li Xiangyang liked it very much. This meat isn't for you. Lu Erzhe said with deep emotion, I admire your wife. As the old saying goes, a hero doesn't always have a good wife, but a scoundrel marries a beauty. Consider this my way of making it up to your wife on your behalf. Li Xiangyang didn't care whether Lu Erzhe was insulting him or not. He knew he was a scoundrel, but as long as he could make sure his wife could eat meat, he didn't mind being insulted a few times. He ran over happily, weighed the meat, and then took out 2 large 10 yuan bills and stuffed them into Lu Erzhe's hand. Here's your meat money. Lu Erzhe was taken aback and quickly returned the money. I gave it to you as a gift, not to sell it. Stop talking nonsense. Even if I wanted your meat for free, your sister-in-law wouldn't eat it. She has strong principles. Besides, I just don't have anywhere to buy meat. It's not like I can't afford to buy meat. Li Xiangyang carefully put the meat away, so that the livestock wouldn't covet it the next morning. Seeing how principled this guy was, Lu Erzhe admired his wife even more. I really want to go to your house and see what kind of goddess your wife is, that she can make a scoundrel like you so obedient. Li Xiangyang said proudly, it's alright, come to my house for dinner later, and I'll introduce you to them. Okay, it's a deal then. Lu Erzhe really wanted to go and take a look. He had seen too many of those fairy-like women from later generations who would say things like, who in the family understands? And they had developed a psychological aversion to them. He needed to meet a truly good woman to heal the wounds he had suffered. The people nearby were even more surprised to see Lu Erzhe earn 20 yuan so easily. In their minds, making money is difficult. Even in dual-income families, parents work long hours and can only earn 40 or 50 yuan a month. Lu Erzhe earned 20 yuan in the time it took to talk. Because of Li Xiangyang's endorsement, Lu Erzhe was not afraid of these people reporting him. After all, even if they did report him, where could they go? Wouldn't they just go to the police station? Who knows, after they call the police, it might be Li Xiangyang who comes to the scene. Besides, the group was now convinced that Lu Erzhe was related to the bureau chief, so they dared not act recklessly. After the meal, Lu Erzhe and Li Xiangyang were in high spirits, and everyone else also enjoyed their meal. As for cleaning the cafeteria, Lu Erzhe was naturally not needed. Several boys and girls worked together. Lu Erzhe ran to the duty room and chatted with Li Xiangyang over tea. As he was speaking, he saw Song Anying standing in the corridor between the duty room and the canteen, looking at him as if she had something to say. Li Xiangyang also saw Song Anying, and immediately smiled slightly. He said in a low voice, the boasting I did for you has worked. Go see what that girl wants from you. Upon hearing this, Lu Erzhe frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. If Song Anying is truly the kind of person who curries favor with the powerful, he will only feel that he has liked the wrong person, and will not be happy at all. To confirm, Lu Erzhe went into the corridor, looked at Song Anying who was only half a head shorter than him, and asked, is something the matter? Song Anying pursed her red lips and remained silent for a moment. Then she took a deep breath, as if gathering some courage, and looked at Lu Erzhe seriously, saying, actually, you're a really good person. You can make birthday cakes, cook, and you're funny to talk to. You're also generous. All of this will make many girls like you and many people admire you. So, you don't need to pretend to be a relative of the police chief anymore. Otherwise, if the chief finds out, he'll be angry, and you'll be the one who suffers. Lu Erzhe looked completely bewildered. No, I didn't intend to impersonate him, that guy took it upon himself to do it. Wait a minute. Isn't your dad the head of the arts and literature department? How does he know about the bureau chief's family affairs? How can he be so sure the police chief isn't my relative? Song Anying said softly, I know you're not bragging on purpose, otherwise I wouldn't have reminded you. As for the police chief, he and my father were comrades in arms, so they have a good relationship and often eat together. In addition, the police chief was transferred from another place, so it's impossible for him to have any relatives in the area. Lu Erzhe suddenly realized, then turned around and glared at Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang was confused by the glare and didn't know what was wrong with him. He thought Lu Erzhe thought he was in the way, so he glared back. Do I have to hide out and let you two kiss in the duty room? What are you thinking? Well, thanks for reminding me. I'll treat you to dinner later. Lu Erzhe quickly recovered from his awkwardness and said generously. Song Anying smiled sweetly, her cheeks adorned with cute dimples. No need, the cake you made today was delicious. I'll make it for you when I have the chance, Lu Erzhe chuckled. Song Anying didn't speak for a moment, then hesitated before asking, can you cook Sichuan cuisine? Lu Erzhe nodded, I know a little. Do you have any Sichuans in your family? You really know how to cook. That's wonderful. My mother is from Chongqing and has been craving Sichuan cuisine for a long time, but unfortunately, no one here knows how to make it. Song Yenying's beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and her breathing became slightly rapid with joy. Her two full granaries rose and fell rapidly, attracting attention. Lu Erzhe couldn't help but take a second look, secretly thinking that some people were truly gifted, able to grow such a large granary even in these years of food shortages. However, the thought that Song Yenying had the blood of a Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus Rex flowing through her veins made him secretly back down, and he casually said, "It's not easy to find someone from Chongqing who admits to being from Sichuan." "Ha, why won't you admit it?" Song Yenying asked, looking puzzled. Lu Erzhe was also taken aback by the question, and then regretfully slapped his forehead. He said the wrong thing again. He forgot that Chongqing only became a municipality directly under the central government in 1997. Lu Erzhe quickly changed the subject. "It's nothing, I was just joking. What kind of food does your mother like to eat?" "I don't know what Sichuan cuisine is, but I've heard my mother mention things like shredded pork with garlic sauce and boiled sliced pork. If you can teach me, I'll give you 5 yuan if I learn to cook one dish, okay?" Fearing that Lu Erzhe wouldn't be willing to teach, Song Yenying decided to pay for the course. After all, learning to cook is very difficult these days. Even if you have connections, you still need to become an apprentice and serve your master for several years before you can learn it. She immediately wanted to learn other people's signature skills, and 5 yuan a dish wasn't expensive. Lu Erzhe thought they were going to prepare some fancy dishes, but when he heard it was these two, he said without hesitation, "No need, they're just very common dishes, it's just that we don't often see them around here. I'll get you some paper and pen to write them down." During this period, food was scarce and travel was difficult, so local delicacies were hard to spread. It may be just an ordinary dish in the local area, but many people in other places have never even heard of it. Take Yu Xiang Ro Si, fish-flavored shredded pork, for example. Everyone's first reaction upon hearing the name is that it is made with fish, but it is actually made with pork tenderloin. If you ask someone from out of town to make it, they probably would rack their brains and still not be able to recreate the taste. In the 1980s and 1990s, the trend of gluttony and excessive drinking became popular. People studied various cuisines to please their superiors. Some even spent a lot of money to invite chefs from thousands of kilometers away to impart their experience in order to get promoted. It was at that time that cuisines from all over the country began to blend and spread, eventually flourishing everywhere. Lu Erzhe brought over paper and pen, wrote down the recipes for the two dishes, and handed them to Song Yenying. "For your father, gathering ingredients shouldn't be too much trouble." Song Yenying carefully put away the note as if it were a treasure, her beautiful oval face filled with gratitude as she looked up at Lu Erzhe at a 45-degree angle. "Thank you, I'll give you the money later." Seeing Song Yenying's grateful expression, Lu Erzhe suddenly felt satisfied, fulfilling a dream he had had for decades in his previous life. After realizing what had happened, Lu Erzhe laughed, feeling utterly pathetic. Song Yenying looked at him curiously. "What are you laughing at?" "It's nothing, I just felt like I was a useless person. You made me so happy with just one sentence." Lu Erzhe laughed and mocked himself. But these words were practically a confession, leaving Song Yenying completely bewildered. Seeing that Lu Erzhe's expression didn't seem to be deliberately teasing her, Song Yenying was certain that this guy really liked her. A shy blush gradually crept onto her pretty oval face, and she fiddled with the hem of her clothes, unsure of what to say. She was certain that she didn't like Lu Erzhe. "Of course, I wouldn't say I hate it." To put it bluntly, her feelings for Lu Erzhe were just normal classmate friendship. At most, she's a little grateful, but not to the point of wanting to repay him with her body. Lu Erzhe quickly realized that his words were somewhat ambiguous, and explained with a smile, "Don't overthink it. I wouldn't force you to date me just because I taught you a couple of dishes. It's just that I have a bit of a crush on you because you're good looking and have a good temper. I wasn't confessing my feelings just now. At least I don't have any plans to date anyone in the near future." Song Yenying breathed a sigh of relief. "I don't want to find a partner anytime soon, and I'm also thinking about studying abroad. I want to go to Harvard University to learn the world's most advanced knowledge and see the world." Seeing the light and expectation in the girl's eyes, Lu Erzhe couldn't help but remind her, "If you really want to go abroad, take your parents with you as soon as possible, otherwise you will suffer a lot from being separated from them." He remembered hearing from a classmate in his previous life that this girl almost went to study abroad, but the wind prevented her from doing so. Fortunately, she didn't go. Otherwise, given the experiences of many artists at the time, and the fact that there was a girl studying abroad, Song Yenying's parents would have been driven to the brink of madness, if not killed. Song Yenying gave Lu Erzhe a strange look. "I want to go abroad because I want to get away from my parents and be a free bird. What's the difference between taking them with me and staying at home? Your parents are not a constraint, but a platform for you to take off. No matter where you fly or how high you fly, they are there to catch you when you can't fly anymore," Lu Erzhe patiently reminded him. These words touched Song Yenying slightly. "What you said is so philosophical. Do you usually like to read philosophy books?" I do, but unfortunately most of them are in English, which makes them difficult for me to read. My English isn't great either. They're here, so you guys should go back to school first. Lu Erzhu looked at Guo Ming and his friends, who had finished cleaning up the cafeteria and were sneaking around the corner of the corridor, peeking at them furtively. Song Yining found chatting with Lu Erzhu very interesting and felt a little reluctant to stop, but being watched by her classmates and talking to a boy made her a little embarrassed, so she could only say regretfully, "Okay, then we can talk again when I bring you the money another day. We're going back to school now." Guo Ming and his group only dared to approach after the two stopped talking. Lin Uki even secretly gave Lu Erzhu a thumbs up. Lu Erzhu was too lazy to explain. He first sent the group out of the police station and watched them ride their bicycles back to school. Then, he gritted his teeth and returned to the duty room, complaining to Li Xiangyang, "I'm asking you, weren't you being a nuisance? That girl could tell at a glance that I wasn't related to the bureau chief. You really made me lose face." Li Xiangyang said awkwardly, "Who would have thought that girl was so smart? But it also shows that you have good taste. We chatted for so long, did you manage to win her over?" Looking at Li Xiangyang, who was making faces, Lu Erzhu said irritably, "I don't have any plans to find a wife for the time being." "Oh, so it didn't work out. If it's not going to work, just say it doesn't work. Stop using all that fancy jargon," Li Xiangyang said irritably. "I'm serious," Lu Erzhu argued. Li Xiangyang waved his hand and said, "Come on, what man doesn't want a wife? Especially someone your age who can't wait to change his underwear 3 times after sleeping with you. How could you not want to find a wife? Take my advice. I've seen plenty of girls like this when I was out on the streets. They're all very smart and know what they want. They're definitely not the kind of girls that just anyone can handle. Here's what we'll do. There's a pretty young woman on my street. She's got enough to support 2 sons and you too. Plus, she's known for being filial and obedient. I'll have your sister-in-law try to set you up. Brother Li, you should be quiet for a while." Lu Erzhu handed him a Dakianman cigarette. I was going to give him a Zonghua cigarette, but when I heard he was going to introduce me to someone, my attitude suddenly plummeted. Li Xiangyang didn't mind at all, on the contrary, he happily accepted it. "You've got a lot of good stuff on you, kid. You have to come back more often." Lu Erzhu said irritably, "What benefits do I get from working for you besides doing free work? What are you saying? Didn't I give you back 20 yuan? Li Xiangyang glared at him. "It's not like I'm short of 20 yuan. Lu Erzhu put the chair back together, put on his military overcoat, and lay down comfortably on it. He planned to wait until dawn to go to the supply and marketing cooperative and the textile factory to make another transaction. Li Xiangyang was speechless at Lu Erzhu's wealth and arrogance. 20 yuan is enough for many people's monthly salary, yet they don't even care about it? That makes sense, since a pig can sell for over 1,000 yuan, he wouldn't even look at this measly 80 cents. "Hey, I'll give you something nice." Li Xiangyang wanted to get along well with Lu Erzhu, so he ran to the warehouse, grabbed something, and came back mysteriously. Seeing his hands in his pockets, as if he were clutching something, Lu Erzhu leaned back in his chair and said, "Are you using public funds to curry favor with your connections again? What kind of talk is that?" Li Xiangyang said irritably, "I'm giving you something and you're laughing at me? Do you believe I won't give it to you anymore?" As he spoke, Li Xiangyang took the thing out of his pocket. DuPont lighters. In later generations, DuPont was known as the Rolls-Royce of lighters, and it was quite influential during this period, being a top-tier luxury item. Lu Erzhu sat up abruptly, picked up the lighter, and examined it. Yes, it's L1, the first generation of the DuPont L series. It is said that DuPont lighters are all handmade, and the exterior uses the lacquerware technique passed down from our ancestors in China, so they look exquisite and high-end. Especially considering its square shape, simple lines, and the use of pure copper-plated gold craftsmanship, it's not something ordinary people can afford. To put it bluntly, in a few years, just taking this thing out would be enough to get Lu Erzhu shot dead by the people's righteous bullets for 5 minutes. However, he genuinely liked it and couldn't put it down. Seeing Lu Erzhu playing with the lighter, Li Xiangyang said smugly, "How about that? Pretty cool, huh? You're still the best off with me, right?" Previously, Lu Erzhu taught Li Xiangyang how to make cakes, and Li Xiangyang had been thinking about how to repay him, which led him to this lighter. Lu Erzhu looked at him. "You probably don't know how much this thing is worth. Do you think I'm stupid?" Li Xiangyang proudly held up 5 fingers. "I'm not bragging, this thing is worth at least 5 yuan. Lu Erzhu put the lighter away and sighed. "It's true that fools have good luck. I don't understand where you got this thing from. Let me put it this way, you should add 2 zeros to the price you quoted." Even at this price, Lu Erzhu was still being cautious in quoting it. After all, the pure copper-plated gold craftsmanship alone is not something that ordinary people can afford. In addition, this lighter also uses traditional lacquerware techniques, making it even more precious. The DuPont brand, from its inception, was designed for the upper class abroad. A lighter selling for 500 isn't expensive. Li Xiangyang was also startled and said in disbelief, "Zuzi, don't scare me. This lighter is worth more than 500 yuan? I've seen the prices of lighters in Beijing, and the most expensive one is only 15 yuan. That's made in China, this is imported. How can they be the same? Lu Erzhu lay back down, crossed his legs, and looked at the lighter in his mind space, liking it no matter how he looked at it. Li Xiangyang also got anxious and quickly said, Zuzi, give me this lighter, and I'll get you something better. He wouldn't dare sell something worth over 500 yuan, but giving it to his superiors might at least get him a promotion. Lu Erzhu looked at Li Xiangyang with a puzzled expression. What lighter? I'm from the countryside, I've never heard of such a novelty. Li Xiangyang was almost in tears. Brother, don't mess with me. This concerns my future. When I get promoted, I will never forget you. I will at least get you a job in the police force, okay? Seeing Li Xiangyang pleading so desperately, Lu Erzhu, being a kind-hearted person, immediately softened and decided to close his eyes and pretend to be asleep. Li Xiangyang wanted to plead again, but when he heard Lu Erzhu start snoring, he felt utterly helpless. But he had personally delivered the items, so it would be shameful to ask for them back. He couldn't very well fall out with Lu Erzhu again. Helpless, Li Xiangyang could only return to his seat, sighing with deep regret. He felt increasingly distressed and regretful the more he thought about it, and he couldn't sleep because he was so anxious. Finally, he glanced at Lu Erzhu, then gritted his teeth, ran to the canteen, grabbed the remaining erkuatu, a type of Chinese liquor that the two of them had just drunk, and gulped it down. He then went back to sleep, tipsy. Once I'm asleep, I won't feel sorry for you anymore. Early the next morning, everyone from the police station has come to work, including Chief Lu. As soon as he entered the duty room, he smelled a strong odor of alcohol and saw Li Xiangyang fast asleep. His face darkened immediately, and he kicked him. Clang! Li Xiangyang fell to the ground, the pain waking him up. Clutching his hip and buttocks, he instinctively cursed, "Damn it, who dares to kick the old chief?" Upon realizing who had kicked him, Li Xiangyang abruptly stood up and gave a hasty salute. Director Lu looked at him with a forced smile. What were you trying to say? Go on. No, I didn't mean to say anything. Li Xiangyang secretly glanced at where Lu Erzhu was sleeping and found that he was gone. He immediately groaned inwardly. You little bastard, you should have called me before you left. They took my lighter, which cost over 500 yuan, and then tricked me into getting kicked. Director Lu blared at Li Xiangyang. Go home and get some sleep. I'll deal with you when you come to work. Li Xiangyang secretly groaned, knowing he was bound to get a written report, and could only grit his teeth and go get his coat. The moment his hand touched the coat, he sensed something was wrong. He glanced inside and discovered a burlap sack wrapped inside the coat. When he looked into the sack, good heavens, there was a huge pig's head staring right at him. Holy crap! Li Xiangyang was so frightened that he took 2 steps back, as if he had seen a ghost. The surrounding police officers, who were preparing to boil water for tea, were startled by Li Xiangyang's shout and looked on with a mixture of speechlessness and sympathy. They knew that Li Xiangyang was definitely going to get beaten up again. Sure enough, just as Director Lu was heading to his office, he heard Li Xiangyang making another fuss. Enraged, he walked over and kicked him, yelling, "You bastard, are you never going to stop? Don't think that just because your uncle knows me, I won't dare. Holy crap! What a big pig's head!" Upon hearing this, the other police officers curiously gathered around. Inside Li Xiangyang's coat was a burlap sack containing a pig's head, its eyes wide open in disbelief, staring at everyone. Holy crap, you're amazing, Li Xiangyang. Where did you get that? Yangzi, you have to share good things, right? I'll give you money to sell my 2 ears. You can't eat alone, we've been colleagues for so many years. Several police officers started talking at once, and one of them even took out money to try and give it to Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang had already realized that the only person who could give him such a big pig's head was that kid Lu Erzhu. He was both angry and wanted to laugh. Thinking about how that kid took my lighter worth several hundred yuan makes me want to kick him, but such a big pig's head is quite expensive. In some ways, it is even more classy than a 500 yuan lighter when given as a gift. Because lighters aren't something you can eat or drink, a pig's head is more practical. Li Xiangyang understood Lu Erzhu's intention, and hearing everyone coveting his pig's head, he quickly said, "Gentlemen, it's not that I don't want to share with you, but I bought this pig's head for someone else. Do you think I can afford a big pig's head with my salary?" All the police officers nodded slightly, indicating their agreement, but also some disappointment. Li Xiangyang quickly wrapped the pig's head in his coat and walked out, giving the director a wink. Director Lu was also disappointed when he saw Li Xiangyang's eyes. He was first stunned, then overjoyed. He didn't rush to follow, but coughed and said, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and get ready for work. I'm going to the office." "Hey, where are my keys? Damn it, how could I forget my office keys at home?" Director Lu walked out cursing and swearing. His steps were extremely fast, as if he were being chased by a dog. The people in this duty room aren't ordinary citizens, they're all police officers, each one very astute in judging cases, and they could tell at a glance that the station chief had something going on. Then, remembering the large pig's head that Li Xiangyang had been holding, the police officers realized what had happened. There was definitely jealousy and envy towards Li Xiangyang, but no one tried to cause any trouble. Well, getting a pig's head is a skill of theirs, who wouldn't want to climb the ranks? Director Lu rushed out in a hurry, glanced around, and saw Li Xiangyang hiding in the shadows of the alley. He quickly chased after him, saying, "Little Li, quick, let me see that thing again." Li Xiangyang looked around warily, and then two policemen squatted in the corner like thieves and pulled the pig's head out of the sack. Looking at the enormous pig's head, Director Lu couldn't contain his delight. What a delicacy! I've had braised pig's head before, especially the snout. It was incredibly delicious. Seeing that the station chief liked it, Li Xiangyang quickly put it back into the sack and handed it over to Chief. "This is for you. Ever since I became a policeman, you have taken good care of me. I have no way to repay you, so I can only get you some more meat to satisfy your craving. It's a pity that my rank is not high enough, so I can only get you this pig's head for now." Director Lu was a shrewd man and understood what Li Xiangyang meant. It's simply telling him that as long as he promotes me, he'll always have plenty to eat. "You little rascal," Director Lu chuckled, shaking his head, then suddenly asked, "Is this thing legitimate?" "It was given to me by Zhu Ziyi. He was celebrating his birthday with his classmates here last night, and we got along really well. He gave me a pig's head." Li Xiangyang couldn't even lie properly, and the pained look on his face made Director Lu realize at a glance that this guy had definitely traded something good for it. Since it was given by Zhu Ziyi, then there's no problem. Director Lu accepted the pig's head with satisfaction, then patted Li Xiangyang on the shoulder. "Have you heard about the deputy director being transferred recently?" This isn't exactly a secret among us," Li Xiangyang admitted. "Well, to be honest, I originally considered Wang Jianjun for that position, since he can get meat for the police station. But you've been doing very well too, so it's really a difficult decision for me. After all, your abilities are about the same, and your relationship with Zhu Ziyi is also close." Director Lu looked at Li Xiangyang with a meaningful gaze, practically saying that whoever could get Lu Erju to deliver more meat would become the leader. As the director, although he cannot directly promote someone to deputy director, his recommendation will be a key reference for the higher UPS when promoting someone. Li Xiangyang never expected that his ultimate hope for a promotion and a raise still lay with Lu Erju. Suddenly, he no longer felt sorry for the lighter and said smugly to Director Lu, "To tell you the truth, yesterday I confiscated a lighter worth over 500 yuan and gave it to him. He gave me this pig's head in return. We're like brothers, so I think it won't be difficult to buy meat from him in the future." The smile on Director Liu's face froze instantly, his eyes fixed on Li Xiangyang. "What did you just say you gave Lu Erju?" "A lighter that costs over 500 yuan. Oh, I didn't know those things were so expensive. I thought they were only 3 or 5 yuan. Who would have thought that kid said it was a DuPont, and that it was used by the upper class abroad? Those damn capitalists, they sell a lighter for such a high price, they're inhuman." Li Xiangyang was still complaining and didn't notice the murderous look in Director Liu's eyes. A lighter that costs over 500 yuan. If it fell into Director Liu's hands, he could pull some strings and might even get it a full section chief position in the bureau. As a result, this idiot gave it to some country bumpkin. Suppressing his anger, Director Lu repeatedly patted his chest before asking, "Is there any chance of getting the lighter back?" Li Xiangyang also noticed that his director's attitude was off, and cautiously said, "That kid knows his stuff, and he's also very cunning. I'm afraid he's in trouble." "Xiao Li," Director Lu said through gritted teeth, slapping Li Xiangyang's shoulder twice. "I'm giving you 2 days off. Go home and get some rest." "No need, I'm not tired," Li Xiangyang quickly replied. "Who the hell cares if you're tired? I'm afraid that seeing you will make me want to kill you, you idiot." Director Lu kicked Li Xiangyang away and left with the pig's head in his hand. This was the first time he had ever felt so annoyed by receiving a gift. Li Xiangyang understood why the director was angry and felt very aggrieved. He didn't feel bad about losing over 500 yuan worth of stuff, but he couldn't afford to offend Lu Erju, so he had no choice but to accept his fate and get the deputy director position first. At the same time, Lu Erju also arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative where Director Zhou worked. Lu Erju entered the store and immediately spotted the young man who had helped him deliver goods last time. He went over and asked, "Is Director Zhou here?" Upon seeing Lu Erju, the young man recalled the scene of being paraded through the streets in front of the police station and instinctively became nervous. He's upstairs. "Thanks." Lu Erju tossed over a Dakiaman cigarette, then hurried upstairs. The young man sniffed the large bottle of liquor under his nose and immediately smiled happily. "Brother Zhu, slow down, the stairs are a bit old, don't miss a step." Neither of the two middle-aged women next to him laughed at his lackey, on the contrary, they were quite expectant. "Is this another meat delivery?" After going upstairs, Lu Erju politely knocked on the door, mainly because he was afraid of disturbing Director Zhou, who was feeding some salesperson ice cream or something. Only after hearing "come in" did he push the door open and enter, and subconsciously glanced under the desk. Only when I realized there were no female secretaries or sales clerks squatting down did I feel relieved enough to sit down. Director Joe was very enthusiastic, quickly pouring tea for Lu Erju and personally bringing it over. Then he looked at Lu Erju with great anticipation and asked, "Is it all settled?" "It's all done. I've got a big wild boar, about 200 pounds. That should be enough for you to give as a gift, right?" Lu Erju took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Director Joe breathed a sigh of relief, his face full of smiles. "That's enough, that's enough. I have to say, Zhu Ziyi, you really have a knack for this. I had to beg and plead everywhere before, and I spent 200 or 300 yuan just to get some information. In the end, I only got 2 or 3 pounds of meat. I never expected you to get a wild boar so easily. How can I thank you enough? If you really want to thank me, leave me some fine grains. Of course, it would be best if you could give me some seeds or something. I also want to buy some malted milk powder and milk powder," Lu Erju said with a smile. Director Joe smiled wryly. "You think too highly of me. Let alone top-quality milk powder, even slightly inferior malted milk powder is not something a small supply and marketing cooperative like mine can get. If you want to ask the Bureau of Commerce, that might work. If not, just wait until the department store opens, and I will definitely allocate a batch for you. I can leave you some refined grains, but too much can easily cause problems. I'm fine, but I'm afraid I might implicate you. As for those seeds, I can think of a way. I have a friend at the seed station who can give you some, but not too many. At most, you can plant a small flower bed in your yard." Lu Erju was becoming increasingly disappointed as he listened, but when he heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. "You can get the seeds? That's great. Take me there quickly." Well, Director Joe said somewhat awkwardly, "Although I have a good relationship with that guy, he also has to take risks when he gives me the seeds, so I definitely can't just give them away for free." "No problem, I have some wild pigeons here. Are 10 enough?" Lu Erju said immediately. Wild pigeons have very firm and scarce meat, making them difficult to cook until tender without a pressure cooker. As for stewing or grilling, only roasted pigeon tastes good. He was wondering where to get the pigeons, so he decided to give them away as gifts. Don't be fooled by his indifference. Countless people would fight tooth and nail for these wild pigeons. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Director Joe couldn't help but say, 10 wild pigeons are too many. That kid doesn't have that kind of appetite. Give me 5. Lu Erju immediately nodded. "I'll give you those 5 as a middleman's fee." Oh dear, this is not suitable, it's not suitable at all." Director Joe was so happy he couldn't stop smiling, but he was still pretending to decline. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. I treat you like my own uncle, so it's only right that I give you something," Lu Erju said warmly. Director Joe's eyes lit up, and he said in response, "Oh, I won't lie to you, I felt a special closeness to you from the first time I met you. We're destined to be together. From now on, I'll call you Zuzi, and you can call me Uncle." "All right, Uncle Joe." Lu Erju nodded with a smile. The two found each other very agreeable, and thus began to address each other in a very intimate and warm manner. Director Joe, in particular, was absolutely smitten with Lu Erju. "He's good-looking and capable. Wouldn't it be great if he were my son?" After confirming their new kinship, the two went downstairs chatting and laughing. After arriving downstairs, Director Joe said to a saleswoman, "I remember we still have some red shrimp crisps here. Pack 2 gin for me and have Zuzi take them back to my brother and the others." The saleswoman looked completely bewildered and wanted to ask the manager who his brother was. Lu Erju quickly declined, saying, "That's not good, the red shrimp pastry is quite expensive." "So what if it's expensive? Can't an uncle give his nephew something?" Director Joe glared at him irritably. After the red shrimp pastries were wrapped, he pulled Lu Erju out the door and said seriously, "This is just a little appetizer. I won't tell you anything else. When I become the manager of the department store, I'll save the best things for you first. Even if the leaders of the Commerce Bureau come, it won't matter." Lu Erju didn't completely believe Director Joe's words, but he knew that if Director Joe became the manager, he would definitely benefit greatly. "Then I'll thank you in advance, Uncle Joe." "No need to thank me, I was thinking of getting you to the department store too. How about I get you a store manager position then?" Director Joe was filled with anticipation and longing, as if he had already become the manager of a department store. In fact, this position is practically guaranteed. A wild boar weighing over 200 pounds. What can others use to compete with me? Lu Erju had no interest in being a sales clerk. Although it is said that every industry has a bright future, it will only last for 1 or 2 decades. After the reform and opening up, the importance of these sales clerks will rapidly diminish, and their social status will continue to decline. But arranging it for his sister-in-law seems like a good idea. When she and her brother move to the city in the future, her brother's job at the furniture factory alone won't be enough to support the family. Getting a job as a sales clerk or even a department store manager would be a great career choice. "All right, Uncle Joe, you'd better reserve this spot for me." Lu Erzhu handed over a Zhonghua cigarette. Absolutely. Director Zhou said, taking a cigarette out of his mouth and reaching into his pocket for matches. Lu Erzhu took out a lighter and snapped open the metal cap. As expected of DuPont, the Rolls-Royce of lighters, even the sound of opening the lid is so satisfying. Lu Erzhu spun the wheel, and blue flames shot out, looking dazzling and high-end. Director Zhou was surprised. Wow, a lighter, it looks really nice. It doesn't look like a domestic product. Dupeng, have you heard of him, Uncle Joe? Lu Erzhu asked smugly, lighting a cigarette for Director Zhou and then lighting one for himself. Men, well, they have very little resistance to these kinds of mechanical metal contraptions. Smokers, in particular, have almost no resistance to such attractive lighters, especially since they belong to someone else. I've heard of it, it's a big international brand, you're really something. Director Zhou exclaimed in amazement, immediately reaching out his hand, let me see for myself. Lu Erzhu, being a man himself, knew all too well what kind of smokers these guys were. He knew that the lighter would eventually end up in Director Zhou's pocket, so he put it back in his bag without hesitation. Let's go get the meat first, we'll talk about it later. Alright, you go get the meat first, then I'll take you to get the seeds. Director Zhou was somewhat disappointed. He hadn't expected Lu Erzhu to be so shrewd at such a young age, actually seeing through his thoughts. After Lu Erzhu found a secluded spot, he conjured a dizzy wild boar from his mental space, stuffed it into his suitcase, and rode his bicycle to find Director Zhou. Director Zhou had already prepared a small tricycle and was waiting. When he saw the luggage bag that was almost bursting, he immediately carried it onto the tricycle with Lu Erzhu and said seriously, I will take you to the seed station when I return from delivering the gift. I will also give you a brand new one of this bag then. Although canvas duffel bags are rare, Director Zhou is going to the Commerce Bureau to deliver gifts, so how could he not get something good? He even decided to get a woolen overcoat from his old friend at the Commerce Bureau for the kid later. Although military overcoats are warm and stylish, they look too old-fashioned on a young person. A wool coat would look much better. Before he knew it, Director Zhou had truly come to treat Lu Erzhu like a nephew. Lu Erzhu waited at the entrance of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative for a full half hour, but no one came back. That was so boring. Several times he subconsciously reached into his pocket, wanting to take out his phone to scroll through Douyin or something, but each time he found only cigarettes in his pocket. A young man from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, seeing that he had smoked 3 cigarettes in 10 minutes, came over and asked, you seem bored. I'll get you some sunflower seeds so you can munch on them for a while. Young people certainly wouldn't give away sunflower seeds casually, but isn't this the director's nephew? Presumably, the director wouldn't say anything if he gave him some sunflower seeds. Upon seeing the young man, Lu Erzhu's heart stirred, and he asked, do you know how to shoot rabbits with dual pistols? He was really out of ideas, so he decided to play some children's games. The young man looked bewildered. You want to go hunting? I don't have time to go up the mountain with you right now. It's not hunting, it's a game. I'll teach you how to play. Lu Erzhu took a small stick and drew 10 intersecting lines on the ground, forming 16 squares. Then he found 8 pebbles, 4 for each person. Look, these pebbles can be moved around freely. Once my 2 pebbles are aligned in a straight line, and your pebble is right in front of me, it will be destroyed. The same applies to me. To make it easier for Lu Erzhu to teach the young people, he even gave a special demonstration. The young man watched with great interest. It feels a bit like Gamaku, 5 in a row. These 2 are far from good enough, but it doesn't matter, come on, let's play. Lu Erzhu rubbed his hands together, letting the young man take the first step. The young man looked at the pebbles on the ground as if he were playing chess, pondering for a long time before making a move. Lu Erzhu and the others were anxious and immediately followed suit, but the young man fell into thought again. In 10 minutes, the young man took 5 steps. Lu Erzhu was so anxious that he scratched his head and finally understood what it meant to dig a hole and jump into it himself. I originally just wanted to kill time, but now the time feels even harder to pass. Their game attracted the attention of the children playing nearby. At this time, most children did not go to school. Several 7 or 8-year-olds were still playing in the streets. They were all dressed in tattered clothes, with big heads and thin necks from hunger, and their ribs were all sticking out. They all looked like aliens, which was both funny and heartbreaking. The children were too tired to run around because they weren't full, so they were all thinking about what to play. When they saw the new game that Lu Erzhu had come up with, everyone gathered around to watch, just like those old men watching chess games, occasionally offering their opinions and making endless sighs when they saw a young man make a mistake. Seeing this, Lu Erzhu simply patted the young man and said, I think I just heard an old lady from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative calling you. Go and take a look. Ha! The young man didn't dare offend those powerful middle-aged women, especially since he was hoping they would introduce him to a potential partner, so he reluctantly stood up. Then wait for me to come back so you can play with me. This game is actually quite fun. He's become addicted. Lu Erzhu didn't wait for him. After the young man left, he immediately pointed to a little child next to him and said, come on, let's play together. The child was overjoyed and quickly moved over to join Lu Erju in the fight. 3 minutes later, the battle ended, and Lu Erju won. With a smile, he patted the child's shoulder and comforted him, "Don't be discouraged. Victory and defeat are common in war. Let's play another round." "Okay." The child finally grasped the rules and rubbed his hands together, eager to try again. 3 minutes later, the child patted Lu Erju on the shoulder and said, "Don't be discouraged. Victory and defeat are common in war. Let's play another round. Come on. I was careless just now." Lu Erju never expected to lose to a child and decided to avenge himself. 5 minutes later. "Not bad. You managed to hold out for so long against my all-out attack. You're still honorable in defeat." The child patted Lu Erju on the shoulder in praise. Lu Erju, his face dark, dodged his dirty hand. "Change people." The child was a little reluctant. "You're such a big person, can't you handle this?" Lu Erju tossed him a piece of fruit candy. "Can we exchange it now?" The little boy was overjoyed and grabbed the candy, running home shouting, little brother, come out and eat some candy." 2 pieces of fruit candy cost 1 cent, which isn't too expensive, but for families who are struggling to afford food, it's an unnecessary expense. This child has never tasted sugar since birth, and he only drank breast milk for 2 days before growing up on porridge. Now that he has candy, he is overjoyed, but the first thing he thinks of is going home to share it with his family. When the other children saw that they would get candy for beating Lu Erju, they all got excited and rushed over. Lu Erju quickly said, "Don't rush, take it one at a time, everyone gets a share." He felt that the child from earlier must be exceptionally talented, the kind of player who would be considered a top esports player in later generations. "It's not unfair that I lost to him, but I can't possibly lose to a bunch of kids, can I?" Another hour later, Director Joe rode back leisurely on his tricycle, humming a folk song about the Lotus Lantern Opera. From afar, he called out to Lu Erju, "Zuzi, have you been waiting long? I just stopped by the seed station to get your stuff back for you." What's wrong?" Lu Erju was sitting absent-mindedly at the door, his hair a mess, looking utterly devastated. The children who used to hang around the supply and marketing cooperative all day, hoping to get some food, have all disappeared. Hearing the voice, Lu Erju finally came to his senses. He was about to wave his hand and say it was nothing when he suddenly remembered something. His eyes were pleading like those of a desperate gambler. "Uncle Joe, shall we play a game?" "Okay, what game do you want to play?" Director Joe had just received assurances from his superior and even had his name recommended, so he knew that the position of department store manager was a sure thing. He was in a good mood and didn't refuse Lu Erju's childish invitation. "What's wrong with playing with the kids? Come on, I'll teach you." Lu Erju pointed to the 8 pebbles on the ground and explained the rules. "Whoever loses gets a cigarette, how about it? The rules are quite simple. Come on, let's play with the kids today." Director Joe also felt like a child and started playing with Lu Erju. Half an hour later, Lu Erju stood up contentedly with a pack of economy cigarettes, lit a victory cigarette, and exhaled a beautiful smoke ring. Director Joe scratched his messy hair, reviewing the steps he had just taken with an incredulous expression. "This shouldn't be. I should have won." "Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war, Uncle Joe, don't take it so hard," Lu Erju advised with a smile. Although he lost a pound of fruit candy, he only won back a pack of cheap cigarettes worth 8 cents, which was definitely not enough to cover his expenses. But Lu Erju was still very happy. Is this guy after winning money? I'm enjoying the process. Director Joe couldn't understand it at all. In a fit of anger, he kicked the stone away, then grabbed a bag from the tricycle and shoved it at him. "Get out of here, don't let me see you again." Lu Erju happily hugged his luggage bag, first stuffing 10 wild pigeons into a sack and handing it to Director Joe, then waving goodbye to the children in the distance who were licking candy. Director Joe returned to the supply and marketing cooperative with a dark face. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he saw a young man drawing diagrams on the counter, studying how to shoot a rabbit with 2 guns. Seeing the young man's clumsy movements, Director Joe had an idea. "Little Lee, how about we play a game?" Lu Erju, carrying his luggage bag, first went to a deserted place and glanced inside. When he was holding it just now, he could feel that there was something inside. "When I opened it, I was immediately amazed. A double-breasted brown woolen overcoat, long in style, somewhat like the woolen overcoats worn by officers and soldiers in the TV dramas Lu Erju had watched in his previous life. Lu Erju put it on and tried it on. It was lighter and more convenient than a military overcoat, but its warmth was just as good. He started sweating after wearing it for only a short while. He's mainly handsome, exudes charisma, and makes him look tall and upright. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was a military officer visiting the countryside. Interesting. Lu Erju happily put the clothes into his spatial storage, only to find that there were still things in the bag. When he looked down, he was even more surprised. A watch? It's a Shanghai brand, and it looks at least 80% new. It's probably not old stock, it looks like it was snatched from someone else's hands. Director Joe is great. This watch must cost over $100, and the watch vouchers or industrial coupons needed to buy it will also consume a lot of money. Lu Erzhu put on his watch, already somewhat regretting winning so many cigarettes from Director Joe. What a wonderful person. I'll treat him to a meal next time. After you put the watch on, there's a small bag containing several paper packets. There were words written on the paper package. Rice seeds, sweet potato seeds, sorghum seeds, watermelon seeds, pumpkin seeds, cabbage seeds, wheat seeds, potato seeds. Although each packet contains only about 10 seeds, they may not even grow successfully when placed in a flower bed. But Lu Erzhu can use his spatial ability to plant it, so it's guaranteed to grow. From now on, we'll have an endless supply of refined grains, and we might even be able to eat fruits like watermelons. Lu Erzhu happily put the seeds into his spatial storage. Now, all that's left in that bag is a wad of cash and a note. The note said the pork weighed 196 jin, 78 caddies, and was purchased at 1 yuan per jin. Neither the police station nor the supply and marketing cooperative has ever offered such a cheap price. But this isn't selling meat, it's a transaction. In exchange for a pig, Lu Erzhu gained the position of department store manager, a counter supervisor, and the special right to make any purchases at the department store at will. To be honest, Lu Erzhu wouldn't have hesitated to give this pig to Director Joe or the Commerce Bureau. But a small favor can breed resentment, and too much generosity can breed hatred. If Lu Erzhu is too generous, it might make the other party feel that they don't care how they are treated, and they might even be resented if they become less generous one day. Lu Erzhu hung the new luggage bag on the bicycle and stuffed half a pig into it. The pig didn't have a head because its head was given to Li Xiangyang. There's one piece of meat missing, we ate it while cooking last night. Even so, it still weighs over 100 jin, 50 kilograms. When Lu Erzhu arrived at the textile factory, he immediately spotted the gatekeeper, Uncle Qin. When the gatekeeper, Old Man Qin, saw the person who had arrived, he was about to question him when he saw that it was Lu Erzhu. He immediately ran out happily, "Oh, little miracle doctor, you've finally come. I was just about to go and thank you, but Director Lu wouldn't tell me where you live. I was so worried." Lu Erzhu chuckled and said, "You look better now, have you started taking your medicine?" "After eating, I also received acupuncture treatment, which made me feel much better. If it weren't for you reminding me, little miracle doctor, I wouldn't have known. Come on, Old Qin, must treat you to a meal today." Grandpa Qin excitedly grabbed Lu Erzhu and said, "A drop of water in need is repaid with a spring of water." Moreover, Lu Erzhu actually saved his life in a roundabout way, and saved the lives of his whole family. Grandpa Qin had heard from the doctor that if this illness was delayed any longer, he would be crippled, unable to do anything, and would have to rely on others to support him, while also taking large amounts of medicine. Unfortunately, his children are very filial. If he were to rely on medication to survive, they would go bankrupt to take care of him. Wouldn't that just let his whole family starve to death? Seeing Qin's excited expression, Lu Erzhu quickly said, "No need for a meal. I was just reminding you. Besides, I need to speak with Director Lu. Could you please call him? Calling people is no problem, but you have to eat this meal, otherwise I'll feel bad." Grandpa Qin said, grumbling as he went to call people. Before long, Lu Shengli and Grandpa Qin arrived in a short jog. Upon seeing Lu Erzhu, Lu Shengli was even more excited than Grandpa Qin. He grabbed Lu Erzhu's hand and shook it vigorously, exclaiming, "Zuzi, if we weren't so different ages, I would definitely call you brother. You're a miracle doctor." Seeing Lu Shengli's radiant appearance, Lu Erzhu knew that the muscle-strengthening pills he had given him earlier must have worked. He reminded him, "Don't take too many, or you'll deplete your body and even the elixir won't be able to save you." I know, Lu Shengli nodded hurriedly. "Come on, I'll treat you to dinner." "No, Director, I want to treat Zuzi to dinner," Grandpa Qin quickly said. "What's there to argue about? This meal is on me, and you can treat us tonight," Lu Shengli said happily. Grandpa Qin couldn't argue with the director, so he had no choice but to agree. Lu Erzhu wanted to refuse, but when he heard that Lu Shengli was going to take him to the textile factory's small canteen, he pushed his bicycle and followed. Although slogans of equality for all and shared prosperity are frequently chanted, in reality, there are many unequal situations. Take this small canteen for example, only factory cotters are allowed to enter, and the food there is much better than in the large canteen. Lu Shengli led Lu Erzhu to the small canteen and shouted to the chef, "Bring 3 dishes, more meat than meat. I've invited a miracle doctor today who can diagnose any ailment. It'll be your good fortune if he takes a look at you later." The head chef said helplessly, "Master Chef, there's no meat left. You ate all that rabbit meat in one day, and even divided up the rabbit skin. There's not a single piece of meat left." Lu Shengli was a little embarrassed and was about to reprimand him. Lu Erzhu quickly said, "I have meat. I got some pork this time, thinking of exchanging it for some cotton." Upon hearing this, Lu Shengli and the cafeteria chef's eyes lit up, staring at Lu Erzhu as if he were a stunning beauty. Lu Erzhu felt uncomfortable being stared at by the two men, so he quickly carried the luggage bag over and put it on the ground. When it was opened, there was more than half a wild boar inside. Although he was headless and missing a piece of flesh, it didn't dampen Lu Shengli's joy at all. He grabbed Lu Erju's hand and shook it repeatedly, saying, "Zuzi, Zuzi, my good Zuzi." Lu Erju felt that Director Lu was wailing when he heard his tone, so he quickly stopped him. "Director, let's look at the meat first." Without him saying anything, the chef had already squatted down, picked up the sack of meat, and inspected it. "Master, it's good meat. It must have been just slaughtered and is still warm. You can still get a lot of blood out of it," the chef said excitedly. Lu Shengli turned around and cursed, "How the hell do you talk like that? Do you think the meat Zhu Ziyi sent is rotten? I really want to slap you twice. Apologize to Zhu Ziyi right now." The chef quickly smiled apologetically at Lu Erju. Yes, I misspoke, please don't take it to heart, Zuzi." Lu Erju wasn't angry. He looked him up and down and said, "It's nothing. Your neck and shoulders don't seem to be in too good. Do you experience occasional pain, especially when you raise your arms?" Lu Shengli immediately looked at the head chef. The chef hesitated for a moment. "My shoulder does hurt occasionally, but it's probably just a cramp." "What cramps? Are you a doctor? Let Zhu Ziyi say he can cure any disease," Lu Shengli boasted without reservation. Lu Erju quickly waved his hand, examined the area, and said, "I'm not that amazing, but this is definitely not a cramp, it's frozen shoulder. Go get some paper and pen, I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Go back and apply it, you'll feel much better. Otherwise, when you get older, this arm will probably hurt so much that you won't even be able to lift a soy sauce bottle." Most chefs suffer from various health problems, such as varicose veins, stomach problems, rheumatism, tenosynovitis, and cardiovascular diseases. The chef is alright, he just has some frozen shoulder, which will be fine after applying some medicine. Lu Erju could have ignored it, but seeing that this minor illness was destined to develop into something serious, he couldn't help but want to offer a reminder. "I wouldn't call myself a doctor with the heart of a parent, but since I'm idle anyway, I might as well do some good deeds." The head chef was still somewhat skeptical of Lu Erju. After all, in his mind, doctors had to be very old, and the older they were, the more reliable they were. Lu Erju was too young, he didn't even take my pulse before saying I had a problem. Seeing that the head chef didn't believe Lu Erju, Lu Shengli slammed his hand on the table. "Old Wang, what do you mean by this? This great doctor, Zuzi, is just trying to give you some pointers, and you're acting all high and mighty?" The head chef quickly explained, "Master chef, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. Can't I just go get some paper?" Soon, he brought over a piece of paper. Lu Erju wrote down some Chinese medicines, and then wrote down the preparation method and usage method. When handing the paper to the chef, he said, following the method on it, 3 courses of treatment will cure the disease, each course lasting 7 days. The chef reluctantly took the paper. "How much?" "1 cent. Lu Erju wanted to say that he didn't need the money, but as the old saying goes, a doctor should not be empty-handed, and medicine should not be given for nothing, so he still symbolically asked for 1 cent. Hearing that it only cost 1 cent, the chef breathed a sigh of relief, put down 1 cent, and took the meat away. He knew that Director Lu would not refuse the pork under any circumstances. After the meat was brought into the kitchen, the head chef waited and called out to the outside, "Director, this pork weighs 167 jin. How much money did you calculate at the police station last time?" Director Lu asked immediately. 5 yuan and 50 cents, Lu Erju said truthfully. Lu Shengli waved his hand and said magnanimously, "Then I'll pay 5 yuan and 6 jiao." Lu Erju praised at the opportune moment. Director Lu is indeed magnanimous. No wonder he's from a textile factory. This flattery made Lu Shengli proud. "That's right, I'm not bragging, but in the whole county, apart from the meat processing plant, all other units in our textile factory are nothing compared to us." Lu Erju was genuinely surprised by his arrogance. "Really? See, I knew you wouldn't believe me." Lu Shengli smiled smugly. As the old saying goes, among the necessities of life, clothing comes first, because no one can go out naked. Look at all those tailor shops and supply and marketing cooperatives on the street. Which one of them doesn't get its fabric from my textile factory? Even if various units want to make work clothes, they ask us to process them into semi-finished products and then send them to the tailor shop to be sewn. To be honest, our factory is about to expand, and we'll be doing garment production and processing on the side. If you want to come work here, it's just a matter of saying the word. With your skills, all those young girls will be lining up to fawn over you. Lu Erju thought Lu Shengli made sense, but he wasn't very interested in working at the textile factory. "Let's talk about that later. I don't want the meat, can you give me cotton instead?" "Sure, cotton is 7 cents a pound, that's over 1,000 pounds of cotton." As Lu Shengli spoke, the smile on his face disappeared. "Wait, brother, you're going to open a cotton mill?" Cough, "It is indeed a bit too much, isn't it? I mainly want to make some quilts, cotton-padded clothes, and..." Lu Erju was explaining. Lu Shengli slapped his thigh. "Hey, you should have said so earlier. did you forget what I just told you? Our textile factory is going to expand and add garment production. We'll definitely need to make quilts, cotton-padded clothes, and the like. So why don't we just make them for you? Why do you have to pay for them yourself and provide the cotton? Lu Erju's eyes lit up, but he pretended to decline, saying, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Don't cause trouble for the director. If you're in any trouble, it's my duty to help. Lu Shengli immediately hinted, even if you want to work in the factory right now, I can arrange it for you, and you can start working immediately. In this short time, he has already tried to win over Lu Erju 3 times. Lu Erju could only smile wryly and decline, saying, I don't plan to look for a job for the time being. It's alright, the textile factory gates are always open to you. Lu Shengli was a little disappointed, but not angry. On the contrary, he was very polite and friendly. He's never been this good to his own son. Lu Erju nodded his thanks, and seeing Lu Shengli rubbing his hands and chuckling, he understood what he was thinking. He took out a paper packet from his bag. There are 10 muscle strengthening pills inside. Lu Shengli was overjoyed. He hadn't finished his pills yet, but thinking that the medicine was so effective, it would definitely be a reliable gift for his superiors. So he was thinking about how to get more from Lu Erju. Unexpectedly, he took out 10 at once, making Lu Shengli so happy that he wanted to kiss Lu Erju. He quickly took the pills and said, as expected, you understand me best, Zhu Zi. I forgot to pay you for the medicine last time, so let's settle it together this time. Lu Erju naturally wouldn't give the medicine for free. Last time, he wanted Lu Shengli to experience the taste, so he didn't charge him for the time being. This time, he quoted a price directly, I won't ask for more from you, 5 yuan a piece, is that too much? At this time, the life-saving medicine Angong Nio Huangwan only costs 5 or 6 yuan a pill, so it's not unreasonable for Lu Erju to compare it to that price. Lu Shengli nodded repeatedly, it's not expensive at all. Considering the efficacy of this medicine, it's not expensive at all. I'll go get the money for you right away. Wait for me for a moment. Lu Shengli hurriedly ran to his office to get the money. His position is at level 15, and he earns 130 yuan a month, which is higher than the salary of some section chiefs. So Lu Shengli wasn't exaggerating. Indeed, many unit leaders had to curry favor with him. Last time there were 10 in the paper package, and with this one, it's exactly 100 yuan. Lu Shengli said he was going to the office to get money, but who would carry so much money on him? He borrowed some from someone, delivered the medicine to the factory director, approved the payment for the meat, and handed it over to Lu Erju. Lu Erju accepted the money without ceremony and said to Lu Shengli, has the medicine been delivered? It's been delivered. The factory manager probably wanted to test the medicine, so he didn't come to see you. Lu Shengli was panting, but his face was flushed. Brother, my future depends entirely on you, Dr. Zhu. Just call me Zuzi, Lu Erju said politely. Alright, from now on I'll call you Zuzi, and you call me Brother Lu. We'll be brothers. Lu Shengli was very happy, then turned to the chef and urged, isn't the food ready yet? Here it comes. I've prepared a cold dish for you both. You two can have some drinks first, director. The chef quickly brought out a plate of food and a bottle of wine. Lu Shengli quickly stood up and poured Lu Erju a full glass of wine. Come on, fill it up, I have to toast you properly. Lu Erju didn't dare to be presumptuous. He raised his glass with both hands and lowered the rim. Brother Lu, you're too kind. Here. The two of them took a big gulp of their drink. Seeing Lu Erju's hearty manner, Lu Shengli admired him even more and ate the food while chatting and laughing with him. Before long, the chef had cooked 2 more dishes. This time it's all meat dishes, a plate of stir-fried pork with chili peppers and a plate of stir-fried pork with cabbage. Well, these 2 dishes can't be described as perfect in color, aroma, and taste, they're simply a complete mess. Lu Erju felt that even the food he cooked with his feet tasted better than this. How could such a big textile factory have found such a jerk as its chef? The only thing that made Lu Erju feel the chef was somewhat competent was that he had removed the gamey smell of the wild boar meat. Seeing Lu Shengli eating with gusto, his mouth greasy and constantly raising his glass, Lu Erju didn't say much. He symbolically ate a couple of bites of food and then kept drinking. But drinking alcohol on its own makes him drunk easily, so he basically put all the alcohol into his mental space. After downing half a bottle of wine, Lu Shengli was completely drunk, like a fool, but he was perfectly fine. Just as Lu Erju felt it was time to leave and was about to take Lu Shengli back to his office, the textile factory manager rushed over, his face flushed, and looked at Lu Erju. You must be Dr. Zhu, right? I'm sorry, I was a bit delayed by some official business. Come, I must have a couple of drinks with Dr. Zhu. Hey you, get 3 more dishes. Show us your best skills, and don't let Dr. Zhu make do. The factory manager's arrival surprised Lu Erju somewhat. But seeing that he was full of energy and had a slight smell of seafood and fatinia, Lu Erju roughly understood. Is this after the drug trial just ended? The factory manager raised a glass of wine and said warmly to Lu Erju, Dr. Zhu, I must toast you. But you've probably had quite a bit to drink, so I'll drink mine. You can drink as you please. Lu Erju looked at the factory director who was tilting his head back and downing his drink, shook his head helplessly, then raised his glass, tilted his head back, and threw the wine into his mental space. Wow! The factory manager looked at Lu Erju in surprise. I didn't expect Dr. Zhu to have such a high alcohol tolerance. He's already drunk so much, and he's not even out of breath after downing a glass. So, Lu Erju said modestly, waving his hand. Please sit down, please sit down. The factory manager pulled Lu Erju's hand and made him sit down. Lu Erju awkwardly put his hands under the table and quietly wiped them with the clothes of the director who was sleeping on the table next to him. The factory manager hadn't washed his hands, and it was unclear whether he'd even touched the seafood, so Lu Erju felt something was off after the handshake. The factory manager looked around to make sure no one could hear him before lowering his voice and saying, Dr. Zhu, your medicine is really amazing. That woman has been defiant against me for a long time, but today I taught her a lesson she won't forget. She said her legs were too weak to walk and she's still lying naked on my desk. He. Lu Erju gave a forced smile, unsure how to respond. What's wrong with these leaders? They all like to brag about their affairs after sleeping with women. Some people even like to shoot videos and post them online. But Officer Zhang is really beautiful. The factory manager continued, Dr. Zhu, how much of that medicine do you have left? I made that medicine, but the process was extremely difficult and took a lot of time. Lu Erju immediately lied. Actually, these pills aren't difficult to make, but he didn't want these people to think it was easy, otherwise they wouldn't take it seriously. Yes, I understand. This kind of precious medicine certainly isn't easy to make. The factory manager nodded in deep agreement. But I was thinking, could you perhaps get me a few more? Those who can become leaders are not young, especially the older the leader, the more they need these pills. So Lu Erju understood what the factory director meant and laughed. Factory director, are you trying to climb the ranks again? The description of Divine Dr. Pillar is really. The factory manager didn't know what to say, and could only smile helplessly. I guess so, people always strive for better things. Lu Erju fell into deep thought, hesitating whether or not to give it to the factory director. He had plenty of these things, and could even make them easily, but he felt that if they were obtained too easily, these people wouldn't cherish them. The factory manager noticed Lu Erju's hesitation and asked curiously, is there a problem? Well, to be honest, this medicine is not easy to make. In addition to the medicinal materials, it also requires a specific boiling time. If the time is too short, the medicine will not be effective enough, Lu Erju said casually. But the factory manager actually believed him, nodding seriously, that's right. This kind of precious medicine must be quite difficult to make. However, I hope that Physician Zhu can leave me more. You can name your price. Although he was just the director of a textile factory in a county town, he wielded considerable power. The textile factory has nearly 1,000 employees, all of whom listen to him. If they add garment production to the mix in the future, it will be even more remarkable. Furthermore, people of this era are not worldly wise, so even if they ask for a high price, it's just a small exorbitant amount for many. Therefore, the factory manager dared to make a bold claim that he would give Lu Erju any price he asked for, even if it was just a few hundred yuan or a job. But Lu Erju was a worldly man, so he didn't make any demands. He pretended to hesitate and said, I can save some for you once I've made the medicine, but if you ask me to make any demands, I really don't know what to say. The factory manager's eyelids twitched, and he looked at Lu Erju seriously. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the kid was being sincere or pretending. Seeing how young Lu Erju was, the factory director didn't take him seriously, even though he knew he had medical skills. He thought that with his life experience, he could easily make Lu Erju his follower, just like he had conquered the female workers in the factory. Unexpectedly, Lu Erju's subtle yet effective tactic left him speechless. If this guy doesn't ask for a favor now, then I'll owe him one. You have to understand that favors can be big or small, and they are much harder to arrange than money. Lu Erju calmly poured the factory manager a full glass of wine and asked innocently, what's wrong, factory manager? After a long silence, the factory manager suddenly gave a bitter laugh, you're something else. I was hoping to get the better of you, but you've managed to get me out of it. So, that's settled then. You'd better give me some extra medicine later. Consider it a big favor Wan Kuazhong, owe you, okay? What's with all this talk about human relationships? It's too formal for us to talk like that. I'd like to toast the factory director. Lu Erju raised his wineglass and said with a smile. Wan Kuazhong picked up his wineglass and said, we're all smart people here. It's too much for you to keep pretending to be stupid. Besides, since you've already said we're father and son, then from now on, just call me uncle. That's not too much to ask, is it? The director just told me to call him brother, isn't that a generational difference? Lu Erju hesitated. It's alright, let's each talk our own thing. Wan Kuazhong smiled and took a sip, this time not drinking it all at once. After all, it was a glass of Beiju, Chinese liquor, and even if he could drink a lot, he couldn't keep up with drinking like that. Lu Erzhe didn't make a fuss, but he drank a little more than Wang Qiuazhong to show respect. But his drinking capacity piqued Wang Qiuazhong's interest, and he couldn't resist testing him. So he started finding all sorts of excuses to drink with Lu Erzhe, one sip after another, one cup after another. In the end, Wang Qiuazhong was so drunk that he was completely disoriented. The ground in Lu Erzhe's mental space wasn't wet at all. "Well, I can't take the two of them back myself. Could you please take them for me, chef?" Lu Erzhe tossed over a pack of economy cigarettes he had won from Director Zhou and said with a polite smile. He doesn't like smoking cheap cigarettes because they cause him to cough. The chef took the cigarette and found it was a whole pack. Although it was only 8 cents a pack, it still made him smile. However, remembering that Lu Erzhe had just been chatting and laughing with the factory director and the director, he quickly handed the cigarettes back with both hands, saying, "No need for cigarettes. It's my duty to take the factory director and the director home. Then consider this pack of cigarettes a thank you for your hospitality. The food is quite good," Lu Erzhe casually complimented, then turned and left. He knew, of course, that the head chef would take the factory manager and director back without him having to say anything, but after all that effort, they would inevitably feel some dissatisfaction and resentment towards him for getting them drunk. Lu Erzhe was not afraid of a chef, but sometimes a small spark of dissatisfaction can be blown into a prairie fire by the wind. So all that's needed is a tiny bit of profit to extinguish this flame. Why make a big show of it and leave yourself with future troubles? Lu Erzhe left the textile factory, got on his bicycle, and headed home. "I've finished all the business I needed to do in the county town, and there's nothing else I need." Moreover, he had traded almost everything he owned. There is now only 1 wild boar, 2 wild rabbits, 2 pheasants without legs, and some sparrows. It's just enough to feed my own family and my master's family. Lu Erzhe decided to go back to the mountain to hunt again, hoping to catch more animals, especially wild boars. During that period, this thing was more widely circulated than gold, and everyone coveted it. Speaking of gold, Lu Erzhe recalled the novels he had read in his previous life, where those predecessors who returned to this era dealt in antiques and gold, and then stored them in large quantities. Lu Erzhe, the antique connoisseur, didn't want to think about it anymore. He genuinely didn't understand it. Besides, there were a lot of antiques at that time, but there were also a lot of fakes. Back in the Republic of China era, those craftsmen went to great lengths to deceive foreigners, creating countless fakes. Lu Erzhe simply didn't have the ability to distinguish them. As for gold, doing a few is fine, but doing a whole bunch is just asking for trouble. A crime involving the unexplained acquisition of a huge amount of wealth means that these assets will be used to build the country and the private homes of certain individuals. Therefore, the simplest way to ensure the safety and well-being of one's descendants is just 2 words: save money. When I save money now, I don't mean depositing it in a bank, I mean saving it in my own space. After the reform and opening up, I will invest in all the companies I knew from my previous life. Then you can just sit at home and count your money every day. Putting everything else aside, just the 2 little horses and 1 little king are enough to keep Lu Erzhe's family lying down for generations. If I had the chance, I'd like to set up a casino in Macau, invest in some finance and stocks in the US, do some electronics manufacturing in South Korea, and get involved in real estate in Japan before their economic bubble bursts. In his previous life, Lu Erzhe had at least attended university, making him one of the first people to receive higher education. Although he never achieved anything significant in his life, he was quite knowledgeable, especially in his understanding of world affairs. However, he lacked initial capital and had family responsibilities, so he dared not risk everything to gamble, which is why he remained mediocre throughout his life. Why is it so difficult for the poor to rise above their circumstances? Ultimately, it's because they're afraid to gamble. Even wealthy people don't make money in every business, sometimes they rely on gambling. But when people gamble, they only put up 1/10 or even 1/100th of their money, which doesn't affect their own or their family's lives at all. Moreover, if this company fails, others can invest again. Casting a wide net will always catch some fish, and even that one fish can make up for all the previous losses with some left over. What about the poor? Even in 2024, many people will earn less than 100,000 yuan a year. After deducting food, drink, and other expenses, how much will they have left? How can they invest? You said I wouldn't eat, that I'd take all my savings and try my luck, and if I failed, my whole family would starve? So sometimes it's not that poor people lack the awareness to make money, it's just that their starting point is unfair. In his previous life, Lu Erzhe knew a second-generation official who was just an ordinary person who showed no particular talent or ability. But after they dropped out of school, they became local agents for a big company, sitting around all day doing nothing and money just kept pouring in. How can you compare to that? Therefore, after being reborn, Lu Erzhe deeply realized that it was not useless to study the classics, but with so many scholars in the world, how many could reach the top? He needs to have something unique about him, such as his medical skills, his muscle strengthening and bone strengthening pills, and a large network of connections and money. The more Lu Erja thought about it, the more profound it became. He began to plan how to use the muscle strengthening and bone strengthening pill to establish contact with higher levels. Just as he was engrossed in planning for the future, he inadvertently discovered a person lying on the roadside in the distance. What is that person doing lying there in this desolate wilderness? Lu Erja curiously leaned closer for a look and found that it was an old man dressed in tattered clothes, with sunken cheeks, a sallow complexion, and his eyes tightly closed in pain. He fainted from hunger. Lu Erja hesitated for a moment, but still decided to go and lend a hand. He can't possibly control the whole world, but when something like this happens, we can't just stand by and watch him die here. Lu Erja walked to the old man's side and put his hand on his shoulder. The semi-conscious old man jolted awake, struggling to open his eyes and look at Lu Erja. His hand trembled as he reached for his waist, but it fell limply to the ground halfway through. Please, please, give me something to eat. The old man pleaded desperately, looking at Lu Erja. Lu Erja looked at the old man, especially glancing at his waist, then took out a cornbread bun from his satchel and handed it to him. Eat this. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw the cornbread. He snatched it like a mad dog and began to eat it in big mouthfuls. Seeing him wolfing down his food, Lu Erja took out a Browning from his spatial storage while reminding him, "Don't eat so fast, or you'll choke." The old man was eating his cornbread with his head down, completely unaware of Lu Erja's actions. After wolfing down the cornbread, feeling a bit stronger, he looked up hopefully and asked, "One more. Young man, what are you doing? Why are you pointing a gun at me?" Lu Erja pointed the gun at the old man's forehead and calmly said, "I'll give you a cornbread so you won't starve. Put your hands behind your head and lie on the ground. Don't try anything funny, or I won't mind wasting another bullet." The older man smiled apologetically. "No, young man, I'm not a bad person. I'm counting down now. 3, 2, 1. As soon as Lu Erja finished counting, he was about to fire, which startled the old man so much that he suddenly covered his head and lay flat on the ground. After he lay down, Lu Erja reached into his waistband and found an old Mauser pistol and a small bag of bullets. "Would a good person carry a gun around?" Lu Erja asked. "Don't you also carry a gun around everywhere?" The old man still made a last-ditch effort. Lu Erja laughed. "Now the truth is in my hands." "Say it again, am I a good person?" Although he didn't know why a pistol was the truth, the old man with his head pressed against his head still honestly admitted, "Yes, you are a good person, a very good person. Just knowing is enough." Lu Erja first put away the man's gun, then turned him over and continued searching. Soon, he felt a piece of cardboard the size of an ID card in the man's underwear. "Take it out," Lu Erja said coldly. The older man feigned ignorance. "What are you taking out? Young man, you don't have that kind of fetish, do you?" Lu Erja kicked the old man in the face, causing his nose to bleed profusely and making him suffer greatly. "Are you still playing games with me? Have I been too nice to you?" Lu Erja cursed directly. The older man understood that he couldn't escape, so to avoid further torment, he had no choice but to obediently take off his pants and produce a special document. Lu Erja told him to open it himself with disdain, and then glanced at the flamboyant words on it. He didn't know the specific content written on the document, but he recognized that it was indeed written in Japanese. This is not the era of later generations when westernized dogs and Akita dogs roamed everywhere. At a time when Chinese people and island nations still have no contact whatsoever, the appearance of a person with island nation documents and carrying a gun in the country speaks volumes about his identity. "Your Chinese is pretty good, you dog spy." Lu Erja looked at the old man with a bitter face. "I can give you money, can you please let me go?" The old man suddenly pleaded. Lu Erja was speechless. "No, can you even understand the situation? I ruined a cornbread just to give you the strength to confess, and you still have the nerve to ask me for money." The older man looked somewhat embarrassed. I have something else I can give you." "For example?" Lu Erja began to probe for information. The old man misunderstood, thinking Lu Erja was truly greedy, and quickly asked, "Do you know DuPont?" Lu Erja's expression was strange. "I roughly know." "That's good. I have a DuPont L1 lighter, which is made overseas and is specifically for the upper class. I bought it for $300, which is about 600 or 700 yuan in China. If you want it, I can go home and get it for you. With this money, you can eat whatever you want, buy whatever you want, and many women will even want to throw themselves at you." The old man's tone was full of seduction, constantly tempting Lu Erja. Lu Erja slowly took out a cigarette from his bag, put it in his mouth, and lit it with a DuPont lighter. "Go on." The old man stared in astonishment at Lu Erja's right hand, his gaze fixed on the lighter Lu was playing with. How did my lighter end up in your hands? If I'm not mistaken, you were broke and starving, so when you went to sell this DuPont lighter, you and the middleman were surrounded by the police, right?" Lu Erja asked. The old man's face turned deathly pale. "Are you a police officer?" Lu Erja shook his head. "No, but I know someone in the police force, and this is what that policeman gave me." Upon hearing this, the old man slumped to the ground in despair. He knew he was doomed, but for some reason, he felt relieved. He didn't want to live another day of this damned misery. He was doing just fine in China, but they insisted on sending him here as a spy. The funding wasn't even on time, so he was left to suffer in this poor, remote place, unable to eat or dress properly. He sold all his belongings but still didn't get paid, and was even chased by the police. He finally managed to escape the county town and tried to find a small village to steal a chicken or something to eat, but he fainted from hunger on the way and ran into this cunning kid. So what if I get arrested? At least I'll have a way to survive. At worst, I'll just be detained, but I'll still have food to eat, and then I'll be deported back to my country, where I can continue my life of debauchery. Lu Erju looked at the old man and suddenly asked, "Have you ever killed anyone?" "No, I certainly haven't harmed any of your people. At most, I just stole some insignificant information," the old man quickly replied. Lu Erju nodded. "Then we really can't punish you severely." Yes, I didn't cause any harm," the old man quickly boasted. "No, you misunderstood me." Lu Erju fired 2 shots at the old man's ears. A sharp pain shot through him, causing the old man to scream in agony. He tried to cover his ears with his hands, but touching the wound only made the pain worse, leaving him only able to howl helplessly. "The state can't punish you severely, but the people can. You've become a spy, and you still want to go back unharmed? Dream on." Lu Erju cursed as he squatted down and began to stop the old man's bleeding. This guy is still useful. It would be troublesome if he died from blood loss. Moreover, he lost both ears, so he wouldn't be valued when he returned to the island nation. He would become a laughingstock and live in the shadow of ridicule for the rest of his life. After stopping the bleeding from the wound, Lu Erju sat on the back of the bicycle and pointed the gun at the agent. "Come on, ride the bike and take me to the county town, hurry up." The old man was in excruciating pain, staring at Lu Erju in disbelief. "I'm taking you with me? What, you want me to give you a ride on my bike? Dream on." Lu Erju sneered. "I will sue you. I will definitely sue you to the United Nations for disrespecting human rights and abusing prisoners." The old man roared in grief and indignation. Lu Erju glanced at the old man, his gaze finally settling on his left hand. "Your left hand is useless now, isn't it?" The old man's heart tightened instantly, and he quickly said, "I'll ride it, I'll take you into the city right away." He quickly ran over, pedaled his bicycle as fast as he could to the county town, unwilling to spend even a second longer with this devil. When they arrived at the police station at the east gate of the county town, just then, Chief Lu went out to the outhouse to urinate. When he saw Lu Erju arrive again, this time with a man who was injured, he was surprised and asked, "Zuzi, is this your friend? Why didn't you go to the hospital? Are you here to report a crime?" "No, this is a dog spy who fainted from hunger on the roadside. I just happened to run into him and brought him to you." Lu Erju kicked the old man in the butt. "Let Uncle Lu see his ID." The old man hurriedly handed over his identification, then knelt on the ground, wailing, "Sir, leader, please arrest me quickly, I can't feel my legs anymore." The old man hadn't dared to slack off at all while cycling all the way here. His legs were so sore that he couldn't muster any strength at all. Chief Lu was shocked by Lu Erju's words, but when he saw the identification, he kicked the old man in the chest without hesitation. "Shut up, 2 men, get him in here." Upon hearing that there were spies, everyone on duty rushed out. Upon seeing the old man who had been kicked to the ground, they immediately went up to pull him into the house. Some people pulled by the hair, some by the clothes, and some by the feet. That's how they dragged him inside. Lu Erju glanced at the duty room and asked curiously, "Can I ask what we should do with this thing?" "We'll see. If he confesses quickly and cleanly, he'll be half dead at most." Director Lu walked over and patted Lu Erju on the shoulder. "Let's talk about you first, you young hero." This compliment made Lu Erju a little embarrassed. There's really no need for such high praise. "No need?" Director Lu exclaimed. "Do you know that one spy is enough for you to get a job at the police station, even give speeches at various police stations, meet with city leaders, and become a role model for our county?" Lu Erju was taken aback. "So important? I've read books before, I've never heard of a spy being this important." Director Lu said seriously, "The purpose of these spies is to steal our country's secrets, undermine national stability, and even subvert the state power. Even if they haven't succeeded yet, you have prevented the country from being damaged, which is definitely a great achievement. Do you really think that protecting the country and its people isn't something important?" Lu Erju shook his head repeatedly. "Of course I don't think so." "Indeed," Director Lu said with a smile, looking at Lu Erju. "You rascal, you're truly my lucky star. Not only did you bring me meat, but you also gave me such a generous gift. I really don't know how to thank you." "No need for a big thank you, just publish it in the newspaper, send me a banner, and give me a commendation from the commune and brigade, that will do," Lu Erju said casually with a smile. He was quite familiar with Director Lu, so a joke between them was no big deal. Director Lu, as expected, didn't get angry with him. He just playfully slapped the back of his head and said, "You're quite impolite, aren't you? You even put it in the newspaper? Aren't you afraid of being retaliated against by spies? Besides, catching spies isn't something that should be published in the newspaper." The country had only been stable for a few years, and the famine had already made people restless and uneasy. If the news was constantly spread that there were spies in the country, it would inevitably cause panic among the people. Besides, such open and above-board propaganda might lead to retaliation against Lu Erzhe by those spies. Although we can't publish it in the newspaper or publicize it extensively, you will still receive the full recognition you deserve. Besides cash rewards, they'll also give you a big certificate. You can stick it on the wall. How glorious would that be? Director Lu patted Lu Erzhe on the shoulder and said. Lu Erzhe knew that people in this era were obsessed with awards. Anyone who gets a certificate will instantly become the coolest kid on the street or in the village. Even the words of these advanced individuals will carry weight, and certain arrangements or benefits involving them will be biased in their favor. Lu Erzhe could also use this certificate to make those red armbands more wary when the wind blows. Okay, then I'll go home and wait. Chief, this is bad. The beating was too severe. Blood is gushing from both of his ears. If we continue to interrogate him forcefully, he might not be able to withstand it. A policeman rushed out and interrupted Lu Erzhe. Director Lu looked at Lu Erzhe and said irritably, "I know you hate the Japanese, but why did you have to be so ruthless? Now we can't even fight, we can't interrogate them. Easy, I'll take care of it." Lu Erzhe strode into the police station's interrogation room. The spy we just captured is lying on the ground howling, bleeding profusely from both ears, and there's already a lot of blood on the ground. Lu Erzhe stepped forward and forcefully pressed several acupoints near the agent's ear. The agent, who was bleeding profusely, gradually stopped bleeding from his wound. Then, Lu Erzhe grabbed a piece of paper, wrote down the names of several medicines, and handed it to the police officer interrogating him. "Get the medicine according to the prescription, crush it, and apply it to him. That will stop the bleeding from the wound completely." The police officer was somewhat reluctant. "As long as he doesn't die, why should I run errands for the secret agents to get medical treatment? This medicine can stop bleeding and also cause itching. When you apply this medicine, the bleeding will stop, but his ears will be extremely itchy. He'll feel uncomfortable if he doesn't scratch, and it will hurt if he does. You won't even need to interrogate him. He'll confess everything on his own in less than a day." Lu Erzhe said with a smile. "There's another way? You're brilliant." The policeman's eyes lit up. He gave Lu Erzhe a thumbs up, and then quickly ran off to get the medicine. Director Lu looked at Lu Erzhe in surprise. "You can treat illnesses? Was that acupressure just now?" "It is indeed acupressure to stop bleeding. You seem to know a lot. However, this method only works temporarily. Over time, the blood will break open the blocked acupoints, and the effect will be similar to numbness in the hands and feet. It will subside over time," Lu Erzhe explained. "Back when we were fighting, supplies were scarce, and we hardly had any tools to stop bleeding. An old military doctor used this method to stop our bleeding," Director Lu recalled with some emotion. Lu Erzhe didn't say anything. After all, they hadn't experienced that great disaster yet, so there were still quite a few capable people. After Director Lu finished his reflections, he looked hesitantly at Lu Erzhe and asked, "How are your medical skills?" Not knowing what Director Lu meant, Lu Erzhe could only humbly reply, "It's alright." "What do you mean by okay? Can I get into the county hospital?" Director Lu asked anxiously, as if he needed something from someone. "I think I can get into the provincial hospital." Lu Erzhe remained modest, because he felt that with the hundreds of years of medical experience he had inherited through his mental space, he was already considered top-notch in the world's medical circles, and was even qualified to work in top hospitals abroad. But his words left Director Lu speechless. Director Lu had originally thought that when he went to the bureau for a meeting last time, he heard that the bureau chief often suffered from insomnia due to rheumatism, and he wanted to ask Lu Erzhe if he could cure it. Looking at Lu Erzhe's youthful and impetuous appearance now, Director Lu can no longer believe him. Because Chinese people are generally introverted and humble, especially those who are more capable. The old military doctor who had fought alongside the army saved countless generals and soldiers, yet when praised, he still claimed that his methods were mere trifles and not worth mentioning. This little brat, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, dares to pat his chest and say he can go to the provincial hospital? Director Lu assumed he had only learned a little bit and was showing off, so he forgot about the idea of asking him to treat his illness. Seeing that he was silent, Lu Erzhe took the initiative to ask, "Uncle Lu, is there something wrong with you asking about my medical skills? Is someone in your family feeling unwell?" "No, I was just asking casually." Director Lu shifted his gaze, no longer wanting to coax this little brat. Lu Erzhe could tell that this guy clearly had something on his mind, but for some reason he suddenly refused to talk about it, so he didn't press him for details. What if the other person has something they are embarrassed to talk about? If you say it in public, wouldn't that be deliberately embarrassing them? Soon, the policeman who bought the medicine returned and applied the powder to the agent. The wound stopped bleeding quickly, but another effect also appeared. The agent felt an unbearable itch in his ears. Several times, he subconsciously raised his hands to his ears, but he dared not touch them because of his wounds. He tried to shake his head to get rid of the itch, but that would also aggravate his wounds. Out of desperation, he fanned himself with his hands around his ears in an attempt to relieve the discomfort. But the more he didn't scratch, the itchier it became, and the more it itched, the more uncomfortable he felt, and then he became even more restless. Watching the spy fidget, occasionally touching his ear and then quickly pulling his hand away, wincing in pain. Director Liu wavered slightly again. This method was indeed unlike that of an ordinary doctor. He looked at Liu Erju, only to see Liu Erju playing a children's game called Double Gun Shooting Rabbits with Wang Jianjun. He immediately gave up the idea of asking him if he could cure the disease. This is clearly just a little kid. Wang Jianjun is unreliable too. He plays games with kids with such enthusiasm. Maybe we should promote Li Xiangyang instead. Liu Erju was unaware that he had inadvertently affected Wang Jianjun's career. Wang Jianjun had no idea. He just felt that with this game, he wouldn't be bored during his night shifts anymore, as it was newer and simpler than playing chess. About half an hour later, the spy finally couldn't hold back any longer and confessed everything he knew. He confessed everything, including his hideout, his accomplices, and the weapons they hid. Upon hearing the intelligence agents report that there were at least 5 more accomplices, and even more than a dozen dangerous weapons such as guns and grenades, Chief Liu was overjoyed. Fierce enemies are not to be feared. The fiercer the enemy, the greater the merit. Director Liu immediately went to report to his superiors and at the same time applied to mobilize the county police force to assist in the arrest of the spies. As for Liu Erju, Director Liu originally planned to keep him there until all the spies were arrested, so that he wouldn't encounter any danger on his way home. Even if the spies didn't necessarily know that it was Liu Erju who reported it, it was just in case. Liu Erju found it really boring to stay in the county town and was thinking about going back to the mountains to hunt. Seeing Liu Erju's troubled expression, Wang Jianjun hesitated slightly for a moment, then suddenly stepped forward. "Chief, I can send Zuzi back and guarantee his safety." Upon hearing this, everyone around looked at Wang Jianjun in surprise. Even Director Liu was taken aback for a moment, then gave Wang Jianjun a deep look. "Go." Wang Jianjun lowered his head, his eyes dim. He knew that promotions and the like were probably out of reach for him, but spies are ruthless and dangerous. He has a wife and children at home, and the lives of his entire family are tied to his own. He doesn't want to risk his family's lives for his own future. Liu Erju looked at Wang Jianjun, who was awkwardly looking down, and did not try to persuade him. Some people are willing to take the risk to climb to a higher position. Some people are unwilling to take risks and only want a warm home with their wives and children. Everyone has their own ambitions, and there's nothing that can be done about it. Wang Jianjun rode his bicycle with Liu Erju towards Liuyutan. On the way, Wang Jianjun kept his head down and didn't say a word. Liu Erju appears to be riding a bicycle, but he is actually processing the seeds within his mental space. He cleared the land, planted all the seeds, and then brought in river water to irrigate them. Irrigated by the river, the seeds began to germinate and grow rapidly. Liu Erju was overjoyed to see the seeds sprout. Soon he will be able to enjoy refined grains, apples, and watermelons freely. "Zhu Ziyi, do you look down on me?" Wang Jianjun suddenly asked. "Ha!" Liu Erju's attention was drawn from the mental space, and he looked at Wang Jianjun blankly. "Brother Wang, what did you say?" "All right, stop pretending. We're so close, how could you not hear what I'm saying?" Wang Jianjun smiled bitterly. "Actually, I know you all look down on me and think I'm a coward, but I just want to support my family. What's wrong with that?" Completely bewildered, Liu Erju finally understood and looked helplessly at the bitter-faced Wang Jianjun, saying, "Brother Wang, let me ask you, do you want to just give up? Where are you going to lie down in this desolate place? You want to lie flat? Don't you think it'll hurt your butt? If you're tired from riding, we can find a place to sit for a while." Wang Jianjun brought up the topic of hip joints. Liu Erju patiently explained, "What I mean is, are you just trying to freeload and not do anything at all?" Wang Jianjun said somewhat awkwardly, "There's no need to be so direct. I'm willing to do the work, but I can't handle the danger. I have an elderly mother to support, and a wife and children to raise." Liu Erju waved his hand. "Then it is. Since you want to lie down and not take any risks, why think so much? Just go to work and get paid every day. Anyway, no one can fire you. Within the system, as long as you don't want to get promoted, you're invincible." So Liu Erju didn't understand what Wang Jianjun was so worried about. Was he afraid that the leader would make things difficult for him? If that's really the case, just do it. Even if the other side has the power and advantage, the people can still get their hands on the equalizer of all beings right now, so who's afraid of who? However, upon closer reflection, Liu Erju realized that Director Liu had treated him well, so he didn't say the rest. Wang Jianjun wasn't actually afraid of being retaliated against, he just felt that everyone would look down on his cowardice. He sighed and explained, I'm also a former soldier. I used to dare to fight the enemy to the death, but after I started a family, sigh. Lu Erzha realized what was going on and smiled reassuringly, so you're afraid of being looked down upon? No, everyone knows you well and will understand how you feel. Really? Wang Jianjun asked expectantly. Lu Erzha nodded with a smile, but in his heart he answered with 4 words. Of course it's fake. In an era where glorious sacrifice is still the highest honor, Wang Jianjun's behavior is no different from that of a deserter. It would be a miracle if anyone respected him in the future. But out of consideration for past relationships, people never speak ill of him to his face. Even Lu Erzha didn't directly refute him, but instead offered a few words of comfort. Whether Wang Jianjun believed Lu Erzha's lies or had truly come to his senses, his mood improved considerably, and his expression became more cheerful. To avoid being asked more questions he couldn't answer, Lu Erzha immediately said, Brother Wang, let's have a race and see who can ride faster. Go away, go away. I saved up for over a year to buy this bicycle. Riding it on this broken road is bad enough. Who wants to race with you? Wang Jianjun said irritably. Then, as if remembering something, Wang Jianjun asked again, do you think the director might? If you won't compare, then I'll compare myself to myself. I'm off. Lu Erzha pedaled his bicycle hard and headed straight for Liuyutan. Wang Jianjun panicked, slow down, be careful, someone might be lying in ambush by the roadside. Lu Erzha didn't want to listen to Wang Jianjun's nagging like a broken record, so he pedaled the pedals like a whirlwind, speeding forward. Wang Jianjun had not forgotten his profession and mission after all. He was already cowardly enough that he didn't dare to go with the team and fight the spies to the death. If Lu Erzha got into trouble again, he would really lose face as a policeman. So even though he was reluctant to leave his bicycle, he hurriedly chased after him. Wang Jianjun chased after him, shouting, slow down, don't run, stop right now. The two chased and fled, eventually reaching Liuyutan. There was no work to be done in the fields at the moment, and a group of men, women, and children were chatting idly under the sun at the entrance of Liuyutan village. When they saw Lu Erzha rushing over from afar, kicking up dust all the way, many villagers couldn't help but be speechless. They were just chatting, saying that Fusion's child was really good, smart, and mature, able to support his family and take care of the villagers at such a young age. As a result, Lu Erzha rushed back like a wild boar with its rear end on fire, clearly slapping them in the face. Several villagers were smiling and about to greet Lu Erzha when they noticed there was another person behind him. The man, dressed in a police uniform, was also riding his bicycle wildly, shouting at Lu Erzha, stop running. Stop. The villagers' expressions changed. Why were the police here to arrest Lu Erzha? Production team leader Lu Shilin was also sunbathing here when he saw Lu Erzha being chased. He quickly winked at several villagers nearby. The villagers understood, and as soon as Lu Erzha rushed into the village, they immediately led a group of children to block the road. When Wang Jianjun saw someone blocking his way, he quickly shouted, get out of the way. Get out of the way, my brakes aren't working. Kids are fearless, they don't care if you can stop them or not, they'll just keep playing. Forced to squeeze hard, Wang Jianjun managed to bring the tire to a stop, leaving a long black rubber mark on the ground with a faint burnt smell. The villagers immediately swarmed around Wang Jianjun and started cursing at their own children. Aren't you all blind? Didn't you see the police are here? How dare you block the way? A bunch of brats need to be disciplined. Please don't be angry, police officer. I'll deal with them right away. Some people scolded the child, some tried to persuade Wang Jianjun, and some even spanked their own children in public, deliberately making the scene extremely chaotic. Wang Jianjun was surrounded by the crowd and couldn't move, so he kept tiptoeing to look at Lu Erzha. Lu Erzha had also stopped, looking at the group of busy villagers with a puzzled expression. With his back to Wang Jianjun, Lu Shilin kept winking at Lu Erzha, signaling him to hurry up and leave. No matter why Lu Erzha was being pursued by the police, he cannot be arrested. After all, even if nothing happened, he would still get a beating if he were arrested. Even if Lu Erzha made a mistake, the brigade would deal with him internally, and punishing him by making him carry 2 loads of water would be enough. Seeing Lu Shilin constantly giving him meaningful glances, Lu Erzha realized that the villagers had misunderstood and quickly said with a smile, Brother Wang is taking me home, not here to arrest me. Please don't misunderstand. Wang Jianjun hadn't expected Lu Erzha to be so respected in the village that these villagers would actually help him stop him. Helplessly, he said, please make way, everyone. Now that Zuzi is home, I'll head back first. The villagers made way with some skepticism, but kept their eyes on Wang Jianjun, fearing that he might turn around and arrest Lu Erzha again. They only felt at ease after Wang Jianjun had gone far away. After Wang Jianjun left, Lu Shilin asked, Zuzi, why did the police take you home? I helped arrest someone, and the police station was worried that I would be retaliated against by the bad guy's accomplices, so they specially sent me back. I was just having a bicycle race with Brother Wang. Thanks everyone for your help. Lu Erzha smiled and thanked everyone, then reached into his bag and took out a handful of white rabbit milk candies, tossing them to the children in the distance. We can't let these little heroes sacrifice their little bottoms in vain. The children who had helped block the way suddenly rushed over like madmen to grab the candy. But what do kids know? They want more than one piece, so these little brats started asking for more candy to curry favor. A clever little boy shouted, "Brother Zoo, I just helped hold onto the policeman's car wheel, you have to give me 2 pieces of candy." "Brother Zoo, I got beaten up for you have to give us both a beating too," another boy shouted. "My mother kicked me too. My dad pinched my butt." A group of children were clamoring for candy, but they were too small-minded and only dared to ask for one more piece. A little boy wearing open-crotch pants ran over barefoot, stretched out his dirty little hand, and pitifully said, "Nephew Zuza, I didn't stop the car just now. When I grow up, if you get chased by the police again, I will definitely stop it for you. Can you give me half a piece of candy now?" Seeing this little kid calling him nephew, Lu Erzha felt helpless. But that's still considered good. There's another girl in the village, the same age as Lu Erzha, who's his great aunt. Where can he go to complain? Seeing the eager children, Lu Erzha took out more candy, 2 pieces for each of them. Even that uncle in the open crotch pants got 2. Just because they unconditionally trust me and help me obstruct the police, I should give them some benefits. When the parents saw Lu Erzha giving out candy, they all gathered around, not to ask for the candy, but to refuse it. "Stop messing around, Pillar. Why are you giving me so much candy?" "That's right, it's just that someone surnamed Lu helped out, so what? Hurry up and take the candy back to your dad to help him recover. Why is this child so generous?" Lu Shulin glared at Lu Erzha with annoyance and went to collect the candy from the children and return it. Lu Erzha stopped Lu Shulin. "Uncle, it's just a few pieces of candy. I have more here. Let these children have some too." During famine years, the infant mortality rate skyrocketed, and a piece of candy could indeed save lives. Lu Shulin and the villagers were in a dilemma. They wanted the candy but were too embarrassed to accept it. Grandpa, who was sunbathing in the distance, tapped the ground with his cane and said decisively, "All right, just accept what Zuzi gave you. Just don't pretend you don't know when Zuzi asks you for help in the future." Upon hearing the most senior ancestor speak, the villagers, who had been swallowing hard, readily accepted the candy, telling Lu Erzha to call him if he needed anything in the future. Seeing the happy people, Lu Erzha quietly gave his grandfather a thumbs up, then stuffed half a pack of Dakium and cigarettes into Lu Shulin's hand before riding his bike home. Lu Shulin glanced at the cigarette, then at Lu Erzha's departing figure, and suddenly sighed. Just then, his son, Little Snot, heard the news that Lu Erzha was giving out candy and rushed over, panting as he looked at Lu Shulin. "Dad, where's the candy?" "Fuck your mother." Lu Shulin kicked his son hard, sending him sprawling. "Stop listening to your mother's nonsense. You're not good enough for that girl. Stop calling her your wife all the time, understand?" Little Snotty ran all the way here, but didn't get any candy. He even got kicked for no reason and lost his wife. He immediately burst into tears, feeling wronged. Lu Shulin, annoyed by his son's crying, couldn't even try to comfort him. He glared at him and said, "Crying? You want to kick me again, huh?" Little Snotty stopped crying immediately, wiped away her tears and got up. She joined the other children who had rushed over and watched others eat candy with longing eyes, swallowing hard with envy. When Lu Erzha returned home, he saw his older brother carrying water in. "We're out of water again?" "No, my house ran out of water, so I brought back 2 buckets while I was fetching water," Lu Daliang said as he added water to the water tank. Lu Erzha watched his brother's retreating figure and understood that his older brother felt he had taken too much advantage and was always thinking of doing something to repay him. Knowing that persuasion was useless, he simply stopped caring. In the yard, Lily and Lele were also there, playing hopscotch with Nizai. They said it was for fun, but Nizai is still too young to play properly. It was more like the two of them were just trying to coax her. The process of coaxing the child is basically that Nizai can do whatever she wants, and Lily spoils her 100%. Lele is still young, and sometimes when she sees Nizai not following the rules of the game, she inevitably looks unhappy, and then her older sister kicks her down. Lele didn't dare to get angry. She patted the dirt off her bottom, got up, and continued playing. Nizai was very happy with the two of them and kept giggling. However, upon seeing Lu Erzha return, Nizai immediately abandoned her game, opened her arms, and ran over, sweetly calling out, "Uncle." Lu Erzha exclaimed, "Hey!" and picked up Nizai, spinning her around in the air. Nizai was both happy and scared, clinging tightly to Lu Erzha's hand, yet still laughing nonstop, not even letting him stop. She was a typical example of someone who was bad at something but had a big addiction. Brother Zuzi. Lily and her brother also rushed over. Lu Erzha took out 3 pieces of candy from his satchel, gave one to each of Lily and her brother, and then peeled off another piece and put it into Nizai's mouth, who had been eagerly opening her mouth. With candy to eat, Nizai stopped clinging to Lu Erzha and kept falling down, pointing to the house pattern on the ground with her little finger, meaning she wanted to go play. Lu Erzha smiled and tapped Nizai's nose with his finger. Little glutton, go play. The three little kids skipped away happily. Lu Erzha went inside and found that there were quite a few people inside. His mother, his teacher's wife, his sister-in-law, and Chunner were all sitting on the khan, a heated brick bed, busy making quilts from the flawed cloth he had brought back. The bedding on this kind of khan, heated brick bed, is very large, and it takes a long time for one person to sit on it. So usually, several close women or relatives would help each other make it, and they would not usually refuse, since everyone needs help sometimes. Moreover, since Lu Erzha promised to provide bedding to his master's wife's family, she would have no objections. Meanwhile, Lu Fuxian, the father, sat in a corner of the heated khan, a traditional Chinese bedstove, looking at Lu Erzha's textbook with a bored expression. He was, after all, the son of a landlord, so he must have been literate, but he could only understand the articles in Chinese textbooks. Lu Erzha wondered if he should get a radio for his home. Otherwise, it would be quite boring for my old man to be lying on the khan, heated brick bed, all the time and unable to go out and chat. When Neo Hunghwa saw Lu Erzha return, she glared at him irritably, clearly complaining that he hadn't come back all night, but she didn't want to say anything in front of others. The master's wife didn't know that Lu Erzha had gone to the black market. She just thought he had gone out to play early in the morning. She immediately praised him. Look how handsome Erzha is. He'll be the envy of countless young girls in the surrounding villages in the future. It's a pity that having 3 wives and 4 concubines is not allowed anymore. Otherwise, all those young ladies would be eager to marry him. Sister-in-law Li Qiqi nodded repeatedly. Auntie, I won't argue with you. My Zuzi will definitely become a high-ranking official in the city in the future. Whoever marries him will be a lucky official's wife. When Neo Hunghwa heard her son being praised, she was overjoyed. She wanted to say something modest, but then felt that her son didn't need to be modest, so she simply accepted it. My son is destined to be a high-ranking official. He'll be even more amazing than his great-grandfather in the future. Lu Erzha had originally planned to show off the good stuff he had bought this time. Who would have thought that I would be flattered so much before I even opened my mouth after entering the room? No, who says country people can't speak? I think they're very articulate and their opinions are quite fair. Seeing Lu Erzha's smug look, Lu Fuxian said irritably, stop praising him, or he'll get all cocky. How can you be so rude? How is my son a dog? He's so great. He's better than you. Neo Hunghwa immediately bristled, cursing and swearing, I've been with you my whole life and haven't enjoyed any happiness. We didn't even get a piece of candy when we got married. Now he eats canned food, candy, and meat with Zuzi every day. You still complain about such a good child? Are you even human? The master's wife was also a little unhappy, but she couldn't scold him, so she could only advise, Brother Fuxian, Zuzi is such a good person, why are you scolding him? Even Chunner lowered her head and whispered, Uncle, you can scold me if you want in the future, but don't bully my brother Zuzi. Lu Fuxian looked frustrated after being teased by the group. No, this little brat can't even be scolded? Lu Erzha walked over with a smile and began to give his father acupuncture. See, Dad? If you ever scold me again, you might not even be able to eat. Yes, if you curse my son again, I'll starve you to death, you old geezer, and you won't get to eat the food and meat my son brings. Neo Hunghwa chimed in. Lu Fuxian glared at him, instinctively wanting to slap Lu Erzha on the back of the head. As a result, all 8 eyes of the 4 people next to them turned to look. Especially Neo Hunghwa. The needle in her hand looked like it was about to pierce her. Lu Fuxian coughed and withdrew his hand, trying to change the subject. Just then, he noticed that Lu Erzha had a watch on his hand and asked in surprise, Zuzi, where did you get this watch? It was a gift from someone, they even gave me a woolen overcoat. Lu Erzha knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he simply stopped trying to conceal it. He had just finished inserting all the gold needles, so he simply turned around and went out, pretending to take out a woolen coat from his luggage bag to show the others. The 4 women gathered around the wool coat, looking at its smooth and glossy surface, and couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Wow, this material is so good, so smooth. It's so thin, I wonder if it's warm enough to wear. The outside is made of wool, and the inside is cashmere. It's definitely warm, no worse than wearing a cotton-padded coat. It looks so good. Such a beautiful dress should be worn by Zhu Zi. If he goes out like this, he'll seduce all the young ladies and wives in the village. Hearing his master's wife's praise, Lu Erzha laughed and said, it's fine to drug a young lady, but I'm afraid other people's husbands wouldn't be willing to drug a young wife. Speaking of this, the master's wife looked at Lu Erzha with a serious expression and said, let me tell you, never pay attention to those sluts in the village. If you like someone, just tell us and we'll help you find out. It won't be good for you if you get entangled with a slut. There are no sluts in our village. I feel that everyone in our village is a good person. Lu Erzha recalled the people in the village and felt that there were no dishonest people. Moreover, he felt that in this day and age, if you dared to be unserious, wouldn't that be courting death? Unexpectedly, the master's wife glared at her and said, who told you that? There are plenty of sluts out there. Your Aunt Zaihua's second daughter is known for sleeping with every man in the village, young and old. She knows exactly what kind of underwear every man is wearing today. And your Uncle Dongwa's wife, she's an even more capable woman. She's over 40 and has had 3 miscarriages, and none of them have the same father. You know old Mao's family at the east end of the village, right? His son was in jail for 2 years, and it's just the father-in-law and daughter-in-law at home. And his daughter-in-law is 4 months pregnant. Who do you think is the father of that child? That honest ox from the neighboring village used to be so healthy, but ever since his brother got married, he coughs when he walks. Why do you think that is? Lu Erzha was amazed by what he heard and gained a deeper understanding of rural life. Everyone says city people know how to have fun. Wow, mountain villages are more open than I thought. Zhu Ziyi, take off your watch so I can see it. Lu Fuxian looked at the watch curiously. It's a Shanghai brand, isn't it nice? Lu Erzha casually took off his watch and handed it over. It's all right. Lu Fuxian looked at it over and over again. Not as good as my old one. Lu Erzha was surprised, but then he realized that his father was, after all, the foolish son of a landlord, so having a watch wasn't a big deal. Dad, what brand is your watch? Lu Fuxian casually handed over the watch, saying with a hint of pride, Rolex. Wow. Lu Erzha was quite amazed. He never imagined that Rolex existed in the Republic of China era, nor that his father had been so wealthy when he was a child. To be honest, he had thought about how rich his family was during the Republic of China era, but he felt that with just a few dozen acres of land, they could only make a few thousand silver dollars a year at most. Now, seeing how my dad doesn't seem to care about his watch at all, it's not just that. Dad, tell me the truth, how rich was our family before? Lu Erzha asked, leaning closer. Several women nearby, who were discussing wool coats, also glanced over discreetly. Even Niu Honghua was no exception, because when she married into the family, the country had already been liberated, and Lu Fuxian had given away all his wealth. So she only knew that her husband's family had once been landlords, but she really didn't know how much money they had. Lu Fuxian fiddled with his watch without saying a word. Seeing this, the master's wife understood. After all, she and Chunna were the only outsiders here, and it was indeed not appropriate to talk about this with outsiders. She immediately smiled and said, well, I'm going to the outhouse. Chunna, you go and keep an eye on people for me. Lu Fuxian didn't stop him. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Erzha's wife, but some things were better known to as few people as possible. After his teacher's wife and Chunna left, Lu Fuxian still didn't say anything, just fiddled with his watch. Lu Erzha immediately understood and quickly snatched his watch back. Dad, I really can't give this to you. I need to check the time. But I have something else good for you. After saying that, Lu Erzha took out 2 bottles of mutai from his satchel and handed them over. Lu Fuxian's eyes lit up when he saw mutai liquor. For him, wanting a watch was simply because he was bored and wanted something to play with. Now that I have mutai to drink, this watch doesn't matter anymore. Good lad, you do have some filial piety. Lu Fuxian accepted the mutai with satisfaction. Niu Honghua didn't recognize mutai, so she whispered to Lu Erzha's teacher's wife next to her, is this mutai expensive? The teacher's wife also shook her head, I don't know, Kui, do you know? Li Qiqi looked surprised and said, Zuzi, I heard my dad say that mutai is very expensive, a bottle costs 2 or 3 yuan. More or less, Lu Erzha replied vaguely, not wanting his family to worry about the money. Even so, Niu Honghua was anxious, a little Erqiwata was enough for him to show off, how come he's drinking several yuan worth of mutai? Son, go and return it, your father doesn't deserve to drink this. Lu Fu was furious, you're not worthy to drink this. I used to drink Lai Mao liquor, and I even drank vermouth, Hennessy, and Martell for fun. Why can't I drink this? Hearing his father rattle off several kinds of liquor, Lu Erzha became even more curious. Mom, don't worry about my dad. It's not like I'm short of money. What's wrong with me treating you to some good liquor? Dad, tell me just how rich our family was back then? Those kinds of wines you mentioned aren't something ordinary people can afford. Putting aside the prices of those top foreign wines, the key point is that before liberation, only the upper class with access to these wines could afford them in China.